In the realm of Naruto, I have become Okamoto Beansuke, a student at the Ninja Academy. Lacking a significant amount of chakra and without any remarkable abilities, I possess the wisdom of a traveler and a modest talent. An extraordinary mastery of chakra control. With the art of ninjutsu at my fingertips, I have devised techniques for precise defense. Kakashi regards me as a worthy rival, while Guy is my most devoted sparring partner. Aware of the dark future that looms ahead, I dare not allow myself a moment of complacency. Choosing to join the medical class may appear as an act of retreat, yet it is, in truth, a means of accumulating strength. As the night of clan extermination approaches, the Akatsuki crumbles, and war descends upon us. This ordinary medical ninja will reveal to the entire ninja world that merely surviving and becoming stronger is, in itself, the greatest ninja way. Chapter 1. Squint Eyes Are Not Good People. Konoha Ninja Academy. Today, we will assess the transformation technique. Those who fail will run 10 laps around the playground, declared the middle-ranked ninja, Motohiro Ryo, limping onto the podium. Why another assessment? Didn't we just have one a few days ago? Murmurs of discontent arose among the neatly arranged desks of students. Because your enemies won't assess you. This evaluation tests your training level, and training is essential for living better in the future. Motohiro Ryo amplified his voice to quell the chatter. Kakashi, you're up first. Wow, Kakashi is always first. The teacher is clearly biased, remarked a chubby boy with a round physique and spiky hair. Kakashi is a genius. Okay, why don't you go instead? You who hasn't even mastered the transformation technique. Someone retorted. Even if I'm a nobody, it doesn't mean Kakashi should always go first. What about Beansuke? This boy leaned forward, peering at me. Beansuke, you need to step up. Show the guy Kakashi who's boss. Sighing, I turned my head and blew at the bangs that hung over my forehead, ignoring the chubby boy. Kakashi, the son of the Konoha hero White Fang, is naturally exceptional. While the students bickered, he had already completed the transformation technique, morphing into my likeness. Before the class stood a Kakashi clad in a gray high-collared shirt, white shorts, and dark ninja boots. However, this version of me exuded an air of authority, devoid of my usual nonchalance. Hey, it's your turn. Kakashi, now resembling me, fixed his ever-unflinching gaze upon me with his trademark deadpan expression. I rose from my seat, adjusted my short sleeves and shorts, and approached the podium. Forming hand seals, I declared, "Hinge." Instantly, a perfect replica of Kakashi appeared beside me. Is this acceptable? I asked, matching his deadpan stare. Excellent, truly splendid, Motohiro Ryo praised loudly. The transformation technique may save your life when ensnared by enemy forces. Next, you two may return to your seats. As we dispelled our transformations and walked back, Kakashi whispered, "When will we have a match?" Kakashi regarded me, his gaze scrutinizing my gray high-collared shirt, white shorts, and side-swept bangs, while my wide eyes, delicate nostrils, and soft chin presented a rather unassuming appearance. He could not fathom how, as the son of White Fang, he could share the spotlight with someone like me, who appeared so delicate, almost feminine. But I don't want to fight you. Doesn't Guy want to challenge you? I replied, seated at my desk. Because I am the number one. How about a pretty boy like you stand alongside me? Kakashi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at my slender limbs. Oh, I see. Guy, Kakashi wants to fight you. It's been ages since you last sparred. I turned to inform my guy seated behind me. Oh yes. Kakashi, I knew you would crave a true battle between men. Guy exclaimed, leaping to his feet, hands on his hips, pointing a finger at Kakashi. Let's fight, Kakashi-kun. My guy, what are you doing? Motohiro Ryo shouted at the standing guy. Have you completed your transformation assessment? Get up here. No need, teacher. I haven't learned the transformation technique yet. I'll run 10 laps around the playground. No, make it 20. Youth is all about burning bright. Before Motohiro Ryo could finish, Guy dashed out of the room. Kakashi, wait for me. I'll be back for our duel. His voice echoed from outside. Kakashi, observing Guy's retreat, felt a headache coming on. He turned to me, the squinty-eyed Beansuke, and for the first time, felt a strange kinship with my seemingly frail demeanor. Ha, Kakashi, are you scared? I told you, I'm the strongest in class. I fear no challenge, exclaimed a boy wearing orange-tinted sunglasses, standing to taunt Kakashi. Yet no one wishes to challenge you, Hinata remarked, tugging at Uchiha Bido. Ah, another fool, Kakashi sighed, rubbing his temples before resting his head on his arms atop the desk, adopting a posture of disinterest as he watched the remaining students perform their transformations. Kakashi, stop picking on Beansuke, all right? Hinata, fresh from her transformation assessment, seated beside Kakashi, implored. Exactly. Daisuke's only good at academics, which boosts his overall score. And he's too gentle to fight, chimed in a sweet, soft voice. I turned to see Kato, Shizen defending me, and couldn't help but think, thank goodness I've nurtured these bonds. Otherwise, why would I have so many allies? Kakashi, I plan to apply to the medical class. So when you're injured, don't expect my help, I said, addressing Kakashi, who remained sprawled over the desk. As if I'd need your help. But given your frail appearance, you should indeed consider becoming a medical ninja. Let others protect you. Kakashi shot me a glance before dozing off. Daisuke, are you truly considering the medical class? The petite Shizen asked, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I am indeed contemplating it. However, as you know, the medical class emphasizes foundational knowledge, so I plan to study a bit longer, I replied to Shizen. Perhaps I could surprise you. I know someone who can guide you. A formidable medical ninja. Shizen tilted her adorable head, grinning at me. Wonderful. I eagerly await your surprise, Shizen. I smiled back, anticipation brightening my expression. The afternoon flew by amidst assessments. Kakashi didn't duel with Guy, as he was still running his laps by the time school ended. Upon returning home, after a solitary dinner, I sat on my bed and began to refine my chakra. 2 hours later, I mused this is utterly ineffective. Feeling the chakra flowing within me, I grumbled in frustration. How can I survive in the ninja world with such meager chakra? Others who traverse have golden fingers, and their chakra at least rivals the monstrous physiques of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Typically, they possess chakra akin to the Uchiha, or at the very least, the Jinchuriki. Yet here I am, merely a lowly shinobi with pure, unremarkable chakra, devoid of even the underachiever title's enhancement. This is quite a predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Okamoto Beansuke resolved to abandon his efforts. His routine of extracting chakra for 2 hours daily had remained unchanged since his arrival in this world. Although his chakra had increased, the transformation was minimal. Well, if all else fails, I might as well join the medical team as a caregiver. At least my extraordinary chakra control shouldn't go to waste, he mused, extending his right hand and instantly enveloping it in chakra with precision. The healing technique, known among medical ninjas, allows one to disrupt the flow of chakra within another's body, facilitating astonishing recovery speeds for both external and internal injuries through the released chakra. In the medical team, few ninjas could employ this technique effectively. Mastery of it indicated that one had become a competent medical ninja. For Okamoto Beansuke, this precise control of chakra felt instinctual. During his initial attempts at climbing trees and walking on water, he discovered that maintaining his chakra's precise distribution beneath his feet allowed him to adhere to the tree trunks and walk upon the water's surface effortlessly, without the arduous training that characters like Naruto and Sasuke had endured. Indeed, Okamoto Beansuke was a traveler for Blue Star. He had not encountered a truck driver racing against time, nor had he saved any children or witnessed meteor showers. He merely fell asleep on a plane and awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Okamoto Beansuke in the Naruto universe. Dismissing the healing technique from his palm, he rose and stepped outside. In the Konoha forest, a swift kick known as Leaf Hurricane swept toward him, and upon contact, Okamoto Beansuke dispersed into several wooden logs. Oh, a substitution technique. Water style, water iron ball. A small, perfectly round water sphere hurtled toward him. Whoosh! Might Guy tilted his head to evade it, as the water sphere pierced through 3 large tree trunks behind him. Pointing his finger toward Might Guy, Okamoto Beansuke declared, Leaf Steel Fist. Might Guy, gathering power in his legs, stomped the ground and swung his right fist towards Okamoto Beansuke's abdomen. Bang! Okamoto Beansuke was struck by the punch. A thin film of water appeared at the point of impact, seamlessly dissipating the force of Might Guy's Leaf Steel Fist. Water style, water iron continuous balls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At such proximity, 7 or 8 water spheres whizzed past Might Guy's scalp, ruffling a few strands of hair. All right, let's call it a day. Each time my steel fist connects with you, it's thwarted by your defensive water membrane. Might Guy stood up, waving his hand in surrender. Hey. Okamoto Beansuke chuckled, for among the techniques he developed, the water membrane was his proudest achievement. Due to his limited chakra, he had tailored his techniques to suit his unique capabilities. Very well, come here so I can treat your wounds. You shouldn't push yourself so hard in training. He gestured toward two nearby stones. Hee, aren't you here for that? Might Guy laughed cheerfully. With a familiar green glow, the healing technique enveloped Might Guy's injured hand and arm, the wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. If it weren't for you, what would I have done? Truly, I owe you, Guy. Without your influence, I would never have mastered the healing technique, let alone with such proficiency, Okamoto Beansuke remarked. At this point, he couldn't help but reminisce about a year ago. Chapter 2. A near conclusion to the journey. A year prior, upon arriving in this world, Okamoto Beansuke quickly realized his chakra was alarmingly scarce. The prospect of becoming a ninjutsu artillery was out of the question, prompting him to consider focusing on physical techniques instead. After all, in the later stages, Might Guy nearly delivered the final blow with a single kick. Determined, that very night, Okamoto Beansuke ventured into the Konoha forest, careful not to stray too deep, practicing physical techniques in a training area on the outskirts of the dreaded forest. His modest home offered little space for such exertion, and while refining chakra was manageable, practicing physical techniques felt too restricting. Upon arriving at the training area, he spotted a figure relentlessly kicking a sandbag tied to a tree. 1,127, 1,128, 1,129, 1,130. Thud thud. As Okamoto Beansuke stepped out from the shadows of the tree, raising his hand to greet the individual, the figure abruptly turned. Leaf hurricane! Bang! Okamoto Beansuke was sent flying backward at an astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, he collided with a tree. Wow! Under the moonlight, he coughed up blood, staining the front of his short-sleeved shirt. A large foot-shaped impression marred the light blue fabric, glaringly conspicuous. At that moment, Might Guy rushed over, alarmed to see his classmate Okamoto Beansuke pinned against the tree. Beansuke, is it really you? Are you alright? Can you stand? Do I look fine to you? Puffed. Okamoto Beansuke coughed up more blood before he could finish. What are you staring at? Hurry, and take me to the Konoha hospital. Okamoto Beansuke glared at the flustered Might Guy, who had realized his error in targeting the wrong person. Oh, Might Guy fumbled, attempting to lift Okamoto Beansuke onto his back. Don't you dare carry me. I suspect you broke my ribs. Just carry me in your arms. Okamoto Beansuke exclaimed. All right, I understand. I'll be gentle, Beansuke-kun, Might Guy assured him. With one arm around his waist and the other bending at his knees, Might Guy executed a classic princess carry. Fortunately, Might Guy's regular training around Konoha village allowed him to manage the weight with ease. Good thing you arrived early. You only broke 2 ribs. Luckily, the fractures didn't damage any internal organs, but surgery will still be necessary. Please call your guardians to settle the medical expenses, a medical ninja in a white coat stated, retracting the chakra enveloping Okamoto Beansuke's chest. Wait, can you please treat Beansuke-kun first? I take full responsibility for injuring him. I'll go find my father immediately, Might Guy said anxiously. No need. I have no family. Both my parents perished in World War II. As a child of the fallen, I qualify for free treatment under the 3rd Hokage's policy. My father's ninja ID is 754264945. Please verify it. Okamoto Beansuke replied to the medical ninja. Understood. Please wait a moment. I will submit this for verification, the medical ninja noted before hurrying off with the registration book. Beansuke, I'm so sorry. If anything happens to you, I will atone with my life. Might Guy knelt beside Okamoto Beansuke's bed, tears streaming down his face. Hey, can you wish for my recovery instead? I'm not going to die, Okamoto Beansuke replied weakly, eyes closed, wishing he could pull Might Guy up from the floor. Where are the injured? A robust female voice resounded. Right here, Lady Tsunade. The door creaked open as a medical ninja, who had just stepped out with a registration book, entered, making way for the woman behind her. A tall woman with a pale yellow hue, sporting twin ponytails and a blue top, strode in. Ah, Lady Tsunade! Might Guy exclaimed loudly, his eyes wide as he beheld her. You little rascal, did you really kick your classmate into such a state? Tsunade's gaze fell upon the unconscious Okamoto Beansuke lying on the bed. Why yes, it was my fault, Guy stammered, his hands clasped behind his back, his head bowed in shame. You, go summon the medical ninja still in the hospital. He offers free treatment, and I shall explain the procedure to you, Tsunade directed, pointing at the ninja who had brought him in. Is that appropriate, Lady Tsunade? Just do as I say. What's inappropriate about it? We can't let a chance for free treatment slip away, Okamoto Beansuke, lying on the bed, felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, unsure whether it was due to pain or anxiety. Soon, the room was filled with people. Gather around and observe. Since there are no external wounds, we will first reconnect the fractured ribs using chakra to align them back to their original positions, Tsunade explained while demonstrating. The medical ninjutsu. The second step involves accelerating the regeneration of the bones with this technique. Be mindful, mastery of this technique is essential. If not executed with precision, it could lead to misalignment of the bones instead of proper healing. Very well, proceed with the subsequent rehabilitation treatment. A few more days of observation in the hospital should suffice. Truly, she was deserving of her fame, having been acknowledged as one of the 3 legendary ninjas during the Second Great Ninja War, a title bestowed by the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Beansuke said weakly, his face pale. She waved her hand dismissively and exited the infirmary. All right, be more cautious during your training next time. Although I have healed your external injuries, the internal damage from such intense training cannot be fully remedied, Beansuke remarked after treating Might Guy. I understand. Rest assured, my body is in peak condition. The fervor of youth awaits my spirited expression, Beansuke, Guy declared, striking a pose with one hand on his hip and the other giving a thumbs up, his gleaming smile reflecting under the moonlight. Let's call it a day. The school ranking battles are just a week away, and I might not be able to come by in the next few days. Avoid practicing those high-risk techniques, Beansuke advised, lightly patting Guy's head while casting a disapproving glance at his overly enthusiastic demeanor. I know. In this school ranking battle, I shall defeat Kakashi. Just thinking about it ignites my passion. Guy's eyes sparkled with fiery determination. Understood. I'm leaving now, Beansuke said, turning without a glance back. Beansuke, shouldn't you consider acquiring a set of youthful training attire? It's remarkably effective, Guy shouted, watching Beansuke's retreating figure. Beansuke stumbled slightly, waved his hand dismissively, and leaped onto a branch, hastening homeward. At the Okamoto residence, the school's practical ranking battles are imminent. Kakashi is already 5 years old. According to the plot, he should graduate after this ranking battle and ascend to Chunin the following year, becoming the youngest genin and Chunin in Konoha's history, and even being promoted to Jonin at the tender age of 12. Beansuke mused aloud, lying on his bed, contemplating the days ahead. This is a world where lives are as disposable as grass. My chakra reserves cannot sustain prolonged combat. I must at least reach Chunin to have a semblance of self-defense. In the upcoming ranking battle, I must showcase my abilities to catch the eye of the higher-ups, perhaps even become a disciple of a prominent figure. Kakashi's graduation heralds the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. Time is not on my side. I must survive and etch my name into the annals of the ninja world. Beansuke's fists clenched tightly beneath the covers. Chapter 3. The School Ranking Battle in the Early Morning. Okamoto Beansuke lazily opened his eyes, tousled his messy hair, stretched, yawned, and tumbled out of bed. After having breakfast, he made his way, as usual, to ninja school, arriving right on time. Once settled in his seat, he observed that his classmates were deeply engrossed in their studies. Even Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, the perennial underperformers in exams, were furrowing their brows over their textbooks. What is going on? Beansuke nudged his neighbor, Shizune, and pointed at Obito, who seemed intent on burying his head in his book. After all, Obito had never shown any regard for academic assessments. You wouldn't believe it. But when you weren't here, Teacher Hondo gave Might Guy and Obito an ultimatum. If they fail the cultural subjects in this ranking battle, they'll have to stand at the back of the classroom for future lessons, Shizune remarked before Beansuke could respond. Obito was pushing himself hard primarily because failing this exam would mean being reassigned away from Rin, Shizune explained softly. Impossible. I'm simply proving that I am a genius in both practical skills and academics. And you should be more worried about your own practical abilities. Don't end up begging for mercy when I knock you down. Obito overheard Beansuke discussing him with Rin and Shizune, and an uncontrollable jealousy welled up within him. Why should that guy, who behaves so effeminately, attract so many girls? Beansuke cast a glance at Obito but remained silent, resting his arms on the desk and laying his head down. When the teacher arrives, remember to call me, Shizune. Oh, right, I will. Shizune's face flushed instantly. Before long, the school day came to an end. Beansuke gazed at Kakashi's empty seat, lost in thought. It shouldn't be. Has Kakashi already graduated? Daisuke considered Kakashi's graduation as the beginning of the Third Great Ninja War. Kakashi's absence over the past few days had left him somewhat bewildered. Days passed, and Daisuke maintained a routine of training at school and home. Finally, the ninja school was set to host the practical ranking battle. On the training ground of Konoha Ninja School, the third Hokage sat alongside a group of elite jonin. The morning sun bathed the third Hokage's face as he squinted, not wearing the Hokage hat. This is the spark of Konoha's new generation. In time, some of them will become your students, and you will be their teachers. So pay close attention, especially you, Jiraiya. He shot a sidelong glance at the slouched Jiraiya. All the students stood in the center of the training ground. Even Daisuke, who typically arrived just in time, was early today. To his delight, he noticed Kakashi had returned after several days. All right, in today's practical match, friendship comes first. Competition second. Students ranking lower should not be discouraged. You have ample time to improve, Teacher Hondo proclaimed before announcing. First up is Okamoto Daisuke against Hatake Kakashi. Teacher, I want to challenge Kakashi. Obito, wearing his orange goggles, raised his hand to address Teacher Hondo. The ranking for this match is determined by your previous standings. If you perform well this time, you can challenge in the next round, Teacher Hondo replied to Obito with an expressionless gaze. At the same time, Kakashi and Daisuke approached the toolbox to retrieve the examination tools, none of which were sharpened kunai or swords, as this was merely an internal assessment at the academy, thus avoiding any serious injuries. Daisuke, I hope you give it your all, or you might lose embarrassingly. I've been wanting to knock you around for a while now, Kakashi said, looking at Daisuke, who stood opposite him. Don't worry, Kakashi, I'll give my utmost effort. Didn't you notice I've changed my outfit? I'm taking this seriously. I'm going to flatten your head, Daisuke replied, donning an orange jacket and black pants, a departure from his usual light blue top and white shorts. Now, let us perform the sealing hand signs. Remember, you are classmates and may well become comrades, not enemies. Teacher Hondo called, observing the two chatterboxes. Begin the match, he announced as the two completed the hand signs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shuriken flew towards Daisuke from 3 different directions. With a puff of white smoke, the shuriken lodged into wooden stumps. Substitution jutsu. As the smoke cleared, 2 Daisukes appeared on the field. Water release, water iron ball. A voice echoed from both sides of Kakashi. Shadow clone. Kakashi thawed in disbelief, unable to grasp when Daisuke had mastered such a B-rank jutsu. 2 marble-sized water spheres approached him swiftly. Kakashi drew the short blade from his back, slicing at the 2 incoming water spheres with precision. The clashing of the water spheres and his blade produced a metallic sound. This kid has remarkable chakra control. His clones can truly deceive the eye, and the power of his water release is significantly enhanced, Tsunade observed as the Daisuke clones gradually dissipated. Alongside the water spheres that pierced through 2 distant trees, the refined chakra water spheres possess greater power, speed, and penetrative ability, far exceeding that of standard water iron balls. Jiraiya remarked, watching Daisuke perform the hand signs. Who would have thought there were such talented youngsters at this age, apart from Shumo's child? Orochimaru licked his lips, commenting, will the absence of standard ninja tools affect that child? The third Hokage inquired, glancing at Kakashi's father, Hatake Shumo, who stood to his left. It won't have a significant impact on Kakashi. Moreover, this is at the academy. That is sufficient, Shumo replied confidently, trusting in Kakashi's abilities. The third Hokage remained silent, refocusing his gaze on the arena. With a swift kick, Daisuke executed the Konoha whirlwind, aiming for Kakashi's waist. Kakashi retaliated with a horizontal slash of his short blade toward Daisuke's chest. Do you wish to trade injuries, Daisuke? Even though the blade is not sharpened, it can still incapacitate you temporarily, Kakashi warned as he observed Daisuke charging at him without evasive maneuvers. Thud! Kakashi was struck in the waist by Daisuke's kick, sliding sideways to mitigate the impact. Thankfully, he managed to block with his left hand. Otherwise, the ensuing battle would have been far more challenging. What a reckless kid, Kakashi thought, glancing at Daisuke. Daisuke rubbed his chest. Although the water shield had absorbed some impact, the force had not been entirely negated. Ugh, my chakra is running low. He looked at Kakashi, who had been pushed back. Water release, water iron continuous ball. A multitude of water spheres surged toward Kakashi. Clang, clang, clang. Kakashi dodged what he could, using his chakra-infused blade to slice through the oncoming water spheres. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of water spheres was unleashed. Kakashi, pausing momentarily, assessed Daisuke, who was now avoiding close combat. The peculiar sensation he felt when striking Daisuke earlier didn't he feel like hitting a person at all. Furthermore, the blue shield on Daisuke's chest and his lively demeanor indicated that ordinary attacks would not suffice against him. Daisuke, do you know what I've been doing these past few days while I was absent from school? I was with my father, clearing out nearby bandits. And now I am determined to defeat you. Kakashi shouted at Daisuke. No wonder, it turns out he has bled. If at the outset Kakashi resembled a fierce hound, now he embodies a wolf poised to strike. Observing the stark contrast in Kakashi's demeanor, I knew I had to give it my all. Okamoto Daisuke, with his eyes gradually opening, was not someone easily defeated, possessing unparalleled chakra control. Should we halt the match, Lord Third? Hanjo Ryo inquired, watching the two who seemed to be igniting with true fire. No need. With the third and me here, we can intervene, responded Hatake Shimo, adding, it's rare to see a peer force my son to such earnestness. Chapter 4, Injured Swish. Kakashi formed hand seals with one hand, utilizing the body flicker technique. He appeared instantaneously before Okamoto Daisuke, his short blade emanating flowing chakra as he aimed to strike. Without any preparatory movement, Daisuke leaped backward at an astonishing speed. With his sword technique, Wind Fong, Kakashi redirected his attack, unleashing a wave of sword energy with incredible velocity. Still unprepared for any exertion, Daisuke, having just landed, evaded by defying the laws of physics, and in the moment of his landing, propelled himself behind Kakashi. Once behind Kakashi, Daisuke extended his right hand, his index finger pointing towards Kakashi's back. Water release, water gun. A column of water, the length of a palm, shot towards Kakashi at remarkable speed. Thud. A wooden stake was pierced through. Body flicker technique paired with the substitution technique. How did you move? Kakashi, observing Daisuke's swift transitions, questioned with a grim expression. It was as if a person stood still, their leg muscles unmoving, yet the ground propelled them away. This inexplicable movement defying physics could drain his chakra, if not understood. Byakugan, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Daisuke, scrutinized the two on the field. That kid in the orange coat. Did you notice the blue footprints each time he lands? Those prints form a water release beneath him, and with precise chakra control. The water bursts with opposing force at the moment of landing, allowing him to change direction effortlessly. Such terrifying control. Even the Hyuga clan, known for their bloodline limit, only manages to control their internal chakra. Yet this method of manipulating chakra externally is beyond our capabilities, remarked Hyuga Daisuke. Indeed, if that kid were born into the Hyuga clan, he could become a formidable force rivaling Lord Tenrin. Sighed Hyuga Shojin from the branch family. If they were to marry, would their offspring inherit such extraordinary chakra control? Mused Nara Yuta, a jounin from the Nara clan, stroking his beard. Let's focus on the match. The third interrupted. In the arena, Daisuke, noticing Kakashi's troubled expression, restored his chakra while thinking, I wish to end this battle quickly. My chakra is running low. If I had sufficient chakra, I could crush you outright. Lightning release, earth walk. A bolt of blue lightning surged towards Daisuke, who swiftly leaped in 4 directions. Water release, water gun. The 4 Daisukes executed the same move. Yet again, the shadow clone technique. Unable to discern the real from the fake, Kakashi decided to shatter them all. Sword technique, continuous slash. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of sword energy struck towards Daisuke, dissolving the false water guns upon contact, easily dodging the water guns. Kakashi noticed a fleeting blue aura around Daisuke, blocking the incoming sword energy. Ranged attacks proved ineffective, thwarted by the blue substance surrounding Daisuke. Once again, the shadow clone technique produced 4 identical Daisukes rushing towards Kakashi. In close combat, armed with shuriken, Daisuke and Kakashi exchanged blows, just evading an attack from a clone. Daisuke executed water release, fingerblade. A thin water blade formed on his palm, slicing towards the opponent, capable of briefly launching itself from his hand. This was Daisuke's self-developed close combat ninjutsu, based on the palm sage technique. Kakashi was struck on the left arm by Daisuke's water blade, and poof, he transformed into smoke. Shadow clone, earth release, heart decapitation technique. Hands erupted from the ground beneath Daisuke, grasping at his ankles. Swish. Still employing an illogical movement style, Kakashi emerged from the earth, clutching the soil where Daisuke had stood moments ago. The remaining 4 Daisukes, perfectly mimicking the original, stood not far from Kakashi. Daisuke, I acknowledge your strength, placing you on par with me. However, your chakra is dwindling, isn't it? Let us settle this, Kakashi declared, eyeing the 4 identical Daisukes. Not at all. I can still fight until nightfall. The 4 Daisukes replied in unison, smirking. It should be drawing to a close. That kid in white has nearly exhausted his chakra, remarked Hyuga Daisuke, observing the 2 young talents in the arena. Thus, they are the sparks of the new generation of the Wood Village, the third noted. Watching the young combatants. Kakashi, here I come. Prepare yourself. This is specially prepared for you. Daisuke, feeling the remnants of his chakra, declared. Not a problem, Daisuke. I had an idea long ago. It's an immature technique, but I hope it surprises you, Kakashi replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. Ah, the 4 Daisukes, moving in their irregular manner, advanced towards Kakashi. Kakashi, observing the Daisukes approaching from all angles, spun quickly, realizing he had only one opportunity to counter Daisuke's fighting style. Kakashi's right hand began to crackle with brilliant lightning, gathering chakra to his palm, an attack he had only practiced, never tested in true combat. As Kakashi focused on the 4 Daisukes, he recalled the earth release, heart decapitation technique, gripping the moist soil in his hand. This training ground had been refurbished for the practical ranking battles, and it hadn't rained in days. Though uncertain of how Daisuke moved, he noted that during previous attacks, whenever Daisuke employed his erratic movement, blue footprints appeared beneath him. Daisuke's shadow clones, while indistinguishable from the original, lacked the chakra of true shadow clones. Thus, to locate the real Daisuke, one simply needed to look for the blue footprints beneath him. Only one chance remained. Here we go, Daisuke. Kakashi locked his gaze on one direction where Daisuke stood, the lightning in his hand crackling with energy. Daisuke, I'm coming. Bring it on, Kakashi. Crash. A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing a figure clad in the Leaf Village forehead protector, wearing a jounin vest, with long silver hair and a ponytail, standing between the two, gripping Daisuke's right hand with his right and Kakashi's right hand with his left. Kakashi and Okamoto Beansuke conjured their water and lightning ninjutsu, yet they bore no effect on the man before them. Boom. At that moment, the walls of the ninja school were shattered by Okamoto Beansuke's water technique. Indeed, his technique was capable of being unleashed with precision. Father, Kakashi exclaimed, gazing at the man who grasped his right hand. You have both excelled, Hatake Tsukumo remarked, observing the distant crumbling wall. What an exhilarating battle. At your age, I lack such power. Releasing their arms, Kakashi collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Dosuke's right arm fell limply at his side. Kakashi's lightning jutsu had not been diverted, injuring Dosuke's right hand. Dosuke, you are injured, bleeding. The young girl Shizen shouted from the stands. I reluctantly acknowledge your strength, though there remains a slight gap between us, Uchiha Obito, wearing orange goggles, commented as he surveyed the collapsed wall. You even managed to injure Dosuke. Kakashi, you truly are my lifelong rival, Might Guy shouted, gripping the railing. Swish, swish, swish. Tsunade and Jiraiya appeared before the two in an instant. Are you alright, kid? Tsunade inquired. Tsunade, this kid's arm is injured, Jiraiya noted, eyeing Dosuke's bleeding arm. It's fine. Lord Jiraiya, I can treat myself. Dosuke managed to squeeze out the remaining chakra to perform the healing palm technique over his wound. The injury began to visibly mend. Lord Jiraiya, do not worry. See, the wound is healing, he said, but before he could finish, he suddenly fainted into Jiraiya's arms. Tsunade, Tsunade, this kid has fainted too. Jiraiya exclaimed loudly. It's all right. He has overexerted his chakra, Tsunade reassured him. Kakashi, too, had merely exhausted himself, and the incomplete technique had caused him slight injury. But it was nothing serious. To the hospital. They need to recuperate, Tsunade declared after assessing their conditions. She swiftly scooped Dosuke into her arms and headed towards the Konoha hospital, while Hatake Tsukumo followed closely behind, carrying Kakashi. Chapter 5, in the hospital. Okamoto Beansuke opened his eyes to the stark white ceiling. As he attempted to raise his hand, he discovered something binding his arm, and upon turning, he saw an 4 needle inserted into his arm. You're awake, a voice came from the adjacent bed. He raised his head and saw Kakashi. What are you doing here? I remember fainting. Where am I? Dosuke asked Kakashi. The hospital, Konoha Hospital. Because of yesterday's battle, I was injured and brought here with you. You fainted from overexerting your chakra. Thankfully, Lady Tsunade treated you. Otherwise, you might have remained unconscious for 2 days, Kakashi explained, his hands propped behind his head, leaning against the pillow. Creak. The door opened, and Hantu Ryu entered, carrying 2 baskets of fruit, which he placed on the bedside tables of Kakashi and Dosuke. What have you two done? Did we not agree that friendship comes first before the competition? You have a longer future ahead. Hantu Ryu chastised them gently. These 2 students were the most outstanding he had ever taught, and seeing them faint had worried him greatly. I apologize, Teacher Hantu, for causing you concern. And Kakashi, I'm sorry for your injury, Dosuke said, pulling the covers off himself and sitting upright to address them. I should also apologize to you. I once held a prejudice against you. Now, I acknowledge your strength is on par with mine. Dosuke, Kakashi replied, looking at him earnestly. The value of a person should not be measured by their rank. If one day, fame becomes a burden or a constraint, what will you do? Kakashi inquired. I do not know, Dosuke admitted, glancing at Kakashi's injured right hand, falling into silence. All right, let us not steer the conversation in that direction, Hantu Ryu interjected, noticing their sudden quietness. By the way, I have something to tell you, Dosuke. When I arrived, I encountered Lady Tsunade at the hospital entrance. She said that if you woke up, you should go to the 3rd floor to find her. Hantu Ryu added, casting a look of astonishment and regret towards Kakashi. Kakashi, your graduation application has been specially approved by the 3rd Hokage. Once your hand heals, report directly to the ninja registration office. As Hantu Ryu reached the door, he turned his back to Kakashi and remarked, Kakashi, I still feel you are too young, even though you are already quite remarkable. With that, he limped away. Congratulations, Kakashi. In this regard, you have taken the lead, Dosuke said. With your strength, you could also apply for early graduation. Kakashi glanced at him, but did not respond further. Dosuke looked at the 4 bag above him. It still had a while to go, so he stood up and removed the needle. After straightening his clothes, he prepared to meet the future 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade. As Dosuke ascended to the 3rd floor, he noticed the nameplates on the doors belonged to the director, the assistant director, and various department heads. Oh dear, this aunt really ought to be clearer about the specific location, Dosuke muttered, having wandered the 3rd floor corridor for some time without finding Tsunade's room. Earlier, he had asked a nurse, but hospital staff seldom frequented the 3rd floor, which housed the offices of senior personnel, and Tsunade was not often present there. As Dosuke hesitated, contemplating whether to knock on the door marked director, the door at the far end opened. A figure emerged, a woman with long black hair, her complexion pale rather than fair like Dosuke's. As she walked, the blue Tomo earrings dangling from her earlobes swayed with each step. Behind her, a serpent-like presence slithered through the dim corridor, emanating an ominous aura. Her golden, elongated pupils fixated on Dosuke, who still held the fruit basket. Instantly, he felt as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake hiding in the shadows, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I remember you, little brat, Orochimaru sneered, observing Dosuke's reaction. The purple eyeshadow extending to her nostrils resembled the scales of a cobra, as if she might strike at any moment. As Orochimaru approached, Dosuke's mind screamed for him to move, yet his body remained paralyzed with fear. Orochimaru, I hope you can restrain yourself, Tsunade's voice rang out from within the room. Apologies, Tsunade. I cannot help but be drawn to such promising talent, Orochimaru replied, her tone low and sinister, reminiscent of a serpent poised to attack. Tsunade is waiting for you. Go on, little brat. With that, the oppressive aura dissipated, and Dosuke gasped for breath, hastily passing by Orochimaru toward the room from which she had emerged. Observing Dosuke knock on the door, Orochimaru smirked without uttering a word and strode towards the staircase. Knock, knock. Come in, a commanding voice with a hint of authority called from inside. Dosuke pushed the door open, revealing a clean, well-organized office devoid of any beds. The wall was lined with a bookcase filled with volumes, and in the center stood a work desk, cluttered with an untidy teacup and tea set. Tsunade was clad in a white, short-sleeved robe that ended at her waist. Her smooth waist was tightly encased in a form-fitting black mesh outfit, accentuating her adorable navel without a hint of excess flesh. She wore a red skirt that reached halfway up her thighs, while the integrated mesh garment served as both safety shorts and snugly wrapped around her legs, nearing her knees. On her feet were not the usual heeled sandals, but rather a pair of ninja boots with 10 neatly arranged, gem-like beans peeking out at the toes. Her playful golden hair was tied in a single ponytail, swaying gently behind her, giving her the appearance of a charming neighborhood sister rather than the formidable Sannin of the ninja world. Tsunade leaned against the windowsill, gazing downwards without turning around. "Lady Tsunade, thank you for your assistance," Okamoto Beansuke said shyly, placing a basket of fruit on the table. "Kakashi has spoken highly of you." Tsunade turned to face the standing Beansuke, observing his attire from yesterday's match. Though slightly soiled, it remained quite neat. It seemed this lad was indeed someone who valued cleanliness. "Are you aware that practicing B rank and higher jutsu without the village's permission is, strictly speaking, an act of betrayal? If you can tell me who taught you the healing technique, I might consider advocating for you before the third Hokage," Tsunade stated with a stern tone. Actually, no one taught me," Beansuke replied, feeling a bit anxious under Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze. In his previous life, he had only encountered company managers as the highest authority, and now, standing before a woman who was at the pinnacle of this ruthless ninja world, he could not help but feel a palpable tension. Noticing Tsunade's increasingly serious expression, Beansuke hastily added, "Actually, it was you who taught me. I wonder if you recall a year ago when a fellow student was injured and broke several ribs. You explained the healing technique to me during my treatment. You mean you learned it just by hearing it once?" Tsunade regarded him skeptically. During Daisuke's unconsciousness, Tsunade had already delved into his background. His lineage was untainted. Both parents had perished during the Second Ninja War when he was merely 3, leaving him without relatives. He had only managed to attend school with the aid of neighbors, and he had little social interaction, with his best friend being a boy from the Might family who trained daily in the village. "Understood. You may return to your recovery," Tsunade said, considering the boy thoughtfully. Chapter 6. Konoha Hospital. With a clouded mind, Daisuke returned to his ward, pushing open the door to find a man in a jonin vest assisting Kakashi in tidying the bed. "Kakashi, are you leaving?" Daisuke inquired, as Kakashi packed his belongings. He replied, "Yes, I'm being discharged. My wounds have been treated, and I should be fine now." "Father, leave this to me," Kakashi said, taking the items from the jonin. Konoha's White Fang stood up, addressing Daisuke. "So you're Kakashi's classmate, huh? You might just become his lifelong rival, much like that boy from the Might family." "Lord White Fang, you flatter me. I'm merely Okamoto Beansuke, Kakashi's classmate," Daisuke responded. "Surpass Kakashi, will you? He needs a worthy opponent to strive against." White Fang gently ruffled Daisuke's hair. "Kakashi, I merely failed to execute that technique," Kakashi said, slightly disgruntled. "Let's go, Kakashi," White Fang said, ignoring Kakashi's remark. "Take care, Daisuke. I'll be waiting for you to graduate," Kakashi said as he reached the door, turning back to look at Daisuke. After bidding farewell to the Hatake father and son, Daisuke lay on his hospital bed, contemplating Tsunade's words. "It should be fine. After all, I am a genius when it comes to learning," he thought. Konoha Hokage's office. A large desk emblazoned with the character for Hokage was cluttered with piles of unprocessed documents on either side. The third Hokage, seated behind the desk, was not attending to the files, but instead was intently focused on a crystal ball placed at the center of the table. Suddenly, the door was kicked open without warning, and a striking figure boldly entered. Startled, the third Hokage jumped up, accidentally knocking his knee against the desk, causing the crystal ball to roll forward. "Oh no, my crystal!" he exclaimed, bending down to retrieve it, but it slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor, leaving only a wisp of mist rising from the remnants. "Tsunade!" the third Hokage exclaimed as she stepped on the shards. He glanced at the irreparably broken crystal and pondered, "Next time I use the crystal ball technique, I should find something to cushion it." "Tsunade, are you even listening to me?" Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, raising her voice in frustration. "You must understand that as one grows older, one needs a moment to process," the third Hokage said, adjusting his hat and regarding his increasingly agitated pupil with a hint of resignation. "Tsunade, what arrangements do you have for the student who will face Kakashi in the upcoming school tournament?" she asked, eyeing her somewhat distracted teacher. "Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" the third Hokage inquired, looking at Tsunade. "I wish for that child to leave the ninja academy and train with me at Konoha Hospital," she stated firmly. "Surprised to see that you haven't given up your proposal after it was rejected in the Jonin meeting? Aside from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, no other clan supported your suggestion." The third Hokage frowned slightly, scrutinizing his steadfast disciple. "My proposal is sound. The issue of medical ninjas cannot be overlooked. The problem lies with those clans, and I shall prove my correctness," Tsunade asserted, striking the table with determination. "Then go ahead and do it." The third Hokage rose and approached the window, gazing at the bustling streets outside the Hokage building, lighting his pipe and inhaling deeply before speaking to his disciple. "Thank you, Sensei." Tsunade bowed deeply before turning to leave. Listening to her footsteps fade away, the third Hokage contemplated. The growth of a sapling is always nurtured by the shelter of a great tree. "Press on, Tsunade." He gazed at the Hokage rock towering over Konoha village. Konoha Hospital in his ward. Daisuke lay bored, pondering what lay ahead. If the village were to hold him accountable, would he be branded a traitor, or should he endure the shame and await a future opportunity to shine? Where would he go if he were to betray the village? The Akatsuki organization likely hadn't formed yet. Perhaps he could join them and achieve a position of influence. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he tossed and turned in bed. Knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door. Daisuke climbed out of bed and opened it to find Tsunade standing before him, looking as vibrant as ever. "Lady Tsunade," Daisuke exclaimed, unsure of what to say. Tsunade cast a glance at Okamoto Daisuke, circumvented him, and directly settled by his bedside. "Okamoto Daisuke, I have taken the responsibility for your clandestine practice of the healing technique upon myself. I am here to inquire whether you wish to study medical ninjutsu under my tutelage." "Absolutely. It would be an honor to follow Lady Tsunade," Okamoto Daisuke replied, his excitement rendering him momentarily speechless as he gazed at Tsunade seated before him. "Then prepare yourself. Come to the hospital on Monday, and I will inform your teachers that you need not attend school in the meantime," Tsunade instructed. "Understood, Lady Tsunade," Okamoto Daisuke replied enthusiastically. On that day, 2 students from the Ninja Academy, yet to graduate, departed from school in succession. Upon his afternoon discharge, Okamoto Daisuke felt invigorated. He now had a formidable ally, and during the Third Great Ninja War, he would no longer be entirely alone. As he walked along the path, the sky appeared especially blue, the breeze gentle, and the chirping of birds melodious. The leaves by the roadside gleamed with vibrant green. As he ambled, a familiar establishment materialized before him, the Ichiraku Ramen Shop. A fixture from the beginning to the end of Boruto's journey. He was pleasantly surprised to discover the ramen shop, so near his home. Entering the familiar establishment, he settled onto a stool and called out, "Boss, I'd like a large portion of tonkatsu ramen to go." "Sure thing. Haven't seen you around much, young man," the young chef replied, skillfully preparing the noodles while engaging in casual conversation. "I was in a hurry before and didn't pay attention, but today the aroma drew me in," he chuckled. "Then you must come more often. I frequently experiment with new recipes, ensuring each visit offers a unique experience. It's best to enjoy the ramen while it's hot." "Absolutely. I will make it a point to return often. For now, I'll take this home," Okamoto Daisuke responded. The burden of the Third Great Ninja War had long weighed on his heart, exacerbated by his insufficient chakra. Consequently, after school, he typically headed straight home to refine his chakra. However, today, with the commercial streets so close, he strolled leisurely, enjoying the surroundings more than ever before. "Little Daisuke, it's been ages since I've seen you this cheerful. Why didn't you come by yesterday? I have something for you today." A friendly vendor greeted him as he passed a vegetable shop on his way home. "I received praise from my teacher, so I'm feeling quite happy. Also, I won't be needing any vegetables today," Okamoto Daisuke replied. "You've always been clever, so it's only natural to receive compliments from your teacher. Would you like to come over for a meal? I'll make something delicious," the vendor offered with a smile. Having lived alone, the neighbors had always shown concern for him, often inviting him for meals before he traversed into this world. However, upon his arrival, he had reduced contact to avoid drawing attention to his peculiarities. "No, thank you, but I appreciate your kindness," he declined graciously, continuing on his way home with a notably lighter step. Upon returning home, Okamoto Daisuke retrieved the ramen he had taken from the roadside shop. The texture is a bit soft, perhaps due to the travel time, yet the flavor is unexpectedly delightful. He mused as he savored each bite. After dinner, under the dim light, he sat on the tatama mat, practicing chakra refinement. Noticing little enhancement in his chakra, he let out a quiet sigh, opting instead to lie down. The day had brought a roller coaster of emotions, from Tsunade's admonition in the morning to her acceptance of him as a disciple in the afternoon. To be under the tutelage of one of the legendary Sannin was a dream cherished by many in Konoha, especially for someone aware of the impending Third Great Ninja War. This newfound mentorship alleviated a weight that had long pressed upon him. Chapter 7. 3 years' time slipped away swiftly. At Konoha Hospital, "Excuse me," Coming through. Two nurses clad in white uniforms hurriedly pushed an emergency stretcher towards the emergency room. The female nurse at the front called out as she maneuvered the stretcher, which bore a comatose man dressed in ninja attire. Upon entering the emergency room, she exclaimed, "Doctor, please take a look." This individual was brought in by the security division. They said he collapsed at the village entrance while on a mission. The attending physician rushed to the bedside, where a wound marred the patient's chest. Despite a hasty bandaging, blood continued to seep through. As he unwrapped the bandage to cleanse the gruesome injury, he noted, "This man has been poisoned. Kinai, Daisuke is on duty today. Go fetch him." "Understood," Kinai replied, dashing out to find Daisuke. Navigating through the bustling corridor, she burst into the office. Daisuke, we have an emergency patient. Please prepare yourself." Okamoto Daisuke, seated at his desk with a book beside a steaming cup of tea, turned to the panting nurse and said, "Take a moment to catch your breath. Tell me about the patient, Kinai." Kinai glanced at Daisuke, his hair neatly tied back with two bangs framing his face, his short, tidy haircut accentuating his youthful demeanor. Clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, he appeared almost like a delicate literary enthusiast amidst the books and steaming cup. He was sent by the Konoha Security Division. He was the only survivor from his team on a mission, and Dr. Anzen said he's been poisoned. "I was told to find you," Kinai relayed swiftly, exhaling a sigh of relief. "All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work," Daisuke replied, retrieving his medical ninja uniform from a nearby hangar and donning it. Though slightly oversized for his 1.6-meter frame, it did not appear comical. Instead, it accentuated his slender figure when paired with his slippers. "Let us go, Kinai." "Okay," she replied instinctively, a hint of distraction in her eyes as she followed him. "Thank you, young medic." "Daisuke, where are you off to?" "Daisuke, thank you." As he exited the office, passers-by in the corridor greeted and expressed their gratitude. Ever since becoming Tsunade's apprentice, Daisuke had been shuttling between home and Konoha Hospital. Initially, he was merely assisting and utilizing the healing technique for minor injuries, but he eventually mastered various healing arts. Over the past 4 years, Daisuke spent his days at Konoha Hospital and his nights honing his chakra, hardly taking a break, even sacrificing time to train in the Forest of Death. During his training, Guy had often complained that Daisuke was now injured and had no one to heal him. However, his extensive time in the hospital bore fruit. Daisuke had nearly mastered the medical ninjutsu and contributed significantly to the development of new techniques alongside Tsunade. Of course, the primary work was Tsunade's, while Daisuke offered suggestions. Due to his frequent presence at the ninja hospital, Daisuke had healed many villagers who required the healing technique, earning him a great deal of goodwill from the people of Konoha. After all, not everyone could afford to hire a medical ninja for treatment. This goodwill had bestowed upon Okamoto Daisuke a respectable reputation among the common folk of Konoha. Navigating through the enthusiastic crowd in the corridors and halls, Okamoto Daisuke arrived at the emergency room. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld Dr. Anze, who was diligently attending to a patient. "What is the situation now, Dr. Anze?" Daisuke inquired. "Daisuke, you finally made it. The patient's vital signs are not promising. I have already applied a tourniquet, but the wound is showing signs of decay. A dark purplish hue, indicating clear signs of poisoning, a potent toxin," Dr. Anze replied. "Oh, can you identify the toxin?" Daisuke asked. "I cannot ascertain it. The patient is in a comatose state, and we are unaware of the mission they were undertaking," Dr. Anze said, glancing at the injured ninja on the bed. Extending his hands over the wound, chakra instantly permeated the patient's body. There are no apparent abnormalities in the blood, but the wound is rotting, breathing is labored, and renal failure is commencing. It appears to be a mixed toxin, specifics unknown, requiring further purification for analysis, Daisuke concluded after his assessment. "Daisuke, the patient cannot afford to wait. We may not have time for toxin analysis," Dr. Anze reminded him, observing the feeble breaths of the injured. "Understood. Kitsuna, please remove the patient's clothing. Dr. Anze, prepare the surgical tools and distilled water. Since we do not know the toxin, we must extract it at once," Daisuke ordered. 5 minutes later, Daisuke was ready. "All right," he said, as his hands became enveloped in chakra. The chakra scalpel precisely severed the poison ninja's nerves, preemptively preventing any involuntary movements during surgery. "Distilled water," Kitsuna announced, bringing a large cup of distilled water to Daisuke's side. With his hands placed in the basin, he gathered a sphere of water infused with chakra and placed it over the wounded ninja. Under meticulous control, the chakra-infused water gradually penetrated the patient's body. As Daisuke skillfully manipulated it, threads of toxin began to rise from the wound, turning the once clear water into a dark purplish hue. "Change it," Daisuke instructed swiftly. Just as he finished speaking, Ketsuna placed another basin of water beside him. After repeating the process twice, the gathered chakra water ceased to change color. At that moment, the injured ninja, suffering from the toxin removal, let out a pained sound. "Scalpel," Daisuke commanded, as he swiftly cut away the festering tissue. Setting down the scalpel, he enveloped his hands in a green luminescent glow, employing healing techniques to mend the wound as the ninja slipped into unconsciousness. "All right, Dr. Anze, admit him. Once he awakens, inquiries will follow naturally," Daisuke stated, collecting some of the toxin in a test tube before exiting the ward. "Understood," Dr. Anze replied. In the laboratory, Daisuke examined the freshly developed test results. "This is troublesome," he muttered. Chapter 8. Tsunade's Decision. Knock, knock. "Tsunade-sensei, are you there?" Daisuke stood at the entrance of the office 314 on the third floor of the Konoha Hospital. "Come in," Tsunade's familiar voice beckoned. Daisuke pushed the door open and found his mentor reclining in her chair, only 2 legs touching the ground, her legs crossed atop the desk, gently swaying. She held a steaming cup of tea, sipping it daintily. "Sensei, this is your office. Could you please be more mindful?" Daisuke suggested cautiously, noticing the expansive hem of her skirt had slipped down to her legs. Having admired Tsunade's boisterous nature from afar, he now comprehended the essence of a true heroine as her disciple. "Hey, you brat, I am your teacher. When did I need your reprimand? Do you think you are Saratobi, that old man?" Tsunade shot him a discontented glare. "What brings you here?" She straightened up, placing her teacup on the desk. "Well, sensei, today the Konoha guard brought in an injured ninja. According to their account, he was attacked during a mission, and he is the only survivor of his team. He was found gravely wounded and unconscious near the village," Daisuke explained, producing a transparent sealed test tube containing a thick, deep purple liquid from his pocket. "I suspect this team was ambushed by Sunagakure," he added, placing the test tube on Tsunade's desk. "How can you determine it was Sunagakure?" "It's important to note that not only Sunagakure but any ninja village, including Konoha's, can employ poison," Tsunade replied, lifting the test tube to the light. "The toxin inside was extracted from the injured ninja's wound. I have analyzed it, and it is a mixed poison comprised of neurotoxins and hemotoxins. The rapid decay of the ninja's wound is due to the presence of hemotoxins. More critically, this mixed toxin contains a desiccating factor unique to desert organisms that have evolved over millennia in arid environments," Daisuke elaborated, pulling out the analysis report and presenting it to Tsunade. "I see, but this matter is of great significance. Since you have already examined the injured ninja's wound, I will wait for him to awaken to hear his account," Tsunade stated after reviewing the report. "Sensei, even with my treatment, it will take time for him to regain consciousness. I will take responsibility for my judgment. If Sunagakure has begun targeting our mission teams, it indicates they may be preparing for significant actions, possibly even the outbreak of a new war," Tsunade-sensei. Daisuke urged passionately. "I understand. I will consult with Lord Third," Tsunade remarked, observing her disciple standing before her desk, feeling for the first time that he had matured. In just 4 short years, the child who once stood hesitant before her desk had grown into someone bold enough to raise his voice. Moreover, from her observations at the hospital, it was clear that this young man had garnered considerable respect among the villagers. "You may return now. I will seek out that old man shortly." "Thank you, sensei," Daisuke replied gratefully, turning to leave Tsunade's office. Is the long-avoided war about to resume? There will be no more time for tea, Tsunade thought as she took the test report and sealed test tube, striding out of the office. In the evening, after completing his final rounds, Daisuke returned to the medical office, exhausted, and poured himself a cup of hot tea. The day had been filled with patience, but the information brought by the injured ninja weighed heavily on his mind. Since Kakashi's graduation 4 years ago, he had sensed the looming approach of the Third Great Ninja War, which compelled him to showcase his skills during the school ranking competition, ultimately earning Tsunade's recognition. Over the years, under her tutelage, he had not only mastered a vast array of ninjutsu, but also cultivated a noteworthy reputation among the common folk of Konoha, maintaining favorable relations with several ninja clans and prominent families. To outsiders, it seemed that I not only studied under Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, but also cherished the common folk and united the ninjas of Konoha. Even with the Uchiha clan, which often felt at odds with the village, I maintained amicable relations with many of its members. The profound mark of the Fire Country was deeply engraved upon me, undoubtedly enhancing my safety within the Hidden Leaf Village, which was also the reason for Okamoto Beansuke's allegiance to the third Hokage's lineage. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. 2 years prior, the shocking suicide of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, reverberated throughout the 5 great shinobi countries. No one expected the man who had forged his reputation in the shinobi world by foregoing a mission to avoid failure would choose to relinquish his life quietly at home rather than perish on the battlefield. I still remember that gentle man who once patted my head and inspired me to surpass Kakashi. At the funeral, Kakashi's indifferent gaze, once filled with sarcasm, now met me without a word of reproach. I muttered an apology, fully aware of Tsukumo's impending decision, yet powerless amidst the village's rampant rumors. Only by becoming stronger could I reclaim my autonomy and pursue my desires. Let the tragic incident of the White Fang remain a thing of the past. I drained my slightly cooled cup of tea, shed my medical ninja attire, and prepared to head home. Beansuke. Tsunade pushed the door open, catching me in the act of dressing. Sensei, what brings you here? I exclaimed, surprised to see her, as I had expected her to have left by this hour. Beansuke. It has been far too long since we shared a meal. Come, let us dine together. She insisted. Of course, Sensei, though I was uncertain of her intent. I could hardly refuse my teacher. In a modest sushi restaurant, Tsunade and I settled into a clean, tidy private room. The table, littered with empty plates and dishes, bore testament to the culinary excellence of the establishment. I poured sake for Tsunade, then reached for another cup for myself. Smack. You little brat, no drinking for you. Tsunade slapped my arm. Ow. Sensei, if there's something you need, please just say it. Surely, you didn't bring me here just to share a meal, I retorted, rubbing my arm. After taking a sip from her cup, Tsunade spoke. I have informed Lord Hiruzen of today's matters. He will dispatch a reconnaissance team to investigate the Sunagakure. The Land of Wind is notorious for its use of poison. Beansuke, as my disciple, even at your age, your mastery of medical ninjutsu surpasses mine from when I was your age. Therefore, I wish for you to join the reconnaissance team. What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 9. Graduation. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, I had sensed this might relate to the third great ninja war, but there was no need for concern. Rest assured, Sensei. It would bring me immense joy to contribute to the village. Tsunade smiled at her disciple seated across from her. You will primarily join as a medical ninja. The reconnaissance squad typically comprises at least chunin, but you will be the first to join as a genin. This is an experiment from both me and the village. Sensei, are you not aware of my abilities? I nearly bested Kakashi in combat, and you have witnessed my growth over the past few years. Trust me, I replied confidently. All right, you little rascal, finish your meal, and let us be off. No more chatter, Tsunade declared, placing her empty cup down and heading to the front to settle the bill. I donned my clothing and followed her outside. As we stepped out of the sushi restaurant, the April night breeze carried a hint of chill, awakening our senses. I handed Tsunade her clothing. Beansuke, from this day forward, you are a true ninja. With that, she produced a Konoha headband from her pocket and presented it to me. You have a week to rest. No need to report to the hospital. Your classmates will be graduating tomorrow, so do visit the school. Understood, Sensei, I replied earnestly. Now, go home. I shan't escort you further. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Thank you for today, Sensei, I said, turning to bid her farewell as I made my way home. Watching my departing figure, Tsunade offered a quiet blessing. Good luck, Beansuke. The next day, in a private room at Konoha's barbecue restaurant, I lifted the curtain, apologizing. I didn't realize you all arrived so early. Beansuke, you're late. Hurry and come in. My guy called out from the entrance. Uchiha Obito, seated within, stood to assess me, then pointed at his forehead protector. Hey Beansuke, look at this. I'm a genius. I rolled my eyes at the Uchiha, hands on hips. Yes. Yes, we know. You're the best. Enough already. Turning to Mike Guy, Shizune, and Noira Rin, I jested, is graduation as simple as just attending an exam? It's not the same. Even if I sleep all day, I'd still graduate. Obito grinned widely. Enough boasting, sit down. Otherwise, the meat will burn, I said, plopping down beside Shizune and grabbing the largest piece of meat to dip it in sauce. Wow, look at you, arriving late, but eating first. Obito exclaimed, frustrated. Beansuke, Will you still be working at the hospital? Shizun inquired, glancing at my mouth full of food. I'll likely be joining a mission squad. Not entirely certain yet. What about you? I refrained from sharing my impending assignment with the reconnaissance team. Obito, Kakashi, and I have been assigned to Minato-sensei's squad, Rin replied candidly. It's a pity Kakashi isn't here. Otherwise, I'd definitely out-eat him at this barbecue, Might Guy lamented, only to be met with several piercing gazes. What are you all staring at? I did invite him to join us, but he ignored me, and it was Rin who suggested it first. Might Guy retorted helplessly. I saw Kakashi last time I visited the memorial stone. He still hasn't recovered from his father's death. Whenever I visit, he is either absent or training, and he trusts no one. I heard his teammates all ostracize him, I reflected. Don't worry, Daisuke. I'll help Kakashi through this tough time, Rin promised gently. Come on, everyone, quit moping. Let me, the great Obito, go wake that big idiot up. Next time we gather, I'll drag him here myself, Obito declared, attempting to lighten the mood. Having discussed Kakashi, we hastily finished our dinner and exchanged farewells. The weather remained chilly, and pedestrians hurried along the streets. Two petite figures strolled leisurely from one side of the road. A gust of wind blew, prompting one of the shorter silhouettes to sneeze. Look at you. It's not even warm yet, and you're not wearing a coat. What will you do if you fall ill? The tall figure remarked, observing the shorter one sneezing. He then removed his own coat and draped it over the smaller figure. I didn't mean to let you see me in a dress. The shorter one mumbled softly. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, the smaller figure appeared even more delicate. Thank you, Dokai. Don't catch a cold yourself, Shizun said, feeling the warmth and the unmistakable scent of hospital disinfectant emanating from the coat. She expressed her gratitude to Okamoto Dokai, who stood before her clad in only a short-sleeved shirt. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Besides, this is for my own sake. If you get sick from the cold, Tsunade-sensei will hold me accountable. What would I do then? Okamoto Dokai replied with a hint of exasperation. Shizun recalled that he had once mentioned introducing her to someone. She never expected it would be Tsunade, who had often come to check on her since her uncle, Kato Dan, passed away. He then squatted down in front of her, zipping up her jacket from bottom to top. He casually adjusted the collar and tidied her long hair, which had been covered by her clothing. His icy hands inadvertently brushed against her warm earlobe, causing her face to flush a deep crimson, as though adorned with a touch of rouge. Without uttering a word, Okamoto Dokai and Shizun walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the streetlight. All right, Shizun, you should head back. No matter how long the journey, it must come to an end, and before they knew it, they had arrived at Shizun's home. Yes, Dokai, take care on your way back, Shizun said, returning his coat. Don't worry, I will. Okamoto Dokai waved goodbye as he donned his coat and turned to leave. And Shizun, you look lovely in a dress. I know, you big fool. Days passed swiftly, and Okamoto Dokai finally received the assembly notice. The next morning at 8 o'clock, they were to gather at the village entrance. Chapter 10, Leaving the Village. Since Okamoto Dokai was not a typical graduate of the Ninja Academy, he was not required to partake in any so-called grouping. This was undoubtedly a fortunate circumstance for him. Teaming up with several seasoned Chunin and even Jonin was far superior to being grouped with freshly graduated novices, allowing him to adapt to the battlefield more swiftly. The reconnaissance squad bore a higher risk, as scouting necessitated gathering intelligence, often requiring them to venture into enemy villages or perilous territories. The following morning at 7:30, equipped with his ninja gear and a surplus of antidotes, Okamoto Dokai arrived at the gates of Konoha. He was the only newly graduated genin present, and leaving a good impression on his seniors might just save his life in dire circumstances. Shortly after, 2 men and a woman, 3 ninjas, arrived at the assembly point. Once everyone had gathered, a middle-aged man stated, I am the Jonin leading this team, Nakajima Soda. Let's introduce ourselves briefly. Hello, I am Okamoto Dokai, a genin. I look forward to working with you, he greeted enthusiastically. Upon hearing him, Nakajima Soda's eyes gleamed with recognition. Ah, hello. I am Hyuga Rihue, a Chunin. I have undertaken several reconnaissance missions. Her large eyes, with white pupils, gave her an ethereal appearance, enhanced by her clan's distinctive bloodline limit, making her complexion appear even more porcelain-like. She was a member of the Hyuga clan, approximately 15 or 16 years old, a head taller than Okamoto Dokai. I am Yono Taku, Chunin, another man, draped in a hood, coldly introduced himself, falling silent thereafter. It's getting late. Let's talk while we walk, Nakajima Soda remarked. glancing at the time as he set off toward the village's entrance. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Nakajima Soda threw a kunai, embedding the pass into the gate before sprinting ahead. Okamoto Dokai, Hyuga Rihue, and Yono Taku closely followed him. Their mission was to investigate the movements of Sunagakure, as reports indicated that they had been attacking ninjas from their village. At this point, Nakajima Soda glanced back at Okamoto Dokai, who was leaping between the trees. To prevent any leaks regarding the reconnaissance mission, specifics were only provided to the leading ninja before departure, meaning that aside from Nakajima Soda, the others were unaware of the exact details and location of the mission. Given that Okamoto Dokai was a genin, and this was his first reconnaissance task, Nakajima Soda instructed. Rihue, Taku, please take extra care of him. Nakajima-senpai, I don't understand. If reconnaissance missions are so crucial, why allow an inexperienced genin to participate? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I fear I cannot accept dangerous actions during the upcoming mission, Yono Taku replied calmly. I am not privy to the specific reasons. As ninjas, you have the right to question but not to refuse. The mission must come first, and Okamoto Dokai has joined the team as a medical ninja. Is that understood? Nakajima Soda commanded. Understood, they replied in unison. This was clearly a matter of connections. It was likely that Tsunade had requested Nakajima Soda to ensure Okamoto Dokai's protection, especially considering the frequent casualties within reconnaissance teams. The journey continued in silence. After leaving the village, aside from Nakajima Soda's initial briefing about the mission, the group focused on traversing the terrain. The four swiftly leaped through the Konoha forest, approaching the borders of the Land of Fire at an astonishing speed. Okamoto Dokai, utilizing his precise chakra control, moved with a speed comparable to the body flicker technique, ensuring he did not lag behind. By noon, Nakajima Soda raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt for a brief rest to recover their chakra before continuing their journey in the afternoon. Dokai, little brother, weren't you in the hospital? How did you end up in this reconnaissance squad? During the break, Hyuga Rihue leaned closer to Okamoto Dokai's ear to inquire. Her proximity allowed him to catch a delightful scent, reminiscent of creamy milk, as her breath tickled his ear. Rihue, do you know me? Okamoto Dokai asked, his cheeks slightly flushed. I've heard of you. Your reputation among commoners is quite favorable. Moreover, I heard you nearly defeated Kakashi during the ranking battles at the Ninja Academy. He graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and if not for the low evaluation of his teammates, he might have already become a Jonin, Hyuga Rihue explained. Most importantly, I heard that you have been taken on as Tsunade-sama's disciple, she remarked, gazing at Okamoto Dokai with admiration. I see. Ever since becoming Tsunade's disciple, I have indeed garnered attention from various influential families. The future 4th Hokage is a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin, Okamoto Dokai mused inwardly. After a light meal of military rations to replenish their energy, they resumed their journey. At the border of the Land of Wind, Nakajima Soda and Okamoto Dokai stood atop a hillside, observing a small town not far ahead. This town lay at the junction of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, frequented by ninjas from various countries due to trade relations. We will stay here for the night to gather intelligence before making further plans, Nakajima Soda stated, his gaze fixed on the bustling town ahead. Rihue, use your Byakugan to see if any ninjas are currently present in the village, he instructed Hyuga Rihue. As the words left his lips, Hinata Rihue activated her Byakugan. The veins around her eyes bulged ominously, appearing more menacing than in the animated depictions. There are fluctuations in chakra from several ninjas, she whispered. One at the center of the town, 2 to the northwest, and 1 to the southeast. Nakajima Aoda produced a map from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Hinata Rihue. Rihue, please mark the locations of the chakra fluctuations you just observed. Understood. Hinata Rihue replied, swiftly annotating the map. She cautioned, Captain, the chakra signatures to the northwest are quite close. They may be related. Noted. Yamanaka Taku will handle the southeast location, while you and Okamoto Daisuke will oversee the central area. I will take care of the 2 northwest locations. Nakajima Aoda assigned the tasks. Your mission is to ascertain which country these ninjas hail from. If you can uncover their intentions, that would be ideal. If not, retreat without causing alarm. We shall reconvene at the inn in the town center tonight to deliberate further. He indicated the inn's position on the map. Understood, replied Okamoto Daisuke. Hinata Rihue and the others in unison. This arrangement seemed quite reasonable, particularly since Okamoto Daisuke was a newcomer and not particularly skilled in intelligence gathering. It would be challenging to complete the mission without guidance. Chapter 11. Reconnaissance Intelligence. With a swift motion, the group dispersed. The town was not particularly large, yet its location at the border of the wind and fire countries lent it a bustling vibrancy, with various shops lining the streets and pedestrians flowing continuously. Okamoto Beansuke trailed slightly behind Hinata Ryuhei. She had transformed since leaving the village, her eyes now adorned with blue contact lenses concealing her Byakugan. Dressed in a simple linen long-sleeve top, her black hair was tied into playful twin ponytails that bounced with her movements. A black skirt flowed gracefully down to her ankles, her fair feet delicately encased in traditional wooden sandals. "Hey sister, could you be a little more discreet? Your walking style is drawing all the attention from the street," Okamoto Beansuke remarked, observing Hinata Ryuhei's dainty strides behind him. "Are we not here to gather intelligence?" Hinata Ryuhei quickly joined him, concealing her mouth with a fan as she softly replied, "Don't worry, this is how we blend in as tourists. I have it all under control." She then squatted down to bargain with a street vendor selling dogs, pulling Okamoto Beansuke into the negotiation as well. As they left, Okamoto Beansuke found himself laden with an assortment of bags from their purchases, while Hinata Ryuhei cradled a snow-white puppy in her arms, the other hand holding a packet of dog food to feed it. They continued to observe their surroundings, the affluent youths visiting the bustling town center appearing inconspicuous. "Beansuke, look ahead." Hinata Ryuhei tugged at Okamoto Beansuke's sleeve. He briefly paused before returning to normal, glancing in the direction she indicated. It was a ramen shop, where 4 sand ninjas sat eating at a table. A middle-aged man accompanied by 3 young children seemed to lack the demeanor of an elite squad. As Okamoto Beansuke pondered their purpose, he feigned interest in the merchandise at the stall outside the shop. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his arms. He looked up to see Hinata Ryuhei placing the white dog into his embrace before scampering over to the 4 sand ninjas. "Excuse me, are you ninjas?" Hinata Ryuhei asked, tilting her head with a curious and bashful expression. The eldest of the sand ninjas immediately tensed. "Who are you?" Instinctively reaching toward the ninja tool pouch at his thigh. I hail from the land of flowers, here to conduct business in flower tea." "Are you ninjas?" Hinata Ryuhei replied, feigning innocence. "Our family consists solely of samurai. On our journey, our convoy was ambushed by 2 rogue ninjas. The 10 or so warriors and servants who traveled with us were slaughtered, leaving only my brother, my father, and me," she lamented, eyes wide with mock vulnerability. "So may I hire you?" "Indeed, we are ninjas from the Sand Village, one of the 5 great nations. The rogue ninjas you mentioned would be no match for us," one of the teenagers boasted. "Though we are still genin, we are capable of C-rank missions." Another chimed in with pride. "Enough," a sand chunin interjected, halting his students. "Miss, if you wish to hire sand ninjas, you must go to the mission posting area. We cannot accept private contracts." "Oh, I see," Hinata Ryuhei responded, her expression falling. Sister, will they accept our request?" Okamoto Beansuke asked hopefully from the entrance. "They said they cannot accept it." "Let us go," Hinata Ryuhei replied, her tone slightly despondent. "But how will we return? We might perish on the way back, and we will never see our mother again." They left the ramen shop looking dejected. "Teacher, how can we stand by and do nothing? Our mission is almost complete," one of the boastful teens exclaimed. "Indeed, we cannot allow this to happen," another echoed. "Please wait, miss," the chunin called out. "If you can wait until tomorrow noon, return to this ramen shop, and we may assist you." Hinata Ryuhei turned, tears brimming in her eyes, and bowed gratefully. Thank you so much." After departing the ramen shop, Okamoto Beansuke complained, "Sister, did you realize how frightened I was when you approached them so directly?" "Rest assured, Beansuke, I had already observed numerous stalls belonging to the Land of Flowers before entering the town using my Byakugan. There were even bloodstains and new scars on the wagons from the Land of Flowers at the inn," Hinata Ryuhei explained. "Thus, disguising ourselves as merchants from the Land of Flowers is perfectly plausible. You need not worry. Moreover, those genin were too inexperienced." Hinata Ryuhei reached over and took the little white dog from Okamoto Beansuke's arms, watching her trot away in her wooden sandals. He felt the former sense of superiority as an adult dissipate. Indeed, this world was filled with prodigies graduating at 5 and becoming chunin at 6, alongside a multitude of teens who were already killers. Their mental maturity was often attained by the age of 6 or 7. Without the knowledge of the original story, he possessed no real advantage. Their experiences were forged through bloodshed, while he had been someone incapable of even killing a chicken before his transmigration. "What are you doing, Daisuke?" Hinata Rihue called back to him as he lagged behind. "Coming, sister," Okamoto Daisuke replied, hastening to catch up. "Now tell me about your reconnaissance findings." Nakajima Aoda inquired of the returning group. "The southeast location I visited had 2 rogue ninjas, likely of Jinin rank. They were engaged in a task to protect a merchant from bandits, having accepted a mission at an underground exchange," Yamanaka Taku succinctly reported. "In our encounter with Okamoto Dojiya, we discovered a ninja from Sunagakure. Due to the proximity, I refrained from activating my Byakugan. According to the subordinate he brought along, he is a Chunin, dispatched on a mission from his village, which is set to conclude tomorrow," Hinata Rihue stated. Moreover, Rihue had disguised herself as a merchant from the Land of Flowers who had been robbed, to test their intentions. The Sunagakure Chunin also agreed to accept a mission back to the Land of Flowers after completing their task, Okamoto Doji added. "The 2 locations I visited were also inhabited by wandering ninjas. Merchants from the smaller nations typically hire these rogues due to the exorbitant fees charged by ninjas from the 5 great nations. You both performed admirably, Hinata Rihue and Okamoto Dojiya. I shall duly note it in the mission log," Nakajima Oda remarked. "Tomorrow, it will be you 2, Dojiya and Rihue, who will seek them out to issue hiring requests. I shall pose as your father, while Takuto will assume the role of a servant. Now rest well. We will act early tomorrow," he concluded, allowing them to disperse. Chapter 12. The Trap. After dispersing, Nakajima Oda called out to Okamoto Dojiya. "Dojiya, go investigate the situation of the merchant from the Land of Flowers." "Understood, Captain," Okamoto Dojiya replied, activating his Byakugan. Hinata Rihue opened her Byakugan and observed that there were 5 individuals in the room. "You can proceed, Dojiya. They have gathered in one room, which is to be expected, considering they recently experienced a robbery. Being together allows them to confront any issues collectively, yet it also poses the risk of being eliminated all at once." "Understood, Rihue." With a swift movement, Okamoto Dojiya exited the room. He retrieved a blowpipe from his bag and carefully blew a colorless, odorless gas through the crack of the door. After approximately 10 minutes, Okamoto Dojiya opened the door and entered. The room was in disarray, with 5 individuals sprawled across the floor. Besides the merchant from the Land of Flowers, there was a young girl and 3 individuals dressed as samurai, likely family retainers. Okamoto Dojiya took out a vial of potion from his ninja tool pouch and poured it into the merchant's mouth, then roused him. "What is your name?" "I am Shiny Junichiro." The following day, Okamoto Dojiya rose early, carefully avoiding waking the slumbering Hinata Rihue beside him. He turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face, instantly dispelling the morning drowsiness. Upon returning to the room, Okamoto Dojiya gently closed the door. "You are up quite early, Dojiya. Where's the captain?" Hinata Rihue greeted him sleepily from her spot on the tatami mat. You're awake, Rihue." "I'm not sure," Okamoto Dojiya replied. Glancing at Hinata Rihue, "The captain has gone out, but he didn't specify what he was doing," said Oil Girl Takuto, sitting on the sofa and retracting the parasitic insects he had used for vigilance the previous night. 2 rows of insects flew in orderly lines towards him, crawling up his sleeves. Thanks to Takuto's family technique, they were spared the need for a night watch, allowing Hinata Rihue to sleep soundly until dawn. At that moment, Nakajima Aoda returned. "I have set traps along the route, aiming to capture everyone alive," he stated, his tone slightly grave. "Captain, I have gathered information on the merchant from the Land of Flowers, including details about his family and habits," Okamoto Dojiya said, handing a piece of paper to Nakajima Aoda. "Excellent work, Dojiya," Nakajima Aoda praised after a quick glance at the report. "Now we shall pose as the shiny family from the Land of Flowers, engaged in the flower tea business, residing in the Guard District of the Land of Flowers. I will be the father, Shiny Junichiro. Dojiya, you will be the youngest son, Shiny Yintai. Rihue, you will be the eldest daughter, Shiny Mayo. And Takuto, you will be the family samurai, Seiya. Is that clear?" "Understood," they chorused. "Dojiya, what about the merchant from the Land of Flowers?" Nakajima Aoda inquired, looking at Okamoto Dojiya. "Captain, I have administered a potent sleeping potion, ensuring they will remain asleep until tomorrow," Okamoto Dojiya responded. "Good, then let us prepare to commence. Dojiya, you and Rihue go to find yesterday's Sunagakure team," Nakajima Aoda instructed. At noon, in the same ramen shop as yesterday, Hinata Rihue, and Okamoto Doji sat waiting. Hinata Rihue played with the puppy they had purchased, glancing back occasionally. Haha, splendid. Teacher, this mission pays exceptionally well. I must order an extra bowl of ramen. A boisterous voice came from outside. Very well, indulge yourself. The Sunagakure team has arrived. Okamoto Doji remarked, observing the team entering the shop. He rushed over to the Chunin, greeting him. Hello, esteemed ninja. May I inquire if you have completed your mission? Certainly. We have fulfilled our village's task. Could we please eat first? The enthusiastic subordinate, Aoi Yujin, implored. My apologies for rushing. Okamoto Doji said as he guided them to the table where Hinata Rihue was seated. Please, take a seat. My sister and I have yet to eat as well. Boss. A few bowls of ramen for the guests, Okamoto Doji called out. If it's not enough, we can order more, Hinata Rihue added gently. Wow, sister, you smell delightful. Aoi Yujin exclaimed as he sat beside Hinata Rihue. You little rascal. The Sunagakure Chunin playfully punched Aoi Yujin on the head, apologizing to Hinata Rihue. I'm sorry. My disciple did not mean any harm. He interacted much with girls in the village. It's quite all right. I find Aoi Yujin quite adorable. Hinata Rihue waved her hand dismissively. My father has gone to collect the payment for yesterday's goods. He mentioned that the price would be at the level of a B-rank mission. I hope you will accept it, Okamoto Doji said, looking earnestly at the Sunagakure Chunin. Since I mentioned it yesterday, I shall accept it. Rest assured, the Chunin from Sunagakure replied readily. Haha, then we shall be making money again. Aoi Yujin grinned. Addressing his two companions, Ko and Kotai. The two young men did not respond to his question, but instead picked up their chopsticks and began eating the ramen that had just been served. The group of young men finished their meal in no time, with Aoi Yujin devouring 2 extra bowls, claiming he couldn't resist when food was in front of him. Having often gone hungry in the past, Okamoto Doji and Hinata Rihue led the Sunagakure Chunin and his subordinates to the inn, where they reunited with Nakajima Aoda. Greetings. Chunin Nishida, I appreciate your efforts this time. My life has been quite difficult. Previously, during my business trips to the Land of Wind, I never encountered ninjas. Only mountain bandits, and with my family's samurai, we could protect ourselves, Nakajima Oda lamented, taking on the guise of shiny Junichiro, appearing quite portly. This time, over a dozen family samurai accompanied me, and the remaining few were too frightened to continue, leaving only my most loyal Seiya by my side. If you do not assist us, both Mayo and Yintai may perish on the road. At this, Shiny Junichiro's eyes brimmed with tears. Do not worry, Mr. Shiny. Since I have accepted the task, we shall ensure your safety. However, you are aware of the feat, correct? The leading Chunin from Sunagakure, Nishida, assured him with a pat on his chest. As for the commission, rest assured, it will be according to B-rank mission standards. Moreover, all you need to do is escort us to the borders of the Land of Flowers. If you are concerned, I can pay half the commission up front. Shinai Junichiro spoke as he withdrew money from his pocket. No, I trust you. Nishida Minato declined to accept Shinai Junichiro's money. What time shall we set off? Let us depart at once. The sooner, the better. I have completed my preparations and do not intend to return to the Land of Wind. It is far too perilous. Nakajima Aoi remarked, casting a glance at Nishida Minato. Chapter 13. The flaw, then let us hurry. Teacher, Aoi urged. The sun dipped low on the horizon. A cart, stained with dried blood, sped down the forest path, stirring up clouds of dust. Inside the jolting carriage, faint whimpers of a puppy could be heard. Surrounding the cart, 3 figures flitted among the trees, acting as guardians. Hotai was inside the cart, ensuring the safety of the Shinai family. At this pace, we should reach the Land of Flowers by dawn, correct? Aoi inquired of the front-facing Nishida Minato. Yes, if we maintain this speed. We should arrive at the borders of the Land of Flowers around 1 o'clock. We will have a brief rest at the border before heading back. We can return to the village tomorrow, Nishida Minato replied. How splendid. Upon our return, I can use the money earned to buy a larger house for my family and treat my sister and father to something nice. Aoi mused, reminiscing about the excitement of his family when he graduated from the Ninja Academy. The Land of Wind, situated in a desert, has very little arable land, leading most of its inhabitants to rely on purchasing food. Life for commoners in Sunagakure is particularly harsh. Those without ninja skills must toil away to make ends meet. Aoi's family belonged to such a struggling household. His mother had perished from exhaustion on the road, and his father had broken a leg from years of labor. At this moment, Aoi had passed the ninja selection in Sunagakure, a stroke of fortune for his family. As a newly minted genin, he could earn substantial rewards from missions. He recalled his 5-year-old sister leaning against the door, saying, "Brother, come back quickly. When I return, I will treat you and Dad to something delicious," he promised. Glancing back at her before heading to the rendezvous point, thinking of his sister's slightly roughened face, weathered by the winds, Aoi instinctively reached for the face cream in his ninja pouch. He remembered before departing. "Miss Mia, may I ask how you maintain such beautiful skin?" Aoi stammered as he approached Hinata Rika. "Oh, please don't misunderstand. I have a sister whose face often gets dried and cracked from the harsh winds," he hastily explained, observing the elegant Hinata Rika's displeased expression. "Oh, I see. Wait a moment. I'll give you a box of cream for your sister," Hinata Rika said, rummaging through the carriage and retrieving a box of skincare cream, placing it into Aoi's hands. This had been entrusted to her by Miss Mia. Recalling Hinata Rika's gesture, Aoi felt a warmth in his heart, thinking of how her delicate hand had brushed against his calloused palm. He brought his right hand to his nose, catching a whiff of a subtle fragrance. Suddenly, a rope sprang up in the middle of the road, tripping the white horse pulling the cart. The cart toppled onto the road. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shurikens flew towards the cart from all directions. Thud, thud, thud. The cart was instantly peppered with shurikens, some piercing through the windows and into the interior. An ambush. Nishida Minato and Aoi immediately sprang to the front of the cart alongside the driver, Taku. "Mr. Junichiro, are you all right?" Nishida Minato asked. "Miss Mia?" Aoi shouted, but he did not turn to check on the cart, focusing intently on the direction from which the shurikens came. Bang! The door of the cart was kicked open from within. Cough, cough, so they have indeed come. Nakajima Aoi emerged from the cart, his disguise slipping. Hinata Rika and Okamoto Beansuke followed suit. "Mr. Nishida, Hotai has been struck in the head by a shuriken and is dead," Okamoto Beansuke announced after emerging from the cart. "Someone truly wishes to kill me. You must protect me." Nakajima Aoi stumbled behind Nishida Minato and the others. "Miss Mia, do not worry. I will do everything in my power to protect you," Aoi promised. His gaze fixed ahead. "Shinai Junichiro, what exactly do you do? Why would ninjas risk being hunted by Sunagakure to kill you in the land of wind?" Nishida Minato inquired. I'm just an ordinary merchant. I have no idea why someone would want to kill me," Nakajima Aoi replied, panic etched across his face. "That is implausible. If you do not divulge the truth, we will have no choice but to abandon this mission," Nishida Minato stated coldly. "When it comes to life, we can opt to abandon a mission if we do not know how to protect the target, especially since this was a private assignment. I will tell you. The truth is." Nakajima Aoi made a gesture with his right hand. Swish. The Byakugan activated. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Upon witnessing Nakajima Aoi's movement, Hinata Rika swiftly tore the hem of her noble dress, assuming the stance of the 8 trigrams. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 trigrams, 32 palms struck Aoi, who was engulfed in shock, all over his body. Secret technique. Insect jutsu. Water release. Water iron ball. Taku formed hand seals and sent a swarm of insects racing towards Aoi, charging forward himself. Okamoto Beansuke conjured a water sphere that transformed into numerous water bullets, hurtling towards Aoi's ally, Aoi. Leaf shadow dance. Nakajima Aoi produced a scythe, transforming it into a flurry of blades slicing towards Nishida Minato. Caught off guard by the Jonin's ambush, Nishida Minato had no time to react, instantly receiving multiple cuts, incapacitated. Injured, Nishida Minato lay helplessly beside Aoi, blood seeping out and staining the ground. "Cough, cough, Miss Mia, you." Aoi, coughing up blood, gazed at Hinata Rika, still in shock. Meanwhile, Taku charged at the remaining Aoi, wielding kunai. The insects swarmed Aoi, who slashed through countless bugs with his kunai. He evaded the water bullets shot by Okamoto Beansuke with a nimble leap. Wind release, gale. Aoi exhaled a tempest, scattering the encroaching insects. Seizing the moment, Aoi sprang forward, launching his kunai at Taku. Substitution technique. The kunai embedded itself in a piece of wood. Swish. Aoi reappeared to Taku's left. Wind release, scythe. A razor-sharp wind slashed, severing Taku's legs. The searing pain compelled Taku to cry out. Aoi withdrew another kunai from his pouch, aiming for Taku's head. Chapter 14. The Fierce Battle Water Release. Water gun. A cone-shaped column of water shot towards Aoi at breathtaking speed. Aoi leaned back to dodge it. In a split second, Okamoto Beansuke saved Taku from impending doom. Leaf illusion dance. 3 chakra-infused scythes sliced through the air towards Aoi. Nakajima Aoi's long scythe split into 3. Bang! Substitution technique. The arena was left with only the 3 segments of a split log. Song had vanished entirely. The captain was above, and his chakra did not resemble that of a low-ranking ninja. Hinata Rihue exclaimed, "You indeed have a problem. Are you from Konoha preparing to wage war against us in Sunagakure?" The diminutive figure perched in the tree looked down upon them. "Who are you?" Nakajima Tsang hefted his scythe onto his shoulder and gazed up at the small figure standing on the branch. "Who am I?" "Hee, I am the second name, Yang Tsang." The figure spoke, just as a whoosh echoed through the air. From the overturned cart, a bloodstained bone whip shattered the cart's roof and lunged toward Nakajima Tsang. With a swift swing of his long scythe, the chilling bones sparked against the sharp blade. Boom! The cart's compartment disintegrated. In the hazy moonlight, the supposedly dead Kotai stood amidst the wreckage, a bone whip extending from his tailbone, twisting and writhing like a serpent in the air, stained with blood. "Captain Nakajima, didn't you kill him?" Okamoto Beansuke shouted. As the shuriken trap was triggered and shot toward the cart, Nakajima Tsang had already acted, snapping Kotai's neck. But now, gazing at the bizarre Kotai, Okamoto Beansuke enveloped his hands in a vibrant green chakra, simultaneously aiding Aburame Takuto in treating his severed leg while keeping a watchful eye on Ayu and Saidaiji. Saidaiji was beyond help, his limbs severed. But Ayu had merely been sealed by Hinata Rihue's chakra. Swiftly, Okamoto Beansuke, who had just been crouched beside Aburame Takuto, darted to Ayu's side, his sharp chakra scalpel slicing through Ayu's tendons. "My apologies," Okamoto Beansuke remarked, looking at the gritting teeth of Ayu. "You despicable creatures. Have the courage to face me in a fair duel." Ayu shouted in fury. Ignoring Ayu's outburst, Yang Tsang continued, "You were just robbed. Yet your son and daughter still have the leisure to stroll through town and purchase pets. Does that not seem unreasonable to you?" As Yang Tsang spoke, he instantly appeared beside Kotai. "You know we are in disguise?" Hinata Rihue's exposed veins at the corner of her eye indicated she was intently observing the diminutive ninja with her Byakugan. "Of course I knew. Initially, it was merely suspicion, but now it has been confirmed. I wanted to ascertain your purpose in the Land of Wind, but it appears you merely wished to capture live subjects. Thus, I find no need for pretenses." As Yang Tsang spoke, he twirled his hands. "Even if you do not strike, I shall." His murderous intent was unabashedly laid bare in the air. "It seems we must resolve this swiftly, otherwise, we might be detected by Sunagakure. You take Takuto and that boy and retreat," Nakajima Tsang instructed Okamoto Beansuke and Hinata Rihue. Nakajima Tsang planted his foot on Saidaiji's body. "If you let us leave, I will return your captain to you." And Yang Tsang, "You cannot be an unknown figure. Who are you?" Nakajima Tsang questioned once more. "How naive you are. What are teammates? Merely tools for completing a mission. And who am I? I am Yang Tsang, the sand-hidden Sumbu, or you may refer to me by another name." With that, Yang Tsang fell silent. Sand-hidden's demon master. Saidaiji, pinned to the ground with severed limbs, suddenly sprang up and bit into Nakajima Tsang's thigh. Boom. Saidaiji's body erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending a cloud of blood mist into the air, and Nakajima Tsang was thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. "Teacher!" Ayu cried out in anguish, but with his tendons severed, he could do nothing but writhe helplessly. 8 trigrams, Gale Palm. Hinata Rihue formed her hands and unleashed a fierce gust, dispersing the blood mist. "Captain Nakajima." Okamoto Beansuke rushed over, having witnessed Nakajima Tsang being knocked down so violently. Nakajima Tsang's body bore extensive corrosive wounds, and the area bitten by Saidaiji had turned a dark hue. "He's poisoned, Rihue. I need to treat Captain Nakajima immediately." Okamoto Beansuke swiftly withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, slicing open Nakajima Tsang's bite wound. Dark purple blood oozed forth. He then retrieved a vial from his pouch, uncorked it, and poured 2/3 of the green antidote onto the wound, applying the remaining third to the injury. With his hands enveloped in chakra, he pressed against Nakajima Tsang's abdomen, forcing the black-purple blood out of his body. After briefly tending to the wound and bandaging it, Okamoto Beansuke straightened up, placing the injured Aburame Takuto and the unconscious Nakajima Tsang to the side. "Takuto, keep an eye on the captain. Your leg is merely temporarily reattached. Avoid any strenuous movement." He instructed simply. "All right, give me a painkiller. The agony makes it impossible for me to control my insects." Aburame Takuto grasped Okamoto Beansuke's arm. It will only last about 10 minutes, Okamoto Beansuke replied, tossing a syringe before vanishing from sight. Bang! Hinata Ryuhei positioned herself in front of Okamoto Beansuke, striking a bone whip launched by Kotai aside. Beansuke, be careful. The opponent bears the title of Demon Master, Hinata Ryuhei warned, eyes fixated on Yang Tsang. Ryuhei, do you know this person? Okamoto Beansuke inquired. Yes, I've heard that the Sand Hidden's Demon Master is a special jonin, Hinata Ryuhei replied, assuming a defensive stance. Recalling the entries in the ninja manual, she thought, Sand Hidden's Demon Master. Specific name unknown, specific appearance unknown, a special jonin of Sand Hidden. Previously sought by Sand Hidden for transforming fellow ninjas into living puppets. Yet unexpectedly, Sand Hidden not only spared him, but also inducted this madman into their umbu. What a splendid emergency treatment, Yang Tsang remarked, admiring Okamoto Beansuke's seamless healing technique. Kotai was your teammate, and Saidaiji was even your mentor. You are utterly heartless. Okamoto Beansuke retorted. Heartless? No. You see, if it weren't for me, they would not be alive now. And they were never my teammates. They were my puppets. Yang Tsang declared loudly. In this squad, only I and my student Ayu remain. He was to be my next puppet, but given the current circumstances, I must seek another. Yang Tsang gazed at Ayu, whose tendons lay severed on the ground, with a sense of nostalgia. Such a perfect creation. In their everyday lives, they are living beings. But in critical moments, they are my puppets, able to inherit the bloodline of their former selves. Look how magnificent Kotai's bloodline is. What a flawless masterpiece. This is the art that only I can create, Yang Tsang revealed, a twisted smile gracing his lips. However, this lady shall be my new creation. Even more splendid than my previous works. Yang Tsang's greedy gaze lingered on every inch of Hinata Ryuhei's skin. Water release, water iron ball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen water spheres were launched toward Yang Tsang. With a flourish of his hands, he pulled Kotai before him. The bone whip dancing and swatting all the incoming water spheres aside. Wind release, storm fong. A blade of wind silently flew toward Okamoto Beansuke. Swiftly, he leaped backward, landing and darting to the side. Gentle fist. Chakra erupted from Hinata Ryuhei's palms, directly intercepting the wind blade. With a swift motion. It was not the familiar Okamoto Doujia this time, but rather the puppet of Naimi Yang Tsang, the formidable Kotai, who unleashed a barrage of bone projectiles. However, a water barrier materialized, effectively deflecting all the bone projectiles. Doujia, at this rate, we stand no chance. Naimi Yang Tsang's wind techniques are a threat from afar, and Kotai hinders us in close combat, Hinata Ryuhei remarked calmly, observing Okamoto Doujia. Moreover, I can see your chakra reserves are dwindling. You just healed Captain Nakajima and Takuto. I will hold him off. You take the captain and Takuto and escape. Standing side by side, Okamoto Doujia and Hinata Ryuhei each focused on their respective foes. One fixating on Kotai and the other on Naimi Yang Tsang. Chapter 15. Approaching the conclusion. Are you two discussing how to meet your demise? Naimi Yang Tsang sneered at the duo, standing in unison. Rest assured, you both are valuable assets. I have no intention of killing you. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Little sister, it is essential to eliminate sensory ninjas first. Yet you have surprised me. He gestured towards Okamoto Doujia, acknowledging the rarity of a medical ninja in Sunagakure. Now revealing his true nature, Naimi Yang Tsang's incessant chatter became bothersome as he harassed Okamoto Doujia and Hinata Ryuhei while controlling Kotai in close quarters. Kotai, though deceased, exhibited unnatural agility under Naimi Yang Tsang's manipulation, with bones sprouting dangerously from his body at any moment. Hinata Ryuhei's gentle fist technique could only serve as a defensive measure against such an adversary, as any lapse in concentration might result in injury. A swift arc of water sliced through the air. Kotai, caught off guard, had his arm slashed by the sharp water line, severing his right hand and the bone whip extending from his tailbone. The clean cut bore testament to the sharpness of the technique. Nearby, Okamoto Doujia still bore traces of his own technique. He retrieved 2 soldier pills from his pouch and consumed them hastily. Yet, even that was insufficient to replenish his chakra. Prolonged reliance on soldier pills would have adverse effects, significantly inhibiting his chakra extraction capabilities. But survival took precedence now. Ryuhei, can you seal Kotai's chakra with your gentle fist? Okamoto Doujia inquired. No, I have already tried. Kotai is no longer a living being. though I do not comprehend how that man animates Kotai's corpse. It is devoid of chakra. Any jutsu or bloodline activation relies solely on Yangsong's chakra threads for manipulation and sustenance. Hinata Rihue provided an unfavorable response. Rihue, that man's taijutsu is not particularly impressive. Even in manipulating Kotai, he primarily depends on Kotai's own bloodline limit. Thus, if we are to triumph, we must engage in close combat, Okamoto Doji murmured, standing back to back with Hinata Rihue. I will attack him. You hold off Kotai, she replied resolutely. Ahead, Kotai, despite having lost an arm, sprouted another bone whip from his body, with a spiral spike emerging from the severed limb, looking particularly menacing. Here I go, Hinata Rihue shouted, propelling herself forward with a force that cracked the ground beneath her feet. The gentle fist technique and fierce wind palm drove Kotai back, as she quickly closed the distance to Naimi Yangsong. Water release, water spider. A sphere of water struck Kotai, drenching him and causing his movements to become sluggish. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. As she approached, Hinata Rihue unleashed her technique at remarkable speed. Suddenly, dozens of poison needles shot forth from Naimi Yangsong, and a single needle pierced Hinata Rihue's arm. The excruciating pain forced a cry from her lips, interrupting her assault. She swiftly withdrew from Naimi Yangsong's range. The venom from the desert stone lizard was not lethal but served to amplify sensations, inflicting unimaginable pain on the wounded and magnifying their suffering. Naimi Yangsong watched Hinata Rihue's agony with glee. The stone lizard's venom is a common tool of Sunegakure's interrogation unit. They often coat their weapons with it in combat. The intense pain renders one incapacitated, but due to its difficult extraction, it is only issued to a select few elite ninjas. Rihue, hold on. Okamoto Doji tossed a test tube containing a pale blue liquid. With a crack, a bone whip shattered the test tube midair, causing the liquid to evaporate into a thin mist enveloping the area. The purified flower blue powder, reputedly invented by Princess Tsunade, shimmered in a light blue hue. When ingested, it could effectively counteract the stone lizard's venom, though once shattered, it vaporized at an alarming rate. Naimi Yangsong, intrigued by the mist, remarked, "This substance is even harder to extract than the stone lizard's venom. I find it hard to believe you possess a second vial." His gaze fixed on Okamoto Doji. Seeing the shattered flower blue powder, Okamoto Doji's expression soured. The stone lizard's venom would severely diminish Hinata Rihue's combat capabilities, with Nakajima severely injured and unconscious, and Takuto half incapacitated. The situation was dire. They faced a special jonin from Sunegakure and Kotai, a member of the Kagaya clan. Although Kotai's agility had diminished due to his death, he posed no danger of injury and could unleash the deadly potential of his bloodline limit without reservation. As the vapor from the flower blue powder began to dissipate, Okamoto Doji discreetly retrieved a bottle of light green medication from his ninja tool pouch, grasping it tightly. The water membrane formed by his water release flowed over his palm, dissolving the medication within. A closer inspection would reveal a hint of green in the water membrane. In a flash, Okamoto Doji executed a water body flicker technique, appearing beside Hinata Rihue and injecting her with a pain relief medication. Rihue, the analgesic will alleviate the effects of the stone lizard's venom for a few minutes. You hold off Kotai, leave the rest to me, Okamoto Doji instructed. All right. Hinata Rihue nodded, her pain slightly alleviated. Water release, rapid-fire water bullets. 3 conical water columns materialized before Okamoto Doji, launching towards Naimi Yangsong's body. With a few deft movements, Naimi Yangsong evaded the water projectiles. Do you intend to exhaust my chakra this way, little brat? He mocked, observing Okamoto Doji consume 2 more soldier pills. Okamoto Doji remained silent, hastily digesting the pills to expedite his chakra recovery. Water release, rain of flowers. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of water spheres surged forth at incredible speed towards Naimi Yangsong. Caught off guard, Naimi Yangsong was struck by several water spheres. Little brat, is your chakra running low? Although hit, the water spheres inflicted minimal damage, merely serving to distract him. The rain of flowers was merely a barrage of ordinary water spheres, relying on sheer numbers and speed to strike the enemy, typically used in conjunction with allies to conceal the more lethal water iron bullet hidden within. Chapter 16. Conclusion. With no words exchanged, the battle continued. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, a sphere of water soared through the air. You little imp, with such feeble ninjutsu? What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Ming Song did not attempt to evade this time. He simply braced himself against the onslaught. With a series of sharp impacts, the water spheres struck his body, distorting his control over Hang Tai slightly. Meanwhile, Hinata Rihue, under the relief provided by painkillers, withstood Hang Tai's assault, but close combat had left her with several wounds. Blood stained the slender white noble attire she wore. From her ninja tool pouch, Hinata Rihue retrieved a soldier's pill, biting down hard and swallowing it whole. The prolonged use of Byakugan had significantly drained her chakra, yet she dared not close her eyes. She needed to remain vigilant about Ming Song's movements. Particularly, the elite ninja from Sunagakure, even a mere puppet controlled by him, posed a tremendous pressure. Okamoto Doji focused intently on Ming Song, his entire body trembling as beads of sweat emerged from his pores, slowly merging into the water film enveloping half of his body. Under such intense life-and-death pressure, he surprisingly felt an unusual calmness, his damp bangs clinging to his forehead. A strange exhilaration swelling within him. He pondered his strategy with a singular thought: to defeat him and survive. Licking his lips, a slight smile crept onto his face. Encountering such a life-and-death struggle on his first mission outside the village, and facing an elite jonin, only heightened his excitement. This thrill of dancing on the edge of mortality was nothing like the detachment felt during surgery in a hospital. Indeed, Okamoto Doji found himself relishing this sensation of straddling the boundary between life and death. Stop struggling. You might as well become my materials. I shall make you shine anew in the days to come. Ming Song exclaimed, pulling the puppet Hang Tai back to his side. Do not even think about it. I would rather die than become your puppet. I am from the Hyuga branch, and if I fall, my Byakugan shall perish with me. Hinata Rihue declared, yanking off the forehead protector to reveal the caged bird seal on her forehead. Ah, in that case, you hold no significance anymore. Ming Song retorted. Just as he finished speaking, Hang Tai pressed his hands to the ground, and massive bone spikes began to protrude, curling forward from beneath the earth toward Hinata Rihue. Gentle fist, white dragon dance. At the instant the bone spikes erupted from the ground, Hinata Rihue bent her body backward like a bridge. Chakra enveloped her right leg as she delivered a precise kick to the vulnerable spot revealed by her Byakugan. Fragments of shattered bones scattered in all directions. Hinata Rihue pushed herself up, regaining her stance. Okamoto Doji executed a water body technique, propelling himself toward Ming Song. Water release, flowing water. Under the moonlight's glow, a shimmering line of water lashed out toward Ming Song. As he observed the approaching water line, he attempted to dodge, only to find himself immobile. Looking down, he saw two clusters of parasitic insects constricting his feet. In the distance, Oil Woman Taku lay on the ground, a syringe embedded in her arm, her other hand clenched into a fist directed at him. Swish! The sharp water line sliced through his body, creating a smooth cleft. I truly underestimated you. My creation has been utterly destroyed by you wretched beings. Ming Song glared at the severed Hang Tai. At that critical moment, he had utilized Hang Tai to shield himself from Okamoto Doji's jutsu. Do you think being unable to move affects a puppet master? A scroll materialized in Ming Song's hand. I must admit, while this puppet lacks the artistry of mine, it has been quite effective. The scroll bore a large crimson character. Performing hand seals, the scroll floated gently to the ground. Yet no puppet emerged. What is happening? Ming Song questioned, staring at the scroll that had settled on the ground. Finally succeeded, it was worth the wait. Okamoto Doji remarked, observing the panicked expression on Ming Song's face. What have you done? My chakra, Ming Song exclaimed, attempting to sense his internal chakra, but finding it absent. Chakra disruption. Do you remember earlier today when you met us, and your teammate Aoi Yujin commented, Sister, you smell so fragrant? Okamoto Doji explained. That scent was suspicious. How could a ninja emit such a strong body odor? That fragrance. It's the scent of the Aoi fruit. During a recent experiment, I discovered that simultaneous absorption of Aoi fruit, Mugen Ki, and Shizui flower could temporarily disrupt chakra extraction. Okamoto Doji clarified. Rihue prepared to retreat immediately. He pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, intending to incapacitate his opponent's limbs first. The Aoi fruit can stimulate human hormones, creating a favorable impression towards others. This explains why Aoi Yujin felt an attraction towards Hinata Rihue. even though they had only met a few times. Even the squad of Nishida Shu was influenced to some extent while accepting commissions. Mugen Ki, an essential ingredient for soldier pills, accelerates chakra extraction. The Shizai powder can alleviate the effects of the stone lizard's gland, effectively paralyzing muscle movement. While these substances are harmless individually, their combination can obstruct chakra extraction and hinder its flow. So you began your preparations from the moment we met. I cannot complain about my defeat. I was careless. Mingyang Tsang acknowledged as he observed Okamoto Dojia advancing towards him. As an elite jonin, especially under the circumstances of our captain being gravely injured and unconscious, and with a disabled teammate, it is only natural for you to underestimate Rihue and me. But alas, there is no what if. Are you certain you can capture me alive? How pitiable it is for ninjas. All are mere tools, myself included. With a peculiar smile, Mingyang Tsang concluded. Dodge. Dojia. He is covered in explosive tags. Hinata Rihue shouted urgently to him. Dozens of explosive tags erupted from Mingyang Tsang's body, enveloping him entirely, one igniting with a deafening sound. Damn! Okamoto Dojia instantly leaped back, executing the water body technique to its utmost limit, retreating swiftly. The water release. Water film began to envelop him in a reckless surge of chakra. My fate ends here. I hope you can carry on and elevate your so-called art. I wish I could defeat you myself. Mingyang Tsang thought, recalling the opponent with the fiery red hair who had always been at odds with him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed as debris flew, smoke billowing in all directions. Chapter 17. I beg you, are you alright? Dojia coughed, expelling the sand and dust that had filled his mouth. At the moment of the explosion, he had fought to retreat with Nakajima Suda and oil woman Taku to the periphery of the blast. Though they had been affected, the damage was not severe. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine, not dead yet, Rihue. Okamoto Dojia rose from the ground, his once orderly clothing now riddled with holes from the explosive tags. Particularly, his upper body bore a significant gash, and his abdomen showed severe burns. Assessing his condition and injuries, he reflected, the defense of the water release, water film was insufficient. Chakra could not sustain such a violent attack. The reckless expansion of chakra, while covering my body, severely compromised my defense. Chakra truly remains an urgent issue to resolve. Dojia, how are you? We need to evacuate immediately. The explosion caused by the last attack from the two Namyang Tsangs was far too devastating. The nearby sand shinobi will arrive shortly. Hinata Rika gazed at the injured Okamoto Dojia, who was tending to his wounds. Feeling the chakra within him, Okamoto Dojia retrieved a bandage from his ninja tool pouch and performed a hasty dressing. Rika, I will take that sand brat with me. You should escort the captain and Yaninja Taku to safety, he said while wrapping his injury. Hinata Rika was carrying Nakajima Suda and dragging the unconscious Yaninja Taku, who had fallen into a coma from the earlier explosion. Dojia, hurry over here. Hinata Rika called out. Upon hearing her urgent plea, Okamoto Dojia summoned the little chakra he had left and rushed to her side. As soon as he arrived, he could not contain his voice. The power of the recent explosion had shattered a massive boulder, which had subsequently crushed the immobile Aoyukijin beneath it. Dojia severed the tendons and muscles of Aoyukijin with a chakra-infused blade, leaving him trapped and unable to move. The weight of the boulder dragged Aoyukijin's body across the ground for several meters, leaving a trail of blood behind. The lower half of Aoyukijin was pulverized under the boulder. Dojia crouched down to examine Aoyukijin. From the waist down, he had been crushed beyond salvation. Even if he were forcibly rescued, the likelihood of returning alive to Konoha was slim. What now? Nishida Ko, both Namyang Tsangs are beyond recovery, and the body of Hotai was destroyed in the explosion. What will happen to the intel? Hinata Rika said, her tone heavy with despair. After all they had endured for the sake of information, it seemed they would return empty-handed. With not a single survivor left, there is no other choice. We must proceed as necessary, Dojia resolved, glancing at Aoyukijin. He took out a stimulant from his pouch and injected it into Aoyukijin's neck, asking, is there anything you wish to convey? The fate of a ninja is death. It is unfortunate. I cannot return, Aoyukijin replied haltingly. What actions have the Sand Forces taken recently? What is the true objective of your mission? Why does your lowly squad have someone of such caliber as Namyang Tsang? Dojia pressed, his gaze fixed on Aoyukijin. If you can provide valuable intelligence, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your requests, Hinata Rika added, approaching Aoyukijin. Miss Mia observed Hinata Rika's arrival, and Aoyukijin's eyes briefly flickered with hope before dimming again. I am merely a Sanchunin. I cannot possibly know the specifics of our force's movements. This mission was a transport task, delivering a shipment of boxes. I once sneaked a glance and saw they contained some scrolls, but I am unaware of their contents. Aoyukijin explained, looking at Hinata Rika. As for Tsang, I cannot say. Our team has always consisted of Nishida-sensei, myself, and Hotai, with Tsang only joining us for this mission. Regrettably, I cannot return. The payment for this task has yet to reach my family, and my younger sister is waiting for me. Miss Mia, there is something in my pocket, Aoyukijin began to say. Hinata Rika remained silent as Dojia reached into Aoyukijin's chest pocket, retrieving a box of skin cream. It was the very cream she had gifted him before their departure that afternoon. Gazing at the box brought forth memories of his father's words before he left. You little rascal, be careful out there and remember to respect your teachers. Additionally, he recalled his 5-year-old sister leaning against the door, asking, Brother, can you come back early? I miss you. He had patted her head, saying, Silly, I'm going to earn money. Once I do, I'll ensure you and father eat meat every day. Just stay home and take care of him. All right, brother. I promise I will take good care of father. I'll wait for you to come back for meat, she had replied, her face lighting up at the thought of sharing a meal with him. Rest assured, once the mission concludes, I will return immediately. I will make sure you are dressed nicely, just like the children of the adults, he thought, looking at his sister's tattered clothes and dry face, rough little fingers. Please, if you have the chance, take care of my sister. My father is injured at home and has no source of income. If I die here, please give this to her, and let her use it often. It's good for her skin. Her name is Aoyu. Before he could finish, Aoyukijin fell silent, his once bright eyes dimming further. Apologetically, he thought of his sister waiting by the door. I'm sorry, my sister, but this time, brother cannot return to share a meal with you and father. He had completely succumbed to death. Dojia looked at the blood-stained box of cream in his hands and slowly placed it into his ninja tool pouch. What a cruel world of ninjas, where one is either killed or becomes a killer. Yet, I wonder why I do not feel fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. Dojia gazed at the lifeless Aoyukijin, vowing, I will fulfill your request. He drew a kunai from his pouch and swiftly severed Aoyukijin's head. Dojia Hinata Rika looked at him in disbelief. Chapter 18, Retreat. With Nakajima Suda and Yaninja Taku unconscious, we can only take his head back for the village and see if they can extract any useful intelligence. Dojia spoke coldly. Let us go, Rika. Dojia and Hinata Rika each carried one person on their backs, heading toward the land of fire. Swish, swish, swish. The two navigated through the woods. Dojia, pick up the pace. The enemy could arrive at any moment. Stopping against the trunk of a large tree, Hinata Rika wiped the sweat from her forehead and adjusted Yaninja Taku on her back. The battle and long journey had left both Rika and Dojia gasping for air. Dojia leaned Nakajima Suda against a tree and began setting traps using wire from his ninja tool pouch. The traps were not intended to stop the pursuing sand forces, but to gauge their distance. Thus, Dojia would pause intermittently to set a trap along the way. Understood. Once the traps were set, Dojia replied simply, hoisting Nakajima Suda onto his back and continuing on their path. The bandaged wound on his abdomen began to seep blood. The two traveled in silence, neither speaking as they pressed onward. As dawn broke, the dense forest revealed several figures moving swiftly through the trees. We have finally reached the land of fire, Hinata Rika exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Dojia remained silent, keenly observing their surroundings. Rika, don't you find it eerily quiet? Byakugan, activate. Upon hearing Dojia's remark, Hinata Rika sensed that something was amiss. This month marked the onset of warmer weather, and the early morning was typically filled with the sounds of chirping insects and birds. Yet, there was not a single sound to be heard. The veins at the corners of Hinata Rika's eyes throbbed with tension. In the expansive field of Byakugan's vision, 6 ninjas surrounded Hinata Rihei and Okamoto Beansuke. Beansuke, it seems we cannot escape, Hinata Rihei remarked with a bitter smile, gesturing to their encirclement. He gently laid the unconscious oil girl Takuto on the ground and assumed a combat stance. Observing Hinata's actions, Okamoto Beansuke paused momentarily before comprehending the situation. He carefully laid Nakajima Aota flat on the ground, concealing 5 explosive tags beneath his body to create a rudimentary triggering trap. The explosive tags had been distributed by Nakajima Aota before their departure from the village, with each member receiving 2, while Aota, as the captain, received 3. These were standard issue from the village. Daisuke retrieved Aota's explosive tags as well. Daisuke, through your Byakugan, you can see my actions. Hinata Rihei began to speak, but swallowed the words back down. The information that the corpses of ninjas could reveal was far too extensive. Konoha could extract vital information from a corpse that had died within the last 24 hours. As a jonin of the village, Nakajima Aota undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than they did, hence his corpse must not be left behind. We must not allow Aota's body to remain, Daisuke stated coldly, standing tall. Kunai in hand, back to back with Hinata Rihei, ready for battle. I will do my utmost to find a weakness in their defenses and create an opportunity for you to break free. You must survive. I had hoped to borrow your strength to find Lady Tsunade, Hinata Rihei whispered. Survival is our priority. Do you think we still have a chance, Rihei? Daisuke replied, feeling the warmth radiating from her back with a sense of helplessness. Unexpectedly, 5 masked Suna ninjas emerged from all directions. Seeing them materialize from the trees, Daisuke's heart sank. He and Hinata Rihei had already battled 2 yin songs and traveled for an extended period, leaving them with little chakra. Upon entering the land of fire, they had assumed there were no pursuing forces, only to find their adversaries waiting ahead, ready to ambush them, leaving them with no viable options. The interrogators belonged to Suna-S Umbu, tasked with extracting intelligence from enemy village ninjas. The primary combat unit of Suna-S Umbu monitored the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, making the tracking of rogue ninjas and intelligence analysis the responsibility of the interrogators. It appeared that the 2 yin songs had been eliminated by the enemy squad, who had evidently no intention of surrendering. One of the Suna Jonin addressed the poised Hinata Rihei and Okamoto Daisuke, 34, take them away. In an instant, the 5 Suna ninjas launched their assault. A cutting wind blade hurtled towards Daisuke and Rihei, who gripped their kunai tightly. At that moment, a uniquely shaped kunai sliced through the air before Daisuke's eyes. Earth-style earth barrier. A circular earthen wall encircled Hinata Rihei and Okamoto Daisuke, blocking all incoming attacks. A young man, clad in Konoha-S Jonin vest with a forehead protector and golden hair, squatted before Daisuke. Reinforcements, Daisuke thought, his heart racing at the sudden appearance of the ninja. I made it just in time. The golden-haired youth smiled at Hinata Rihei and Okamoto Daisuke. With me here, you can leave. Konoha has no intention of engaging in battle with Suna at this time. The youth, known as Minato Namikaze, assessed the surrounding Suna ninjas. You little brat. Who do you think you are? The leading Suna Jonin scoffed. Before he could finish his sentence, Minato appeared in front of him in an instant, executing a jutsu without hand seals, the Rasengan striking the enemy's body. The Suna captain's arm was broken, and he was sent spiraling away. The remaining Suna ninjas, witnessing their leader being dispatched so effortlessly, lost all desire to fight. One of them carried off the injured captain as several others vanished in a blur. Hello. I am Konoha Jonin, Minato Namikaze. He greeted Daisuke and Rihei, who were now safe from the threat. Upon seeing Minato, Daisuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. With this future 4th Hokage by their side, their safety was all but assured, barring the arrival of the 3rd Kazekage. Hello, Minato Jonin. I am Okamoto Daisuke, a disciple of Lady Tsunade, Daisuke said, feeling a deep sense of comfort and fatigue. Oh, so you are the famed Okamoto Daisuke. I have heard about you from Jiraiya-sensei. He mentioned that Tsunade-senpai has taken on a prodigious disciple. Minato replied with a smile. Minato Jonin, how did you find your way into our encirclement? I did not notice you earlier. Hinata Rihei inquired, observing Minato's gentle demeanor. Ah, that's a story for another time. I was leading a small team on an escort mission nearby when I discovered Suna had invaded the land of fire. I was observing their movements when I realized they were lying in wait for you, Minato explained. Come, let me escort you back to the village. Minato glanced at the 2 individuals lying on the ground, as well as the battered Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Rihei. Daisuke stepped forward to dismantle the improvised trap, retrieving the explosive tags and placing them back in his ninja tool pouch. Minato observed Daisuke's actions, realizing that had he not arrived in time, Daisuke might have been willing to go down fighting together with their enemies. Let us go, Minato said, moving to Hinata Rihei's side and hoisting oil girl Takuto onto his back. The 3 of them set off towards the village together. Minato Jonin, what will happen to your team's mission? Daisuke inquired, glancing at Minato as they journeyed back. Do not worry. Prior to my arrival, I entrusted Kakashi with the responsibility. He will ensure that Obito and Rin complete the mission. And please, no need to keep calling me Minato Jonin. You can call me Watergate. As we are of the same generation, Minato smiled warmly, acknowledging their shared heritage as disciples of the legendary Sannin. All right, Watergate, how did you manage to enter our encirclement? Daisuke asked curiously. Oh, that's the Flying Thunder God technique. It was invented by the second Hokage, a space-time ninjutsu. If you're interested, I can teach you. Minato offered enthusiastically. As he walked alongside Minato, Daisuke couldn't help but admire him. Truly a good person, worthy of becoming Hokage despite his humble beginnings. Such charisma was something Daisuke felt he could never emulate. Minato displayed no desire to conceal his secret techniques. The Flying Thunder God technique, one of the few space-time ninjutsu in the Naruto world, was rivaled only by Obito's Kamui. It was impossible for Daisuke to be indifferent to this. Yet opportunities to learn it had been scarce, as the technique remained classified in Konoha's Forbidden Scrolls. In the annals of the ninja world, only the second Hokage and Minato had mastered this technique, highlighting its formidable difficulty. Minato's ability to become the fourth Hokage and stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world owed much to the Flying Thunder God technique. Though mastering it would not immediately elevate Daisuke to the pinnacle of the ninja world, it would undoubtedly facilitate significant progress in his growth. By the way, Watergate, I am classmates with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin from your team. Daisuke mentioned to Minato. Thank you so much, Minato Jonin. Without you, Daisuke and I would surely have perished here. Rihei expressed her gratitude sincerely. Once I return, I will surely express my gratitude to you. Before bluffing Watergate could speak, Hinata Rihue interjected, stating that as comrades from the same village, none of them could ignore such matters. Do not take it to heart, Watergate reassured. He suddenly thought of a figure with silver hair, shaking his head involuntarily. Watergate, please do not be modest. If it weren't for you this time, I would have been prepared to perish alongside the adversary. Rihue and I must thank you properly, and we should invite Kakashi along as well. Okamoto Dojia remarked with a smile. It was a splendid opportunity to foster a relationship with the future fourth Hokage, and he was determined to seize it. The group progressed steadily along their path. Hinata Rihue lagged slightly behind on the left, observing the banter between Okamoto Dojia and bluffing Watergate. Both were disciples under the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Reflecting on this, Rihue couldn't help but touch her forehead. As their conversation unfolded, the bond between Okamoto Dojia and bluffing Watergate deepened, and before they knew it, they had entered the perimeter of Konoha village. All right, we have arrived at the village's barrier. I must return to assist Kakashi and the others with their mission. You should tend to your injuries upon returning. I shall take my leave now, Watergate announced before transferring Yun Takudo to Rihue and vanishing with the Flying Thunder God technique. Let us go, Rihue. We survived. What is there to be unhappy about? Okamoto Dojia encouraged, noticing Rihue's slightly downcast demeanor. Indeed, you are right. What could be more terrifying than death? We are those who face it directly. There is nothing we cannot confront, she replied, striding forward with determination. Standing at the village gate, Okamoto Dojia, carrying Nakajima Aoi, strained to gaze at the grand doors that loomed 3/4 of the height of the wall. As he looked upon the Konoha symbol nestled between the two kanji characters for ninja, a newfound sense of belonging to this village washed over him. Regaining his composure, Okamoto Dojia stepped toward the village. Who are you? Questioned the ninja at the gate, halting the weary and battered Okamoto Dojia and Hinata Rihue. Realizing he had not worn his forehead protector, Okamoto Dojia quickly placed Nakajima Aoi down and retrieved the mission scroll from his attire, addressing the two gatekeepers. Greetings. We are a team returning from a mission, and we were ambushed on our way back. One of the ninjas examined the scroll, his forehead protector, and their village exit records. Hinata Rihue also removed her contact lenses, revealing her distinctive bloodline limit. Apologies. We could not determine your identities at first due to the lack of your forehead protectors. The other ninja apologized, returning their items. No worries, it is understandable. Okamoto Dojia replied, lifting Nakajima Aoi once more and hurrying towards Konoha Hospital alongside Hinata Rihue. Upon entering the emergency room, Okamoto Dojia quickly found an available bed and adeptly settled Nakajima Aoi and Yun Takudo. Jinai, could you assist me in preparing some medicine? He requested, grabbing the arm of a passing nurse. Startled by the sudden grip, Jinai gasped, turning to see her usually pristine brother now in tatters. His once neatly tied hair, now disheveled, and his clothing in disarray. His pale skin bore the marks of dust and numerous abrasions, notably the blood seeping from his bandaged abdomen, now dried and darkened. "Dojia, what happened to you? Are you all right?" the girl exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief at her brother's condition. "Please lie down. I'll fetch a doctor for you immediately," she urged, her concern evident. "I'm fine, Jinai. My injuries are not severe. Just help me gather some supplies," Okamoto Dojia reassured her. "Is Tsunade-sensei in the hospital? My teammates require her attention," he inquired. "Get back to your bed, you rascal," came a familiar authoritative voice. Turning around, Okamoto Dojia was met with the imposing figure of Tsunade. Her lips pressed together and brow furrowed. She regarded him with a mixture of concern and affection. "You have worked hard," Tsunade acknowledged, her gaze softening as she took in his battered state, struggling to find the right words before finally uttering, "You did well." Chapter 20. The Holiday Knock. Knock, knock. "Come in." Okamoto Dojia, clad in a striped hospital gown, lay in bed, gazing toward the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and the familiar sound of footsteps approached. A girl in a bright orange short-sleeved shirt entered, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, playfully curling at the ends, accompanied by a brown food container slung over her arm. "You're here, Rihue," Okamoto Dojia greeted warmly. "How come you're sitting up? Does it not hurt?" Hinata Rihue asked, concerned, as she began to arrange an array of delicious dishes on the table in front of him. "It's all right, Rihue. I am quite aware of my condition. I am a healer myself," Okamoto Dojia replied, eyeing the feast before him. "Hurry and eat. I must visit Captain Nakajima and Takuto shortly," Rihue urged. After spending a few days in the hospital, Hinata Rihue was discharged. She had not sustained any severe injuries. Aside from being pricked by 2 needles infused with the venom of a stone lizard, she mainly had various scrapes. Consequently, she left the hospital the day before, claiming she could no longer endure the scent of antiseptic. With nothing to do after her discharge, Hinata Rihue set about preparing lunch for Okamoto Dojia. Observing the spread before him, Okamoto Dojia remarked, "Rihue, this is far too much. How many shops did you visit? You've truly outdone yourself." With a giggle, Hinata Rihue covered her mouth with her delicate hand. "I didn't spend any money. I made all of this myself," she said with a hint of pride. Okamoto Dojia was taken aback, realizing that Hinata Rihue possessed such talents. Was this the hallmark of a child from a prestigious family? Capable of both wielding a weapon and managing a household, excelling in both the arena and the kitchen. Impressive. "It's delicious," he praised, lifting his chopsticks and savoring a mouthful. "I never expected you could cook so well." "It's nothing. It's a family tradition. Women must learn from a young age. Especially those from the branch family," Hinata Rihue explained, her tone momentarily faltering at the mention of the branch family, before continuing, "In the Hyuga clan, girls are assigned fiancés as they grow older. These practices and skills in caring for a household are ones we began to learn long ago." Hinata Rika explained with a hint of gravity in her eyes. "Hurry and eat. Once you finish, I still need to visit Captain Nakajima and Takuto," she urged, noticing Okamoto Daisuke's gaze fixed upon her. With that, Hinata Rika plopped down beside him, her fair arms raised, elbows resting on her thighs, her waist slightly bent, leaning forward with her hands clasped together, supporting her head. Sitting on the hospital bed, her legs dangled due to her height. The gentle sway of her slender calves, illuminated by the midday sun, made them glisten like delicate jade. The wooden clogs clung tightly to her toes, and with each movement, they scraped against the floor, producing a soft sound. Her big toe and middle toe clutched firmly, while the remaining strap of the clogs pressed against the delicate skin, causing a slight blush to appear. "Hurry up and eat. There's still so much to see," she said, playfully tapping Daisuke on the shoulder as he continued to stare at her. "I've got to eat a lot. If you leave, Rika, I won't get to eat anymore," Daisuke chuckled. "I'm 12 now and a chunin. If I can't become a jonin, my family will probably assign me a fiancé by the time I'm 15. If I'm lucky, it might be from the main family. If not, then from a branch family." Hinata Rika spoke with a tone tinged with disappointment and resignation. Seeing her downcast expression, Daisuke felt a pang in his heart. "Don't worry, Rika. You'll definitely become a jonin. Not only that, but you'll also have control over your own life," he assured her firmly. "Haha, thank you, Daisuke," Rika replied, unable to suppress a smile at his earnest promise. "Wait a moment," Rika called out as Daisuke was about to dive back into his meal. She leaned in closer, gently brushing her right hand across the corner of his mouth. As Daisuke gazed at the girl drawing near, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Her fair and pristine face drew closer, and as her hand brushed against his lips, a tingling sensation coursed through him. Daisuke, I brought you something delicious. Suddenly, the door to the ward was flung open with a jolt. A petite figure appeared in the doorway, dressed in a vibrant purple dress. Yuki looked entirely different from her usual nurse attire. If her nurse uniform exuded solemnity and seriousness, then this purple dress made her appear even more lively and adorable. The sunlight streaming into the room seeming to radiate with newfound warmth. Her hair, usually confined under a nurse's cap, was now styled into two lively ponytails, bouncing in sync with her cheerful demeanor. Yuki held a plastic food container as she entered. You too, she stuttered, noticing Hinata Rika wiping the corner of Daisuke's mouth. The lively ponytail seemed to sense her anxiety and fell still, resting quietly behind her. So, Daisuke, you've already eaten, she said, her words slightly faltering as she took in the spread of food on the table. Yuki, Daisuke exclaimed. Oh, I'll check if Dr. Emoto has eaten. You two hurry and finish your meal, Yuki instructed, closing the door behind her. The sound of her footsteps echoed from outside. Daisuke couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. I didn't expect you to be so popular, Daisuke, Rika remarked, standing up with a teasing smile. Colleague. She's a former co-worker of mine from the hospital, Daisuke explained, though he was unsure why he felt the need to clarify. Rika dismissed him. I'm going to see Captain Nakajima and Takuto. Take your time eating, she added, grabbing a food container and turning to leave. I'll go with you, Rika. Wait for me, Daisuke called out as he quickly shoveled down a couple of bites. Chapter 21. Holiday 2. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Daisuke and Rika entered the hospital room together. Oh, it's you two, Daisuke, Rika, Nakajima Ao remarked, looking at his two subordinates. He owed his life to their desperate efforts to save him. Rika had already recounted the events briefly. This mission was my incompetence. It almost led to the demise of our entire team, Nakajima said remorsefully, striking the bed with his fist. As the captain, he had not only failed to protect his subordinates, but had become a burden to them. He and Takuto had been brought back by these two, a Genin and a Chunin, who had managed to defeat a Sunanin and evade pursuit against formidable odds. The peril they faced was unimaginable, and just thinking about it made the danger evident. Without the captain, Daisuke played a crucial role. If it weren't for him, we would have all fallen to the Suna's ghost master, Yuko, Rika quickly explained. It was Rika who held off the enemy's main force, giving me the opportunity, Daisuke interjected, waving his hands dismissively at Rika's praise. Enough, you two. Stop being overly modest. Even I wouldn't be able to easily take down a named ninja, Nakajima said, a sense of gratitude swelling within him for his subordinates' unwavering loyalty, willing to risk their lives for one another. I truly owe you both a significant favor, one that may take a lifetime to repay, he added with a smile. Captain, you should eat quickly. Rika placed the food container on Nakajima's table, opening it. I see your culinary skills have truly improved, Rika. Please, sit down, no need to stand. Captain, regarding this mission, due to the battle, the bodies of Yuko and a few others were severely damaged. We only managed to bring back the head of the Sunanin, since you were unconscious at the time. I handed it over to Tsunade-sensei, Daisuke explained to Nakajima. It's fine, our team survived, and that's what matters. As long as we're alive, everything else can be dealt with. I've already submitted a mission report, Nakajima replied, and we owe a great deal to Tsunade for her tireless efforts to treat Takuto's injuries. It's my fault. If it weren't for me, Takuto wouldn't have been hurt so badly, he lamented when mentioning Tsunade. Now, Captain, please eat. You need to rest afterwards. I'll go check on Takuto. Noticing Nakajima's intent to continue speaking, Daisuke quickly stood up, ready to leave. Seeing Rika still seated, Daisuke took her hand and pulled her up, leading her out of the room. What are you doing? I didn't even grab my food container, Rika complained as they exited the room. Didn't you see Captain Nakajima? If we stay, he'll just blame himself. He needs some time to adjust, Daisuke explained as he pulled her towards Yuji Takuto's room. You can go ahead. Why are you still holding my hand? Rika remarked, eyeing the grip he had on her. Okamoto Daisuke heard Hinata Ryuhei's complaints and quickly released his grip, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Hee, someone is anxious. What a fool. Observing Okamoto Daisuke's foolish demeanor, Hinata Ryuhei strode past him. Upon arriving at the hospital room of oil girl Takuto, she noticed the door ajar, leaving a slight gap. Just as Okamoto Beansuke was about to knock, a clattering noise emanated from inside. Bang, bang, bang. Takuto, you've just woken up, you should eat something? Came the gentle voice of a middle-aged woman. Mom, am I really unable to become a ninja? Takuto's voice trembled slightly. The gentle voice said nothing further, but a deep sigh undoubtedly conveyed a multitude of sentiments. Takuto, in this world, nothing is perfect. Compared to those who perish directly in wars or missions, you are undoubtedly fortunate. Moreover, Lady Tsunade mentioned that thankfully your teammate possesses medical ninjutsu, which provided emergency treatment to your legs. Therefore, your legs will not adversely affect your future life. The gentle voice continued. A series of sobs echoed from within the room. Okamoto Beansuke withdrew his hand from the door, exchanged a glance with Hinata Ryuhei, and shook his head. He turned and walked back to his own room, with Hinata Ryuhei stealthily following behind him. Back in his room, Okamoto Beansuke reflected on Takuto's cries, pondering the cruelty of this world. This world possesses powers previously unimaginable, yet it is so harsh. A moment's carelessness could lead to the loss of life. At least we are still alive. As long as we live, there is hope, Hinata Ryuhei remarked, standing by the window, gazing at the bedridden Okamoto Beansuke. In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe, exhaling a large cloud of smoke. The spacious desk typically adorned with a crystal ball was instead covered with 3 open scrolls. One detailed the reconnaissance mission at the border of the Wind Country. Another was analysis of Aoyu's intelligence, and the final scroll, resting atop the others, addressed the importance and feasibility of promoting medical ninjas in teams. This report was presented to the Hokage by Nakajima Aoi, the Intelligence Analysis Department, and Lady Tsunade following Okamoto Beansuke's team's return. The third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe, closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a moment, opened them, slowly exhaling the smoke with a gentle sigh. He was quite astonished by Okamoto Beansuke, recalling Nakajima Aoi's remarks in the mission report. He had witnessed this young man's performance during the ranking battles at the Ninja Academy, yet was taken aback by his remarkable performance in this mission, especially considering the unexpected events that unfolded during this mission. Had it not been for Okamoto Beansuke's extraordinary composure and meticulous planning, along with his exceptional medical ninjutsu, Nakajima Aoi and oil girl Takuto would likely not have survived. It could have been a total loss. Reflecting on Okamoto Beansuke's brilliance and strategic control, the third Hokage recognized him as a rare talent. What made him even more admirable was that, from beginning to end, he never abandoned his teammates. In contrast to his former rival Kakashi Hitaki, who was undoubtedly a surprising genius but became increasingly reclusive following the suicide of his father, the White Fang of Konoha, Okamoto Beansuke stood out. Kakashi frequently faced exclusion from his original team. It was especially noteworthy that Okamoto Beansuke was Tsunade's disciple. To his surprise, aside from Jiraiya, whose path was less conventional, Tsunade had produced such an excellent successor. Just as he contemplated Tsunade's gambling habits, the third Hokage felt a headache coming on. He needed to ensure Okamoto Beansuke received proper guidance. After taking another deep puff from his pipe, he picked up the top scroll concerning the importance and feasibility of promoting medical ninjas in teams, glancing at Tsunade's signature at the bottom. Chapter 22. A day off. Gazing at Tsunade's submitted conclusion at the top of the stack, the third Hokage exhaled a significant cloud of smoke. In her report, Tsunade cited Okamoto Beansuke's mission as an example, detailing the numerous advantages of having medical ninjas in teams while clearly outlining various benefits to the village. However, Tsunade's lingering grief over the deaths of Rope Tree and Dan was evident. The third Hokage sighed helplessly. Although Konoha boasted the most medical ninjas among the 5 great nations, Tsunade's proposal was still overly radical. Convincing the ninja clans within the village would be a considerable challenge, especially since training medical ninjas requires time. Gently placing Tsunade's conclusion aside, the third Hokage scrutinized the intelligence analysis regarding Aoyu, his brow furrowed. Aoyu was merely a lower-ranked ninja. He had no knowledge of the 2 sand-hidden ghosts encountered during the mission. The Yamanaka clan discovered, while extracting Aoyu's memories, that the goods they were escorting contained a large number of storage scrolls. Additionally, in Aoyu's brief memories, the intelligence department uncovered that the leader of the sand-hidden village, hailed as the strongest Kazekage, had not been seen in months. The primary objective of the sand-hidden interrogation team that ambushed Okamoto Beansuke was to search for the whereabouts of the third Kazekage. In the intelligence department's analysis, it was noted that the Wind Country was impoverished, with citizens living in dire conditions, desperately seeking a breakthrough. Its advantageous geographical location and fertile land were significant factors, compounded by the Kazekage's disappearance, suggesting a high likelihood of war. War is an inescapable reality. Whether in the age of warring states or following the establishment of ninja villages by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to quell conflicts, it has never ceased. The third Hokage's own teacher, the second Hokage, perished in the Second Ninja World War. If the sand-hidden village were to engage Konoha in battle, what course of action should Konoha take? Rubbing his slightly aching head, the third Hokage rose and approached the window, gazing across the street towards the imposing Hokage rock in the distance. He waved his hand, and a figure clad in a hooded cloak with a mysterious cat mask knelt before him. Hokage-sama, do you have any instructions? Inform Advisor Mito, Advisor Torin, and Elder Shirjima to convene in the meeting room. With a swift motion, the masked Umbu vanished. High-level meetings do not directly impact the common people, at least not at present. Matters such as war with the sand-hidden village are not decisions made by an individual, much less by a lower-ranked ninja like Okamoto Beansuke, who was currently leisurely strolling through the streets. Beansuke, come quickly. Look ahead, there's a goldfish scooping stall. Hinata Rihue called out, waving at him from several meters ahead. Okamoto Beansuke quickened his pace toward the girl who was energetically waving at him. Since Hinata Rihue had been consistently bringing him meals for the past few days, their relationship had blossomed rapidly. Although neither had made any promises, a mutual fondness was evident between them. Okamoto Beansuke approached, observing Hinata Rihue crouched by the edge of the water tank. Boss, how much do you charge for this? Hinata Rihue asked, her left hand clutching a freshly bought cotton candy, occasionally taking a bite while her right hand stirred the water, startling the goldfish within. Gazing at the small fish startled by her presence, Hinata Rihue erupted into a fit of giggles. You can catch them twice, little girl, would you like to try? On the opposite side of the pond sat the proprietor, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a straw hat. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel hanging around his neck. Reaching into a nearby wooden crate, he retrieved several nets and handed them to Hinata Rihue. Standing up, she shook off the droplets of water from her hands. Dojia, do you want to play? She inquired, looking at Okamoto Dojia. You go ahead. I'll watch you, he replied. All right, watch as I showcase my skills, Hinata Rihue said, as she handed some money to the proprietor, received a net, and prepared to catch fish. Gently, she lowered the net into the water, targeting a small fish, and began to lift it slowly. Plop. Dojia, give it a try. You might catch one. Okamoto Dojia took the two nets from Hinata Rihue's fair hands. As he attempted his first catch, the goldfish collided with the net and broke free. Haha, take your time, young man, the proprietor chuckled as he observed their endeavors. Dojia, taking the remaining net, lowered it slowly into the water. But before it could reach the goldfish, it disintegrated. Oh dear, this is made of rice paper. You can't be so slow. The proprietor commented as Dojia emerged dejectedly with the empty net. Seeing the large hole in the net, Hinata Rihue's eyes filled with disappointment. Let me try, she said, pushing Dojia aside and seizing the remaining intact net. Carefully, she began to lift it again, inch by inch. A small fish was gradually brought to the surface, revealing a tiny, agitated goldfish bouncing within the net. Congratulations. You're quite skilled, young lady. Quickly, put it in before it jumps out, the proprietor exclaimed, handing her a plastic bag filled with water. Rihue, you're amazing, Dojia praised, giving her a thumbs up. Here, you hold it. There are still more fun things ahead, she replied, as she clacked ahead in her wooden clogs. Dojia watched as Hinata Rihue ran ahead, reluctantly accepting the plastic bag with the goldfish from the proprietor. Young man, chasing after a girl isn't something you can do with that demeanor. You need patience, and you should smile more, with such a serious face. How could any girl like you? When you have time, help me with my business, and I'll assist you, he added, giving Dojia a knowing look. Dojia, incredulous at the proprietor's words, shook his head and turned to follow Hinata Rihue. Throughout the afternoon, Hinata Rihue and Okamoto Dojia indulged in various games at the fair, including dart throwing, balloon popping, dodgeball, and ring toss. As the sun began its descent, Dojia and Rihue walked towards the Hyuga clan's territory. Dojia carried the goldfish, while a stuffed bear taller than him rested on his back. Dojia, I had such a wonderful time today. Thank you, Hinata Rihue said, glancing at him. I enjoyed it too. I never realized there were such fun places in the village, Dojia replied with a smile. Since arriving in this world, Dojia had focused solely on training and studying at the Ninja Academy, never allowing himself to relax. Today was a rare occasion of carefree joy. Chapter 23. An encounter with Ant Snake. Are you being discharged tomorrow? Hinata Rihue asked Dojia. Yes, my wounds have mostly healed. If it weren't for Tsunade-sensei preventing me from using healing techniques, they would have been treated long ago, Dojia explained. Oh, then I need to wake up early every day to prepare lunch for you, she said, her previously cheerful tone dimming. Rihue, if it's not too much trouble, you could come to my house and cook, Dojia suggested, sensing her low spirits. That might not be appropriate. What if someone misunderstands? Rihue's eyes brightened at Dojia's offer. Don't worry, Rihue, I live alone, so there's no chance of misunderstanding. As long as you don't mind. All right, let us make that a plan. I'll come by whenever I have time to help you with lunch, she replied, her clogs clacking cheerfully once more. They chatted and laughed, soon arriving at the Hyuga clan's territory. Watching Hinata Rihue enter with her prizes, Dojia noticed her petite form nearly obscured by the large bear on her back. Dojia smiled at her retreating figure before turning to leave when a voice interrupted him. Hey, what is a commoner like you doing thinking about a girl from the Hyuga clan? A ninja from the Hyuga clan, dressed in a jounin vest, blocked Dojia's path. Let me tell you, even a branch member of the Hyuga clan would never marry a vagrant, another ninja taunted. Kid, don't let me see you around the Hyuga territory again, understood? Anger surged within Dojia as he faced the ninjas blocking his way. He had intended to escort Hinata Rihue home, but these guards, judging him for not being a Hyuga, barred him from entering. Clenching his fists, Dojia struggled to suppress his anger, ignoring the two and turning to leave. Oh, leaving already? A mere genin thinks he can have designs on the Hyuga family? Dojia reminded himself to endure and quickened his pace away from them. Back home, he flicked the switch, and the dim light illuminated his modest abode. Although small, the space was well equipped. After a few days away, a thin layer of dust covered the table and windowsill. He went to the bathroom, grabbed a cloth, and began to clean his humble home. Once finished, he admired the refreshed surroundings. Now, this feels lived in, Dojia murmured, settling onto his bed to meditate and refine his chakra. However, he soon stood up again, unable to concentrate, as thoughts of Rihue and the two taunting Hyuga ninjas flooded his mind. Gathering his clothes, Dojia locked his door and activated the body flicker technique. Swiftly, he leaped across the rooftops of the village, soon arriving at the training ground in the Forest of Death. To his surprise, he found no sign of Might Guy, likely away on a mission. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, the days spent together had dwindled. As he pondered this, Dojia enveloped his fist in water chakra and struck a wooden post with force. I'm still too weak. Although I'm Tsunade's disciple and have a decent reputation at the hospital against the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, I won't gain any respect until I reach the level of the Sannin. Okamoto Beansuke vented his frustrations repeatedly against the wooden post. It seemed imperative for him to enhance his strength swiftly. Resolutely determined, Beansuke indulged in his training fervently. An hour later, he lay on the ground of the training field, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Ah, that feels good. I fear nothing, not even death. What else is there to fear? Beansuke-kun, are you venting your anger? A cold, eerie voice interrupted his thoughts. Although this description might seem slightly inaccurate, upon hearing those words, Beansuke felt akin to prey being hunted, sensing imminent doom. He remained motionless, performing a swift body flicker technique to teleport from the ground to the wooden post, gazing in the direction from which the voice had emanated. The owner of the voice stood unabashedly, revealing no intention to conceal his presence. Upon seeing the figure, Beansuke's pupils constricted. It was Lord Orochimaru. What brings you here? Beansuke inquired. I was merely taking a stroll when I heard some commotion from this training area, Orochimaru replied, his voice raspy. Beansuke observed Orochimaru's tongue flicking in and out, a gesture that made him inwardly groan. What a preposterous notion, a prominent Sannin like you wandering in this desolate death forest at night. What anger festers within you, Beansuke-kun? Orochimaru asked without pretense. None, Lord Orochimaru. This recent mission has illuminated my shortcomings, prompting me to strive harder, Beansuke responded with a smile. I heard that you performed exceptionally well on your first mission. I believe that the vast majority of Chunin, and even Jonin, could not achieve what you have. Moreover, your discovery regarding the conditions for utilizing chakra blockage, though stringent, is indeed a remarkable finding. I have always believed you to be a genius, Orochimaru stated, his gaze fervently fixed on Daisuke. Your praise is excessive, Lord Orochimaru. I am merely an ordinary individual with a stroke of luck, Daisuke modestly replied. Luck is meaningless without the strength to recognize and harness it. Remember, Daisuke-kun, the conflicts between classes are irreconcilable, Orochimaru remarked pointedly. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. After all, I am an acquaintance of your teacher, Tsunade, he added, his tone low and somber. Daisuke remained silent, his eyes fixed on Orochimaru, who was partially cloaked in shadow. In the dimness, the knot behind Orochimaru seemed to sway in the night breeze, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike when its prey lowered its guard. At that moment, a small girl rushed over. Master, look what I caught, she exclaimed, presenting a writhing creature in her hands to Orochimaru. Upon closer inspection, Daisuke recognized it as a coiled black and white venomous snake, its triangular head flicking its forked tongue, fangs glinting ominously in the moonlight. Isn't it beautiful, master? I want to wear it as a necklace, she declared, snatching the snake from Orochimaru and draping it around her neck. Witnessing this sequence of events sent a chill down Daisuke's spine. How ruthless. Chapter 24. Teammates Orochimaru glanced at Daisuke, ruffled the girl's hair, and turned to leave. Red Bean, it's getting late. You should head back to rest. Okay. The girl chirped. Master, who is that older brother? Did you come to find him? No, just a chance encounter. That older brother is also a genius, Orochimaru rasped. Master, I'm the smartest genius. Right, Hahama? She proclaimed, raising the snake to her mouth, mumbling something. The two figures, one large and one small, gradually receded into the distance. It was at this moment that Daisuke realized Orochimaru truly had come for a stroll, accompanying Yuzuki Akane to catch pets. Daisuke chose to disregard the implications of Orochimaru's words, feeling a disconnect with such a formidable figure. However, being scrutinized by someone of Orochimaru's caliber made it evident that he needed to hasten his progress. The arrival of Orochimaru had calmed Daisuke's previously restless heart. After gathering himself, he activated the body flicker technique and headed homeward. The following day, after refreshing himself, Daisuke donned the forehead protector resting on the table. The young man looked quite handsome as he placed it on his forehead, smiling at his reflection in the mirror. Once outside, he leaped onto the rooftops, making his way towards the Konoha hospital. Hello, Kitsunone, Dr. Anze. Upon entering the hospital, he spotted the two busy individuals. Daisuke, why didn't you rest at home a few more days? Dr. Anze greeted warmly. I can't sit idly at home. I wanted to check on Teacher Tsunade and my teammates, Daisuke replied with a smile. Kitsuno glanced at Daisuke, but chose not to respond, turning to attend to other patients. Daisuke, feeling slightly awkward from the tension between them, said, Dr. Anze, I'm going to see my captain. Okay, hurry along, Dr. Anze urged. Eager to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere, Daisuke made his way to the inpatient department, heading straight for Nakajima So's room. Knock, knock. Come in. Daisuke pushed the door open, finding Nakajima So clad in a jacket, busy packing his belongings. Captain Nakajima, what is going on? Oh, it's just you, Daisuke. As you can see, my injuries have improved significantly. I'm preparing to be discharged, Nakajima So replied, turning to acknowledge Daisuke. Daisuke stepped forward to assist in packing. Once you recover, will we still be able to embark on missions together? I'm not sure. Reconnaissance missions are typically randomly assigned. After a mission concludes, the team disbands. Next time, it might be someone else leading you. But don't worry, if you ever need anything, just come find me, Nakajima So assured Daisuke sincerely. This mission had truly been a testament to the potential and capabilities displayed by the 9-year-old boy before him. It reminded Nakajima So of another Sanin's disciple, Namikaze Minato, who had become a jonin at a young age, also hailing from humble beginnings yet exceptionally talented. Perhaps in a few years, this boy would rise to become an equally remarkable jonin. Well, I must head home now. Would you like to come to my place? Nakajima So asked, gathering his belongings while looking at Daisuke, who appeared lost in thought. Daisuke smiled at the invitation, but replied, I'm sorry, Captain Nakajima. I need to visit Yunyu Takuto shortly. I'll come see you next time. That's all right. There will be plenty of time in the future. Takuto, I checked on him, but he seems to be in a troubling state. I hope you can talk some sense into him. Nakajima so said, a somber expression crossing his face. Captain Nakajima, you need not blame yourself. Unforeseen events occurred during missions, Daisuke reassured him. I understand. Thank you, Daisuke. I'll take my leave now. With that, Nakajima so exited the room. Watching Nakajima so walk away, Daisuke turned and made his way toward Yunyu Takuto's hospital room. As he approached the door, memories of his previous visit with Hinata Riku surfaced, recalling their intentions to visit Yunyu Takuto together. Let us take a look and discuss further. Okamoto Beansuke stepped forward, preparing to knock on the door. Creak. The hospital room door was opened from within. Yunyu Takuji, clad in striped patient attire, leaned on a walker, accompanied by a graceful woman. Takuji and Okamoto Beansuke exchanged glances at the entrance. Beansuke, what brings you here? Takuji inquired first. I came to see how you were doing, replied Beansuke, observing his teammate's slow, shuffling movements. Thank you for thinking of me, Takuji said, lowering his head, his voice weak. After that, Takuji began to move slowly towards the door, supported by his walker. The woman behind him stepped forward to assist Takuji, saying, take it easy. She then added apologetically, sorry. Tsunade-sama instructed that Takuji should get up and walk more if he is well. It's fine, auntie. I am also a physician at the hospital. I will accompany Takuji for a walk and have a chat, Beansuke said, stepping forward to support Takuji. The two slowly made their way towards the corridor. Watching them gradually walk away, Takuji's mother wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Beansuke, I have yet to express my gratitude for the life-saving assistance you and Rihwa provided. Without you, I surely wouldn't have survived this mission, Takuji remarked, looking at Beansuke, who supported him. What are you saying? I was merely acting in self-preservation. Besides, if you hadn't managed to control those two Yongsongs, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him either, and he took his own life, Beansuke replied as he guided the walker. Well, regardless, your timely treatment saved my legs. Without your intervention, I would have had to rely on a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Although I may no longer be a ninja, I am content, Takuji said with a hint of melancholy. I know you came to persuade me. Rest assured, I have come to terms with everything. You need not worry about me. I am grateful not to have my name etched on the memorial stone, Takuji said, squinting at the sun in the sky, which caused him discomfort. I have already planned to open a pet shop in the future. If you ever wish to adopt a pet, I will give it to you for free, Takuji smiled. Seeing the smile gradually return to Takuji's face, Beansuke couldn't help but smile back. All right, walk with me. It's a good opportunity to discuss how things are going with you and Hinata Rihwa. Takuji asked with a slight smile. What do you mean by how things are going? Beansuke replied, feigning ignorance. Stop pretending. I saw you holding her hand when she left after visiting me for the first time. Takuji winked at Beansuke. We are still teammates, just like our relationship. Beansuke said softly. Oh, come on. I don't believe you. If you don't believe me, that is fine. Amid their playful banter, the two gradually walked away. Chapter 25. Reward in the Konoha Hospital, on the third floor in Tsunade's office. Sensei, is there really no way? Okamoto Beansuke asked, sitting on a chair, gazing at the examination report in his hand. Tsunade crossed her arms, accentuating her prominent physique. Suddenly, she leaned forward, resting her hands on the desk, her forehead nearly touching Beansuke's. You young man, you are an experienced doctor. Do you not understand Takuji's condition? If you had not reattached his legs and treated him at that moment, it would have been a luxury for him to walk as a normal person. Do you understand? Tsunade stated with a stoic expression. I understand, but does that mean Takuji can no longer be a ninja? Beansuke's tone was tinged with helplessness. Beansuke, I comprehend your feelings. I am more aware of that sense of helplessness than you. I am merely one of the 3 legendary ninjas, not a deity, and you have done more than enough. Tsunade replied, straightening up and patting Beansuke's shoulder. Sometimes, being a civilian is a good choice. It is certainly better than those who perished in wars and missions, Tsunade said, gazing out the window with a hint of sadness. Understood, Sensei. I shall head to the research lab now, Beansuke said, placing the examination report down. Wait a moment. Do not rush to the lab yet, Tsunade called out to him. The third Hokage mentioned that you performed excellently in this mission and asked if you have any desired rewards or jutsu you wish to learn. Any jutsu? Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Beansuke responded eagerly. Given the opportunity to learn new techniques, Beansuke was determined to enhance his abilities. As a ninja from a civilian background, he had never had the chance to learn advanced jutsu. Ninja descendants, from the age of 3 or even younger, are instructed by their families to refine chakra. However, Children from civilian families lack such opportunities. Dukiai himself began learning to refine chakra only after entering school at the age of 4. Children from civilian families do not encounter high-level jutsu before graduating from ninja school. Consequently, the battles of lower-level ninjas typically involve physical techniques and basic transformations, due to their insufficient chakra capacity and lack of mastery over advanced techniques. After graduating from ninja school, civilian ninjas must undertake missions and assessments to ascend in rank and gain the opportunity to learn advanced jutsu. Each village possesses its unique techniques, and therefore, the secrecy surrounding high-level jutsu is strictly maintained. Leaking such techniques could allow rival ninja villages to exploit their weaknesses, leading to unnecessary casualties. The protection of secret techniques by ninja clans is even more stringent. Many secret techniques are not documented but are passed down orally within their clans, such as the Hyuga clan's Kaiten, the Yinyu clan's bug techniques, and the Nara clan's shadow techniques. The jutsu Dukiai frequently employed, such as water iron ball, water iron chain ball, and finger gun, were all low-level techniques he forcibly developed due to his exceptional chakra control. Although after apprenticing under Tsunade, he had developed several techniques with her guidance, he still lacked any high-level, trump-card jutsu. Moreover, Dukiai's training did not align with Tsunade's style. Tsunade specializes in superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu, possessing a distinct advantage in combat due to her ability to deal heavy damage while also being able to heal herself. While Dukiai could easily learn Tsunade's superhuman strength technique due to his chakra control, his physical body could not sustain such ninjutsu at his age, at least. His 9-year-old physique was insufficient for such combat. Tsunade's physique, stemming from the Senju clan, was extraordinary, whereas Dukiai lacked such traits. After learning the superhuman strength technique, Dukiai attempted to use it once, but subsequently abandoned this potent technique. That experiment resulted in 3 fractures in his right hand and entire right arm, leaving it in several pieces. Following Tsunade's healing techniques, he required considerable time to recuperate. Thus, Tsunade focused on teaching him more medical ninjutsu and foundational techniques. This opportunity to access the village's advanced jutsu was one he could not miss. He would choose the techniques he had coveted for a long time. These would be the core techniques Dukiai needed to contend against tailed beasts and even the 6 paths level. Rest assured, you are my disciple. Although you cannot select from the major clan secret techniques, with me here, you can freely choose from the village's techniques, Tsunade declared, dispelling the previous somber atmosphere. Confidently patting her chest. Come, let us see what you wish to learn, I will guide you. Tsunade strode purposefully towards the Hokage building, accompanied by Okamoto Beansuke. What? You wish to choose this? Tsunade seated herself on a bench in the library of the Hokage's office, observing as Beansuke perused the sealing book, ultimately selecting a jutsu. Yes, sensei, this is the one. Despite Tsunade's expression, Beansuke remained resolute, nodding firmly. You must understand the difficulty of this jutsu. Since its inception, apart from its creator, only one ninja in the village has mastered it. Are you certain? Teacher, have faith. I am confident in my abilities, Beansuke asserted, pointing to the jutsu in the sealing book. Very well. I shall retrieve this jutsu from the 3rd Hokage. Please wait here. With that, Tsunade exited the library in search of the 3rd Hokage. As Beansuke held the sealing book in his hands, he contemplated. Indeed, the jutsu contained within was not so easily attainable. Setting aside the sealing techniques, the book itself was merely a catalog of forbidden techniques, devoid of specific training methods. The notion that one could access it as Naruto did in the original story was nothing short of delusional. Not only was it improbable for a genin to unlock the seals of the book, but Beansuke also failed to find the hand signs for the shadow clone technique despite flipping through the entire book multiple times. A jutsu requires not only hand signs, but also the proper flow of chakra within the body. Thus, the Sharingan, one of the 3 great ocular techniques, not only replicates movements, but also observes the flow of chakra within a ninja's body. As the infamous Chidai, Beansuke could not help but feel a twinge of envy. However, without the unique physiques of the Uchiha or Senju clans, the Sharingan could become a burden to an ordinary person rather than an advantage. Shaking his head, Beansuke picked up the sealing book once more and examined another forbidden technique, the Edo Tensei. This jutsu, which greatly intrigued him, was strictly prohibited in the village, thus destined to be relinquished. Just as Beansuke was engrossed in studying the descriptions of various jutsu in the sealing book, the library door swung open. Tsunade appeared. tossing a scroll towards him. Kid, this is the scroll. You cannot take it. You need to memorize the training methods. Understood, Sensei, Dusuke replied, catching the scroll as it flew towards him. Unrolling the scroll across his lap, he glanced at its title. Chapter 26, Master and Apprentice. Dusuke's heart raced as he beheld the name at the beginning of the scroll, the Flying Thunder God Technique. He inhaled sharply, having finally acquired what could be deemed a bug ability in the Naruto world. Suppressing his excitement, Dusuke diligently memorized the training methods inscribed within the scroll. After several repetitions, he confirmed he had memorized every word. Rising to his feet, he opened the library door and stepped outside. Sensei, I have memorized the training methods, Dusuke declared to Tsunade, who was seated opposite the third Hokage. Lord Third, this is the scroll for the Flying Thunder God Technique. I thank the village for granting me this opportunity. He placed the scroll on the desk before the third Hokage. Ah, Dusuke, there is no need for such formality. This is something you earned with your life. It is rightfully yours. Besides, I have never sensed such courtesy from you before, Tsunade exclaimed, pulling Dusuke close and trapping his head under her arm. Ugh, Sensei, I have always held you in the highest regard. Please let go. I can hardly breathe. Dusuke protested, his face turning crimson from the lack of air. The village is never stingy with those who display potential. Your master is correct, you have earned this. And Tsunade, if you squeeze any harder, this child will faint. The third Hokage remarked, adjusting his Hokage hat. Gasping for breath after being released, Dusuke took deep breaths. Tsunade smiled sheepishly at her nearly suffocated pupil. Shall we take our leave? She said, pulling Dusuke towards the exit. Hey, at your age, you should be more careful. The third Hokage observed as Tsunade hurriedly dragged Dusuke out. He raised his hand, hesitating to call out, ultimately letting it fall back down. Will he be able to learn it? Aside from his teacher, only that Minato boy has mastered it in this village. Oh well, if he cannot, let him choose another jutsu, the third Hokage mused, glancing at the Flying Thunder God scroll resting on his desk. Teacher, wait up, Dusuke shouted, running to catch up with Tsunade, who was already outside the Hokage building. You fragile fool. You made me look foolish in front of that old man Sarutobi today. Don't you train regularly with that green-skinned frog? Tsunade frowned at her disciple, beginning to doubt her suitability as a mentor. It was one thing if he couldn't learn her powerful techniques, but the fact that he appeared on the verge of collapse without her exerting any force was troubling. Noticing Tsunade's furrowed brow, Dusuke sensed impending trouble. This was the same expression she wore when she was angry, particularly after Jiraiya had annoyed her. Sensei, please do not worry. I have heard that the ninjas from the Cloud Village often utilize lightning chakra to enhance their physical abilities. I have even devised a method using water chakra to nourish the body, Dusuke explained, attempting to assuage her concerns. And what benefits does your water chakra training provide? Tsunade inquired. The primary advantage is a comprehensive enhancement of physical resilience and pressure resistance. Moreover, due to the gentle nature of water chakra, it nourishes the body, alleviates hidden injuries, and even offers skin whitening and scar-removing properties. If you were to learn it, you could appear even more youthful, Dusuke exclaimed. Are you implying that I am old? Tsunade responded with a swift punch to Dusuke's head. He felt a flash of darkness before collapsing to the ground. As he lay there, he felt his body lighten before Tsunade lifted him effortlessly onto her back. Are you feeling better now, kid? Tsunade asked as she carried him a short distance. Much better, Sensei. Please put me down. Dusuke protested, shaking his head to clear the fog. Tsunade ignored him and continued forward, Dusuke resting his head on her shoulder. The gentle breeze tousled Tsunade's hair, which brushed against Dusuke's nose, teasing him with the urge to sneeze as a soft fragrance enveloped him. Did you know, I used to carry people home like this quite often? Tsunade remarked suddenly. Really? They must have felt incredibly fortunate, Dusuke responded, gazing at the gentle Tsunade carrying him. Dusuke, do you have dreams? She asked unexpectedly. Me? My former dream was to become Hokage, but now I simply wish to be a guardian, Dusuke replied, uncertain why Tsunade had posed such a question. Why was your previous dream to become Hokage? She inquired. Due to the presence of my teachers and 3 generations of elders, I find that my own contributions may be unnecessary. Thus, I aspire to become a guardian of those I hold dear. As Okamoto Beansuke mused, his memories revealed that before his journey to this realm, his dream had been to become Hokage. However, upon his arrival, he found himself utterly uninterested in the aspirations of the original body he inhabited. There was once a young lad who promised me he would become Hokage, only to perish on the battlefield. Daisuke, your goal seems even more elusive, Tsunade remarked, addressing him from behind. Indeed, sensei, this is precisely why I must grow stronger. Only then can I truly protect those I care for. Tsunade turned back to Daisuke, her face alight with a radiant smile. Well then, you must work twice as hard. Daisuke silently vowed to himself, inspired by Tsunade's brilliant expression. I will take you to meet someone, though he may not be entirely reliable. He is quite adept at mentoring his disciples, Tsunade stated as she set Daisuke down. Tsunade led the way, with Daisuke following closely behind. Where are we headed, sensei? He inquired, observing her as she guided him to the outskirts of the village. Just follow me, she replied, dismissing his question. As they walked, Tsunade paused occasionally, surveying their surroundings. Eventually, they arrived at an open-air hot spring adorned with the character for soup. Tsunade picked up a stone the size of a human head and hurled it into a corner of the pool. The stone cut through the air with a whoosh before crashing down, triggering a commotion. Ah, a pervert. Someone stop him, cried a chorus of women, their voices rising in alarm as chaos erupted in the hot spring. A middle-aged man, soaked and wearing wooden sandals, emerged before Tsunade. Are you jealous, Tsunade? He joked. In an instant, he was sent flying backward, crashing into the pool and creating a large splash, prompting further pandemonium. Inside a tea house, Daisuke sat nearby, occasionally filling Tsunade's cup with tea. Tsunade delicately sipped from her freshly filled cup, while Jiraiya, reclining with one arm propped up, observed her with a smirk. Hey Tsunade, if you had business with me, there's no need for such theatrics, he teased. Oh, and what is wrong with my approach? Tsunade retorted, slamming her cup down on the table in frustration. All right, what is it you need? Jiraiya asked, raising his hands in mock surrender, his expression turning serious. Well, this is Daisuke, my disciple. As you know, Tsunade gestured towards Daisuke, who was diligently pouring tea. All right, the prodigy who almost defeated Kakashi. Jiraiya exclaimed, pointing at Daisuke. I was the one who caught you when you fainted during that match. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, Daisuke replied, pouring tea for him. Quite the polite young man, who expresses gratitude. It's hard to believe he is from your lineage, Tsunade. He is remarkably different from you. Jiraiya chuckled, glancing at his own cup. Well then, what kind of person should I raise? Tsunade inquired, cracking her knuckles, producing a series of pops. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. Didn't you say you needed something? He prodded, eager to steer the conversation away from the topic. Daisuke wishes to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. You know I'm not particularly adept in these ninjutsu arts, so I was hoping to enlist your help. Flying Thunder God? I'm not well versed in that either. There aren't many in the village who are. Aside from the technique's creator, the second Hokage, I believe only Minato can perform it. As he spoke, Jiraiya suddenly had a revelation. Wait, you don't mean to say you want Minato to teach this kid, but you're too shy to ask him, so you came to me instead? Fool. I merely thought that since we share a good relationship, my disciple is also your disciple, Tsunade retorted, her tone slightly haughty as she finally made her intentions clear. Huh. So you're finally admitting our connection. Jiraiya laughed lewdly, causing the snacks and tea on the table to bounce. Laugh again, and I'll knock your teeth out, Tsunade warned, her expression darkening. Jiraiya quickly straightened up, clearing his throat. Don't worry, Tsunade. I'll take this kid to consult Minato. Thank you for your trouble. Tsunade bowed slightly in gratitude. I'll keep an eye on him. Don't worry, Jiraiya replied swiftly. As Tsunade bent down for a moment, she suddenly felt a shadow looming over her head. Jiraiya had not moved, still engrossed in his task of watching Daisuke. Raising her head slightly, Tsunade noticed Jiraiya's elongated neck peeking above her. His white hair cast a shadow over her, and as she looked up, she found him staring at her chest. 2 streams of blood trickling from his nostrils and a hint of drool forming at the corner of his mouth. Jiraiya, Tsunade exclaimed, leaping to her feet. With a swift motion, she punched him, sending his head crashing into the table. Daisuke, let us go, Tsunade called, grabbing her clothes from a nearby rack. Are you all right, Jiraiya-sama? Daisuke asked, sitting dazed at the table, still holding the teapot as he processed the sudden turn of events. Oh, I'll be fine. I didn't realize Tsunade's punches still pack such a punch, Jiraiya muttered as he faded into unconsciousness. Daisuke, hurry up, Tsunade urged from the doorway. Coming, sensei, Daisuke declared, hastily placing the teapot aside as he exited the room. At the door, Tsunade addressed the shopkeeper. When he wakes up, he'll be responsible for the damages. Without looking back, she strode away. Sorry about that. Daisuke quickly apologized to the shopkeeper before following Tsunade. Daisuke, focus on training with that man for now. I can't assist with the Flying Thunder God technique, and I've been preoccupied with developing a sealing jutsu. Since he asked you to wait for him at the village gate tomorrow, prepare yourself and go, Tsunade instructed before striding purposefully toward the Konoha hospital. As he watched Tsunade walk away, Okamoto Dojiya felt a tremor in his heart. Tsunade's intention to seek Jiraiya was merely a means to have Minato teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, this was a secret art mastered by Minato, and it was unlikely that Tsunade could compel him to instruct her. However, if Jiraiya, as Minato's teacher, were to request it, the circumstances would be vastly different. Gazing at the departing woman, Okamoto Dojiya felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and warmth. He hadn't expected anyone in this ruthless world to think of him. With a smile, he hurried home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was greeted by the sound of music emanating from inside. Standing at the entrance, Okamoto Dojiya felt a wave of confusion. Had he left the television on? Gently opening the door, he discovered the living room television was indeed on, playing a song. In the kitchen, clouds of smoke billowed, filling the modest space with a grayish-blue haze. The delightful aroma wafting through the air mingled with the smoke, making him wonder what was happening. Was Thumbelina cooking for him? That seemed nonsensical. He was in the world of Naruto, not a fairy tale. Shaking his head, he decided to investigate further. Stealthily, Okamoto Dojiya approached the kitchen door and poked his head in. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of perfectly proportioned legs, neither too thick nor too thin, appearing all the more elongated. The setting sun cast its rays upon the fair skin, while the skirt only reached mid-thigh, enhancing the whiteness of her legs with a hint of blush. Her delicate feet, encased in soft slippers, danced lightly across the kitchen floor, revealing her evident joy. As he looked up, a familiar face met his gaze. "Riku, what are you doing here?" Okamoto Dojiya exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you're back." Hinata Riku responded, adjusting her apron as she turned to face him. "Didn't I mention I would come by to cook for you when I had the time?" "Yes, you did say that, but I'm curious how you got in," he inquired, watching her as she lifted the pot lid and tasted the simmering soup. "How did I get in?" "That is simple. When I arrived, I knocked on your door, but no one answered. So, I used my Byakugan to check and found you weren't home. I thought, since I was already here, I might as well wait for you. I used my Byakugan's vision to pry open your lock with this wire," she explained, producing a piece of wire from her skirt. "Wow," Okamoto Dojiya replied, astonished that she had utilized her Byakugan to pick the lock. "Dojiya, why don't you go rest for a bit? Dinner will be ready soon." Hinata Riku gestured for him to step aside as she continued her culinary endeavors. Despite her insistence, Okamoto Dojiya stepped into the kitchen, eager to help, but was promptly shooed out. "It's almost done, just wait a moment." After a brief interval, Hinata Riku called out from the kitchen, "Dojiya, the food is ready. Come and help serve." Together, they brought a variety of exquisite dishes to the table. "Let us dig in," they both declared in unison, eyeing the bountiful spread before them. "How does this meal fare?" she asked. "It's delicious, Riku. Whoever marries you will undoubtedly be very fortunate," he praised, mouth full of rice, giving her a thumbs up. Hinata Riku's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. "I'll come back tomorrow to cook for you again," she said, watching him enjoy his meal, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "Actually, there is no need for that. Riku, I'll be out with Lord Jiraiya tomorrow," he replied, placing his utensils on the table. "Oh, I see. I'll wait for your return," she said, her rosy lips pouting slightly, her expression one of disappointment. Seeing her reaction reminded Okamoto Dojiya of the first time they gathered at the village entrance, where Hinata Riku had exuded a captivating charm. After sharing the life and death experiences of reconnaissance missions, he found her inexplicably endearing. "What are you laughing about?" she asked, feeling offended by his demeanor, revealing her small fangs. "Nothing. I just suddenly find you quite adorable," he said, ruffling her hair playfully. "Hey, you little brat," she retorted, her face flushing crimson as she swatted his hand away. After dinner and tidying up, Okamoto Dojiya and Hinata Riku stepped outside together. "You should head back now. There's no need to see me off. Clean up and get some rest," she advised him. "Take care, Riku," he replied, turning back to his home. While Hinata Riku watched him leave, her eyes wide with disbelief. What a fool. The next morning, Okamoto Dojiya waited eagerly at the village entrance. Alongside his essential ninja tools, He had packed clothing and a storage scroll filled with various garments for his training trip with Jiraiya. As time ticked away, his initial enthusiasm waned, and he found himself slumped on a stone bench, his spirit deflating. The sun rose higher, casting its rays upon him as he lay there, squinting against the brightness. He occasionally turned his head towards the village, muttering, "Jiraiya is so unreliable. What time is it?" Just then, his stomach growled, prompting him to ponder whether he should grab a bite before waiting for Jiraiya. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing him to open his eyes and look in the direction from which it came. There, he spotted a pair of wooden sandals approaching, and as he looked up, he saw Jiraiya, white-haired and carrying a bowl of ramen. The words Ichiraku Ramen were inscribed on the bowl. "Dojia, you must be starving. I encountered someone in distress on my way here, and my sense of justice wouldn't allow me to leave her helpless, so I arrived a bit late," Jiraiya chuckled, noticing Dojia's displeased expression. "Oh, Lord Jiraiya, was that person perhaps trapped in a barrel of sake? You've certainly worked hard. Did you finish all the sake before rescuing her?" Okamoto Dojia remarked, catching a whiff of Jiraiya's potent alcohol and cologne. "Hey, you little rascal. How can you doubt your elder? Look, I even brought you lunch." Jiraiya raised the bowl of ramen. "Dig in." He placed it before Dojia. Starving, Okamoto Dokai gazed longingly at the luxurious bowl of ramen before him, adorned with an egg and slices of fish. Saliva involuntarily trickled down his chin. Slurp, slurp. Jiraiya observed as Dokai lay on a stone bench, having finished his meal. "So Dokai, how was it? Did you enjoy it?" It was delicious. When one is hungry, anything tastes good, especially Ichiraku ramen. "Then, you see, now that you've finished, it's time to settle the bill." Jiraiya's fingers rubbed together, the index, middle, and thumb dancing in anticipation. Dokai, momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's words, was slow to respond. "Lord Jiraiya, are you implying that you haven't paid for this bowl of noodles?" "Haha, I merely brought the ramen to you. I never mentioned anything about paying." Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Hurry up and pay, kid. You're not thinking of getting a free meal, are you?" Seeing Dokai still in shock, Jiraiya urged him on. Chapter 29, On the Road. As Jiraiya watched Dokai's expression, he slowly pulled out his wallet from his backpack. Just as he was about to count the money, whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the wallet was in Jiraiya's hands. "Hey, why are you dawdling? You're nothing like a Leaf Village ninja." Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Bang! A frog the size of a baby appeared in front of them. "Lord Jiraiya, what is your command?" Clearly, Jiraiya held a significant status in Mount Myobokuzen. "Frog, take this money and settle the bill, and return the bowl as well." Jiraiya placed the empty ramen bowl atop the frog's head. He then extracted some cash from Dokai's plump wallet, placing it in the bowl. Bang! The summoned frog vanished without a trace. "The training ahead will be arduous. To ensure you don't shy away from hardship, I will temporarily take charge of your wallet." With that, Dokai could only watch helplessly as Jiraiya stowed his wallet into his ninja pouch. "But, Lord Jiraiya, you're Tsunade's disciple. Which makes you my disciple as well. Just call me sensei." Jiraiya interrupted Dokai's protest. "Now let us move, kid." He cut off Dokai's words and headed towards the village exit. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Dokai lost all hope for his wallet. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, dejectedly following behind. "Sensei Jiraiya, where are we headed?" Dokai inquired, glancing at the distance between them. "Well, I'm taking you to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. This is the first time Tsunade has entrusted me with such a request. She truly values you, Dokai," Jiraiya proclaimed, placing his hands on his hips. "I will do my best and not let Tsunade-sensei or you down," Dokai assured, nodding earnestly. "Then let us begin. You need to put in the effort for the journey ahead," Jiraiya encouraged. Whoosh! He leaped onto a tree branch, beckoning Dokai to follow. "All right, Sensei Jiraiya," Dokai replied, matching Jiraiya's pace as they sped forward together. Jiraiya occasionally glanced back at Dokai, who kept close by his side. Unlike others, Dokai skillfully danced on the tips of his toes atop the branches, activating his body flicker technique to propel himself forward, conserving chakra on their journey. As a freshly graduated genin, keeping pace with Jiraiya pleased him greatly. Observing Dokai's adeptness, Jiraiya noted his ease over the long distance. Confirming that Dokai could keep up, Jiraiya gradually quickened his speed. The sun began its descent in the sky. As dusk approached, Jiraiya halted. "Let us take a break." "Sure, Sensei Jiraiya." Panting, Dokai wiped the sweat from his forehead, He had nearly exhausted his chakra during their rapid travel. Balancing chakra conservation while maintaining speed required constant vigilance over his chakra extraction and output. Seeing Dokai resting, Jiraiya kindled a campfire. "Rest a bit. I'll get us something to eat." With that, Jiraiya vanished in an instant. Before long, he returned with several fish, handing Dokai a cup of water. "Come sit." After quenching his thirst, Dokai approached, placing his backpack beneath him for added comfort. He accepted the fish from Jiraiya, and with a swift motion, conjured a sharp chakra-infused knife. Expertly filleting the fish, removing its entrails and scales with remarkable speed. With his other hand, he summoned water from the cup, forming a sphere to cleanse the fish without damaging the meat. "This kid has impressive chakra control," Jiraiya mused, admiring Dokai's skillful preparation of the fish. "Dokai, remember, in battle, conserving your chakra is key to survival." As Dokai placed the fish on a grill, Jiraiya imparted wisdom gleaned from his experiences on the battlefield. "Understood, Sensei Jiraiya. I just feel like my chakra is insufficient. Don't fret, you're still young. As you grow, your chakra will naturally increase. The chakra levels of Genin, Chunin, and Jonin are not fixed. They vary from person to person. Your task is to find the balance between output and extraction to maintain control over the rhythm of battle." "All right, Sensei Jiraiya, the fish is ready. Give it a try." Dokai offered a perfectly grilled fish to Jiraiya. Kid, this fish is quite delicious." Jiraiya's eyes lit up at the tender meat infused with the distinct flavor of wood smoke. Although Dokai had merely added the most basic salt and seasoning, his culinary skills, honed through years of solitude, impressed even the rough Jiraiya. Devouring the fish, Jiraiya discarded the bones onto the ground. Astonished by Dokai's simple yet exceptional cooking, these fish bones, aside from the main spine, were all removed. He glanced at Dokai, who continued grilling more fish. His eyes fell upon the area where Dokai had washed the fish, revealing a pile of small bones hidden beneath the discarded entrails and scales. Did this kid use water jutsu to eliminate the bones while washing the fish? His chakra control is extraordinary. "Sensei Jiraiya, would you like more?" Dokai inquired, presenting another freshly grilled fish. "Go ahead and eat. I'm full," Jiraiya replied, observing Dokai take a hearty bite from the fish. With such remarkable chakra control, this kid might truly grow into a formidable talent. "Once you're done, clean up the campfire and the remnants." With that, Jiraiya leaped onto a tree branch. "Understood, Sensei Jiraiya." After a while, having finished his meal, Dokai looked at the remnants of the fire and leftovers. He enveloped his hands in a thin layer of chakra, preparing to dig a pit. Seeing Dokai's intent, Jiraiya chuckled softly. This kid, despite his exceptional chakra control, is rather average in other respects. He jumped down and intercepted Dokai. Earth release. With both hands pressed to the ground, the small swamp formed by the recently ignited bonfire gradually consumed the remnants of the firewood and refuse, solidifying into a new patch of land. Mastering various nature transformations is an essential lesson for any ninja, Jiraiya remarked to Okamoto Beansuke. "Indeed, my inherent affinity is solely with water, and I have yet to grasp other nature transformations," Okamoto Beansuke explained. "Fear not. Mastering non-native transformations typically requires the support of a certain level of chakra, which is generally accessible only to Jonin. For you, as a Genin, it may seem distant, but I believe you have the potential to learn. Once you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, give it a try," Jiraiya said with a grin. Chapter 30, Minato. Observing Jiraiya's demeanor, Okamoto Beansuke raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up in response. "Understood, Sensei." "All right, kid, rest for now. We'll set off at dawn." As a ninja, one must endeavor to avoid traveling at night, Jiraiya stated as he leaped onto a tree branch. Okamoto Beansuke hoisted his backpack and followed suit. The two shared not a word throughout the night, and as dawn broke, Jiraiya jumped down from the branch, with Okamoto Beansuke following suit. "Let us go?" Seeing Okamoto Beansuke ready, Jiraiya called out and led the way forward. Okamoto Beansuke trailed behind him. Swish, swish, swish. The two figures sprinted swiftly through the forests of the Land of Fire, hands extended behind them. After a relentless morning of travel, they finally reached the border of the Land of Fire around noon. Okamoto Beansuke glanced at the boundary marker, his expression slightly puzzled as he looked at Jiraiya. Up ahead lies the Land of Waterfall. Minato's team is on a mission here. Summoning technique. A small toad, dressed in a purple vest and the size of a fist, appeared in the summoning circle. The moment it materialized, it hopped up along Jiraiya's legs, quickly reaching his shoulder. "Greetings, Lord Jiraiya. Long time no see," it exclaimed, turning to greet Okamoto Beansuke. "Hello, sir. Are you Lord Jiraiya's disciple? Would you be interested in signing a contract with Mount Mayaboku?" Hello?" Okamoto Beansuke responded, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead at the toad's overly familiar demeanor. "All right, Toad-yama. You needn't recommend the Mount Mayaboku contract to everyone you meet. Is the sage aware of your behavior? I'm here looking for Minato. Where is he?" Jiraiya frowned as he addressed the toad on his shoulder. "You seek Lord Minato? Then please follow me," Toad-yama said, leaping from Jiraiya's shoulder. With a swift motion, Jiraiya caught Toad-yama midair. "Do you remember the last time you led the way? A 3-minute journey took you 3 hours. This time, just stay on my shoulder and guide me." Jiraiya glared at the toad he held tightly. Toad-yama grinned. "Very well, Lord Jiraiya, but could you please let me go for a moment? I'm having difficulty breathing." "Apologies, my excitement got the better of me," Jiraiya said, setting Toad-yama back on his shoulder. Toad-yama, a reconnaissance toad from Mount Mayaboku, possessed a unique ability to sense malice within a certain radius. However, being a toad, its malice detection was often disrupted by nearby snakes. Despite its unreliable malice sensing, it could secrete a special liquid that allowed it to sense the general direction of anyone who had come into contact with it, with increasing precision the closer they were. "Proceed straight ahead." Following Toad-yama's guidance, Jiraiya moved forward, with Okamoto Beansuke closely behind. Right turn, left turn, straight ahead. After traversing a considerable distance, they stopped at the entrance of an estate. "Lord Jiraiya, Lord Minato is inside this estate," Toad-yama indicated. "Thank you for your assistance, Toad-yama." With a thud, Toad-yama dispelled the summoning technique. Why would Minato be in this lavish estate? Jiraiya pondered, crossing his arms and raising a finger and thumb to his chin in contemplation. "Come, let us investigate." The toad would not have sensed incorrectly since it has been in contact with Minato's essence. Jiraiya leapt onto the estate's wall, addressing Okamoto Beansuke. "Understood." Okamoto Beansuke followed suit, both of them darting across the rooftops of the estate. "Teacher, are we truly going to return her?" A boy with silver hair and a mask questioned. "The mission we accepted in the village was merely to deliver her to the land of waterfall. Kakashi, this child is all alone now. You must understand that if we do not assist her in returning, she will only be captured. And her fate is not something I need to spell out for you." A ninja clad in a green jonin vest replied from inside the building. "Lord Minato, our mission is complete. There's no need to waste time and resources on an additional task," Kakashi retorted sharply. "Kakashi, how can you be so cold-hearted?" Another boy with orange goggles interjected. "Fu has no family left. If we abandon her now, she will only perish on her journey home." Observing the confrontation, Obito Uchiha confronted Kakashi, whose expression remained indifferent. "Obito, Kakashi, please don't argue. Obito is right. If we leave her now, Fu will certainly fall into the hands of those ninja." A female ninja with 2 purple stripes on her cheeks spoke up from the ground. "See, Rin agrees with my approach," Obito exclaimed with a laugh. Kakashi glared at Obito, who was grinning foolishly before him. "Kakashi, a ninja cannot prioritize missions above all else." Minato began, but before he could finish, the sound of footsteps echoed softly on the roof tiles. Swish. Meanwhile, Okamoto Beansuke and Jiraiya had scaled the wall into the estate, leaping onto the rooftops, each inspecting the buildings in search of Minato's presence. As Okamoto Beansuke reached the rooftop of one building, he faintly heard voices arguing below about being cold-hearted. Without a second thought, he activated the body flicker technique, shifting his form to land on the rooftop where the voices emanated from. Just as he prepared to scout further, a peculiar shuriken shot out from the house beneath him, narrowly missing where he had just stood. In an instant, Minato appeared in midair, seizing the specially designed shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more flying Thunder God shurikens were hurled towards Okamoto Beansuke. Water release, water iron cannon. With a swift motion, a chakra-infused water sphere was launched from Okamoto Beansuke's hand, deflecting one of the flying Thunder God shurikens. Water release. A high-pressure water jet sliced through a flying kunai of the flying Thunder God technique, cleaving it in 2. As the water release surged beneath him, Okamoto Dokai hastily retreated. A green figure emerged behind him, wielding the last kunai of the flying Thunder God. The sharp blade pressed against the carotid artery of Okamoto Dokai's neck, rendering him motionless. Standing there was Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash. with the kunai poised threateningly against Dokai's throat. A voice called out from a distance. Chapter 31. Confrontation. Though it may sound lengthy, the skirmish that just transpired lasted but a fleeting moment. Once Minato subdued the intruder, his gaze fell upon the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village emblazoned on the forehead protector. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Dokai, what brings you here?" As Okamoto Dokai remained speechless, a distant call of Minato reached their ears. Looking up, Minato saw Jiraiya, clad in a red coat with flowing white hair, leaping down from the rooftop. "Haha, Minato, you truly are here. Looks like that guy from the Toad clan wasn't unreliable after all." Jiraiya landed beside Minato, a genuine smile lighting his face as he beheld his disciple. "Jiraiya-sensei and Dokai, how did you both end up here?" Minato inquired, releasing the subdued Dokai. "Well, let's head inside to discuss," Jiraiya suggested, pointing at Dokai's neck. "You're hurt." Although Minato had halted his attack upon seeing the leaf forehead protector, the sharp kunai had still grazed Dokai's neck. "It's nothing serious," Dokai reassured, as a gentle green glow enveloped his hands, healing the wound. The bleeding ceased, and the injury began to mend. This superficial injury doesn't warrant the use of the healing technique. The commotion from Minato and Dokai's earlier confrontation had attracted attention, and a group of samurai clad in traditional garb gathered beneath Minato's residence. One gentleman in a kimono called up to Minato, "Minato-san, are you all right? We failed to detect the intruder and caused you alarm." "My apologies, Nagachi-san. It's my teacher and friend who came by. I apologize for the disturbance." Minato replied with a smile, tinged with remorse. "Also, our rooftop is damaged and may require your assistance to repair." "Not a problem at all. I will promptly arrange a new quarters for you, Minato-san." The kimono-clad man dismissed the gathered samurai and summoned an elder steward, issuing a few instructions. Once they descended from the rooftop, the steward addressed Minato. "Lord Minato, please follow me. If you have any belongings, I will ensure they are brought to you." "Thank you for your efforts, Katakamura-san," Minato expressed with a respectful nod. He then called out to those inside. "Obito, Kakashi, Rin, all is well. Please gather your belongings. We'll be changing rooms." The trio within the room, forming a swastika formation, set down their kunai. Crisis averted. "Rin, look after Fu. Obito, please tidy our personal items." Kakashi instructed as he sheathed his ninja blade. "Kakashi, are you instructing me? On what grounds?" Obito replied, a hint of discontent in his voice as he regarded Kakashi, who stood nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets, casting a cool sideways glance. "Obito, I'll help you pack," Rin interjected softly, attempting to mediate between the two. "Oh, Rin, don't worry. I can manage these bags with ease. Just watch me," Obito boasted, his confidence restored upon hearing Rin's encouragement. In a flurry of activity, they completed their packing. Kakashi led the way out, with Rin following closely, cradling a sleeping 3-year-old child. "Ow!" Obito, laden with too many items, bumped into the doorframe, losing his balance and tumbling forward. Their meticulously packed possessions scattered about. "Ouch, that hurts." Obito groaned, clutching his back as he slowly rose. "Dokai, it's been a while. You haven't changed a bit." Okamoto Dokai emerged from behind Minato, smiling down at the recovering Obito. "Okamoto Dokai, what are you doing here?" Obito adjusted his goggles and rubbed his eyes to confirm Dokai's presence. Kakashi and Rin exchanged astonished glances at Dokai's unexpected arrival. "Dokai, are you here to support us?" Rin asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Dokai glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded in affirmation. "I suppose it can be considered support," Dokai replied, as the group gathered outside. The steward Kitakamura beckoned, "Lord Minato, and everyone, please follow me. Due to the recent altercation, Mr. Nagachi has arranged for us to relocate." Minato called out, "Everyone, come along." Soon, they arrived at a new room. "Lord Minato, should you require anything, just call." "I shall take my leave for now," Kitakamura said, ensuring everyone was settled before departing. Gathered around the table, the group began to converse. Rin gently laid the sleeping Fu aside and covered him with a blanket. Minato initiated the discussion. "Jiraiya-sensei, from your earlier remarks, it seems you and Dokai intentionally came to find me?" "It's all because of this kid," Jiraiya replied, playfully ruffling Dokai's hair. "He wishes to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, so I came to seek your guidance for him during your spare time. Dokai, I hope you will receive much instruction. I implore you." Dokai bowed earnestly, his head still slightly dazed from Jiraiya's earlier pat. "Since you wish to learn, I shall impart all my knowledge to you." Rest assured, for the time being, you shall temporarily join our team. As a forbidden technique, the Flying Thunder God is typically not shared. Yet since Dokai is a fellow commoner and personally brought by his teacher, it signifies the third Hokage's approval. Seeing his disciple's earnestness, Jiraiya smiled, relieved that Tsunade's directive had been fulfilled. As for whether Dokai would master it, that was beyond his concern. Minato, I entrust this kid to you for now. Jiraiya playfully tousled Dokai's hair again, instructing, if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask your senior Minato. Understood? Understood, Jiraiya-sensei. Thank you, Minato-san, Dokai replied, lifting his head to address both men. After discussing Dokai's situation, Jiraiya inquired, Minato, haven't you completed your mission yet? I recall you began it over a week ago. Sensei, your arrival is timely. Otherwise, I was preparing to call for reinforcements today. What is going on? You're not confident about this mission? Jiraiya sensed an unusual tension upon hearing Minato's mention of calling for support. Chapter 32. Preparation. It is worth noting that within Minato's team, he himself possesses strength that far exceeds that of a typical jonin. Having graduated at 5 and become a chunin by 6, it is rumored that he has already developed an A-rank ninjutsu independently. Kakashi, a prodigious ninja whose prowess far exceeds that of an average chunin, even rivaling some of the weaker special jonin, finds himself amidst a team composed of Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, both of whom are merely standard graduates from the Ninja Academy. In the grand context of Konoha, a prestigious hidden village, their abilities could be compared to those of chunin among wandering ninjas, with a captain boasting skills that surpass those of a jonin and teammates who can match special jonin. This team configuration exceeds the standards set for reconnaissance missions during the time of Okamoto Beansuke. Had it not been for the presence of the disciples of the legendary Sannin, members of the Uchiha clan, and the son of the hero Konoha White Fang, this squad would typically be tasked with the most perilous missions, rather than an ordinary A-rank escort assignment. Moreover, as Jiraiya, Kakashi's mentor, believes, while there may be few in the ninja world capable of defeating Namake's Minato, capturing him is nearly impossible. The Flying Thunder God technique inherently places Minato in an invulnerable position. This particular mission has even made Minato, who wields the Flying Thunder God technique, feel the weight of its challenges, compelling Jiraiya to take it seriously. Teacher, have you seen this child? Minato gestures towards a sleeping Fu nearby. This child is Fu, the new host of the Seven Tails. Without waiting for Jiraiya's inquiry, Minato reveals the child's identity. The A-rank escort mission we accepted was initially to protect a merchant convoy from the Land of Waterfalls, commissioned by the owner of this estate, Mr. Nagachi. En route to the Land of Waterfalls, I encountered an interrogation unit from Tsunagakure within the territory of the Land of Fire. Due to Kakashi's presence in the team, I instructed him to continue the escort while I followed, which led to an encounter with Daisuke's retreating squad. Thanks to Minato, our team certainly would have faced annihilation. Daisuke confirms Minato's assertion. Minato continues, after escorting Daisuke back to the village, I returned to the team where we repelled 2 waves of wandering ninjas. Subsequently, we encountered this child. A chunin was fleeing from the Land of Waterfalls with this child, and by the time he met our squad, he was on the verge of death, sustained only by something he referred to as Hero's water. At this point, Minato retrieves a gourd, a jade pendant, and a map from his ninja pouch, placing them on the table. This is the Hero's water entrusted to me by that ninja, along with a map of Takigakure. The pendant, he said, is a token from this child's mother, and he implored me to deliver this child to Takigakure. During our journey, we were pursued by ninjas whose intent was clearly to capture this child, though they did not bear headbands. Their conduct unmistakably resembled that of the Umbu from a major hidden village, predominantly utilizing earth techniques. While we managed to fend them off, I sustained injuries in the process of protecting this child. Minato raises his arm, revealing bandages visible through his tattered cloak. I suspect that such powerful ninjas are not mere unknowns. They may belong to the Tsuchikage's elite guard. How could a host of the Seven Tails be outside the village? Jiraiya furrows his brow, reflecting that typically, hosts are not permitted to leave their villages as they serve as vital military assets. The Chunin claimed they had escaped, only to be pursued by a group of ninjas. Had they not aimed to capture this child, they would likely have been slain already. Is their objective indeed the Seven Tails host? Jiraiya queries, glancing at the sleeping child. Yes, teacher. I initially planned for Kakashi, along with Rin and Obito, to escort this child back to Takigakure, Considering the significance of a tailed beast host, I intended to investigate the identities of the attacking ninjas. During our confrontation, I managed to apply a substance from Frozum's gland onto their leader. Then I shall pursue the assailants. You, having sustained injuries, should escort the child back to ensure the safe return of such a crucial military asset to its rightful place, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Jiraiya instructs, eyeing Minato's wounded arm. As Minato attempts to interject, Jiraiya waves his hand dismissively, stating, "My infiltration skills surpass yours by far, regardless of whether those ninjas hail from a Wagakure. I am well prepared. You may rest assured. Then I shall rely on you, teacher." Minato acquiesces, observing Jiraiya's demeanor without further protest. "No worries, this child shall also be entrusted to you." Jiraiya adds, gesturing toward Daisuke. "I shall take care of Daisuke." Minato nods in agreement, acknowledging Daisuke, who sits nearby. With the conversation between Minato and Jiraiya concluded, Obito and Rin eagerly approach Daisuke. Kakashi, though less expressive, casts a glance in their direction. "Daisuke, listen well. From now on, when you see me, you must call me senpai, do you understand?" Obito proclaims, standing with hands on his hips, leaning down to look at Daisuke from above. Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi can't help but scoff, prompting an intense glare from Obito in response. "In terms of seniority, both Minato and I are disciples of the Sannin, making us peers. By rights, you should be calling me uncle," Daisuke retorts, glancing up at Obito with a nonchalant expression. Obito is momentarily taken aback. Am I being sold out? Meanwhile, Rin, sitting beside Daisuke, warmly welcomes him to their team, saying, "From now on, you needn't worry about injuries. Hehe. I hope my medical ninjutsu remains unneeded. Minato-senpai, I look forward to your guidance." Daisuke addresses Minato, who smiles back. "With your presence, our safety is greatly enhanced." As Jiraiya is about to speak, an elderly voice calls from outside, "Lord Minato, my master has prepared the evening banquet. Please come." "Thank you, North Village Steward," Minato replies, stepping to the door and opening the paper flap to express his gratitude to the old steward. "Teacher, let us proceed. We have been troubling Mr. Nagachi-ai for the past few days." Minato turns to Jiraiya and the others. Dinner is served in the main house of the estate, lavishly organized by the Nagachi-ai family, with accompanying dancers. Obito observes Jiraiya, who is enjoying himself amidst the dancers, and questions Daisuke, "Are you certain you came here with Jiraiya, the one known as one of the legendary three of the ninja world?" "Indeed, I came here with him." "Which means I am in the company of one of the legendary three," Daisuke reflects as he watches Jiraiya indulge in debauchery. However, recalling that his future teacher, Tsunade, could transform into a child to dodge gambling debts, he finds it less surprising. Chapter 33. First encounter with the Flying Thunder God technique after dinner. The group carries the inebriated Jiraiya back to his room. Little Fu, only 3 years old, is either unable to sleep due to having napped too much during the day or is unsettled by the pervasive scent of alcohol, crying out that she cannot sleep. Consequently, the group relocates the drunken Jiraiya to the living room. As they set him down, Jiraiya seizes Noera Rin's hand, exclaiming about how slippery her hand feels, causing Obito to turn pale. Seizing the opportunity, he delivers a couple of hard slaps to Jiraiya's face while no one is watching. Daisuke, witnessing this, merely twitches his mouth, saying nothing and pretending not to notice as he prepares an antidote for Jiraiya's intoxication. After administering the antidote to Jiraiya, Daisuke falls asleep nearby. In the early morning, after oversleeping, Fu dashed around the house, with the clumsy Obito trailing behind. The incessant noise stirred Okamoto Dojia from his slumber. He irritably turned over in bed. Alas, Jiraiya's previous resting spot was now vacant. Finding sleep elusive, Dojia decided to rise, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. With a whoosh, the paper door slid open and thud. A small, sun-kissed figure collided with Dojia's leg, wobbling unsteadily before plopping down at the threshold. "Ouch! Uncle, Obito and Rinne. This uncle bumped into me." The little one clutched their head with one hand while pointing accusingly at Dojia with the other, big teary eyes glistening, and a frown adorning their tiny face. "Uncle." At that moment, Rin came rushing from behind, scooping up the seated Fu. She glanced at Dojia with a sheepish smile. "Dojia, this child is just being mischievous. Please don't take it to heart." "It's all right," Dojia replied, bending slightly towards Fu in Rin's embrace. "I'm sorry. Little one, are you all right?" However, as Dojia leaned in, Fu let out a wail, tears streaming down. Startled, Dojia stepped back, rubbing the back of his head, feeling a headache coming on. He truly lacked experience in caring for children. Meanwhile, Rin gently rocked Fu, patting her back, and gradually, Fu's sobs subsided. Obito approached, chuckling Dojin. Dojia shot him a glare. Just remember to call me uncle from now on, Obito and. Seeing Obito's expression as if he had swallowed a fly, Dojia couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, one's happiness often stems from another's misfortune. Noticing Fu's cries diminishing, Dojia leaned towards Obito. It's true, Rin has quite the talent for soothing children. I never realized it before. Obito turned to look at Dojia, while Rin continued to gently sway Fu in her arms, her nurturing gaze leaving Obito momentarily speechless. Obito's expression shifted, gradually contorting into a strange smile. Witnessing this transformation, Dojia felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Thankfully, at that moment, Kakashi strolled over. Sensei Minato asked me to call you all for breakfast. Soon, the group, under the guidance of Minato, prepared to depart the Nagatani household, heading towards Takigakure, albeit at a leisurely pace due to the presence of 3-year-old Fu. Dojia and Minato were at the forefront, Rin and Fu in the middle, with Obito tasked with protecting Rin, while Kakashi brought up the rear. Minato led the way to scout the path, while Dojia lagged slightly behind. Dojia, are you familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique? Minato inquired as they walked. Yes, I have some knowledge. The forbidden texts mention that the Flying Thunder God technique is an S-rank space ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, classified as a body flicker technique that requires no hand signs to activate. Minato nodded. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique enables instantaneous movement through the use of special markings. To master it, one must first understand and learn the technique's seals. With that, he handed Dojia a specially crafted kunai for the Flying Thunder God. I typically use this unique kunai as a marker for the technique, relying on mental perception and chakra activation to facilitate instant movement. Dojia examined the kunai closely, asking, so, as long as there's a Flying Thunder God kunai, you can teleport there? Minato chuckled. It's not that simple. There are distance and chakra limitations. If the distance is too great, your mental perception won't reach the mark, making it impossible to arrive. Even if you could reach it, the chakra expenditure might not be worth it. Moreover, it's not restricted to just the kunai. Any location marked with the Flying Thunder God seal can be teleported to. Dojia, I can initially teach you the sealing technique for the Flying Thunder God. Once you've mastered it, we can practice the perception seals. Thank you, Minato-sensei, Dojia replied, continuing to pose questions as they journeyed. Time flew by. Let us take a break, Minato suggested as they arrived at the riverbank, glancing at the sun above. Upon hearing Minato's command, Rin let out a sigh of relief, setting Fu down and plopping onto the ground. Rin, sit on my backpack, Obito offered, removing his pack for her to use as a seat. Thank you, Obito, Rin sweetly replied. Don't mention it. It's the least I can do. Obito's demeanor brightened at Rin's smile. Meanwhile, Fu, now on the ground, waddled over to Dojia, proclaiming, Bad guy, I forgive you. Rin told me you came to help me. Dojia smiled at the little one's serious expression. Then I thank you for your forgiveness. How about I make you something delicious? With that, Dojia stowed away the Flying Thunder God kunai and a basic sealing scroll Minato had given him. Obito, you start a fire. I'll catch some fish. Sure thing, leave it to me. Kakashi, want to join me in fishing? Dojia called out to Kakashi, who sat off to the side, clad in black and masked. Kakashi, Dojia called again. During missions, the greatest taboo in the wild is making a fire. It can reveal our position and attract unnecessary trouble, Kakashi replied, maintaining his usual indifferent demeanor. Go on, Kakashi. I'll take responsibility, Minato stated, perched on a nearby rock. Eyes narrowed in a smile. Chapter 34. Unexpected twists. As Kakashi rose to join them, Dojia signaled an okay to Minato. Helping Kakashi overcome the shadow of his father's suicide had become a mutual agreement between Minato and Dojia. After all, Kakashi was not only a former classmate but also a student of Dojia. Although Dojia knew that in the future, Kakashi would come to understand the truth of companionship through Obito's sacrifice, for now, he was still the ostracized Chunin. At that time, Kakashi had lost 2 close teammates before grasping this truth, and if he had the power, Dojia wished to prevent such events from unfolding. Since Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, had taken his own life after abandoning a mission, Kakashi had since prioritized his duties above all else during missions, leading to rumors within the village that he was cold-hearted, willing to sacrifice teammates for the sake of missions, which resulted in no one wanting to team up with him. It wasn't until Dojia Obito and Might Guy graduated that Kakashi finally had the chance to form new teams. They reached the riverbank, and Dojia performed the water body flicker technique. Leaping onto the river's surface. Kakashi, I'll use water release to flush the fish out. You catch them. Though Kakashi followed. His expression revealed disdain without uttering a word. Kakashi, you won't fit into a team like this, Dojia remarked, exasperated by his demeanor. Why should I fit into a team? You must understand that the completion rate of my team is a flawless 100%. Kakashi stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed upon the surface of the water. Kakashi, you must recognize that the completion rate of missions does not encompass the entirety of a ninja's worth. That is enough, Okamoto Beansuke. After my father's death, you were among those who followed Lady Tsunade to the Hitaki household. Are you truly unaware of how my father met his end? Did he really die by suicide? Kakashi's words hung heavily in the air, and Okamoto Beansuke seemed poised to retort. With a sudden burst of lightning, Kakashi unleashed the technique Chidori, his hands crackling with electric energy as he plunged them into the water. The fierce current surged through the vicinity, causing fish to leap to the surface, while Okamoto Beansuke, caught amidst the tumult of lightning, rolled his eyes back and fainted, plummeting into the water with a splash. Observing the scene from the periphery, Minato Namikaze deciphered the failure of Daisuke's attempts to persuade Kakashi. The gravity of Kakashi's situation was far beyond mere words. As a teacher, Minato felt incapable of intervening. Some matters were best left to peers. As he observed Obito, who was comforting Rin, and the unconscious Daisuke in the river, Minato sighed, hoping they could sway Kakashi's heart. On the riverbank, the bonfire ignited by Obito blazed brightly, a simple tripod supporting a modest pot simmering with a milky fish soup. Daisuke, his hair damp, sat in silence by the fire, grilling fish while his clothes, quickly dried by his chakra manipulation, left only his hair untouched. The damp, short strands now stood upright, resembling a spiky hairstyle. Fu, sitting nearby, playfully patted Daisuke's electrified hair. Ha ha, brother, your hair looks quite amusing. Daisuke's gaze remained fixed on Kakashi, his resentment palpable. Dinner is ready, he called out, distributing the grilled fish to the others, and taking a moment to serve Fu a small bowl. Thanks to Kakashi's Chidori, many fish had perished, leaving an abundance that they could scarcely consume, perhaps feeling guilty about his earlier outburst. Kakashi offered a rare thank you as he took a piece of grilled fish, falling into a deeper silence than before. Brother, this is delicious. I want to drink your fish soup forever. Fu exclaimed, sipping the hot soup in small gulps. If you want to learn, I can teach you, Daisuke replied, ruffling Fu's hair with a smile. Daisuke, your culinary skills are truly commendable, Minato praised, savoring the grilled fish. Although he had heard from his teacher about Daisuke's remarkable chakra control, witnessing it firsthand was astonishing. He had initially thought Jiraiya's praise was exaggerated, but now it seemed he had understated Daisuke's talent. Both Obito and Rin echoed their admiration for his skills. Daisuke smiled, casting a glance at Kakashi, who returned the look with a fleeting expression of apology, yet said nothing further. After finishing their meal, they continued on their journey, with Daisuke eagerly studying the sealing techniques Minato had taught him. Rin, still carrying Fu, engaged her in conversation as Obito dutifully circled around them. Kakashi remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Minato approached Daisuke, retrieving a gourd from his ninja tool pouch. This was left by a chunin from the land of Waterfall. It is said to temporarily amplify chakra by several times. Daisuke, as a medical ninja, conserve your chakra. If a battle arises, leave it to Kakashi and me. Daisuke accepted the gourd, feeling its weight. Upon uncorking it, he took a cautious sip, instantly feeling his chakra surge exponentially. However, within a minute, the effect subsided. That rush was quite addictive, like a surge of power. There must be side effects to this, he asserted. Indeed, so use it judiciously. While the mechanism remains unclear, such a sudden boost in chakra does not occur without consequence. The fate of that chunin from the land of Waterfall serves as a stark warning. Minato affirmed with a nod. Understood, Daisuke replied. At that moment, Minato signaled for them to halt abruptly. Sensing his urgency, the others swiftly drew their weapons, on high alert. A purple toad appeared before Minato, clutching a letter in its mouth, which had dropped at his feet. As the summoned toad vanished in a puff of smoke, Daisuke felt a stirring in his heart. Minato picked up the envelope, opening it to reveal a frown forming on his brow. "Stand down. Come closer," he called to the group, forming a circle around him. "Jiraiya-sensei has sent word. We have been under surveillance. The assailants from our last encounter lie in ambush along the route to Takigakure. Sensei is wary of making a move that might alert them," Minato explained, pointing to a location on the map. "I will proceed along the designated path. Kakashi and Daisuke, Rin, Obito, take Fu and navigate through the river, entering Takigakure from the rear. Ensure Fu's swift return to the village." With a grave expression, Minato concluded his instructions. Chapter 35. Takigakure upon returning to the village. Fu represented a formidable military force. Even if the ninja strength of Takigakure was not particularly robust, it was not something that rogue ninjas or those from larger villages could easily plunder. The great ninja villages were bound by an understanding not to interfere in the political, military, or developmental affairs of smaller villages. Influence was permitted, but control was forbidden. This was the survival strategy of the smaller villages, which served as buffers between the larger ones. Without the existence of smaller villages, wars between the great powers would erupt uncontrollably, leaving no room for negotiation. This was especially evident during the Second Ninja War, where, despite the conflict being between several great nations, it was the smaller villages like the Land of Rain that bore the brunt of the devastation. After finalizing his plans, Minato distributed several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique to the group. "Hold on to these kunai. Once I resolve matters here, I will join you." He then handed Kakashi a scroll. "This summoning scroll, when infused with chakra, will activate. I will arrive as swiftly as possible." With that, Minato created several shadow clones, transforming into the shapes of the others and proceeding along the original route. As they watched Minato depart into the distance, Kakashi double-checked their new route. "Let us move. We cannot afford to hold back our teacher. We must return Fu as swiftly as possible," he declared, gesturing for them to follow. Rin placed Fu securely on her back. "Fu, hold on tight. Sister will let you feel the wind, all right?" "Okay," Fu eagerly replied, nestled against Rin. Along the riverbank, several figures darted swiftly through the trees, racing against the setting sun. Daisuke and Kakashi came to a halt before a towering rock face. According to the map, beyond this rocky cliff lies Takigakure village. Kakashi took a glance at the map. "Wow, how are we supposed to get past such a height?" Obito exclaimed, staring at the nearly vertical cliff before them. "Obito, have you and Rin learned to climb trees?" Okamoto Daisuke inquired, gently touching the rocky surface. The cliff was not entirely smooth, making it possible to ascend using tree climbing techniques. "I can climb, but it's not very stable," Obito admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head at Daisuke's gaze. "I'm fine, but I worry that my chakra might not hold," Rin replied. After a moment of contemplation, Daisuke declared, "I will take care of Fu and Obito. Rin, you're in Kakashi's hands." "All right, let's not delay any further. Let's move," Kakashi affirmed. "If you can't hold on, just call out. Daisuke and I will assist you." Daisuke took Fu, who was fast asleep on Rin's back, and wrapped her in his clothing, securing her against his chest, while forming a water membrane to create a vest-like covering. "Is that the jutsu you used to block my close-range attacks back in the ranked battles?" Kakashi asked, pointing at the water membrane on Daisuke. "Yes, but this technique is still not perfected," Daisuke replied. "She can sleep so soundly. This little one has a big heart." He chuckled, gently stroking Fu's face. Sensei Minato said that due to the flaws in Takigakure's sealing technique, Fu is constantly assailed by the chakra of the seven tails, which manifests as excessive sleepiness. At her age, becoming a Jinchuriki is far too early. Rin retrieved a rope from her ninja pouch and tied it around her waist. Seeing that Obito and Rin were ready, Daisuke exchanged glances with Kakashi. "Let's set off," they shouted in unison. Chakra flowed through their feet as they began to run up the cliff. Midway, however, Obito's chakra suddenly dissipated beneath him. He lost his balance and began to plummet downward. "Ah, no," he cried out in panic as he fell. Hearing Obito's voice, Rin instinctively slowed her pace, glancing back. "Rin, don't look back. Keep running up," Kakashi urged in a hushed tone, noticing her hesitation. "Daisuke is here. Trust him," he added, his tone firm. Kakashi felt a ripple of emotion within. This was what it meant to have companions, trusting them unconditionally and relying on them. "Okay," Rin responded, hastening her ascent. Meanwhile, Daisuke, startled by Obito's cry, felt a rush of focus. Despite having prepared for the possibility of an accident, The reality of it was still distracting. He paused, forming hand seals and releasing a thin stream of water that quickly elongated and wrapped around Obito's ankle. Phew, I'm saved. Obito gasped, relief washing over him. Calm down. Obito, steady yourself, Daisuke called out, holding onto the water stream. Obito took a deep breath, gripping the water stream to stabilize himself, and slowly climbed up to Daisuke's side. All right, let us go, Daisuke nodded, dispersing the water jutsu. Above them, Kakashi stole a glance at the now safe Obito and Rin, feeling a sense of relief. The remainder of the journey proceeded without incident, and they successfully reached the cliff's summit. Let us take a moment to rest, Kakashi suggested, observing Rin and Obito, who were exhausted. After a brief pause, Kakashi approached Daisuke, who was scanning the surroundings. Aren't you going to rest? He asked. Daisuke waved his hand dismissively, asserting, no need, I know my limits. Although Daisuke's chakra reserves were not as vast as Kakashi's, his control over it was significantly superior, allowing him to maximize the efficiency of every bit of chakra he possessed. After a short respite, Obito and Rin gradually regained their strength. You two are truly impressive. Just as I expected from the top two of our class, Obito remarked, observing Daisuke and Kakashi. You did great too, Obito, Rin said sweetly, smiling at him. Ha ha. Obito grinned, falling into a peculiar daydream at Rin's smile. Just then, Daisuke and Kakashi approached. We found a safe route down. Let us proceed, Kakashi informed. As they made their way down the mountain under Kakashi and Daisuke's guidance, they walked along a path through the fields, with waterfalls cascading nearby, creating ponds of varying sizes. The intricate network of ditches irrigated the fields with water from the ponds. In the tranquil evening, the sounds of insects chirping filled the air. Kakashi, how should we find the people of Takigakure? Daisuke inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. While their initial intention was to return the Jinchuriki to Takigakure, their actions had already crossed into the territory of an invasion. I don't have a solid plan at the moment. We'll have to take it one step at a time, Kakashi replied, lowering his head, arms outstretched in a gesture of resignation. Chapter 36. In Takigakure, seeing Kakashi's outstretched hands, Daisuke was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this side of Kakashi. The contrast between this expression and Kakashi's usual aloof demeanor was strikingly endearing. Why don't you rest here while I enter the village first to gather some intel? Daisuke suggested. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging that establishing an intelligence advantage was paramount. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Although they weren't there for combat, gathering information was still optimal. Just as Daisuke was about to set off, a shuriken whizzed through the darkness. Clang! With a sharp sound, Daisuke swiftly drew a shuriken to deflect the incoming attack. In an instant, Kakashi vanished from his spot. More shuriken flew towards them. Seeing the incoming projectiles, Daisuke leaped in front of Obito and Rin, quickly forming hand seals for water release. Water barrier. Water surged from Daisuke's mouth, spiraling around them and forming a seamless wall that deflected the onslaught of shuriken. Ah, we're under attack. Someone go notify the village. Clanged the sounds of battle echoed around them. As the water barrier fell, silence enveloped the area. Thud, thud. Several ninjas adorned with Takigakure headbands were thrown before them by Kakashi. Kakashi, you didn't kill them, did you? Obito asked, staring at the subdued figures and the scattered shuriken. No, they're just unconscious, Kakashi replied, shaking his head as he sheathed his short blade. Well, now we don't need to scout for information. These Takigakure ninjas seem quite young. Just patrolling? Daisuke remarked, crouching to examine the incapacitated ninjas. Fortunately, they only had minor injuries. Standing up, Daisuke turned to Kakashi. Are you hurt? I'm fine, Kakashi assured. Kakashi shifted his body slightly, indicating that he was unharmed. Let us wait here. Soon, the ninjas from Takigakure will arrive. Earlier, Kakashi had deliberately allowed several individuals from the attacking crowd to escape. Since their identities were already exposed and they were not on an invasion mission in enemy territory, there was no need to conceal themselves any longer. Before long, the sound of rustling filled the air, and a dozen ninjas adorned with the Takigakure forehead protectors appeared before Duji and his companions. Who are you? And why have you intruded upon our village? A middle-aged man wearing a Takigakure hat demanded loudly from the crowd. Greetings, we are from Konohagakure, and we mean no harm. Kakashi responded, stepping forward to address the Takigakure ninja, revealing his forehead protector in the flickering firelight. No ill intent. Then why have you invaded our village? Look, our village's ninjas have been slain. We should apprehend them first. Before the man in the hat could speak further, various voices from the crowd echoed, perceiving Duji and his companions as failed enemy ninjas invading their village. Stop! The leading Takigakure ninja commanded, silencing the chatter. Konohagakure ninjas, what is your purpose here? Why did you attack the ninjas of my village? They are merely unconscious. They are not dead, Duji asserted, clapping his hands together. A gentle stream of water flowed from the ground, transporting the fallen Takigakure ninjas to a nearby spot. From within the ranks of the Takigakure ninjas, several hooded figures emerged to examine their incapacitated comrades. They are alive. They have merely fainted, one of them confirmed. Before hoisting the unconscious ninjas onto their backs and hastening toward the village. I will clarify the purpose of our visit, but I need to speak with your village leader. Duji stated, for matters concerning the Jinchuriki, a military asset of a nation, necessitated a dialogue with the opposing leader. After a moment of hesitation, the leading ninja replied, I am the Takikage of Takigakure. State your business. Takikage. Kakashi and Duji exchanged glances. Are you familiar with this? Duji produced a pendant from his pocket and tossed it to the man who claimed to be the Takikage. Catching the pendant, the self-proclaimed Takikage inspected it closely, his face revealing a look of astonishment. He then raised his gaze, scrutinizing Kakashi and the others. For a fleeting moment, his attention faltered as he glanced at the child wrapped in Duji's chest. I understand your intentions. Follow me, the Takikage commanded. I have comprehended the situation. You may disperse. He instructed a nearby man wearing a breathing mask. Yes, Takikage-sama, the masked man replied, gesturing for the crowd to disperse. Soon, only the masked individual remained beside the Takikage as the other ninjas vanished in an instant. Come with me, the Takikage said, turning to lead the way. Duji and Kakashi exchanged glances before signaling Obito and Rin to follow. Silently, they trailed behind the Takikage. As they walked, Duji suddenly felt something in his hand. He discreetly touched it, realizing it resembled a scroll. It was the summoning scroll that Minato had entrusted to Kakashi before his departure. They were following this self-proclaimed Takikage without caution, yet if danger were to arise, Duji's companion Fu and this scroll would serve as their safeguard. Should the Jinchuriki perish, the tailed beast would die alongside them, only to be reborn years later. In critical moments, Fu's life and death could determine their own. Kakashi had passed the scroll to Duji, assuring him that in case of any unforeseen events, he would sacrifice his life to buy them time. The pressure of dealing with a man who could claim the title of Kage weighed heavily upon them. Ahead, the Takikage noticed their subtle exchanges and a faint smile crept across his lips. Though he did not know the nature of the scroll, he recognized the capabilities of four ninjas barely in their teens, who had swiftly defeated the patrolling ninjas of their own village and managed to conduct themselves with poise and strategy in the presence of numerous adversaries. Indeed, the strength of a great ninja village is not solely reflected in its elite warriors. You need not be so tense around me. From the moment I saw that pendant and the child, I understood your intentions. Rest assured, as a village leader, I will not allow the tailed beast to vanish. The Takikage said calmly as he walked ahead. And as a father, I cannot bear to witness my daughter perish before my eyes. Upon hearing this, Duji, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were taken aback. No wonder the Chunin had insisted on sending Rin to Takigakure. It was not solely because Fu was the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. After making his statement, the Takikage continued toward the center of Takigakure. Upon reaching a residential area, he announced, You shall rest here for today. I will take the pendant for now. He paused momentarily. Fu shall remain with you. Shueyu, make the necessary arrangements. He instructed the masked ninja beside him, before gradually moving on. Yes, Takikage-sama. Shueyu promptly guided Duji and the others to the designated residence. You may rest here for today. With that, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 37. The Takikage Kakashi, Duji, what shall we do now? Rin asked weakly. We are not invading the village. Let us adhere to the Takikage's arrangements, Kakashi replied, scanning their surroundings before leading the way to the assigned residence. Duji fumbled for a switch on the wall, illuminating the room. Wow, finally a chance to rest. Obito exclaimed, rushing toward the prepared beds, utterly exhausted from a day of travel and climbing cliffs. Duji gently laid Fu, who was still asleep, onto the bedding. Is this child ever going to wake up? Just a few days ago, she was the same. The teacher mentioned that she could only return to normal once Fu's seal was perfected. Rin skillfully changed Fu's diaper nearby, observing Rin caring for Fu. Duji retrieved some military rations from his ninja pouch and distributed them among the group. Let us eat something simple. We haven't had anything since evening. After finishing their meal, Kakashi suggested, we should take turns keeping watch tonight. It's best to remain cautious until we fully understand Takigakura's stance towards us. That night, Duji, Kakashi, and Obito took turns standing guard, and peace reigned throughout the night. The next day, just as dawn broke, a knock echoed. Excuse me, Lord Takikage requests your presence. The voice from outside roused the half-asleep Kakashi and Duji. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Duji, slowly reaching for his weapon concealed in his ninja pouch. Duji discreetly formed a water barrier in front of him and cautiously opened the door a crack. Standing a few meters away was the same ninja from the previous night, donned in a gray robe and wearing a breathing mask. This is breakfast. Lord Takikage requests that you eat before proceeding to the office building for discussions. Shueyu gestured toward the office building nearby, stepping aside to reveal a plump chef carrying a food box. Esteemed guests, this is your breakfast. The cheerful chef beamed as he approached, handing the food box to Duji. Understood, Mr. Shueyu. Okamoto Beansuke received the food box, glanced at Shueyu, and slowly closed the door. Last night, that Takigakura figure wanted to meet us. Kakashi, what do you think? Beansuke asked Kakashi as he placed the food box on the table. What can we do? We should go. It's their territory, and given the skill of those ninjas from last night, they could easily handle us. Kakashi replied quietly, looking down. Oh, I am but a fish on the chopping block. What fish, what meat? Obito inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Beansuke. Noticing Obito's expression, Beansuke waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, Obito, don't overthink it. What about this meal? Wow, it's so lavish. Obito exclaimed, opening the food box to reveal an abundance of sushi. Beansuke retrieved several tweezers, a syringe, and a test tube from his ninja tool pouch, carefully taking a sample from the food and placing it in the test tube. After shaking it, the liquid gradually turned a pale blue. It should be fine, at least there's no lethal poison, Beansuke remarked, scrutinizing the test tube. Then I won't hold back. After Beansuke finished testing, Obito could no longer contain himself and eagerly popped a piece of caviar sushi into his mouth. Wow, this is delicious, he exclaimed, instantly captivated by the exquisite flavors after days of rough living. Lin, holding the awake Fu, sat at the table. It really is quite abundant. It looks so appetizing. Sister, I want to eat, Fu exclaimed, becoming restless in Lin's embrace. Lin handed her a piece of sushi, cautioning, eat slowly, don't choke. I want to eat anymore, both Beansuke and Kakashi said simultaneously. Their words left Lin and Obito momentarily stunned, glancing at the food in their hands. MMPH. Obito mumbled with his mouth full, still shoving sushi into his mouth. After breakfast, Kakashi and Beansuke took turns shielding Lin, who held Fu, as they walked. Bringing up the rear was Obito, who was patting his stomach and burping. The group ambled toward the office building pointed out by Shueyu. As they walked, the villagers of Takigakura regarded them with curious glances, while the ninjas focused more on the conspicuous Konoha headbands on their foreheads. While everyone scrutinized them, Beansuke also observed his surroundings. Due to the night before, many details had gone unnoticed. Takigakura was nestled within steep cliffs, resembling a barrel encircled by nature. Numerous waterfalls cascaded around, filling the air with moisture, yet a gentle breeze kept the atmosphere from feeling oppressive. Perhaps due to the climate, the villagers wore somewhat lighter clothing. Shops lining the road sold various crops. Looking up, they could see the cliffs they had climbed yesterday. Directly in front of the cliffs, a massive stream flowed downwards, marking the entrance to Takigakura, as indicated on the map from the Chunin. Beansuke nodded slightly. The environment of Takigakura was promising for a water-style ninja like him. It wasn't long before they reached the office building at the village's center. The ninja at the entrance stopped them. Halt. What are you doing here? Mister. Shueyu informed us that Takikage summoned us, Kakashi replied, addressing the two ninjas at the door. At that moment, a ninja clad in a dark green robe and wearing a breathing mask appeared at the entrance. Lord Takikage has ordered that these Konoha ninjas be allowed entry, he said, gesturing for them to follow. As they entered the dimly lit office building, Fu clung to Lin, whispering, Sister, I'm scared. Lin offered quiet reassurances as they proceeded inside. Not far away, a translucent figure observed Beansuke and the others being led in by the Takigakura ninja, slowly becoming visible. With a flash, the figure vanished. The guiding ninja knocked on the door. Come in. Lord Takikage, the Konoha ninjas have arrived. You may leave now, let them in. With that, The guiding ninja vanished in an instant. Outside, Dosuke and the others exchanged glances. "Come in," a voice called from within. Dosuke opened the door and stepped inside. The room appeared exceptionally tidy and organized. "Please, have a seat." Takakage gestured toward a nearby sofa. Sitting behind a large desk, Takakage began. "You were tasked with escorting Fu here, correct?" Chapter 38. Temporary safety. Kakashi stood up and recounted the events leading to their escorting Fu, emphasizing the urgency of their crossing over Takagekyu's cliffs the previous night. "Oh, so you crossed under duress," Takakage remarked nonchalantly. "Hey, old man. We risked our lives to bring Fu back. Do you not understand how important she is?" Obito interjected, leaping up before Kakashi and Dosuke could respond. "If you continue to speak to me so disrespectfully, the antidote for your breakfast will be unattainable," Takakage replied, his expression slightly irate. Upon hearing Takakage's words, Dosuke and the others stood up, with Dosuke's hand subtly moving towards the summoning scroll in his ninja pouch. "Ah, you old man truly wish to harm me. How despicable!" Obito shouted, drawing a kunai and charging forward. Bang! Obito halted abruptly. Takakage delivered a sharp punch to Obito's abdomen. His eyes widened, and with a gasp, he expelled the sushi he had just eaten, collapsing to the floor. "Obito!" Lin cried out, rushing towards him. "Lin!" Dosuke intercepted her. "Dosuke?" Lin looked at him with confusion. "Do not worry, Lin. Takakage likely did this intentionally," Dosuke explained. With the title of Kage, regardless of ninja world recognition, he would not be weak. If he truly wished to harm them, he could have easily taken Obito's life instead of merely forcing him to vomit. Furthermore, as the leader of a village, where are the guards? Yet, no one else has appeared thus far. This indicates that Takakage's actions were deliberate. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed in the room. "Indeed. As expected from a disciple of the Sannin, how promising you are." Takakage regarded Dosuke with genuine admiration. "Your breakfast included our village's unique hero's water. If consumed over time, it can enhance chakra. Today's meal was prepared in proportion to the four of you, but this child consumed too much on his own. There is a saying, excess is as bad as deficiency. Consuming too much hero's water at once can induce irritability in ninjas and may lead to severe abdominal pain, potentially causing chakra disturbances if prolonged. Thus, I had to resort to this lesser approach." Takakage resumed his seat behind the desk, arms crossed, resting his chin upon them, gazing at them intently. At that moment, Obito slowly rose. "Couldn't you, old man, have used a gentler method instead? It is not that I could not, but rather, this serves as a warning." Okamoto Beansuke spoke in a slightly deep voice. Since their arrival in the village, although Takakage had shown goodwill, the four of them had not laid down their guard. Even the slightest disturbance could trigger the nerves of him and Kakashi, making Fu's safety a matter of concern for Takakage. Takakage was currently demonstrating with strength that their wariness was feeble in their eyes. Obito and Kakashi, with grim expressions, called out, "Please, sit down. Are you feeling better now?" Takakage asked Obito. "Damn it, being attacked and unable to retaliate. But I do feel considerably better," Obito said indignantly. "Lord Takakage, please reveal the purpose of your summons," Okamoto Beansuke said, fixing his gaze on Takakage. "The reason for bringing you here is to dispel your suspicions." Takakage smiled at the young ones, still wary of me. "I truly harbor no ill intentions towards you. Since you have brought Fu, allow me to share a tale." Takakage stood, walked to the window, and turned his back to them. After the First Shinobi World War, the legendary Hokage Senju Hashirama quelled the chaos, ending the Warring States era and ushering in the era of the hidden villages. Subsequently, this extraordinarily powerful man divided the nine-tailed beasts among the various nations to balance the strength of each hidden village. Fortunately, Takagakure, as a non-major nation village, received one of the tailed beasts, the Seven Tails. Upon hearing Takakage mention the tailed beasts, Okamoto Beansuke and the others perked up, knowing that such information was not easily come by. The tailed beast was a vital force for a village, and selecting the Jinchuriki was of utmost importance. During a challenging time in the village, the daughter of the first Takakage volunteered to become the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. However, during the sealing process, an accident occurred. The first Takakage's daughter was not suited to bear the power of the Seven Tails and could not withstand its strength. In haste, the Jinchuriki had to be sealed within the first Takakage's daughter. 10 years swiftly passed, and the former Jinchuriki grew up, befriending a boy in the village. They undertook missions together, driving away wild beasts from the vicinity. Ultimately, They fell in love beneath a mulan tree. The boy vowed to protect the village and the woman. As time went on, the boy grew, eventually taking on the title of Takakich. Unfortunately, the girl, due to pregnancy, caused the seal to weaken, leading to a release of the Seven Tails chakra, resulting in the village's destruction. Ignoring the man's protests, she departed one night with her caretaker and a chunin, leaving without a word. Before she left, the woman wrote a letter stating that she would leave the tailed beast for the village, willing to sacrifice everything. After sharing this, Takakich turned to fixate on Lin, who was holding Fu. The mulan tree is also known as hibiscus. Observing the contemplative expressions of the others, Takakich concluded his story. You may depart now. I will have the former Jinchuriki's family show you around the village. After a moment of silence, Kakashi was the first to rise. Thank you, Takakich. We shall take our leave. Yes, go ahead, and remember not to eat so much next time. The hero's water is not easily digestible. The group turned to leave, with Fu still curiously observing her surroundings. Takakich watched them exit the office silently. Is Lord Takakich truly allowing them to leave? These individuals, especially the masked boy and the one with the short ponytail, are rare talents. Mizuyu appeared behind Takakich. If we were to utilize the village's brainwashing abilities, enough, Mizuyu. You must understand that among those children are a disciple of the legendary three of Konoha, the son of the famed Konoha White Fang, and a member of the Uchiha clan. We cannot keep any of them, unless we wish to provoke war with Konoha. Moreover, their leader is the elite Jounin Namikaze Minato. After last night's battle, you were present, weren't you? Did you not notice the intensity of the conflict? Chapter 39, Minato's arrival 9 or so Jounin, along with numerous Chunin and Jinin, could easily instigate a small-scale war, yet it was resolved by a single person. It has been many years since such an individual has emerged in the shinobi world. This is someone destined to make a name for themselves. Mizuyu, abandon such thoughts. Our current course of action is to extend Takigakir's goodwill. Furthermore, if they are aware of the hero's water's effects, they will naturally choose to stay if they have ulterior motives. With that, Takakich turned back, silently gazing at the latest intelligence on his desk. The sunlight slanted through, illuminating the surface and faintly revealing the analysis written on the scroll, with a corner open to display photographs of Okamoto Dojiya and the others. Without talent, when will Takigakir become a great shinobi village? Can it truly rely solely on you, this mediocre individual who constantly bows his head? In a place unseen by Takakich, Mizuyu's face twisted beneath his breathing mask as he fixed his glare on Takakich's back. Upon returning to their room, the group settled in the living room. Damn it, that guy actually hit me this way, Obito cursed vehemently. Obito, one must have reverence for the strong, Okamoto Dojiya remarked, shaking his head at Obito's demeanor, hoping this incident would bring him some change. What shall we do next? Lin, holding Fu, playfully tickled the little one, who giggled in delight, while tilting her head toward Kakashi and Okamoto Dojiya. Although we can reasonably ascertain that Takakich bears us no malice, let's remain inside until Minato-sensei arrives to make further plans, Kakashi suggested, reclining in his chair, gazing at the ceiling. Kakashi's right. Let's wait for Minato-senpai to arrive, Okamoto Dojiya echoed in agreement, considering the time elapsed since last night. Plus this morning, even if Namikaze Minato were slow, he should have entered the village boundaries by now. After lunch, the group no longer refused the sumptuous meal presented to them, indulging heartily. Once the meal was finished, Fu, as usual, fell into a deep slumber. Okamoto Dojiya and the others also rubbed their bellies, slowly lying on the tatami mats. The warm afternoon sun bathed them, lulling them into a drowsy state. Just as they were on the verge of drifting off to sleep, a sudden knock at the door startled everyone awake. Kakashi rose and asked, "Who is it?" "Gentlemen, there is a Konoha ninja claiming to be your teacher. Lord Takakich has instructed me to bring him here." Upon hearing this, Kakashi, Obito, Lin, and Okamoto Dojiya all became excited. Okamoto Dojiya activated his water body technique, instantly arriving at the door. Opening the door, he found a short-haired man clad in a green jounin vest and golden hair standing behind Mizuyu. "Hey Dojiya, how are you all?" Namikaze Minato greeted with a smile, his right hand raised and his eyes crescent-shaped. Okamoto Dojiya opened his mouth but had not yet replied when, thud, 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 Kakashi appeared beside him, followed by Lin. The last figure leaped onto Kakashi and Okamoto Dojiya, with Obito squeezing his head between them, exclaiming, "Minato-sensei, you finally made it." "Jounin Minato, I shall take my leave now," Mizuyu said to Namikaze Minato, observing the scene of their reunion. After entering Takigakure and announcing himself to the guards at the main gate and higher-ups of Takigakure, Namikaze Minato arrived in the capacity of a Konoha Jounin. "Thank you for your trouble, Mizuyu." Minato expressed his gratitude, bowing slightly. "Politeness is paramount, Minato Namikaze. Should you have any requests, please convey them through the village's patrol team," Wateryu remarked, before turning towards the village office building. Minato, smiling at the individuals blocking the entrance, said, "Are you not going to allow me entry?" Quickly, Okamoto Dokai and the others stepped aside, welcoming Minato into the room. Obito then leapt forward, embracing Minato tightly. Lin's eyes glistened with tears. Minato gently patted Obito's head and said, "All right, let go now. You are already a capable ninja." With that, he walked straight into the room and took a seat. "Did your journey to Takigakure go smoothly?" Minato inquired, gazing at the students gathered around him. He listened attentively as Kakashi and Dokai recounted the events that transpired after they parted ways. "So, Fu is the daughter of the current Takikage?" Minato remarked, glancing at the still slumbering Fu. "Sensei, did the Takikage not receive you upon your arrival?" Kakashi pondered, believing that Minato, as a jonin of Konohagakure, would be held in high regard by the Takikage. "I did meet the Takikage, but he did not mention Fu. He merely expressed gratitude for bringing her back to Takigakure." Dokai clarified, "Regardless of whether Fu is the Takikage's child, she is the Jinchuriki of Takigakure. Now that the Seven Tails Jinchuriki has been delivered, we should withdraw," Kakashi suggested. Looking at Minato, "How can you say that, Kakashi? Fu is a living being. What if she does not wish to remain in Takigakure?" Obito retorted, rising abruptly and clenching his fists. "Yet she is still the Jinchuriki of Takigakure," Kakashi replied coldly, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction. Obito's tightened fists gradually loosened, and he slumped back down, defeated. Observing Obito's despondence, Dokai directly stated, "Brother Minato, let us depart tomorrow. Our mission is complete, and the remainder is no longer our concern." Looking at Dokai and Kakashi, Minato nodded. "Then we shall leave tomorrow. Rest well tonight." That evening, Wateryu once again led the chef to deliver a sumptuous dinner. "Is it true that consuming such meals can enhance one's chakra?" Minato asked, somewhat astonished. In the shinobi world, chakra is an amalgamation of physical and mental strength, and he had never heard of any method that could augment it. Even the soldier pills merely stimulated the body to accelerate chakra extraction. "I have examined it. There are no toxins present. The specific principles may require detailed analysis for elucidation. However, after today's lunch, I can indeed sense a slight increase in my chakra. If I were not exceptionally attuned to chakra, I might not have noticed it. The increase is minuscule, nearly imperceptible, and without Dokai's sensitivity, it would be undetectable. Yet, if this food can be consumed regularly, it would accumulate over time. This substance should be exceedingly precious for Takigakure. I will analyze this hero's water upon my return," Dokai mused. Having long coveted a method to increase chakra, and now that the opportunity lay before him, he could not afford to let it slip away. After dinner, Lin took Fu to sleep, while Kakashi and Obito settled down fully clothed nearby. Minato, alone in the living room, spread out a bedding on the floor and lay down to rest. Dokai approached quietly, holding a small vial of medicine. Despite his carefulness, there was a slight noise. Minato opened his eyes to find Dokai standing at his bedside, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. "Dokai, is there something you need?" "Brother Minato, I am here to treat your wounds. This is a potion I concocted myself," Dokai replied, his eyes crescent-shaped with a smile as he waved the vial filled with a faint green liquid. "You know I am injured." Upon hearing Dokai's confident assertion and his offer of healing, Minato did not contest it. He removed his outer layer and the black long-sleeved shirt beneath, revealing burn marks across his back and a deep knife wound on his chest, the injury a purplish-brown hue. Had it not been for Jiraiya's assistance in tending to his wounds, he should have arrived at Takigakure much sooner after dispatching the ninjas who obstructed his path. "Dokai, you are surprised at the severity of my injuries?" Dokai remarked, his expression turning grave. "I sensed something was amiss when Obito leaped onto you, but I never anticipated the extent of your wounds." The ambushing ninjas were unexpectedly formidable. Although Minato has not yet reached the legendary status of the Yellow Flash, he certainly exceeds the average jonin by a considerable margin. If this had been during your first mission with Nakajima, you likely would not have encountered such skilled opponents. The leader among them possesses a bloodline limit that allows him to extract metal from the earth, a technique I had never witnessed before. I was caught off guard and sustained this injury to my chest. Dokai settled cross-legged behind Minato, his hands glowing green as he activated healing palm technique, gently treating the burns on Minato's back. While healing, Dokai meticulously sensed Minato's injuries through the flow of chakra. Gradually, the burns on Minato's back began to mend, returning to a healthy hue as small particles of sand and stone emerged from the wound, remnants of the explosive tags that had caused the damage. Once Minato's skin began to heal, Dokai proceeded to remove the minute debris before applying the medicinal potion to the area. He then placed a sterile cloth over it, allowing Minato to lie on top, pouring some of the green liquid from the healing vial into his palm. He formed a water sphere with chakra and pressed it against Minato's chest wound. Under the control of his chakra, strands of brown poison emanated from the wound, coalescing within the water sphere under Dokai's guidance. Gradually, the green liquid transformed into a brownish hue, and no further toxins seeped from Minato's injury. Dokai stored the poison sphere, took a teacup from the table, and gently placed the sphere inside. Activating healing palm technique, the wound on Minato visibly began to heal under Dokai's chakra infusion. Noticing the wound's closure, Dokai wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, ceasing the technique. "Brother Minato, the wound has healed, but you will need to rest for a while longer," Dokai advised as he completed the bandaging process. "I truly appreciate your help, Dokai," Minato expressed, putting on his clothes and feeling rejuvenated. "It was my duty. You should rest now, Brother Minato," Dokai replied, gathering the healing potion and the teacup containing the poison before returning to the inner quarters. "Dokai, how is your training in the flying Raijin technique progressing?" Minato inquired. Turning back at the question, Dokai responded, "I have nearly mastered the basic sealing techniques, and I have made some headway with the flying Raijin's formula. However, I still struggle to grasp the concept of spatial perception. By the way, Brother Minato, do you think my technique is correct?" After speaking, he swiftly entered the room. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, Okamoto Beansuke emerged, clutching a kunai, its base entwined with a talisman. "Brother Minato, this is my own rendition of the Flying Thunder God sealing technique. Please take a look," he said, presenting the kunai. Minato received it, gently stroking the seals wrapped around the kunai's tail. Observing the extraordinary talent of Okamoto Beansuke sitting before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the boy's genius. In merely a few days after teaching him the basics of sealing techniques, he not only comprehended the seals, but also modified the original Flying Thunder God technique. Even Minato, through prolonged dedication and the personal tutelage of his girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki, had only managed to master the technique after much effort. "Excellent work, Beansuke. Your rendition of the Flying Thunder God technique is fundamentally sound, with only a few minor adjustments needed. Once you can perceive the power of space, you will have it perfected. Each individual's rendition of the Flying Thunder God technique differs. Mine is not the same as that of the second Hokage. I can merely point out these minor flaws. The rest you must feel for yourself and refine step by step," Minato remarked, highlighting specific issues within Beansuke's technique. "Your next task is to learn to sense the power of space, connecting the Flying Thunder God technique with your perception of that power to achieve teleportation." With that, Minato returned the kunai to Okamoto Beansuke. "Understood, Brother Minato. Please rest well." Beansuke nodded, accepting the kunai and gazing thoughtfully at the seals before retreating to his room. Stretching, Minato reflected on how fortunate he was to have a teammate like Okamoto Beansuke. The following morning, the group completed their morning routines early. "Knock, knock, knock." A voice called from outside. "Esteemed guests, I am the chef delivering your meal. Please, open the door." Beansuke instantly recalled the rather timid chef from yesterday. Upon opening the door, he found the same portly chef, now donned in a pristine white chef's coat, holding a larger food box reminiscent of yesterday's offering. The chef must have been informed by Takigakure to prepare more food. After receiving the food box and expressing his gratitude, the chef turned to leave, but Minato called out, "Hello, please wait a moment. Could you kindly relay to Jonin Mizuyu that we wish to visit Lord Takikage this morning?" "Ah, yes. I will certainly convey your message." The chef replied eagerly upon hearing Minato's request. After breakfast and packing their belongings, Minato led the group towards the Takigakure administrative building. Inside the Takikage's office, the Takikage observed, "It seems they are preparing to depart." "Indeed, it is for the best. They cannot remain here indefinitely," he replied. "Mizuyu, please go and greet them." "Yes, Takikage-sama," Mizuyu responded, promptly exiting the office. The village of Takigakure is truly splendid, Rin observed, admiring the villagers laboring freely. The cliffs and waterfalls protect them, yet they also confine them. Upon arriving, Daisuke noted the village's limited contact with the outside world, hindering its economic growth and the training of skilled ninjas. The current ninja academies in the 5 great nations, aside from Konoha, had significant shortcomings. To alter the reality of the ninja world, establishing robust ninja academies was essential. Lost in thought, Daisuke collided with Obito, who had unexpectedly halted. "Obito, why did you stop so suddenly?" Daisuke lamented, rubbing his sore nose. Before Obito could respond, Minato addressed Mizuyu, "Greetings, Jonin Mizuyu." Unable to discern Mizuyu's expression beneath his mask, Minato continued, "The Takikage is aware of your intentions. Please, follow me." Mizuyu led them, not towards the administrative building, but towards the village's exit. Following Mizuyu, the group soon encountered a massive waterfall cascading down the cliffs, completely obscuring the village entrance. Standing at the entrance, the Takikage greeted them warmly. "Minato-sensei, on behalf of Takigakure, I express our profound gratitude for your visit, which has spared our village significant losses." "No need for thanks. Maintaining peace in the ninja world is our shared responsibility," Minato replied. "Rin, please return Fu to her village." Rin, cradling the sleeping Fu, approached the Takikage, who was soon joined by a short-haired girl of similar age, adeptly taking Fu into her arms and offering Rin a friendly smile. Mizuyu, having escorted the group, presented an envelope to Minato, stating, "This is the payment of 50 million ryo for the mission, along with an S-rank mission request. We are grateful for your contributions to our village. Takigakure will always prioritize peace and hopes to maintain a lasting friendship with Konoha. You are always welcome here." The Takikage added, a warm smile gracing his face as he watched Fu being taken away. As Minato and his companions prepared to take their leave, he stated, "Well then, we shall take our leave." The group made their way towards the exit, traversing a designated path that led them out of Takigakure. "Wow, their exit is remarkably concealed," Obito remarked as they navigated the winding path. Upon exiting the village, a palpable sense of relief washed over them, though Rin frequently glanced back at the exit. "Do not worry, Rin. Fu is the Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails. Takigakure treasures her," Daisuke reassured her. "I understand," she replied softly, having cared for Fu throughout their time together. Even sharing her bed at night, her reluctance to part was only natural. Minato approached Rin, gently patting her shoulder. "Rin, Fu will be better off here. Now, let us return home." With that, Minato led the way towards Konoha. As they walked along the forest path, they gradually distanced themselves from Takigakure. "Takikage-sama, they have departed," Mizuyu reported. Have we identified those who sought to abduct Fu? We may have a lead. It could be ninjas from a Wagakure," Mizuyu asserted. "The Wagakure is overstepping its bounds. We must retaliate and assert our presence among the great ninja villages." "Mizuyu, the attempt to abduct Fu occurred outside the village, and we have no direct evidence implicating a Wagakure. The reason Minato has not disclosed the identities of the ambushing ninjas is precisely this. They left no identifying marks, and if Minato were to inform us, we might be met with a counterattack from a Wagakure. In the Land of Wind, Sunegakure's subtle maneuvers continue to exacerbate its relations with Konohagakure. Should Sunegakure find an excuse to declare war, Kumogakure might also intervene. Presently, the only nation one can rely on is the Land of Water, as Kirigakure grapples with internal strife, rendering it unable to assist. The interests of several major countries are at stake. Although Konohagakure is the strongest among the 5 great nations, engaging in a multi-front war would lead to a Pyrrhic victory, regardless of the outcome. When one's strength is insufficient, self-preservation becomes the wisest course of action. "Shueyu, our strength is still lacking," he lamented. "Shueyu, please arrange for enhanced protection for Fu. We must ensure her safety is uncompromised. As for her sealing issues, I will handle that." "Understood, Lord Takikage." Beneath the mask that concealed his features, Shueyo's gaze toward him began to shift subtly. Meanwhile, Noera Rin had completely set aside her concerns over Fu's departure. The steps of the group returning became noticeably lighter. At midday, by the riverbank, Noera Rin stood in a stream, splashing water at Okamoto Duke and Kakashi on the shore. "Duke, Kakashi, come down and help catch some fish." Okamoto Duke sat on a stone by the river, holding a kunai gifted by Namikaze Minato, carefully comparing it against the newly given sealing scroll. This scroll was a progressive technique of basic sealing arts that Minato had provided him on their journey. As he contemplated how to enhance his flying thunder god technique, a wet hand appeared before him, snatching the kunai from his grasp. "Duke, you always did this in school, just reading. Come and help us with lunch first." Obito exclaimed from the water, laughing heartily as he used the stolen kunai to gut a fish he had just caught. After finishing with the fish, Obito glanced toward Kakashi, who was seated on a stone, casting a cold glance in his direction. Instantly, Obito's demeanor shifted, and he awkwardly focused on the fish before him. Noara Rin emerged from the water, having caught several sizable river crabs. "Kakashi, you're in charge of these crabs next. They are our lunch." Her lively voice rang out while standing barefoot in the cool river water. She scooped up a handful of water and tossed it, crabs included, towards Kakashi. Soaked by the cool water, Kakashi instinctively caught 2 crabs with his hands but, in the haste, missed a few that fell to the riverbank. "Ah, Kakashi, they got away." "Behind you," Rin shouted excitedly. On the shore, Namake's Minato stood with his arms crossed, observing the playful antics of the group and the flustered Kakashi under Rin's command. A smile gracing his lips. Chapter 42. In Konoha, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the 2 imposing gates, towering to 3/4 of the wall's height, stood steadfast. Gazing at the emblem of Konoha nestled between the 2 kanji characters for ninja, Okamoto Duke felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Unlike the disarray he had experienced upon his last return, this time he appeared immaculate and composed. Leading the way was Minato, followed by Duke and Kakashi, with Obito and Rin bringing up the rear. The 5 of them strode toward the entrance. "Minato-sensei, have you returned from your mission?" the 2 guards at the gate inquired. Halting their inspection, Minato smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the village, Minato halted at a stone bench, turning to address Duke and the others. "This mission has concluded successfully. I will inform you shortly about collecting the mission fees. Additionally, I hope you can keep this mission confidential." "Yes, sensei," they chorused. "Then we shall disperse for now. Duke, if you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to visit my home. If I'm unavailable, I have a master of sealing arts residing with me." Hearing Minato's words, Duke felt a flicker of gratitude. "Thank you, Minato-sensei. Are you giving him special treatment?" "That's favoritism. Isn't it, Kakashi, Rin?" Obito interjected, jealousy evident in his tone, winking at Kakashi and Rin. Rin chuckled, but said nothing, while Kakashi maintained his aloof demeanor, gazing into the distance without acknowledging Obito. "You can always visit my house as well." Minato ruffled Obito's hair playfully. "All right, Minato's team. We are temporarily dismissed. Duke, Jiraiya-sensei mentioned you are currently a free agent. If there are any missions, Tsunade will inform you." "Understood, Minato-sensei." After bidding their farewells, the 5 parted ways, each heading in different directions. Duke walked briskly towards his home. As he approached the modest dwelling in the distance, his pace quickened. He retrieved his key from his ninja pouch and, with a creak, opened the door. The dimly lit interior revealed poor lighting, but with the last rays of dusk filtering through, Duke found the switch on the wall. With a flick, the usual dull light transformed into a bright white illumination, casting a pristine glow over the room. "When did my lights get changed? And the furniture?" He slowly made his way to the refreshed table in the living room, unpacking his belongings piece by piece. As he organized his clothes, he surveyed his surroundings with newfound appreciation. Unlike his previous return from a mission, the furniture appeared spotless, a clear indication that someone had been regularly tidying up. He placed his clothes into the washing machine and activated it, listening to the sound of water filling the drum. Upon entering his bedroom, he discovered a letter beside his bedding. Bending down, he picked up the envelope, which was addressed to Dear Duke. Did Sister Hinata go on a mission? After reading the letter, Duke realized that Hinata had departed for a mission the day before. No wonder everything is so clean. She often helps me tidy up. The letter mentioned that during his absence, she had replaced the old light fixtures and furniture, moving the outdated pieces to the basement. Setting the letter aside, Duke headed to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Inside, he was greeted by an array of meticulously jarred pickled vegetables, each labeled with messages. "Duke, this one is quite spicy. Duke, this promotes absorption. Duke, save this one for when I return. Duke, the longer this one is stored, the tastier it becomes." As he reached out to touch the jars, Duke felt the corners of his eyes moisten. This was the warmth of being cared for, of being remembered. Closing the refrigerator door, he took a moment to compose himself and lay down on the tatami mat. The bedding exuded a comforting warmth, accompanied by a faint, fragrant scent that invigorated his senses. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Duke intended to bask in the tranquility of the moment, his stomach protested. Oh, I should probably sort out dinner first. The refrigerator contained nothing but the pickled vegetables prepared by Hinata. The instant noodles he had previously stored, along with other instant food products, had vanished without a trace. It was likely that Hinata had taken care of them. Taking some money. Okamoto Beansuke stepped out of his house, wandering aimlessly down the street. Hey, isn't that Beansuke? A voice called out, prompting him to look up and discover that he had unconsciously wandered to the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, where the familiar face of the owner greeted him. Yes, I just returned from a mission, Beansuke replied. I haven't seen you in a while. Would you care for a bowl? I've recently developed a new sauce for the ramen that hasn't been released yet. You would be the first to try it. Ichiraku Ramen had once been a regular stop for Beansuke between his home and the hospital, where he often indulged in a bowl of ramen for dinner. Such a treat. Make it a large portion, Beansuke exclaimed. Coming right up. The owner skillfully began to stretch the noodles, creating the broth with practiced ease. Before long, a steaming bowl of ramen was placed before Beansuke. He eagerly dug in, chopsticks in hand, savoring each mouthful. After settling the bill, Beansuke exited the ramen shop and turned towards home. Once back, he washed up and lay on his bed, idly toying with a gourd-shaped bottle. The azure liquid within, the hero's water, sloshed gently as he played with it. Carefully setting it aside, he slowly drifted into slumber. Upon waking the next morning, Beansuke placed the hero's water on his bedside table into his backpack. After a quick tidy-up, he set off toward Konoha Hospital. He had not seen Tsunade immediately after his return yesterday. He wondered if she would scold him for it. Arriving at the hospital, he entered the lobby, where he encountered a nurse he did not recognize, perhaps a newcomer who had started while he was away. Navigating effortlessly through the familiar hallways, he ascended to the third floor and approached Tsunade's office. Knock, knock, knock. Sensei, I'm back, he announced, tapping on the door. He heard footsteps approaching, but Tsunade's usual commanding voice did not follow. As the footsteps grew nearer, he wondered if Tsunade herself was coming to open the door. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a slender girl. Shizun, what are you doing here? Beansuke asked, surprised to see her. It had been a while since they last met after the graduation party, due to missions and other obligations. I'm currently learning medical ninjutsu under Lady Tsunade and helping her with chores, Shizun replied, looking down modestly, still holding a cloth in her hands. Well then, I suppose I am your senior now, Beansuke teased, noticing the slight blush on her cheeks. Come on, hurry up. I am your senior, he playfully urged, taking her hand and leading her inside, where he dropped his backpack on the desk. Shizun, where's Lady Tsunade? She wouldn't dare skip work again, would she? Since when did this room have a suite? Is this Tsunade's private space? Not sensing Tsunade's presence in the office, he walked directly toward the suite. Beansuke, wait, Shizun exclaimed, her face reddening as she tried to stop him from opening the door. With a swift push, he flung the door open, only to catch a glimpse of a flash of white. Suddenly, Beansuke felt a sharp pain, his vision blurred, and before he could react, he was sent flying backward. Crashing against the wall. Thud. He slumped against the corner, his head bowed, hands limply hanging by his sides. Beansuke, are you all right? Shizun rushed over, dropping her cloth and kneeling beside him, supporting him. Beansuke could see stars dancing before his eyes, completely numb, unaware of the warm blood trickling from his nostrils. Shizun hurriedly grabbed some tissues from the desk, gently wiping his face. Thud. Tsunade emerged from the suite, dressed in a striking blue jacket and a dark pleated skirt, her feet clad in pink slippers. She observed Shizun tending to Beansuke. Shizun, don't worry about that brat. I know how hard I hit him, Tsunade remarked. Hey, you little punk, get your act together, or I won't hold back. Beansuke shook his head vigorously, almost dislodging the tissues Shizun had placed in his nostrils. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to meet Tsunade's. Sensei, I just returned. You needn't welcome me so dramatically. Beansuke, how did a simple outing with Jiraiya turn you into this? You've learned to tease Shizun and even dared to barge into a girl's quarters. I can't help but question whether Jiraiya is really training you. Tsunade frowned, her expression displeased. Her pale hands clenched into fists, indicating that if Beansuke's explanation did not meet her approval, he was in for a punch. After a moment of collecting himself on the floor, Beansuke felt somewhat revived. Though his face remained tingling, he dared not use healing ninjutsu. Old who? This is an out-of-character situation. You must trust me. I am still the same Beansuke. He stammered in explanation. I swear, It was merely an innocent curiosity about that sweet. Daisuke felt his entire face was still numb. Seeing Daisuke on the floor, his face swollen from her punch and struggling to speak clearly. Shizen couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, kid, I'll let this slide. Just don't pick up any of Jiraiya's bad habits, understood? Tsunade stated, her hands glowing with healing chakra. Just as the green light was about to touch Daisuke's face, Tsunade suddenly withdrew her hands, stepping back and standing upright. That minor injury. You can heal yourself. It's a good opportunity to see if your medical ninjutsu has regressed. Daisuke's face began to visibly improve, the swelling diminishing rapidly. Your mission just ended, and yet you've come to the hospital today? Tsunade asked, taking a seat at her desk and sipping the tea Shizen had prepared for her. Casting a glance at the backpack resting on the table, Tsunade inquired, are you here to bring me a gift? Now standing upright, Daisuke, with Shizen's assistance, thanked her before walking to the desk and opening the backpack. Sensei, I acquired this item called Hero's Water during my mission. It can temporarily enhance a person's chakra, but it should not be consumed in excess. He handed the gourd-shaped bottle to Tsunade. Tsunade accepted the bottle, pouring a small amount into her palm, but feeling nothing unusual. She looked at Daisuke in confusion. Sensei, the Hero's Water does not enhance chakra upon contact, but when ingested, it produces effects. Upon listening to Okamoto Daisuke's words, Tsunade approached with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. She delicately extended her soft tongue, gently licking her palm, and in that instant, she sensed a surge of chakra within her being. However, the effect was fleeting. Indeed, this substance could enhance chakra. But what purpose do you intend to serve by bringing it here? Teacher, I wish to concoct a potion that augments chakra using the hero water as a base. I hope you can assist me when the time comes, Okamoto Daisuke stated earnestly. Tsunade nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if the research proved successful, it would indeed benefit the village. Moreover, I wish to learn the art of summoning. Until now, it had always been Tsunade imparting knowledge, with Daisuke absorbing it. And this marked his first request to learn a ninjutsu from her. Very well, Tsunade replied without hesitation. Daisuke, follow me. Shizen, you too. Tsunade rose and walked to the door, beckoning Daisuke and calling for Shizen. Shizen, is it merely for you to assist her with cleaning? Daisuke whispered to Shizen as they walked down the corridor. Bang! You little rascal, cleaning the house was Shizen's own choice. Do you think every disciple is like you? Never helping the teacher? Tsunade punched Daisuke lightly on the head. Apologies, Tsunade-sensei, I did not assist in tidying up. But I did organize the hospital's medical records and treatment plans. Daisuke mumbled softly, just loud enough for Tsunade to hear. Tsunade's expression stiffened. What do you know? I did it to train you. The trio descended the stairs and entered the lobby of the hospital. Tsunade-sama, Daisuke, you've returned, greeted the nurses, doctors, and villagers gathered in the hall. Why hasn't Jiraiya come to bask in his glory upon your return? Is he off drinking somewhere again? As they exited the hospital, Tsunade noticed the izakaya in the village and inquired, didn't Jiraiya accompany you back? No. Teacher Jiraiya had other matters to attend to. We did not return together. Daisuke replied succinctly, recounting his mission in Takigakure. Could it be that Jiraiya has infiltrated enemy territory? Tsunade pondered, quickly grasping the essence of the situation. Recalling the ninjas who had ambushed and thwarted Daisuke and his team multiple times. Indeed, Tsunade-sensei, Jiraiya is remarkably reliable in critical moments, even in the face of danger. He confronts it head-on. I regard him as a ninja worthy of respect, Daisuke praised sincerely. Reflecting on the world of Naruto, Jiraiya was not a prodigy. Yet through sheer determination, he rose to stand alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade as one of the legendary Sannin, his disciples. Whether teaching Nagato and Konan or the likes of Minato and eventually Naruto, he consistently imparted the will of fire with an uplifting and optimistic spirit. Who am I? I am the sage of the toads, Jiraiya. Just then, from the izakaya Tsunade had been observing, a man with a mane of white hair tied into a long ponytail, adorned with exaggerated eye makeup, clad in a red cloak, and brandishing a massive scroll, emerged. He was accompanied by a scantily clad woman as he staggered out of the establishment. Daisuke, is this the so-called ninja who confronts danger, worthy of respect? Tsunade's forehead twitched in irritation. Teacher. Daisuke, drenched in sweat, was at a loss for words. With a firm grip on Daisuke's collar, Tsunade briskly pulled him away, dust swirling through the street. Daisuke, if you dare emulate that scoundrel, I will have no choice but to discipline you. Do you understand? I understand. Teacher, can you please let go of me? Cough, cough and stay away from that scoundrel in the future. Shizune, trailing behind, stifled a laugh as she watched Daisuke being dragged away. In a grand residence on the outskirts of Konoha, Tsunade strode ahead, with Daisuke and Shizune following closely. What is this place, teacher? Daisuke inquired as they ventured deeper into the expansive yet overgrown estate. This was one of the original residences of the Senju clan. Tsunade led them through the winding paths of the courtyard until they reached a low, dilapidated building. Come in. With a resounding crash, Tsunade forcefully pushed open the decaying wooden door, the iron lock crumbling and falling to the ground. Teacher, was this your former home? Daisuke questioned, observing the modest dwelling that seemed unbefitting of Tsunade's stature as the princess of the Senju clan. No, this is the Senju clan's shrine, Tsunade replied nonchalantly. I often played here in the shrine, but after my clan, under grandfather's leadership, abandoned the Senju name, this place gradually fell into disrepair. As they stepped into the dust-laden shrine, Daisuke waved his hand to disperse the encroaching clouds of dust. Tsunade bypassed the central spirit tablet and rummaged behind the offering table. Found it. It has been some time since I last used this. My memory serves me well. Tsunade, her clothes now dust-covered, grasped a large scroll that stood half her height. This is the summoning scroll for the toads contracted by the Senju clan. Daisuke, if you wish to learn the art of summoning, you can sign this contract. Tsunade spoke with gravitas. I must caution you, the Wetbone Forest, Myaboka Mountain, and the Dragon Cave are among the 3 great legacies of the ninja world, yet the toads are not the most formidable in combat. You must consider carefully. Are you willing to sign a summoning contract with the toads? Choosing a summoning beast and entering into a contract is an exceedingly serious matter. It not only represents the ninja's choice, but also that of the summoning beast. Teacher, I am willing, they both affirmed in unison. Upon hearing their commitments, Tsunade nodded. There should still be a place for it, she murmured. Without concern for the dirt beneath her, she unfurled the scroll on the ground. As it unfurled, rows of names from the Senju clan began to appear on the scroll. Now, Daisuke and Shizune, come here and inscribe your names here, along with your handprints, Tsunade instructed, pointing to the 2 blank spaces on the scroll. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Okamoto Daisuke grasped Shizune's hand and approached the scroll. He bit his finger, and blood flowed forth, as he swiftly inscribed his name on the scroll and pressed his fingerprint. Shizune, mimicking his actions, also wrote her name and left her fingerprint behind. After the 2 had inscribed their names, Tsunade rolled up the scroll and casually tossed it behind the altar. Subsequently, she led them outside, closing the shrine door behind her without a backward glance. Clap, clap. Tsunade clapped her hands, drawing the attention of both Daisuke and Shizune. Daisuke, Shizune, I shall introduce you to the great sage of the slugs. Hold on to me tightly. Obediently, they positioned themselves on either side of Tsunade, clutching her garments. Observing her 2 protégés, Tsunade swiftly formed hand seals and, upon completion, struck the ground with force, invoking the summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, the trio vanished from their original location. At the same moment, 3 figures unexpectedly materialized in the Wetbone Forest, one of the 3 legendary sanctuaries of the ninja world. Chapter 45, Wetbone Forest. With a pop, Tsunade, accompanied by Okamoto Daisuke and Shizune, appeared in the Wetbone Forest. The 2 surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. Teacher, is this truly the legendary Wetbone Forest, one of the 3 great sanctuaries? The Wetbone Forest was an expanse of vastness, surrounded by towering stalactites, casting a pallid hue over the area. The sudden appearance of the trio startled the myriad of slugs on the ground. One particularly large slug, approximately 3 meters in length, made its way towards Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here? The slug's unique, ethereal voice resonated, melodious and captivating. I have come to meet the great sage of the slugs, Tsunade responded. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Please, allow me to carry you on my back. With a clear, cheerful tone, the slug invited them. Thank you for your kindness, Tsunade replied, leaping onto the slug's back. Daisuke and Shizune followed suit, securing themselves atop the slug as it began to glide forward. Curious, Daisuke reached out to touch the slug's back, surprised to find it dry and cool to the touch. Devoid of the expected slimy sensation, the slug glided smoothly until they reached a massive stone platform, large enough to accommodate 1,000 individuals without issue. As they arrived, a colossal slug lifted its body in greeting. Ah, little Tsunade, you have finally arrived. It has been so long since your last visit to the Wetbone Forest. The gentle, melodious voice enveloped them, as if spoken directly into their ears. Dismounting from the slug that had brought them, Tsunade gestured towards Daisuke. Great sage of the slugs. These two are my disciples. They have just signed a contract with the slug clan, and I have brought them to seek your approval. Encouraged by Tsunade's nod, Daisuke stepped forward, tugging at the still-dazed Shizune. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, great sage of the slugs. I am Okamoto Daisuke, and with my teacher's guidance, I have recently established a summoning contract with your clan. After Daisuke's introduction, he nudged Shizune, prompting her to hurriedly introduce herself as well. Yes, I'm Shizune. She stammered. I see two names on the summoning contract. Both are kind-hearted children. Henceforth, the slug clan shall be your most loyal companions. The great sage of the slugs gently tapped Daisuke and Shizune with her tentacles, signifying her approval, her tone light and cheerful. Seeing her disciples receive the great sage's acknowledgement, Tsunade's lips curled into a faint smile. Great sage, I shall take them back now. Little Tsunade, are you leaving already? Have you grown weary of visiting the Wetbone Forest? The great sage's voice carried a hint of melancholy. I have many responsibilities back in Konoha, but I promise to visit more frequently, Tsunade reassured her, waving her hand dismissively. She then walked over to Daisuke and Shizune, resting a hand on each of their shoulders. With a clap, the trio returned to the Senju clan's shrine. Summoning technique. A small scroll appeared in Tsunade's hand, which she tossed to Daisuke. This contains the training methods and summoning techniques for the summoning art. You too may study it. Daisuke, Shizune, with the great sage's approval. The slugs will not resist your summons. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Remember, larger slugs require more chakra. Do not injure yourselves. Tsunade's expression turned serious. The summoning technique hinges on the size of the summoned creature. If the creature can respond willingly to the summoner, it conserves chakra. However, if the summoned creature does not respond and the summoner lacks sufficient chakra, it may lead to a substantial and harmful drain of the summoner's chakra, resulting in permanent damage. Generally, summoning beasts do not present this issue, but the Wetbone Forest, along with Mount Mayaboku and the Dragon Cave, houses gigantic summoning beasts. The Wetbone Forest is particularly unique among the three sanctuaries, as it is not merely home to a single type of slug, but rather, the slugs collectively embody the Great Sage herself. When gathered, they form the Great Sage, and when dispersed, they exist as individual beings with their own consciousness. Thus, once one gains the Great Sage's approval, the slugs will not resist summoning and may even respond willingly, which can lead to the chakra insufficiency issue Tsunade mentioned, endangering the summoner. Understood, teacher. Daisuke eagerly opened the scroll to examine the training methods and summoning techniques, as this was critical to realizing his aspirations. Noticing Daisuke's fervent focus, Tsunade approached him and delivered a swift punch. You little brat, were you even listening to what I said? Tsunade growled, gripping Daisuke's ear. I heard. Teacher, please spare me. My ear is going deaf. Daisuke pleaded, hastily stowing the scroll away. Beside them, Shizune could not contain her laughter at the scene unfolding between Tsunade and Daisuke. Shizune, stop laughing. Make the teacher let go. My ear is about to fall off. Daisuke's handsome face flushed a deep crimson as he stood on his toes. This display seemed to provide him with immense comfort. Teacher Tsunade, please forgive him, Shizune implored, perhaps sensing Tsunade's grip was too harsh. Hearing Shizune's words, Tsunade released Daisuke's ear. This time, it's only because of Shizune. Did you hear that? Tsunade asked. I heard. Thank you, teacher, and thank you, Shizune. Daisuke grinned at Shizune. All right, you two should head home for today. I need to investigate that water you mentioned, Tsunade said as they walked together. Understood, teacher, Shizune replied obediently. Teacher, it's called the hero's water, Daisuke corrected Tsunade with gestures. All right, I know. You both may go now, Tsunade concluded. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, indicating her understanding of the situation. Teacher, we shall take our leave now, Okamoto Beansuke said, bowing to Tsunade before walking side by side with Shizune towards the village. After they departed, Tsunade turned to observe the once grand Senju clan grounds, now appearing desolate and dilapidated. Steeling herself, she muttered, TCH, all because of that old fool. With that, she made her way towards the Konoha hospital. Meanwhile, Okamoto Beansuke rubbed his still painful ear and turned to the girl with flowing hair beside him. Shizune, thank you for today. Oh, no need. You should thank the teacher instead. Shizun replied shyly, waving her hand dismissively. By the way, Shizun, when did you become Tsunade-sensei's disciple? Okamoto Beansuke inquired with a hint of curiosity. That. My parents sacrificed themselves in the war, and I was raised by my uncle, who was in a relationship with Tsunade-sensei. Tragically, my uncle perished on the battlefield, and Tsunade-sensei has been looking after me since. Do you remember when I asked you back in school if you wanted to learn medical ninjutsu? I had intended to introduce you to Tsunade-sensei, he continued. I never expected you would seek her out yourself. Upon mentioning this, Shizun's head drooped, and her voice turned somber. Noticing her downcast demeanor, Okamoto Beansuke approached and gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, Shizun. As my classmate in junior, I will protect you. Hearing his words, Shizun lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with admiration. But Beansuke, you said that yourself. I will protect you too, and you must keep your promise. Yes, I will definitely protect you, he affirmed, extending his pinky finger before her. Let us make a pinky swear. Their pinkies intertwined. They sealed their promise with the childish chant of pinky swear for 100 years. With this, the awkwardness from their recent separation vanished, and they chatted merrily as they returned to the bustling streets of Konoha. After bidding each other farewell, Okamoto Beansuke retrieved a scroll containing summoning techniques, scrutinizing it intently. As time slipped by and the sky darkened, he gazed at the summoning scroll and the kunai of the flying thunder god technique before him, feeling a mix of frustration and determination. Sigh, I still can't grasp it, he lamented, acknowledging the difficulty of mastering such advanced ninjutsu. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled, protesting against his hunger. Rubbing his belly, he put away the scroll and kunai, then stood up to head out. The sun was setting, casting its final warm rays. I should stop by Ichiraku Ramen today. That ramen I had yesterday was exquisite. Lost in thought, he made his way to the ramen shop. Just then, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the skies of Konoha. Okamoto Beansuke looked up to see a ninja hawk circling overhead, emitting a series of sharp calls. Is this a summons for the elite shinobi? He pondered, a heaviness settling on his expression as he gazed at the hawk. Unbeknownst to him, the elite shinobi of Konoha paused their tasks in response to the summons. Inside the hospital, Tsunade was idly toying with the hero water that Beansuke had brought her when a sharp eagle cry interrupted her. What on earth is happening? She wondered, setting down the hero water to look out at the hawk circling above. Donning her coat, she hurriedly exited. At the same moment, Jiraiya pushed past two women beside him, lifted a cup from the table, and downed it in one gulp. He tossed some money onto the table and staggered out of the izakaya. Glancing up at the hawk, he shook his head. Looks like the old man's making his move faster than usual. Minato Namikaze and his girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki, along with other elite shinobi from the village, made their way to the Hokage Tower in various fashions. Meanwhile, Okamoto Beansuke continued towards Ichiraku Ramen, unaware of the summon's purpose, but sensing it was somehow linked to Jiraiya, whom he had encountered earlier. The urgency of the summons indicated that the village was preparing for a significant meeting regarding the impending Third Great Ninja War. From the outset, the mission of Team Nakajima to the Land of Wind, followed by Beansuke's escort mission with Minato's team for the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, had revealed the growing unrest between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. Recent reductions in missions from these nations further highlighted the tension. These developments were beyond Beansuke's control. All he could do was strive to enhance his abilities. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, he announced loudly, "Ichiraku-san, I'd like a bowl of soy sauce ramen, please." As he entered, he immediately spotted a silver-haired figure. "Kakashi, what are you doing here?" Kakashi looked up, pausing his meal at the sound of Beansuke's voice. "Oh, it's you, Beansuke. Is this ramen shop yours? Am I not allowed to come?" he said, his tone teasing. "Huh. It's rare to see you at a loss for words." Kakashi's companion, a green-clad individual, chimed in with a grin. "Guy, didn't you have a mission?" Beansuke recalled that Guy and Shizun had been on the same team, learning about his whereabouts from her. "Well, our teacher received a summons from the village via Ninja Hawk this afternoon, so we abandoned our mission," Guy explained, scratching his head. "I happened to see Kakashi eating ramen on my way back, and I thought we could have a true man-eating contest to see who finishes first." Upon hearing Guy's explanation, Beansuke exchanged glances with Kakashi. The recall of even elite shinobi suggested that the situation in the ninja world had escalated to a critical point. "Beansuke, your ramen." Just then, Ichiraku placed a steaming bowl of ramen in front of him. "Thank you, Ichiraku-san." With the sight of the ramen before him, Beansuke felt his appetite surge. "Why are you two just staring?" Eat up. Feeling their gaze upon him, Dosuke turned his head to find Guy and Kakashi still watching intently. No, it's just that you didn't, he retort, which feels a bit unusual, Kakashi remarked before returning to his meal. Kakashi, that's sneaky. We should eat together, Dosuke exclaimed. Do you want to join the True Man Ramen contest? Guy asked, lifting a hefty portion of ramen with his chopsticks and promptly burning his mouth. Both Dosuke and Kakashi broke into a sweat, caught in the lively atmosphere of the ramen shop. Chapter 47. Pressure after finishing the ramen. Kakashi ultimately declined to participate in the noodle eating contest. The three bid farewell to one another. During this time, Might Guy extended an invitation to Okamoto Beansuke to train in the Forest of Death that evening, which Beansuke politely declined. The following day, Beansuke indulged in a rare opportunity to sleep in. Having been mentally exhausted from deciphering the message from the eagle and subsequently studying the Flying Thunder God technique for an extended period. Upon rising, he dressed and made his way to the Konoha hospital. Upon arriving, Beansuke headed straight for Tsunade's office. Come in, Tsunade's commanding voice resonated from within the room. Beansuke pushed the door open and was met with the sight of Tsunade, visibly fatigued. A glance around the room revealed that Shizen was absent. Don't look for her. I've sent Shizen to assist at the outpatient department for the time being. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Seated behind her desk, her eyes were fixed on a strategic map of the ninja world spread out before her. Sensei, have you not rested at all throughout the night? Beansuke inquired. Concern etched across his face. Only then did Tsunade lift her gaze to meet his. No, I managed to doze off briefly at my desk, she replied. What on earth has transpired to weigh so heavily on your mind? Beansuke approached the desk and caught sight of the laid-out strategic map. Indeed, you are not mistaken. War is imminent. Tsunade rose, grabbing her teacup filled with strong tea that had been steeping overnight, and drank it in one go. Beansuke, you witnessed the message from the eagle yesterday. I trust your intelligence has led you to infer some of the situation. The war is about to commence. As one of the legendary three of Konoha, I was initially tasked with overseeing one front. However, Beansuke remained silent, standing beside the desk and listening intently. He understood that, according to the narrative, Tsunade was currently suffering from hemophobia due to the deaths of her beloved grandfather, Hashirama Senju, and her partner, Dan Kato. This burden was known only to her closest friends, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and none other, including the third Hokage, their teacher. Thus, Tsunade had devoted herself to the development of Konoha Hospital since the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. Beansuke, as my disciple, I have faith in your medical abilities. I hope you can lead a medical team to support the front lines, Tsunade said, her expression grave. Understood, sensei. I will carry out your wishes and ensure everything is managed effectively, Beansuke replied resolutely, observing Tsunade's demeanor. Beansuke, there is still some time to prepare for war. I will strive to secure a few months for you. Utilize this time to enhance your skills. Additionally, while I have yet to analyze the exact composition of this hero water, I once experienced a similar sensation from the great slug sage. You might seek her counsel. Beansuke nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts, Beansuke. Over these past years, you must have sensed some things, Tsunade said, lowering her head, her voice subdued. Yes, I had my suspicions, but lacked confirmation. Now that you mention it, I believe I have my answer, Beansuke replied, his expression reflecting realization. During the years of guidance from Tsunade, Beansuke had primarily learned theoretical knowledge. Surgical procedures or cases involving blood were handled by him, with Tsunade offering guidance or observing the techniques of other doctors. Rest assured, I will fulfill my medical duties, Beansuke pledged with conviction. Time waits for no one. I must begin my training, he said, picking up the vial of hero water from the desk and turning to leave Tsunade's office. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him. Only then did Tsunade lift her weary visage. Beansuke, you have grown, she murmured softly, barely audible to herself. Once outside, Beansuke leaned against the wall, contemplating Tsunade's acknowledgement of her hemophobia, which signified her acceptance of him. War was finally upon them. Beansuke tightened his grip on the gourd, gazing at the swirling liquid within, pondering whether he could enhance his strength in the coming months. This was crucial. Calming his mind, Beansuke proceeded toward the experimental department at the back of the hospital. Inside the Konoha Hospital's experimental department, Beansuke donned a pristine white lab coat, the immaculate fabric accentuating his fair complexion, while his unkempt hair indicated a lack of time for grooming. Clad in gloves, he held a testing report in hand. Upon reviewing the report, a look of confusion crossed Daisuke's face. The hero water could significantly boost one's chakra levels temporarily, as he had personally verified. Furthermore, according to the information from Takigakure, consistent consumption of the hero water would lead to a chakra enhancement. However, he could not comprehend why the report indicated that the hero water's purity was merely higher than that of ordinary water, with no other distinguishing properties. He had conducted experiments, including the addition of medicinal herbs, yet none yielded any effects. For several days, Daisuke, unwilling to accept defeat, conducted hundreds of experiments. But the results were consistently disheartening. Exhausted, Daisuke slumped onto a chair, the report scattering across the floor. His gaze shifted back to the half-full vial of hero water. There is another method. He suddenly recalled Tsunade's words from that morning. She had mentioned experiencing a similar surge of chakra in the wet-bone forest from the Great Slug. Daisuke's eyes sparkled with realization. How could he have overlooked such a vital piece of information? Seizing the remaining contents of the vial, he declared, "Reverse summoning technique." With a puff of white smoke, Daisuke vanished from his location. He reappeared in the wet-bone forest, where the pale, inverted stalactites surrounded him. His arrival startled the small blue and white slugs, causing them to scurry away from his position. Before him stood a 2-meter-tall slug. "Lord Daisuke, what brings you here? Have you encountered a problem?" The melodious voice of the slug, reminiscent of a gentle maiden, soothed Daisuke's previously restless spirit. "How should I address you?" "Just call me Chilling, Lord Daisuke." "Chilling. I have some questions that I need the great slug sage to answer. Please guide me." After his previous visit, Tsunade had informed him that the wet-bone forest had expanded due to the slugs frequently foraging at its edges. Although the growth was gradual, it was a continuous process. The resting places of the great slug sage were numerous and lacked a fixed location. So Tsunade had always relied on the slugs to lead her whenever she sought the sage. The slugs had their own means of communication. "Lord Daisuke, please climb onto my back. I will take you to see grandmother." Chilling's gentle voice beckoned. Indeed, this Chilling is a direct descendant of the great slug sage. Daisuke mused to himself, nodding in agreement. Without hesitation, Daisuke activated the body flicker technique and landed on Chilling's back. Chapter 48. The Water of Heroes. As Chi Ling observed Okamoto Doji steady himself, a viscous secretion emerged beneath him, propelling him swiftly forward. Due to the environment of the wet-bone forest, transformed by the slugs over countless years, Doji perceived the surroundings rapidly retreating. In a short while, Chi Ling halted her movement, stabilizing her body. "Lord Doji, we have arrived. Grandmother is just ahead." "Thank you," replied Doji. "Do not mention it. Should you require assistance outside, feel free to summon me," Chi Ling said before slowly gliding away. Doji looked up at the slug sage sprawled on the ground. "Oh, it's little Doji. What brings you here?" The sage's ethereal and melodious voice resonated. Noticing Doji's quick return, a hint of joy colored the sage's tone. "Sage, I seek your counsel," Doji called out, retrieving a vial containing the water of heroes from behind him. "Have you ever seen this water?" Doji asked, pouring a small amount before the sage. This water." The slug sage fell into contemplation. "It feels somewhat familiar." The sage's words ignited a spark of excitement in Doji. "Is that so? Could you ponder it thoroughly?" "This substance is of great importance to me," Doji implored, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Ah, I recall now. It is natural energy. Although quite diluted, it possesses the essence of natural energy," the slug sage declared, her voice brimming with delight. "How did you come by this, little Doji?" "Despite being diluted, it is indeed natural energy." "That makes sense. No wonder excessive consumption leads to a surge in chakra. It merely induces a semi-sage mode, not a complete one. Overindulgence results in death, akin to the fate of those who failed to master sage mode in the original tale, transformed into frogs or stone statues. The hero's water from Takigakure, however, leads to immediate demise. I acquired it during a mission. It was said to enhance one's chakra. Tsunade-sensei mentioned she sensed a similar essence from you, Doji explained. Indeed, it carries the sensation of natural energy, albeit diluted. But why does my analysis reveal that this water resembles ordinary water? Doji questioned, voicing his confusion. Ha ha ha, foolish child. Though this water contains natural energy, it is still water. What distinction can there be between water and water? The sage chuckled. Sage, can I harness this to master sage mode? Doji asked, brimming with enthusiasm. Oh, Has little Tsunade even spoken of Sage Mode to you? I advise against attempting it. Given your current chakra control and capacity, it is indeed premature to pursue Sage Mode mastery. The Slug Sage expressed concern. Understood, I will not force the endeavor, Dojia replied. Having returned from his earlier fantasies, Tsunade had never discussed Sage Mode with him. That is wise, the sage nodded her large head. Sage, is there a method to utilize the water of heroes in this vial to augment my chakra? Dojia inquired. That is worth trying. If it were the natural energy from the Wetbone Forest or the other two sacred sites, I would undoubtedly prevent you. However, this diluted natural energy is permissible. The slug sage nodded in agreement. Before long, a massive slug over 3 meters in height crawled over from behind the sage. Little Dojia, you shall accompany Mizunai for the time being. She will assist you in your training. Hand me the vial. The slug sage swiftly swallowed the vial of the water of heroes from Dojia's grasp. After a moment, the sage regurgitated the vial containing the water of heroes. I have neutralized the water for you. You should find it easier to sense chakra now. Dojia accepted the neutralized water of heroes, noting the liquid's ethereal blue hue tinged with white. Little Dojia, follow Mizunai closely. Remember, do not overexert yourself. The sage conveyed her concern. Thank you, sage. I will exercise caution. Dojia-sama, please climb onto my back. Mizunai's voice, distinctively languid and mature, contrasted with Qi Ling's gentle tone. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Mizunai. You're welcome. It is my duty to serve Dojia-sama. With that, Mizunai carried Dojia deeper into the Wetbone Forest. After leaving the slug sage, a slug leisurely approached the sage. Grandmother, do you intend for Dojia-sama to master Sage Mode? The sage smiled. Our lineage in the Wetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave has not produced a sage in quite some time. Little Tsunade is not suited for Sage Mode. Forcing her training would only bring harm. With that, the slug sage laid her entire body against the ground, gradually drifting into slumber. After proceeding for a while, Mizunai suddenly halted. Dojia-sama, we have arrived. Upon jumping down from Mizunai's back, Dojia discovered a modest platform. Mizunai, what should I do next? Dojia inquired. His face etched with confusion. Mizunai pointed with her antennae towards the platform's edge. Dojia-sama, you need to stand at that edge. I will then use our slug's unique acidic liquid to corrode the water in this vial, enveloping you. And what should I do? Dojia-sama, from there, focus on enhancing your chakra. Remain calm, and success will naturally follow. Should any mishaps occur, I will assist you, Mizunai assured in her soothing voice. Understood. Dojia handed the water of heroes to Mizunai and walked slowly to the platform's edge. Seated at the edge, Dojia felt the howling winds around him. Looking down, he saw the ground thousands of meters below, and even with his current ninja abilities, he could not suppress a shiver of fear. Dojia-sama, focus your mind. I shall begin. Mizunai called out to him. Chapter 49. Growth. Upon hearing Mizunai's words, Dojia hastily centered his thoughts. At that moment, a faint blue mist drifted towards him from Mizunai's direction. The surrounding mountain winds did not disperse the mist. Instead, they swirled it around Dojia. The slightly corrosive gas settled upon him, causing a stinging sensation on his exposed skin, while his garments began to decay under the mist's influence. However, Dojia was oblivious to this exterior corrosion. The instant the mist enveloped him, his chakra surged rapidly, and its refinement process spontaneously accelerated. With an immense surge of chakra, the meridians within Okamoto Dojia began to expand, accompanied by excruciating pain. The intensity of the agony compelled him to emit low growls. Lord Dojia, please focus and guide the flow of your chakra, Serena urged, her concern evident as she observed Okamoto's struggle. This was not the method of training for Sage Mode in the Wetbone Forest. If Okamoto couldn't endure this, attaining Sage Mode would be a mere fantasy. Enveloped in mist, Okamoto nodded, signaling his understanding as he continued to forcefully channel the refined chakra within him. His hands radiated with the emerald glow of healing palm technique, enveloping his chest. His precise control over chakra allowed the healing properties of the technique to permeate his body, nurturing and mending the damaged meridians. Suarina continued to expel the mist, time slipping away. Gradually, Okamoto adapted to the swift flow of chakra within him. He became singularly focused on mastering this energy. Perhaps Lord Dojia could truly become the first sage of the Wetbone Forest, Suarina thought, increasing the mist's concentration as she watched him acclimatize. In an instant, Okamoto felt the chakra within him accelerate once more, triggering a new wave of meridian tearing and healing. In the ensuing days, Okamoto remained on the platform, eating and training. As time passed, a month slipped by unnoticed. At this juncture, he could no longer perceive any growth in his chakra. "Suarina, are you there?" he inquired. "Yes, Lord Dogia." She replied. "Why do I feel as though my chakra has ceased to increase? Shouldn't you increase the mist concentration?" Okamoto questioned, puzzled. "Lord Dogia, this is already at the highest concentration. It seems the hero water has lost its efficacy for you." Suarina's melodious voice carried a hint of fatigue. "Oh, is that so? Then let us cease," Okamoto responded, realizing the hero water held no further significance. He was eager to stop wasting time, feeling numb from the prolonged period of eating and sleeping on the platform. Now, the prospect of leaving filled him with joy. "Very well, Lord Dogia." As the last wisps of mist dissipated, Okamoto appeared, unclothed, on the platform. The mist was corrosive, and even though its potency was low, no garment could withstand such erosion over a month. Without a shred of embarrassment, Okamoto calmly walked over to Suarina, retrieved the clothes laid on the ground, and donned them. These were prepared by Chiliang at his request while he was undergoing the hero water's mist treatment. Although Suarina had not left the platform during this period, the slug clan possessed a unique method of communication. Each small slug functioned like a computer, and the Great Sage Slug served as the terminal server. Each slug could relay messages through the Great Sage Slug, ensuring they could locate her swiftly, even if she changed positions to sleep. Thus, when Okamoto finally encountered the Great Sage Slug, she immediately inquired about his intentions. "Lord Dogia, here is the remaining hero water." Suarina nudged the gourd bottle beside her head. Okamoto picked it up and noticed that the bluish liquid had been reduced by half. He recalled receiving a full bottle of the neutralized hero water from the Great Sage Slug. To his surprise, he had only consumed half over this extensive period. Now, this substance bore no further utility for him. He sensed the chakra flowing within him, a plentiful reservoir that would dictate his combat strategies in the future. "Thank you, Suarina. Your efforts have been commendable," he expressed, acknowledging the tireless work she had undertaken, creating mist day and night. While Okamoto could rest at night, Suarina had endured over a month of relentless exertion. "It's nothing. You needn't worry," she replied. "Where do you wish to go next?" Suarina asked, her tone reminiscent of their first meeting. "I wish to see the Great Sage Slug again. Please summon Chiliang. You may rest for now," Okamoto declared with an authoritative tone before sitting cross-legged beside her. Observing him, Suarina resignedly called for Chiliang. Shortly, a slug of similar size to Suarina glided swiftly toward them. "Lord Dogia, Sister Suarina, I have arrived." Chiliang's soft, youthful voice chimed in. "Chiliang, Lord Dogia wishes to see the Great Sage Slug. Please take him there," Suarina instructed. "Of course, Sister Suarina, you may rest now." Chiliang turned to Okamoto. "Please climb onto my back." Once he steadied himself, Chiliang began to glide forward. "Suarina, thank you for your hard work." Okamoto waved goodbye as he stood atop Chiliang's back. "Lord Dogia, I have worked hard too. I prepared your fruits and clothing daily." She chimed in cheerfully while swiftly gliding, her youthful exuberance shining through. "Indeed, I truly appreciate your efforts, Chiliang," he replied. However, when it came to clothing, Okamoto had not initially paid attention until he realized that Chiliang had provided him with a women's yukata adorned with cherry blossoms. "Chiliang, where did you find this garment?" he inquired. "Oh, this was left behind by Lady Tsunade during her visit to the Wetbone Forest," she explained. The mystery unraveled. No wonder it was Tsunade's clothing. Due to the corrosive mist during his training, Okamoto had continually utilized the healing palm technique, resulting in the healing of various old scars on his body. Chapter 50. New discoveries now. Okamoto's complexion was fair and delicate, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, as if one could extract water from his skin. Clad in a pink yukata adorned with cherry blossoms, the hem reached his knees, exposing his long, slender legs, smooth as jade, devoid of any hair. He wore a pair of two-toothed wooden sandals akin to those worn by Hinata, standing on Chiliang's back. He hastily tied his short hair into a ponytail that fell to his neck. The mountain breeze tousled his bangs and caressed his face. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of chakra within him, a wave of excitement coursing through his heart. This endeavor had been perilously reckless. Had he known beforehand the dangers associated with using the hero water, he would have refrained from such actions. Yet, sacrifices often yield rewards. The risks taken had proven worthwhile. As his chakra had surged remarkably, surpassing the level of a chunin and nearing that of a jonin. Channeling the chakra, a shimmering layer of chakra water formed around him. He quietly embraced the enhancement of this protective barrier. Initially, the barrier could only be passively controlled, defending fixed positions under his command. At that time, although the water membrane could glide effortlessly around his body, there was still a slight delay in its responsiveness. Hence, Okamoto Dojiya had to strategically deploy the water membrane in potential injury zones for defense. Now, under the support of his chakra, the water membrane could envelop his entire body, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities, thereby greatly increasing his safety. It is crucial to understand that the battlefield is not merely a one-on-one confrontation. Many ninjas perish due to area of effect jutsu and ambushes. By fully activating the water membrane, a delicate layer of pale blue water encased his form. He sensed it calmly, relieved that it did not require excessive chakra to maintain. Water release and the water membrane had already established a refined structure during the early stages of Okamoto Dojiya's development. The water membrane could circulate around his body while conserving chakra, especially since he had recently augmented his chakra using Hero's water, which imbued his chakra with traces of natural energy. As the water release and water membrane flowed, he only needed to expend a minimal amount of chakra to maintain his integrity. A small conical water column manifested at his fingertip. With water release, he pierced the tip of the water column towards his arm shrouded in the water membrane. At the moment the tip met the membrane dispersed the penetrating force and impact across its surface. Okamoto Dojiya nodded, now capable of effortlessly defending against C-rank ninjutsu. If he increased his chakra output during combat or fought on water, the defensive capabilities of the water membrane would be further amplified. At this juncture, Okamoto Dojiya could confidently declare that water release and the water membrane were his unique secret techniques, even if others could learn the water membrane. Without his extraordinary chakra control to maintain its integrity, it would be futile, and they would instead expend significant chakra just to sustain it, rendering techniques like water barrier more practical. This training was indeed worthwhile. As he dismissed the water release and the water membrane, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Glancing down at the remaining half bottle of Hero's water, Okamoto Dojiya felt a surge of emotion. During this training, a minor misstep could have rendered him incapacitated. Initially, the corrosive mist created by Mizurina was not something everyone could endure. Moreover, upon contact with his body, the chakra would uncontrollably surge. Had Okamoto Dojiya's medical ninjutsu not been proficient, he would not have been able to precisely heal the damaged meridians while his chakra was in turmoil. Upon completing this training, his body would have resembled a honeycomb riddled with holes. Therefore, had he not possessed an innate chakra control and undergone rigorous training at Konoha Hospital over the years, he would undoubtedly have succumbed. Even his teacher, Tsunade, would not have been able to complete this training. While her medical ninjutsu and knowledge were sufficient, Okamoto Dojiya's extraordinary chakra control was something she lacked. Thus, this training could be deemed tailor-made for him. The years spent learning, honing, and biding time in the hospital culminated in today's explosive growth in ability. Lord Dojiya, we have arrived, Qi Ling announced, halting before the entrance of a cave. She shook her body, rousing the distracted Okamoto Dojiya. With a flash of blue light beneath his feet, he activated the water instantaneous technique, instantly appearing near Qi Ling. Lord Dojiya, ahead lies the abode of the great sage of slugs. I shall not accompany you further, she stated, twisting her body to depart. Thank you, Qi Ling. You have worked hard. Okamoto Dojiya expressed his gratitude before turning towards the cave. The sound of wooden clogs echoed through the deep cavern, creating reverberations that traveled further inside. As he progressed into the cave, it did not appear dark. Instead, points of white light shimmered intermittently. Utilizing that glimmering light, Okamoto Dojiya continued onward. Suddenly, the path opened before him. He reached the end of the cave, where the great sage of slugs was immersed in a vast pool of water, gently undulating, causing waves to ripple outward. Wisps of steam rose around the pool. Great sage of slugs. Okamoto Dojiya called out loudly. The great sage lowered its head. It's little Dojiya. Have you completed your training? Great sage, do you know I nearly perished on that platform? It was so perilous. Yet you did not give me a heads up. Okamoto Dojiya inquired, slightly exasperated. Do not worry. I am well aware. Besides, little Dojiya, you look splendid in that attire. The great sage remarked, admiring Okamoto Dojiya's yukata. What if I get injured? Ignoring the great sage's compliment, Okamoto Dojiya voiced his concern, which had lingered since completing his training. He was puzzled as to how the great sage could be confident he would not fail, or if even in failure, the slug had the capability to heal him. Injured? If you are injured, then it can be treated, came the great sage's nonchalant response from a distance. Have you seen this pool, little Dojiya? The slug clan, in terms of offense and defense, may not measure up to the other two great sanctuaries, Myobokuzen and Ryakudo, but their healing abilities are unparalleled. If you truly sustain an injury, the water in this pool can heal you. Chapter 51. New Discoveries 2 in a fit of anger. Okamoto Dojiya tossed the remaining half bottle of Hero's water into the pool. The bottle floated atop the surface, creating ripples. The great sage pointed to the pool beneath. The bodily fluids of the slug clan possess certain healing properties, and slugs can transmit and amplify chakra, playing a significant role in support during battle. By transmitting chakra, they can provide remote healing, and slugs can combine their chakra with that of the user to amplify it. This is why during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tsunade could heal the entire ninja army with the aid of the slugs. If she relied solely on her chakra, even with the chakra of a tailed beast, it would not suffice to heal so many. This pool is the final gathering place of rainwater from the wet-bone forest and flowing rivers. While the healing abilities of the slugs may not be extraordinary, centuries of accumulation have endowed this pool with commendable healing capabilities, albeit at a slower pace. The great sage explained to Okamoto Dojiya, word by word. This is precisely why the great sage was unperturbed by the possibility of his failure, even if he did fail. Bringing him to this pool promptly would ensure his recovery, safeguarding him from death. Little Dojiya, although I do not know what is happening outside, you chose to use this so-called hero's water despite being fully aware of its severe side effects. Even if I explain the dangers of this training, would you still take the risk? As a summoning beast that had lived for thousands of years, the great sage of slugs had witnessed countless individuals. The assurance that Okamoto Dojiya would survive this training was the greatest guarantee. Upon hearing the great sage's retort, Okamoto Dojiya refrained from further argument. Taking a few steps forward to crouch by the pool, he found himself at a loss for words in response to the great sage's earlier statements. Even though he was aware of the dangers associated with this endeavor, if given the chance to choose again, Okamoto Daisuke would still opt for the risk. Fortunately, this time he succeeded, attaining a chakra that could rival that of a jonin at his current age. His previous greatest shortcoming, the quantity of chakra, had finally been addressed. While it could not compare to the monstrous reserves of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, it surpassed that of the majority of ordinary ninjas. Feeling the abundant chakra coursing through his body, Okamoto Daisuke finally felt justified in standing alongside the prodigies of the ninja world. It was only at this moment that he realized he did not harbor as much aversion towards the Third Great Ninja War as he once thought. His previous reluctance and fears stemmed from a lack of strength. Suddenly, Okamoto Daisuke rose, removed his wooden sandals, and, barefoot, approached the hero's water floating in the pond. He picked up a bottle and inquired of the great sage of the slugs, "Can this water absorb and store chakra?" From the very first step into the pond, Okamoto Daisuke sensed something was amiss. Due to his meticulous control over chakra, he was well aware of the chakra he emitted while walking on water. However, this time, he noticed that the chakra he released was continuously flowing into the pond. Initially, he assumed it was a surge in his chakra reserves and a lapse in control. But after a moment, he keenly discerned that the excess chakra was not being depleted but was gradually being absorbed by the pond. This transfer was exceedingly subtle. Had it not been for his exceptional control, a typical individual would have likely overlooked it. "Ah, little Daisuke, have you noticed?" came the ethereal voice of the great sage of the slugs. "The water of this pond, infused with the essence of our slug clan, indeed possesses a remarkable storage capacity. You are the first to discover this," the sage remarked with an appreciative tone. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Daisuke covered his head in dismay. Others failed to notice simply because they did not possess his level of chakra sensitivity, which compelled him to use it sparingly. "Great sage, may I take some of this water with me?" Okamoto Daisuke asked. "Of course, feel free to take as much as you need," the great sage replied with a smile. After hearing the sage's words, Okamoto Daisuke turned and walked back to the shore, donning his wooden sandals once more. "Great sage, my training has concluded. I shall take my leave now." He deeply bowed to express his gratitude. "Do visit the wet-bone forest often, little Daisuke," the great sage said before diving into the pond, disappearing from sight. Drenched from the sudden splash as the sage vanished, Okamoto Beansuke walked towards the cave's exit, water dripping from him. As he walked, he manipulated the water release technique to dry his clothes. Upon stepping out of the cave, the first sight that met his eyes was Chihiro, who was spinning in circles at the cave entrance. Chihiro's entire slug form stood upright, an impressive feat given the softness of her body. Using her tail as a pivot, she spun rapidly, and if Okamoto Beansuke was not mistaken, there was a shallow dent forming at the tip of her tail. "Chihiro, what are you doing?" he asked, bewildered. Upon hearing her name, Chihiro abruptly halted, sensing that something was amiss. Lord Beansuke, please wait. I feel a bit nauseous," she exclaimed, wobbling her head as she approached him. "Have you finished your matter with grandmother?" Chihiro asked with a playful tone, her youthful voice carrying a hint of innocence. "Yes, I have completed it. I am about to leave the Wetbone Forest to bid farewell to you and Mizunai," he replied. "Sister Mizunai is resting due to the considerable strain from this endeavor. I had hoped to play with you, Lord Beansuke. I found such a beautiful outfit for you," Chihiro lamented. Okamoto Beansuke sighed at her words, feeling that Chihiro was intentionally teasing him. "I shall not disturb Mizunai any longer. I am leaving now, and please stop spinning. It can make you feel unwell." "Understood. But I always fell asleep after spinning before," she replied. "Anyone would sleep well after spinning like that." Without further ado, he waved goodbye to her. Ninja technique, reverse summoning technique. With a pop, Okamoto Beansuke vanished from the Wetbone Forest. Watching him disappear, Chihiro shook her head, then rolled away in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Hospital laboratory, Tsunade and Shizune were monitoring the surveillance. "Don't worry, Shizune, Beansuke is not in the Wetbone Forest. Last time, when we went to find the great sage of the slugs together, he mentioned that Beansuke was engaged in training. If anything were to happen to him, the great sage would certainly inform me." Just then, a puff of smoke appeared, and Okamoto Beansuke, clad in a lady's yukata, materialized in the Konoha lab. Tsunade and Shizune stared at him in astonishment. "Beansuke?" Shizune inquired, her voice laced with confusion and surprise. Tsunade's mouth fell open in shock as she pointed at him. "Beansuke, what on earth are you wearing? Where did you get that outfit?" Having just dispelled the summoning technique, Okamoto Beansuke stumbled into the laboratory, still regaining his balance when Tsunade and Shizune's voices reached him. He held up his hands in defense. No, you've mistaken me for someone else." He activated the water instantaneous body technique and attempted to flee. Wham! Tsunade slammed her fist into the laboratory wall, causing cracks to spiderweb across the solid surface. Her voice lowered dangerously. "If you dare run, do you believe I won't land my next punch on you?" Okamoto Beansuke froze in place, his expression turning pale as he slowly turned his head to greet them. "Hi, Teacher Tsunade, Shizune. Long time no see." Panic surged through him as he saw Tsunade's disingenuous smile. "Beansuke, it really is you," Shizune exclaimed, stunned for a moment before leaping into his arms. "Beansuke, I thought you would never return." She sobbed against him, feeling warmth at Shizune's words. Okamoto Beansuke patted her shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right, I'm back now." After comforting Shizune, he turned his attention to Tsunade. "Teacher, I apologize for my earlier nervousness. You little rascal, what do you have to be shy about? But speaking of which, that outfit actually suits you quite well," she remarked. Then, shifting her tone, "However, you'd better explain this situation clearly, or I won't let you off the hook." Tsunade crossed her arms, her fair skin strikingly prominent. "Teacher, this is a long story. Would you mind if I changed into something else first?" Okamoto Beansuke scratched his head. "Shizune, go fetch a set of medical ninja attire from my office," Tsunade instructed. Eyeing Okamoto Beansuke, Shizune, snapping back to reality after her initial excitement upon seeing Beansuke, felt her ears flush with embarrassment. Upon hearing Tsunade's voice, Okamoto Dojiya swiftly pushed past her and fled. "All right, kid. Now that Shizune has left, it's time to talk. What have you been up to during this time?" When Okamoto Dojiya suddenly appeared in the laboratory, Tsunade sensed a surge of chakra. Heightening her vigilance, she soon realized it was Dojiya. He proceeded to recount his experiences and training in the Wetbone Forest. "So, you nearly perished in the Wetbone Forest?" Tsunade circled around Dojiya, scrutinizing him. "Is the effect of that so-called hero's water truly so significant?" "The Dojiya before me is a stark contrast to the one from over a month ago. His chakra's growth is akin to that of a different person altogether. While the hero's water indeed holds great power, it is perilously dangerous, and such success is nearly impossible to replicate for others." Dojiya spoke the truth, Had it been anyone else in his place, they would have likely become part of the wet-bone forest. Tsunade nodded, saying nothing. From her disciple's description, she could sense the peril he faced. Teacher, I discovered a certain pond in the wet-bone forest that possesses the ability to store chakra. Oh, I know the one you're referring to. That's where the great sage of slugs used to bathe. I often took baths there myself. Or else how do you think you got that lovely outfit? Tsunade pointed at Dojia's cherry blossom yukata, stifling a giggle. One must admit, her disciple emerged from the wet-bone forest looking stunning in that attire. Dojia rolled his eyes, ignoring Tsunade's peculiar laughter. He retrieved a vial of the pond water he had collected. Teacher, I wish to attempt sealing healing chakra into this pond water. Upon hearing Dojia's intention, Tsunade paused for a moment. That's a commendable thought, but will it succeed? I don't know, but it's worth a try. As long as I can control the chakra, it should gradually seep into the water. If successful, it could aid many ninjas on the battlefield when war comes, as not every squad can afford a medical ninja. If you truly believe in your ability, then go ahead. Tsunade said gravely. If this potion could indeed perform even half as effectively as Dojia claimed, it might very well turn the tide of battle. Dojia. A voice called from outside the laboratory. Shizune, drenched in sweat, rushed in, handing him a white medical ninja uniform. Dojia, this is my medical outfit. You should wear it. Shizune's cheeks were flushed, whether from running or embarrassment, it was unclear. Shizune, you can relax now. Dojia is back. So let us head home and allow him to rest, Tsunade said, observing Shizune's stammering speech. She murmured, standing behind Tsunade. Dojia, you look quite adorable in that outfit. Tsunade remarked before leading Shizune out of the laboratory, leaving Dojia with a sense of social embarrassment. Today, he had little inclination to study new healing potions. Dojia donned the medical ninja uniform that Shizune had provided. Fortunately, its length was sufficient to cover him, concealing the embarrassing cherry blossom yukata. After tidying his appearance and tying his loose hair into a ponytail, Dojia began to contemplate his current priorities. His chakra levels were momentarily balanced, although not overwhelming. They were adequate. In a battle, he would most likely serve as a medical ninja, his chakra nearing that of a jonin. His immediate tasks included further developing the Flying Thunder God technique, creating a powerful ninjutsu, ideally a non-hand sign technique suited to him, and researching the aforementioned healing potion. These three objectives were paramount. Although the Flying Thunder God was an auxiliary technique, it significantly enhanced one's offensive, defensive, and evasive capabilities, embodying a multifaceted ninjutsu. His commonly utilized techniques included Water Shield for defense and Water Iron Ball, Water Iron Chain Ball, Finger Gun, and Finger Bite, all categorized as C-rank ninjutsu. He lacked a decisive offensive technique, and if the healing potion could indeed be developed, it would earn him immense acclaim within the Hidden Leaf Village, establishing him as a focal point of attention. However, such recognition would also render him a target for other ninja villages. Where there are benefits, there are risks. Rewards without risk are not worth pursuing. Chapter 53. Conflict. Much like his training in the wet-bone forest, although perilous, it significantly enhanced his chakra capacities. He meticulously listed his current tasks on paper. After reviewing it, Dojia gently waved his hand, conjuring a water sphere that obliterated the densely written notes. The once clear water turned murky in an instant, and he casually discarded the sphere into a flower pot. As dusk settled, Dojia tightened his medical uniform and opened the laboratory door. After locking it, he headed towards his home. Due to the yukata, he swiftly made his way back. Finding the key beneath the welcome mat, he unlocked the door. As he entered, the bright lights stung his eyes, prompting him to squint. Is someone home? He wondered, as sounds and aromas wafted from the kitchen. Whoever had entered his home was not only still present, but appeared to be preparing a meal. Dojia's nerves tightened, and he enveloped himself in a water shield. Stealthily, he approached the kitchen, gently turning the doorknob. Water style? Before Dojia could complete his hand seals, he spotted a familiar, graceful figure savoring soup with a spoon. Her delicate lips gently brushed the edge of the spoon, sipping the soup in small portions. The pot on the stove bubbled with heat. Perhaps startled by Dojia's sudden entrance, the girl inadvertently trembled, causing the creamy broth to trickle down her smooth, porcelain-like thigh. Rin, how did you know I would be back today? Dojia exclaimed in astonishment. I didn't know you were returning today. Ever since I came back from my mission, I've been making soup for you every evening, Hinata Rin replied, hands on her hips. Dojia chuckled at her flustered demeanor, prompting Rin to smile back. They exchanged laughter for a while until Rin broke the silence. Doja, could you set the table? The soup is ready. Sure, he replied, fetching bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Rin expertly retrieved a ceramic bowl from the cupboard, pouring the chicken soup into it, and then took out some pickles from the fridge. Doja served rice from the rice cooker, and they sat down at the dining table, ready to enjoy their meal. During their meal, Hinata Rika recounted the tasks of the recent period to Okamoto Beansuke, who in turn shared his observations from the wet-bone forest. Neither of them mentioned the challenges they faced in their missions and training. After finishing their meal, Okamoto Beansuke waited by the kitchen sink for Hinata Rika to tidy up the dishes, one washing and the other organizing. It was an unspoken understanding between them, as if it had always been this way. Rika, war is imminent, Okamoto Beansuke said, seated on the sofa, watching Hinata Rika, still busy with the chores. Yes, I am aware. The reconnaissance team's missions have grown increasingly frequent. Our Hinata clan is preparing for battle with all our might, she replied. Beansuke, if you have time, please tidy up your room. I don't want to have to clean it every time I visit. She spoke while organizing the living room, a hint of complaint in her voice. Noticing that Hinata Rika preferred to avoid discussing the war, Okamoto Beansuke decided not to pursue the topic further. Rika, will you be going on missions during this time? Perhaps, I'm not certain. I'll let you know when I receive notice, she responded. Be careful and stay safe. Don't worry, I possess the Byakugan. I will be the first to evade danger, Hinata Rika said, pointing to her eyes with her index finger. All right, I must head back now, she said, feeling that they had tidied up sufficiently as she removed her apron. I'll walk you home, Okamoto Beansuke offered, quickly changing into another outfit in the inner room. They walked side by side, the gentle moonlight enveloping them, the sound of Hinata Rika's unique wooden clogs echoing softly, as if cloaking them in a silver mantle. They maintained their pace, not deliberately slowing down over the short distance until they reached the Hinata clan grounds. Goodbye, Beansuke. I will visit again tomorrow if I have time, Hinata Rika exclaimed cheerfully as she dashed into the house. Standing at the entrance of the Hinata clan, Okamoto Beansuke smiled at her retreating figure before turning to head home. Yet, just as he was about to exit the clan grounds, he abruptly turned around, fixating on a shadow lurking in the corner. Come out, stop hiding. Ever since Rika and I stepped into the Hinata clan's territory, you've been watching me. What are you after? Hey, didn't I warn you not to trespass into the Hinata clan? A ninja clad in a Chunin vest emerged from the shadows. A sinister expression etched on his face as he glared at Okamoto Beansuke. Why are you provoking someone from the Hinata clan? The unmistakable white eyes betrayed the identity of the intruder. The Hinata clan? I assure you, I have not provoked you in any way. What do you mean? Okamoto Beansuke replied, confusion evident on his face. It was well known that he rarely stirred trouble in Konoha, especially when it came to affairs involving the great ninja clans. Don't think that a bit of talent gives you the right to act recklessly. The bloodline of the Hinata clan shall never be diluted. You would do well to abandon such thoughts, the intruder warned angrily. Are you referring to Rika? Even if we were involved, you, who hide behind clan names, have no right to meddle. You are not worthy of commenting on our affairs, Okamoto Beansuke retorted, pointing an accusing finger at him. Ha ha ha, you irritating brat. Let me, Hinata Yushin, teach you a lesson, so you understand why the prestigious clan is called so. Hinata Yushin sneered, glaring at the insolent youth who dared to defy him. Hinata Yushin lunged forward, suddenly appearing in front of Okamoto Beansuke. Gotcha. The taunting words were merely a prelude to his imminent assault. If he could incapacitate this boy, even if he was a disciple of Tsunade, he was confident she wouldn't stir up trouble for the Hinata clan over a mere cripple. As war approached, the Byakugan's role in battle was invaluable. Even if it was known the Hinata clan had erred, the Hokage would not escalate the matter in order to maintain peace with them. This was the confidence that allowed Hinata Yushin to act against Okamoto Beansuke, fully aware of his status as Tsunade's disciple. Chapter 54. Conflict 2 with the Gentle Fist Technique, the 8 trigrams, and the 32 palms. Hinata Yushin manifested a massive array before him. Okamoto Beansuke found himself within the range of the 8 trigrams assault. The rapid succession of strikes landed upon him, punctuated by the sound of slapping palms. Finally, Hinata Yushin delivered a decisive blow to Okamoto Beansuke's abdomen, completing the 32 palms before stepping back to regain his stance. Hey, kid, do you feel the unbearable pain from your chakra points now? Hinata Yushin chuckled darkly, his laughter laced with a perverse desire for destruction, the veins on his temples making him appear particularly menacing. Okamoto Beansuke remained silent, standing his ground. Don't worry, soon you will be begging on your knees, Hinata Yushin said, his anger intensifying as he observed Okamoto Beansuke's unwavering stance. Hinata Yushin's intention was to cripple Okamoto Beansuke. In his eyes, the boy was merely a coward hiding in the Konoha hospital, having latched onto Tsunade's influence, and now seeking to rise through the women of the Hinata clan. Such a lowly genin deserved to be thoroughly tormented, instilling fear in him whenever he encountered a member of the Hinata clan. This was the bias of the powerful against the common shinobi within the village, and in Konoha, this elitist mentality was even more pronounced. However, aside from instinctively retreating a couple of steps at the onset of the attack, Okamoto Beansuke found that the rest of Hinata Yushin's strikes were deflected by a thin, translucent blue membrane that enveloped his body. Water-style, water-iron cannon, he declared, unleashing a barrage of compressed chakra spheres towards the still chattering Hinata Yushin. Boom. Hinata Yushin's position was replaced by a wooden stump. Substitution jutsu. As he looked at the battered wooden target, his bravado faltered. How could you evade my strikes? I sealed your chakra points, Hinata Yushin exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face, quickly replaced by a surge of murderous intent. While he may not have been particularly gifted within the Hinata clan, as a member of the former main family, he possessed an unwavering memory of chakra points. Yet, he found himself unable to subdue even a mere low-ranking ninja. Okamoto Beansuke offered no response, viewing Hinata Yushin as an enemy intent on his demise. He had no habit of engaging in dialogue with those who sought to kill him. With the threat now apparent, he felt no obligation to spare his opponent. However, within the village, the act of killing required careful consideration. For now, he needed to defeat this foe. Water-style, water spear, Okamoto Beansuke formed hand seals, conjuring several spiral water spears of varying lengths before him. With a swift motion, he sent them flying towards Hinata Yushin, accompanied by a hissing sound as they cut through the air. Boom. Another substitution technique, but this time, a gaping wound appeared on Hinata Yushin's leg from the relentless assault of water spears. With a flash of blue light beneath his feet, Okamoto Beansuke executed the water body technique and closed the distance, unleashing a powerful kick aimed at Hinata Yushin's injured leg. Seeing Okamoto Beansuke approach, Hinata Yushin felt a surge of delight. As long as this lad engages in close combat, he can effectively apply pressure point techniques. The Hinata clan's weakness lies in their insufficient ninjutsu range, particularly concerning ninjas below the rank of jonin. With a resounding thud, Hinata Yushin crouched low, lowering his center of gravity, and braced himself as Okamoto Beansuke delivered a fierce whip kick to his shoulder. A wave of soreness surged through him, but he gritted his teeth against the imminent pain. Employing the 8 trigrams palm, Hinata Yushin swiftly aimed his fingers at Okamoto Beansuke's legs. However, to his surprise, instead of a solid connection, he felt only a soft, resilient sensation at the point of contact. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a pale blue liquid coating the area he targeted. Before he could comprehend the situation fully, a blur caught his eye as Okamoto Beansuke unleashed a powerful kick. A sharp pain struck his chest, propelling him backward with great force. With a crash, Hinata Yushin's back collided with the wall. Gradually, he slid down the cracked surface, his body collapsing onto the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You little brat, even if you manage to defeat me, the Hinata clan will never acknowledge you, he shouted in a fit of desperation, realizing the vast disparity in their abilities. He had not anticipated that as a chunin. He would struggle against this commoner in mere exchanges. Just a handful of ninjutsu had pushed him to such a dire state. His gentle fist's pressure point strikes were completely neutralized by the mysterious blue liquid that only manifested at the moment of impact, now disappearing from his Byakugan's sight. Ignoring Hinata Yushin's continued insults, Okamoto Beansuke formed hand seals and struck the ground with one hand. Water release, water bullet. A brilliant blue circle suddenly appeared beneath Hinata Yushin, and a powerful jet of water erupted from it, propelling him into the air. Okamoto Beansuke stood still, watching as Hinata Yushin plummeted back to the ground at an alarming speed. Just as he turned to leave, a voice echoed behind him, 8 trigrams. Mountain-crushing strike. A gust of wind whipped past him as he nimbly sidestepped the attack, glancing back to see the Hinata clan member still poised in a stance. Hinata Yushin was caught in midair by another Hinata clan member. Regardless of the circumstances, you cannot leave after injuring a member of the Hinata clan, the man who had executed the mountain-crushing strike declared, standing tall. Young clan leader, This boy has injured me. Another voiced concern. Be cautious. He possesses a strange liquid that renders my gentle fist ineffective. Okamoto Beansuke fixed his gaze on the newcomers. Even if he is at fault, the punishment will be determined by the Hinata clan's regulations, not by you outsiders. Hinata Hizashi, the young clan leader, stood protectively in front of Hinata Yushin. Brother. Yushin has sustained multiple severe injuries. Another Byakugan user accompanying Hizashi remarked. Yes, Hizashi, take Yushin back for treatment. I will handle things here, Hizashi instructed solemnly. It seems I cannot leave now, Okamoto Beansuke thought, observing Hizashi's combat stance as a faint blue water film began to envelop his feet. Just as the conflict was about to escalate, a commanding voice rang out. You lot. To openly engage in violence within the village is unacceptable. Stand down. Chapter 55. Aftermath. As Okamoto Beansuke and Hinata Hizashi prepared for a confrontation, a voice interrupted, demanding they cease hostilities. They turned to see a ninja with short brown hair, clad in a deep blue long robe and the standard jonin vest of the village, perched upon a wall, flanked by two ninjas with their arms crossed. Who are you? Hizashi inquired uncertainly. In an instant, the ninja in the deep blue robe appeared before them. His eyes bore distinctive markings, and unlike the typical Byakugan, his eyes were a striking crimson, with 3 tomos swirling within his pupils. I am Uchiha Hakudai of the Konoha police force. I must insist that you both accompany us. We will report this incident as a breach of village security, he warned. Okamoto Beansuke shrugged, realizing that a confrontation was no longer viable. While he could easily overpower Hinata Yushin, he was wary of facing Hizashi. Under Hakudai's watchful gaze, Hizashi opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking. Had it been anyone else, he might have protested, but the Uchiha clan would show him no leniency. To the Uchiha, the Hinata clan was merely an impediment to their ambition of becoming the foremost ninja clan in Konoha. As Hizashi, the young clan leader, found himself in the hands of the Konoha police force, it would not result in any severe consequences, yet it would serve to tarnish the Hinata clan's reputation. Hizashi adjusted his robe and stood alongside Okamoto Beansuke. Let us proceed, gentlemen, Hakudai stated before leading them towards the Konoha police department. The following day, as the sun rose, the third Hokage sat in his office, a pipe clenched between his teeth. With each inhale, the tobacco glowed faintly within the bowl, exhaling a plume of smoke. He rapped on his desk. Immediately, a shadowy figure appeared in front of him. Fetch Tsunade and Hinata Daika for me, he commanded. Yes, Hokage-sama, came the prompt reply before the figure vanished. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Enter, the Hokage called. As the door swung open, Hinata Daika, garbed in a dark blue long robe, stepped into the office. Hokage-sama, he greeted respectfully with a bow. Please, take a seat. The third Hokage gestured to a nearby chair. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Suddenly, the door burst open as Tsunade, clad in a bright blue jacket, stormed in, breathless. Old man, what do you want? The third Hokage handed each of them a scroll, stating, These are from Uchiha Hakudai of the Konoha police force, regarding 2 individuals accused of disturbing the peace of the village. Initially, I paid little mind, but after reviewing the contents, I find myself in a predicament. The 2 parties involved in the altercation were none other than Okamoto Beansuke, a promising disciple of Tsunade, and Hinata Hizashi, the young clan leader of the prominent Hinata clan, with rumors of a serious injury to a member of their branch family. After reviewing the situation, Tsunade tossed the scroll onto the third Hokage's desk. Is this all you wanted? Did you really need to summon me? Clearly, it was the other party who provoked first. Doka was merely responding in self-defense, she remarked, her tone laced with irritation. The third Hokage remained silent, turning his gaze toward Hyuga Daiki. Although it was Yushin who initiated the conflict, he was, without a doubt, the victim in this instance. Furthermore, I have heard from the clan that Yushin sustained severe injuries and may no longer be able to pursue the path of a ninja. I trust that the third Hokage will not shield the assailant. Hyuga Daiki, observing the third Hokage's attention upon him, replied nonchalantly, Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Is it only permissible for your clan to act? Had the roles been reversed, I would have dismantled your clan entirely. Tsunadeheim, you shouldn't be so impulsive. We ought to await the third Hokage's judgment, Hyuga Daiki continued with a smile. From the outset, he acknowledged his misstep while conveniently sidestepping the fact that he had been the aggressor. Instead, he emphasized Yushin's condition. subtly applying pressure on the third Hokage by suggesting that if he could not recover, he would be rendered incapable of being a ninja. Injuries would preclude a ninja's participation in the impending war, thus providing the Hyuga clan ample justification to refrain from battle. Coughing and exhaling a large cloud of smoke. The third Hokage's face was obscured by the mist. The fact that the Hyuga clan instigated the conflict was undoubtedly wrong. Although Doka had acted defensively, he too bore responsibility. Very well. I propose that Doka be placed under house arrest for his initial offense. After a moment's contemplation, the third Hokage added, as for Yushin, let Tsunade assist with his treatment. Daiki, you wouldn't question Tsunade's medical expertise, would you? If the treatment proves inadequate, I shall personally arrange for his position to ensure he has a comfortable life. What do you think? The third Hokage's verdict was remarkably fair, and Daiki offered no objections. He recognized that the third Hokage was steadfast in his protection of his disciple. However, the distinction between house arrest and no punishment at all was negligible. Although the intent was to prioritize Yushin's treatment, the underlying message from the third Hokage indicated his dissatisfaction with Daiki's recent actions. He was granting the Hyuga clan an opportunity. Should they fail to adhere to the village's wishes, they would soon find themselves in opposition to it. The upper echelons of the village had no need for subordinates who negotiated with them. Daiki, glancing back at the third Hokage, bowed respectfully before taking his leave. The third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement and instructed Tsunade, you should escort Doka away. Let this matter conclude here. As for Yushin from the Hyuga clan, do attend to him if you can. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the third Hokage. I won't be going, she said, turning on her heel and departing. As Tsunade exited, the third Hokage picked up the scroll handed to him by Uchiha Hakudai. Has this child truly progressed in strength so swiftly? A ninja from a prestigious lineage defeated by a mere genin. He pondered, contemplating the need to pay closer attention to this child. Perhaps he was another Minato Namikaze in the making. In a dim, damp, and dilapidated cell, a group of ragged individuals stood inside. Two ninjas with crimson eyes and spinning tomo kept a vigilant watch at the cell's entrance to prevent any escape. This was the Konoha Police Department's temporary holding facility, where troublemakers or criminals were confined. For serious offenses, the matter would be escalated to the Advisory Council for determination regarding imprisonment or execution. However, within this holding cell, two individuals stood in stark contrast to their grim surroundings. Doka sat languidly atop an unconscious corpulent man, gazing down at his own palm. Hyuga Hizashi stood in a corner, arms crossed, contemplating with closed eyes. When they were first confined, the cell's ringleader was the very overweight man beneath Doka, who had sought trouble, only to be swiftly subdued by Doka's decisive strike. He had yet to regain consciousness. You, even in such a place, lack restraint, Hizashi remarked, eyes still closed. Humph. I adhere to the principle of not provoking others, provided they do not provoke me. Had this fatso not initiated trouble, I would not have acted. If it weren't for that guy's sudden attack, I would have remained passive, Doka retorted. But you should not have struck so ruthlessly. Had it not been for me and Hinata arriving in time, Yushin would have either perished or been left crippled. Hizashi shot back, suddenly opening his eyes. His white pupils fixed intently on Doka. Chuckling lightly, Doka cast a glance at Hizashi but chose to ignore him. Hinata Hizashi, you are summoned, one of the guards announced, opening the cell door. Upon hearing his name, Hizashi sidestepped the ragged individuals within the cell and stepped outside. Once outside, he spotted Hyuga Daiki waiting not far away. Father, he greeted, bowing respectfully. Let us discuss this further at home, Daiki replied. Yes, father, Hizashi acquiesced as they exited the Konoha Police Department, walking in tandem. Shortly after their departure, the guard opened the cell door again. Doka, you may leave now. Stretching leisurely, Doka sauntered toward the exit. Upon stepping outside, the glaring sunlight forced him to squint. Shielding his forehead with his hand, he gradually adjusted to the brightness. Before him, Tsunade waved him over. Doka jogged to catch up with her. Master, he said, trailing behind Tsunade. Listen well, my apprentice is not someone to be trifled with. If anyone dares to bully you, retaliate fiercely. If you lack the strength to do so, I will assist you, Tsunade instructed. Doka felt a hint of moisture at the corners of his eyes. The third Hokage has sentenced you to 3 months of confinement, forbidding your exit from the village. During this time, refrain from visiting the Hyuga child, Tsunade continued, ruffling Doka's hair as she observed his downcast demeanor. I understand, master, Doka replied, nodding. Then you may return home, she said, hesitating to voice her thoughts, ultimately saying nothing. Upon returning home, Doka headed straight for the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, he lay sprawled on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. I suppose things aren't going well for the Hyuga clan either, he mused. In the Hyuga clan's ancestral shrine, Hyuga Rurui knelt in prayer. The door creaked open, and a frail figure, leaning on a cane, entered. Child. Rurui turned to see the elderly woman at the entrance. Grandma. The newcomer was a matriarch of Rurui's branch. Having grown up under her care after the tragic loss of her parents during the Second Great Ninja War, much like Doka. My dear, I know you must have heard about that boy. This may seem unfair to you, but the blood of the Hyuga clan has never mingled with others. You must understand. You and that boy have no future together. Grandma, did you truly love your husband? Suddenly, the depiction of Hinata interrupted the incessant chatter of my grandmother. For a moment, my grandmother was at a loss for words. What can one do when love is absent? At times, we are all prisoners of circumstance. The old woman's voice was tinged with melancholy. During this period, you must remain at home and refrain from going anywhere. My grandmother retreated from the Hinata shrine. As the sound of the door locking echoed outside, a tear glided down the cheek of the Hinata illustration, cascading along her smooth jawline and falling onto the stone floor. The discord between Okamoto Dojiya and the Hyuga clan, under the suppression of the third Hokage, circulated only within confined boundaries. As dawn broke, bloodshot veins appeared in Okamoto Dojiya's eyes. He had not slept a wink the previous night. With the first light of day, he hastened towards the Konoha hospital. Clad in a white lab coat, Okamoto Dojiya stood in the laboratory, intently observing the test tube in his hand. He had lost count of how many experiments he had conducted during this time. Each day, he diligently repeated the extraction and solidification of chakra, striving to infuse healing chakra into the waters of the wet bone forest pond. Although he had not yet succeeded, he had made some progress. He discovered that the secretion from slugs amplified chakra. He had also returned to the wet bone forest to collect sufficient pond water for his experiments. Through his relentless efforts, he was gradually altering the chakra content in the medicinal solution. The healing chakra had transitioned from fleeting to a stability of 3 minutes. Gazing at the test tube before him, he watched the green liquid slowly lose its color, transforming into a slightly white substance. Shaking his head, he sighed. It was more challenging than he had anticipated. Initially, he had believed that with the skills accumulated over 2 lifetimes, he could revolutionize the medical techniques within the shinobi world. Yet, he had overestimated himself. He gently placed the test tube on the experimental table and removed his mask, sinking into a chair, weary. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and a faint blue membrane enveloped his body, instantly dissipating the beads of sweat. Dojiya, have you succeeded? Tsunade entered, carrying a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Teacher, what brings you here? It was usually Shizune who delivered lunch to Okamoto. You've been cooped up in the lab for so long. I was worried you were getting too absorbed in your work. Thank you, teacher, but I'm fine, just facing some challenges. You rascal, finish eating and hurry home, she insisted, placing the ramen on the experimental table. Chapter 57. Buzzing Tsunade then took a seat beside him, watching as Okamoto consumed his meal. Are you so idle? He asked. I will clean up after I finish. This is a shadow clone. I specifically came to supervise you. Once you're done, you must return home. After Okamoto finished his meal, Tsunade forcefully pushed him out the door. All right, you're not needed here today, go home. Faced with Tsunade standing at the door, Okamoto felt resigned. Turning away from Konoha Hospital, he did not head home, but instead made his way towards the training ground at the edge of the Death Forest. During this time, Hinata had not sought him out even once. She must have been constrained by her family. Honoring his promise to Tsunade, Okamoto had refrained from visiting the Hyuga household. In the interim, he had paid visits to Minato Namikaze and his girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki, further refining the Flying Thunder God technique. As he approached the Death Forest, he formed hand signs and vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself in the midst of a forest. Unlike Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God, Okamoto's understanding of spatial manipulation was limited. The training methods left by the second Hokage in the sealed book focused more on the analysis of time and space rather than the technique itself. Minato, a true genius, had combined the second Hokage's insights with his own, successfully mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, even creating a new variant of it. No wonder Minato once remarked that each individual's mastery of the Flying Thunder God differs. Okamoto had integrated elements of reverse summoning into his own version of the technique. In essence, his method employed a unique technique to designate coordinates, transporting the user to that location much like a directed portal. Thus, unlike Minato, Okamoto could not inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique onto an enemy during battle. If the enemy did not perish, the mark would not fade. Okamoto's approach diminished the technique's reliance on spatial understanding. Although utilizing reverse summoning to learn the Flying Thunder God was somewhat of a shortcut, it demanded a higher level of chakra control from the practitioner. Lacking Minato's exceptional grasp of spatial forces, Okamoto chose a path more suited to his abilities. Sometimes, not every endeavor is flawless. Upon arriving at the Death Forest through the Flying Thunder God technique, Okamoto adeptly positioned himself at a target. During his absence from Konoha Hospital, he had been developing new ninjutsu within the Death Forest. Minato had once demonstrated to him a newly developed technique without hand signs, later known as the Reincarnated. This hand sign-free ninjutsu aligned perfectly with Minato's combat style, combining rapid movement with the efficiency and might of the Reincarnated. Extending his arm, a water gun appeared at his fingertip, measuring several centimeters. Channeling chakra into it, the water gun shot forth swiftly, piercing a long, slender hole through the steel target. Although the power of the water gun had increased since his earlier attempts, Okamoto remained unsatisfied. He aspired for a technique akin to Kakashi's Raikiri, a definitive strike. Extending his palm, a chakra sphere of no particular nature formed instantaneously. For someone with Okamoto's exceptional chakra control, the Rasengan presented no challenge whatsoever. Minato had merely demonstrated it once in front of him, and he had grasped it immediately. Minato had called him a genius. Fully aware of the power and various forms of the Rasengan, Okamoto knew that his version of the Flying Thunder God lacked the versatility of Minato's. Unable to achieve the second phase of the technique and could only travel in a straight line. What suits one best is often the most effective. As Okamoto observed the swirling Rasengan in his palm, he fell into deep contemplation. The rotation of the Rasengan. A spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Once again, a chakra spear formed under his command. Under Okamoto's remarkable chakra control, the spear gradually took on a conical shape, with the center hollowing out. The cone continued to spin. Whoosh! The cone shot forth, effortlessly piercing through the steel target and several trees behind it. A transparent void appeared among the trees. Furrowing his brow, Okamoto scrutinized the target he had just penetrated. The piercing power had indeed intensified, yet it still felt insufficient. He began to condense another water gun. Under the control of chakra, the hollow water gun began to spin once more. Unlike the previous occasion, this conical water gun rotated with increasing speed. Within Okamoto Mamikai's perception, the water molecules inside the water gun gradually began to boil under the influence of chakra. Suddenly, the entire water gun erupted before Okamoto Mamkai. A fleeting flash of light blue. Yet, there was not a trace of panic on his face, as a water membrane had automatically shielded him from the explosive force. He proceeded to condense the water gun again, repeating the earlier steps, followed by the accelerated boiling of the water molecules. The water gun, spinning before him, transformed at a visibly rapid pace. A release point was necessary. Just as he spoke, two holes appeared at the base of the controlled water gun. Hiss! Hissing steam erupted from the two openings. With the release points established, the water gun stabilized immediately, and its rotation speed surged dramatically. A smile of delight graced Okamoto Mamikai's face. With a swift motion of his hand, he launched the water gun, which sliced through the air with a sonic boom, drawing a white streak as it shot towards the target. The steel target was pierced with remarkable force at the moment of impact. The water gun maintained its velocity, penetrating trees and creating a deep, bottomless hole in the rocky side of the training ground. As he silently contemplated the power of the water gun, a long-lost smile appeared on Okamoto Mamikai's face. With a mere fraction of chakra, the water gun's penetrating ability had reached the level of an A-rank ninjutsu. No hand signs, minimal chakra consumption, yet the might was undeniably formidable. This was the ninjutsu he envisioned. Okamoto Mankai waved his hand, instantly condensing 3 water guns that hissed and emitted steam. With a flick of his arm, the 3 water guns struck fiercely against the rocky wall of the training ground, leaving 3 deep, bottomless holes. He condensed another water gun, and under his deliberate control, 4 air holes gradually emerged at its base. Chapter 58. The journey begins as the 4 air holes appeared. The spinning water gun emitted an even sharper buzzing sound. Under Okamoto Mamikai's control, the buzzing projectile did not launch, but instead, a third pair of air holes slowly formed at its base. The third pair of holes opened, and the rotating projectile accelerated further. The sharp buzzing resonated throughout the death forest, startling flocks of birds from their perches. With a loud pop, before the third pair of air holes could fully open, the internal boiling of the water molecules caused it to explode completely. The pale blue water membrane that enveloped his body gradually faded. Okamoto Beansuke gazed at his injured right hand. It seemed that with his current chakra, he could not directly control the six-holed projectile. Forming hand signs, he invoked healing techniques. A radiant glow enveloping his injured hand. The wounds visibly diminished at a remarkable pace. The intense force of the close-range explosion could also result in burns from the blast. Observing the swelling recede, he assessed the chakra consumed within him, noting that it had not significantly depleted. Originally classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, the projectile had mutated under Okamoto Mamikai's control, enhancing its power to a rank. However, further enhancement was not something that could be achieved solely through chakra control. He could barely maintain it, but not for long. Steadying his mind, he swiftly flicked his hand, summoning 7 or 8 buzzing projectiles that hovered around him. Go! The sharp, buzzing projectiles, accompanied by waves of white air, fiercely struck the surroundings, creating deep, bottomless pits. Observing the destruction wrought by his own hand, Okamoto Beansuke smiled, unperturbed. At last, he had attained a semblance of self-defense capability, even amidst battle. With hands forming seals, Okamoto Beansuke vanished silently from his location, reappearing directly at home. He had long since left a flying thunder god mark at his residence. Furthermore, he had marked several locations throughout the village. The previous incident with Hinata Rihua had made him acutely aware of his current insignificance. Had it not been for his status as Tsunade's disciple and his extraordinary talents, the last incident would have had far more severe consequences. Even if he had not been the initial cause of the trouble, it mattered little. Thus, he needed to plan for his future. Upon returning home, he gazed at the empty kitchen and the dust-laden house, prompting memories of the figure clattering about in wooden sandals. After a hasty dinner, Okamoto Beansuke sat at his desk, poring over scrolls, studying various herbal combinations. Whenever he found a moment, he dedicated himself to researching healing potions. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. One morning, Okamoto Beansuke emerged from the laboratory with heavy footsteps. Tsunade stood nearby, observing him. Beansuke, you haven't returned home? No, sensei, I have made some progress, Okamoto Beansuke replied. His voice slightly hoarse, excitement gleaming in his bloodshot eyes. Just as Tsunade was about to speak, a piercing eagle cry echoed throughout Konoha. Both Tsunade and Okamoto Beansuke looked up sharply at the soaring ninja hawk. This is a serious matter, Tsunade remarked gravely. It's a summons for Jonin. Sensei, you should go. Okamoto Beansuke urged, focusing on the hawk above. Very well, I must leave. Remember to rest well, Tsunade replied before vanishing in an instant. It seemed that war was imminent. In a concealed corner, a small figure hid in the shadows, peeking out with a half-exposed head, quietly observing him. Seeing Okamoto Mamikai's weary form, a glimmer of concern flickered in their eyes. With Tsunade's departure, Okamoto Beansuke turned and entered the Konoha laboratory. Recently, he had spent most of his time within its confines. Upon re-entering, the laboratory was transformed from its usual brightness. Since he began researching healing potions, Tsunade had designated the laboratory for his exclusive use. The floor was adorned with intricate ceiling arrays, and at the center of one array lay a pale green test tube. Approaching the array, Okamoto Beansuke extracted the test tube, and within moments, the contents visibly diminished. His research had made significant strides, yet with the looming threat of the Third Great Ninja War, time was of the essence. As evening approached, there was a knock at the laboratory door. Okamoto Beansuke rose to answer, finding Tsunade standing there, looking at him. Sensei, he exclaimed, stepping aside to let her enter. Upon entering the laboratory, Tsunade was taken aback by the multitude of ceiling arrays covering the floor. Beansuke, are you truly researching healing potions? Her astonished question was understandable. As dusk settled, the dim light filtering into the room combined with the dense arrays gave the impression of anything but serious research. Fear not. Sensei, it is all legitimate study. Gongbin Doji earnestly assured Tsunade. Teacher, you just finished a meeting today and came here. Is it about the war beginning? Dojia inquired, gazing at Tsunade, who was perched on a stool with her legs crossed. Ah, I knew I couldn't keep it from you. Fortunately, I had no intention of doing so. According to the scouts, Sunagakure has already begun to mobilize its forces. Ever since the disappearance of the third Kazekage, the entire leadership of Sunagakure has been in a state of extreme tension. Moreover, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind has been consistently reducing the funding for Sunagakure, which has hindered the increase in the number of elite ninjas. The village's mission assignments have been declining year by year. In contrast, Konoha, being one of the 5 great nations, has consistently held the highest volume of missions, resulting in many assignments that should have gone to Sunagakure flowing to Konoha. This has fostered immense hostility from Sunagakure towards Konoha, as the hardliners in Sunagakure view their current plight as the fault of Konoha. The absence of the third Kazekage has made it imperative for Sunagakure to assert its existence to the ninja world. With unanimous agreement from the village's leadership, they have decided to find an outlet for their frustrations, and Konoha serves as the most suitable target, particularly after Konoha became aware of Sunagakure's movements. The constant reconnaissance from the scout teams has been aggravating Sunagakure's nerves. The friction at the borders between the two nations has been unceasing, and it has finally reached a tipping point. Tsunade hugged her knees, stating, "The village has decided. 3 days from now, the combat troops will head to the borders of the Land of Fire. I have suggested to the old man that you lead the team to the front lines." Chapter 59. Departure. Tsunade looked at Gongbin Dojia. "Dojia, I ask this of you." Tsunade spoke sincerely. "Understood, teacher," Dojia nodded. Tsunade stood up and approached him, crouching down to gently caress his forehead with one hand. "Dojia, I am truly sorry. I should not have sent you to the front lines in my stead." Tsunade's fair visage drew closer to Dojia. Just as he was uncertain whether to halt her advance, she pressed her forehead against his and embraced him tightly. Dojia was on the verge of offering her comfort when he felt a warm tear flow gently down his nose. Looking at Tsunade, whose eyes brimmed with tears, he silently lowered his hands, allowing her to hold him. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon the two of them, enveloping them in a shimmering light. Tsunade's golden hair appeared even more resplendent. During his first reconnaissance mission to the Land of Wind, Dojia primarily served as a safeguard for the team. Sunagakure's ninjas often employed poison in combat. Tsunade's intention was to showcase the capabilities of medical ninjas within the team to the higher-ups in Konoha. The outcome was remarkable, as Dojia played an exceedingly vital role in that mission, leading to the higher-ups in Konoha placing greater value on medical ninjas. Following Dojia's mission, the village's leadership arranged for a group of orphans from the village's orphanage to learn the intricate medical ninjutsu. As Tsunade's emotions stabilized, she returned to the commanding presence she had during the Second Great Ninja War. Wiping her tears, she conveyed the discussions held with the third Hokage and senior advisors to Dojia. With the onset of the Ninja World War, the village had decided to dispatch Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, as the commander for the front lines in the Land of Wind. Given the existence of Sunagakure's puppet forces, Tsunade, also one of the Sannin, was undoubtedly the best partner for Orochimaru. However, to the surprise of the third Hokage, Tsunade declined this task and instead recommended her only Genin student, Gongbin Dojia, to lead the medical division in the battle against Sunagakure. Following extensive discussions with Tsunade yielded no results. Everyone believed she had lost her mind for prioritizing her student over the village's interests. At that moment, Jiraiya, another of the Sannin, stepped forward to support Tsunade's decision. With Orochimaru, the overall commander for the front lines, agreeing as well, the third Hokage reluctantly acquiesced to Tsunade's proposal. However, the leadership of the medical division was designated by the third Hokage to be managed concurrently by Nara Shikaku as an advisor. Dojia was appointed as the deputy head of the medical division, responsible for patient care and related duties. Nevertheless, in the event of significant arrangements or tasks for the frontline medical department, all decisions would ultimately rest with Nara Shikaku. Dojia nodded, indicating his understanding. Observing Dojia's compliant demeanor, Tsunade felt a pang of distress, if it were not for her hemophobia. Yet revealing her condition would undoubtedly strike a devastating blow to the morale and spirit of Konoha's forces. She felt a profound sense of indebtedness to this student. Dojia, recognizing Tsunade's troubled expression, knew she had slipped back into self-reproach. Approaching the door, he picked up the medical uniform hanging on the wall. With a swift motion, he donned the pristine white attire and opened the laboratory door. The gentle rays of the setting sun bathed Dojiya in a red hue. Tilting his head slightly, he smiled at Tsunade, who stood in the shadows of the room, saying, "Teacher, leave it to me. This war is merely my stage to announce my existence to the ninja world." With that, Dojiya strode confidently forward. As Tsunade watched Dojiya walk away, for ninjas emerged in her mind, reminiscent of a similar situation. A middle-aged man stood before 3 young children. "Do you blame me for sending you to the battlefield? As my disciples, this was bound to happen sooner or later." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the white-haired boy in the middle exclaimed, "Hey, old man. Don't worry. This is my first battle to make a name for myself as a sage." The blonde girl and the black-haired boy, though silent, could not hide their pride as they slightly raised their chins and their eyes sparkled. With that, the 4 of them raced off into the distance. The 3 retreating figures gradually merged with Dojiya's silhouette striding away. It dawned on Tsunade that she had once been in a similar position. Wiping away her tears, she too strode purposefully out of the room. Upon returning home, Dojiya surveyed the unchanged surroundings. Ever since his confrontation with Hinata Yushing, Hinata Riku had not visited his home again. With a sigh, Dojiya opened a drawer and took out a sheet of stationery, beginning to write earnestly at the table. He placed the envelope on the table and pressed it down with a water jug. Time slipped away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In front of the Hokage building in Konoha, the officials preparing to head to the front lines stood in a line, with Dojiya, dressed in standard white medical ninja attire, positioned slightly behind. They awaited the pre-battle address from the 3rd Hokage in silence. The 3rd Hokage stood at the forefront, facing the gathering, with Mitokage, Takirin Komatsu, and the legendary Danzo Shimura positioned just behind him. "You are the finest ninjas in the village. The safety of our village faces unprecedented challenges. Our families, our future, and our safety depend on your protection. I will be your most loyal support. You are the hope of our village's future. Today, as you depart, I shall crown your return with glory. Where the leaves dance, the flames persist undying." The 3rd Hokage stood on the platform atop the Hokage Tower, passionately rallying the troops preparing to head to the front lines. The villagers of Konoha erupted into a thunderous cheer for the departing forces, chanting the name of the 3rd Hokage and offering their blessings. Amidst the jubilant clamor, a pair of sinister eyes fixated on the elated 3rd Hokage. Licking their lips beneath the sun, the scene was simply too delightful. Among the villagers, a figure clad in resplendent attire fixated a cold gaze upon the white-clad officer, Okamoto Beansuke. In the crowd, "Is that fellow also heading to battle? I wish for his demise on the battlefield." Subsequently, Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief of the Wind Country Front, silently nodded to the 3rd Hokage. Raising his arm high, he commanded, "Konoha Ninja Army, move out." Chapter 60. Setting camp, the ninja army, gathered at the gates of Konoha, began their slow march toward the border. Villagers seized this fleeting moment to bid farewell to their loved ones and friends heading to the front lines. Beansuke, over here." Just as Okamoto Beansuke prepared to depart, he heard his name being called. Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, accompanied by Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. It was Obito who shouted, seemingly afraid he would not be seen, as he jumped and waved his hands vigorously. Beansuke casually greeted Shikaka Nara before instantly appearing beside them. "Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, when did you arrive?" he inquired with a relaxed demeanor. Minato flashed his customary smile. "Today is the day the ninja army heads to the front lines. Of course, we had to come see you off. Plus, I heard you were going too. And Kushina was quite worried about you." During Beansuke's training in the Flying Thunder God technique, he often visited Minato's home, gradually becoming familiar with Kushina. When he improved the technique, it was Kushina who assisted him in researching the Uzumaki clan's seals. Without her guidance, Beansuke might not have perfected the Flying Thunder God technique. "I'm not worried about your safety. With your mastery of the Flying Thunder God, you'll be just fine." Kushina playfully slapped Minato on the shoulder, cutting off the rest of his words. Observing their interaction, Beansuke remarked, "Minato and Kushina, you two are truly well-matched. How about you settle your marriage after we return?" "Hey, you little rascal, who would want to marry this blockhead?" Kushina playfully slapped Beansuke on the head. "Beansuke, you must be careful. I heard about your clash with the Hyuga clan. It's a shame I'm still a genin. Once I become the leader of the Uchiha clan, I'll help you get your revenge," Obito declared enthusiastically. The conflict between Beansuke and the Hyuga clan had long been the talk among the prominent families of Konoha. Dosuke, you must protect yourself, Rin spoke softly. Dosuke then glanced at Kakashi, who remained expressionless. When Kakashi noticed Dosuke's gaze, he remained stoic. Kakashi, don't you have anything to say to Dosuke? Obito asked, wrapping an arm around Kakashi's shoulders and speaking in a teasing tone. Kakashi looked at Dosuke and, without uttering a word, silently extended his right hand toward him. Dosuke was momentarily taken aback, but then reached out his own hand, their grips firm and resolute. Return alive. I look forward to our next match. Good luck. Obito's hand joined in at that moment, followed by Rin's. Meanwhile, in the distant Hyuga compound, Hinata was still confined indoors. Her temples throbbing with tension, her Byakugan activated to its fullest extent. Watching Dosuke, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin clasp hands, she silently placed her own hand before her, mimicking their gesture. Dosuke, good luck. Far from the Hokage tower, Dosuke seemed to sense something and placed his left hand atop theirs. Good luck, everyone, Minato shouted, wrapping an arm around Kushina as they all cheered together. With a forceful motion, they broke apart, laughter echoing among them. As Dosuke turned to cast one last glance at his companions, he resolved to preserve the memory of their joyous expressions. With a flash of blue light beneath his feet, he caught up with the advancing troops. Orochimaru, sensing the commotion, turned to observe Dosuke rejoining the ranks, slowing his pace. Dosuke, your contributions will be invaluable in this war, he remarked, having discarded his usual light-colored robe for the standard Konoha Jonin vest, complemented by gray trousers and a ninja tool pouch strapped to his thigh for easy access. I will give my utmost effort, Lord Orochimaru, Dosuke replied, bowing slightly. Then let us strive together. With that, Orochimaru quickly moved ahead, engaging Shikaku in conversation. Dosuke watched Orochimaru's exposed pale skin, recognizing that he still appeared normal, far from the madness that would later consume him. Presently, Orochimaru was among the most favored candidates for the position of fourth Hokage. The formidable Konoha ninja army set forth towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Thanks to earlier reconnaissance units paving the way, they arrived within the borders of the Land of Rivers before dusk. Ironically, the battleground between the Wind and Fire countries lay within the borders of a nation that had no stake in the conflict. In wars between great nations, it is invariably the smaller nations that suffer the consequences. The Land of Rain, caught in the midst of the Fire, Wind, and Earth countries, had forced its citizens to endure a life of turmoil and despair. This very plight would later drive Nagato to extremism, having lived perpetually in the shadow of war. It was no wonder that he would succumb to darkness. Reflecting on the past while watching Naruto, one had remarked that Shirsue's Kotoame Tsukumi must have been employed on Naruto, allowing him to remain cheerful and optimistic in his fight for Konoha. Upon reaching their designated location, specialized logistics personnel began to set up camp. As the medical department was also a part of the logistics unit, Dosuke was on the lookout for an appropriate spot to establish their medical camp. In this war, Nara Shikaku served merely as the nominal head of the medical department, primarily responsible for strategizing the entire front. Only during crucial decisions would he seek approval from others. The medical department was usually managed by Dosuke and two other medical jonin, who acted as vice heads, making decisions collaboratively. Had Tsunade been present, she would have not only led the medical department, but also served as Orochimaru's deputy, overseeing a portion of the frontline matters. However, the current situation involved Tsunade's apprentice, which made a significant difference. Tsunade commanded respect, but Dosuke did not possess the same authority. The primary reason for the hesitation regarding Okamoto Doji lies in his tender age, coupled with his status as a mere genin. Despite Tsunade's repeated assurances to the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials of Konoha that his abilities rival those of a jonin, it was decided, after consultations with two medical jonin, to position the medical unit at the rear of the shinobi forces. This arrangement would facilitate the care of retreating ninjas from the front line while allowing ample time and space for withdrawal. Chapter 61. The battlefield. Upon his inaugural step onto the battlefield, Okamoto Doji found himself surprisingly devoid of anxiety. As Tsunade's disciple and a medical ninja, his presence at the front lines was justified. Provided that Konoha's shinobi could prevent any incursions from Sunagakure, the medical ninjas would not face significant peril. The real danger for medical ninjas arises during large-scale confrontations, where skilled ninjas are required to render aid to their injured comrades, particularly those of higher rank. The medical personnel at the front must possess pure mastery of healing techniques to expedite the recovery of wounded ninjas, thereby preserving the greatest possible combat efficacy. Another source of danger occurs during battles, as medical and logistical units often become prime targets for enemy assaults. The sustenance of an army remains paramount. And while medical ninjas restore their allies' combat readiness, they simultaneously become critical objectives for adversaries. Furthermore, the puppet forces of Sunagakure are particularly adept at utilizing poison. These puppets are often armed with weapons laced with toxins, necessitating the presence of a highly skilled medic to administer crucial treatment at decisive moments. This underscores the significance of Dojio's role. On the first day of encampment, nothing of note transpired. Dojia observed scouts continually entering and exiting the largest tent belonging to Orochimaru. He stood at the entrance of the medical unit's tent, watching the comings and goings of ninjas, reflecting on the nature of warfare. As he pondered, Yamamatsu Daikawa approached him, inquiring about his adjustment to the situation. The speaker, a fellow medical jonin and deputy minister of the medical unit, shared a bond with Dojia, having watched him grow alongside Iase. Deputy Minister Yamamatsu. I was merely contemplating the brutality of war, Dojia replied. There's no need for such formality, Dojia. Our relationship transcends that. Regardless of your status as Tsunade-sama's disciple, Iase and I have always supported your leadership of the medical unit, Yamamatsu replied graciously. Yamamatsu and Iase Mami are the other two deputy ministers of the medical unit, and as colleagues from Konoha Hospital, their endorsement of Dojia poses no issue. Dojia had been learning medical ninjutsu at Konoha Hospital since the age of 5, and due to his youth, the hospital's other doctors had cared for him extensively. Over time, Dojia surpassed them in skill. His capabilities had already been demonstrated at the hospital, and the majority of medical ninjas dispatched to the Land of Wind were from Konoha Hospital, a choice made specifically by Tsunade. Indeed, the selection of medical personnel was personally orchestrated by Tsunade. For this war in the Land of Wind, she has nearly sent half of Konoha Hospital's medical ninjas. She has put immense effort into this for your sake, Yamamatsu remarked. Please do not say that, Uncle Yamamatsu. I still have much to learn about warfare and require Aunt Iase's assistance, Dojia humbly responded. Rest assured, Dojia. Come, let us see how Aunt Iase's camp is shaping up. Yamamatsu encouraged. After confirming their encampment location, Iase Mami had taken charge of the setup. As they strolled towards the medical unit's entrance, Dojia called out, Iase. And Iase. Iase Mami, clad in her white medical garb, was busily directing personnel in organizing supplies. Upon noticing them, she turned and praised Dojia. You've chosen an excellent location, Dojia. Admiring the nearly completed medical unit, Dojia reciprocated with compliments toward Iase. Just as they exchanged mutual praises, Nara Shikaku approached them, instructing Yamamatsu, Iase, and Dojia. Please come to the central tent. The trio followed Nara Shikaku into the command tent. Along the way, Dojia observed ninjas forming small squads, while members of the Oil Woman clan were diligently setting up defenses against the parasitic insects. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans patrolled the camp, their unique ocular techniques allowing them to monitor their surroundings vigilantly. The Hyuga clan was easily identifiable by their conspicuous white eyes, which constantly proclaimed their identity. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan conducted their patrols, ensuring no spies from Sunagakure infiltrated their ranks. Konoha's various clans were present, with members of the Inazuka clan tending to their loyal hounds. In the face of war, all were equal. The majority of Konoha's deployment comprised elite members from various clans. The third Hokage and the upper echelons of Konoha were united in their belief that a swift resolution to the conflict with Sunagakure was imperative. After all, while engaging in battle with Sunagakure, they must also remain vigilant against the potential threats posed by Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Reports from Jiraiya indicated that Iwagakure was making subtle moves in neighboring nations, whether attempting to seize the Seven Tails or orchestrating other actions against Konoha, demonstrating their restlessness. Should Iwagakure choose to intervene, Kumogakure, as one of the 5 great nations and under the third Raikage temperament, would not remain passive. If the situation deteriorated into the worst-case scenario, Konoha might find itself facing the members of 3 great nations simultaneously, a prospect they wished to avoid. Thus, in their campaign against Sunagakure, they sought a swift resolution. The longer the conflict dragged on, the more detrimental it would become. Upon reaching the entrance of the central tent, they found several members of the Hyuga clan stationed outside, continuously monitoring the vicinity with their Byakugan. Surrounding them were Uchiha clan members. employing their Sharingan to scrutinize every ninja attempting to approach the tent. The advantages of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans in warfare were indeed significant, Doji mused. Although his impressions of the Hyuga clan were tainted by the exception of Hinata, he could not deny their critical role in battle. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan also proved remarkably effective in countering Jinjutsu and dispelling transformation techniques. Inside the central tent, a vast sand table dominated the center, meticulously detailing the positions of Konoha's shinobi forces alongside those of Tsunegakure. Orochimaru leaned over the edge of the sand table, intently studying the map. Surrounding the table were members of the decision-making body and various captains of the shinobi forces. Orochimaru-sama, we have arrived, Nara Shikaku announced as he led Doji and the others into the tent. Upon hearing the voice, Orochimaru lifted his gaze, his golden snake-like eyes locking onto Doji and the others. Chapter 62. The Wounded Orochimaru-sama, Doji greeted, stepping forward to pay his respects. Orochimaru waved his hand, his hoarse voice slowly resonating. Doji-kun, tomorrow I intend to engage in a tentative confrontation with Suna. I hope your medical department can exert every effort to treat the wounded. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The medical unit can be adequately arranged tonight and will devote itself to the care of the injured, Doji replied succinctly, receiving a satisfactory response from him. Orochimaru swiftly flicked his tongue around his mouth, revealing a faint smile. He turned and picked up several game pieces adorned with the Konoha insignia from the table. Methodically placing them on the sand table, Kakazu, relay the orders for the troops to begin occupying these locations. Orochimaru pointed at the marked spots on the sand table. Lord Orochimaru, won't this approach seem overly dispersed? Nara Kakazu expressed his dissent, observing the scattered points marked by Orochimaru. Kakazu exchanged glances with his colleagues from the decision-making department. As fellow ninjas who had survived the Second Shinobi War, their judgment of the battlefield was undeniably seasoned. The locations marked by Orochimaru were situated to the north of the Land of Rivers, which presented a significant distance from Suna's current position and the predicted future main battlefield in the heart of the Land of Rivers. In their view, ambushing troops at these locations would yield minimal impact. Orochimaru cast a cold, serpentine gaze over the assembly. My objective is to draw the main battlefield northward, primarily to prevent a joint assault from Suna and IWA from the flanks. Should IWA become restless and cross the border from the Land of Rain into the Land of Rivers, these outposts would serve as optimal observation points. His words left the assembly momentarily speechless. Orochimaru was indeed wagering the lives of the ninjas stationed at these markers. If IWA were to launch a surprise attack, those stationed there would be mere cannon fodder. Contemplating this, Doji raised his gaze to the one who was among the legendary Sannin alongside his mentor, Orochimaru. The present Orochimaru exuded an aura of complete control over the battlefield, yet it was tinged with violence and an utter disregard for everything else. He was truly a perilous and enigmatic figure. It came as no surprise that Orochimaru would later defect from Konoha, establishing Otogakure, with Kimimaro and others fighting to their deaths for him. Kakazu arranged for personnel to execute the plan. With the crowd now silent, Orochimaru's slightly hoarse voice pierced through the air. After organizing the battle for the following day, the high-ranking officials began to disperse. Doji, Iase Mami, and Yamamatsu Takahiro, burdened with concern, returned to the medical department's tent. Yamamatsu sat in a chair, asking, "Do we need to send some medical ninjas to the front lines tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Doji pondered briefly. No, Orochimaru did not assign us a specific task. Tomorrow, we only need to ensure that the wounded brought back to the camp receive timely treatment. Uncle Yamamatsu, could you draft a simple plan? Iase, please relay tomorrow's tasks to the colleagues in the medical department. I will head to the supply office to confirm the medical equipment we may need for tomorrow. Understood. Both Yamamatsu and Iase replied in unison. Seeing their agreement, Doji felt a sense of relief, grateful that Tsunade had assigned personnel he was familiar with. Had there been a few difficult personalities, given his current age and ninja rank, he might have faced criticism from others. Stepping out of the tent, Doji observed the patrolling ninjas outside, feeling slightly more at ease. With a clear direction in mind, he walked towards the supply office. As dawn broke, Doji was startled awake by a commotion. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he exited the tent. The medical tent, which had been empty the day before, was now filled with anguished cries, as nurses hurried between the medical tents. How could there be so many injured? He exclaimed. grabbing the arm of a hurried physician passing by. "Ah, Dojiya." The physician gasped before quickly covering their mouth upon recognizing him. "Kitsunone, what are you doing at the front lines?" Dojiya found himself speechless, surprised by the outcome of his casual inquiry. Kitsuno was frantically patting down her disheveled hair, clearly still in shock. "If you can come, why can't I? After all, I've received the hospital's Excellence Award multiple times, and I've been promoted to physician," she retorted, rolling her eyes at Dojiya. Seeing her demeanor, Dojiya decided not to dwell on her presence at the front lines. "Kitsunone, why are there suddenly so many injured? I heard from the wounded that there was a surprise attack from Suna this morning." "All right, I can't chat any longer. I have supplies to deliver," Kitsuno said, waving the medication she was carrying as she dashed towards a medical tent. Suna launched a surprise attack. Dojiya was taken aback. "Dojiya." Yamamatsu approached, his portly figure moving swiftly. "How are the wounded faring?" "Most of the injuries are burns. I have already arranged the wounded, primarily Jinin," Yamamatsu replied. "Who was responsible for the attack, Uncle Yamamatsu?" "Unknown. I heard it was a woman leading a small team. Fortunately, it was discovered early, so casualties were minimal. Lord Orochimaru has personally taken a team to pursue them." "I will go check on the wounded," Dojiya stated, momentarily stunned by the news of Orochimaru personally leading the chase. Given Orochimaru's capabilities, it was impossible that he hadn't anticipated a potential attack from Suna. Thus, it seemed that Orochimaru had deliberately set a trap, allowing the assailants to come to him. Usually, the ninjas assigned to such missions were elite from the village. Those lacking in skill not only risked alerting the enemy, but could also be captured and reveal sensitive information about their village. If the attackers were so inept that they were caught immediately, it raised concerns. They might have been sent deliberately to mislead. Inside the medical tent, Dojiya gazed at a ninja lying on a makeshift bed, their age comparable to his own. Yet, due to this attack, they bore severe burns covering 80% of their back. The fire poison was affecting them, rendering their face an unnatural shade of crimson. Nearby, a medical ninja was diligently cleaning the wounds with antiseptic solution, but as soon as they finished, fresh pus and blood would seep forth. The blood dripped from beneath the makeshift bed, forming a stream that flowed outward. Chapter 63. The attack. Observing the injured ninja groaning in agony on the bed, Dojiya furrowed his brow. The fire poison was deeply embedded. What good would repeated cleaning do? He raised his voice, chastising the medical ninja nearby. Afterward, he pulled aside the attending medical ninja and with a flick of his palm. The ethereal green chakra of the healing palm technique enveloped the back of the injured genin. The rotting skin visibly mended under the influence of the technique. "All right, give him a simple bandage," instructed Okamoto Dojiya, dismissing the jutsu as he addressed the medical nurses flanking him. Observing the gradually bandaged casualty, Dojiya and Yamamatsu Takahiro exited the medical tent. "What is the situation with the injured?" During the recent treatment, Dojiya had sensed the fire poison lurking within the bodies of the wounded, almost with a consciousness of its own. Most of the injuries this time were indeed due to such fire poison burns. "Dojiya," Yamamatsu Takahiro stood before him. "You must understand that with Lady Tsunade absent, your medical ninjutsu is the best on the front lines. I know you wish to save every injured leaf ninja, but the chakra of medical ninjas is limited. You cannot treat everyone. We must allocate our limited chakra and treatment opportunities to the village's vital combat forces. I empathize with your desire to heal each leaf ninja, but our abilities are constrained. But am I to simply watch them perish?" Facing Yamamatsu Takahiro, Dojiya's nostrils flared as his breathing quickened, betraying his inner turmoil. In the past, he believed himself cold-blooded enough, yet on this battlefield, he discovered his own fragility. "Dojiya, I understand you, but I hope you can prioritize the greater good." With that, Yamamatsu gently patted Dojiya on the shoulder. "I understand," Dojiya replied, his head bowed as the morning dew dampened his bangs. Fire release, flowing flames. Just as Dojiya lifted his head, he spotted a sea of orange-red lava spreading from the edge of the leaf camp. The slowly flowing inferno began to engulf everything within the camp. Water release, great waterfall technique. Dojiya forcefully pushed Yamamatsu aside. "Uncle Yamamatsu, quickly organize an IAS and the medical team to relocate." A torrent of water gushed forth from Dojiya's mouth, meeting the advancing wall of flames in an instant. Sizzle. The sound of water clashing with fire echoed, enveloping the entire medical department in a thick veil of steam. The medical personnel erupted into a cacophony of chaos. As a logistical unit, Most medical ninjas lacked formidable combat abilities, and the sudden fiery assault plunged them into disarray. The relentless flow of water halted the flames' rampage. Dojia waved his hand, dispersing some of the steam, revealing a figure before him. A kunoichi adorned with a Suna forehead protector, her black ponytail cascading behind her. Framed by 2 strands of golden hair. Clad in a sleeveless gray mini-dress with white bandages wrapped around her abdomen and sharp purple shorts, she exuded an air of efficiency. Her cold gaze fixed upon Dojia. With hands forming seals, her arms were adorned with purple gauntlets that extended to her biceps. She released the formed seals and grasped the single sword strapped to her back, drawing it slowly, her almond-shaped eyes locked onto Dojia, clad in white medical attire. Lowering her posture, her imposing presence was accentuated by the tight fabric that hugged her form, almost brushing the muddy ground beneath her. At your age? To wield such a degree of water release in a dry environment. It seems I've caught a big fish. Her pale, oval face and slender lips spoke with a chilling tone. Initially, she intended to dismantle several of Konoha's medical units before retreating. However, this boy in medical garb had just thwarted her jutsu with his water release. With a thrust of her foot, the beauty wielding the sword appeared before Dojia in an instant, accompanied by a sharp slicing sound. Suna, Yakura. The long blade imbued with wind release sliced through the air at an astonishing speed. Dojia felt no sensation of being caught. But Yakura paused in surprise as droplets of water splashed onto her exquisite face. Dojia transformed into a puddle upon being cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground. Buzz. In that fleeting moment of Yakura's astonishment, 2 resounding buzzing sounds emanated from either side of her. Within the steam-filled camp, 2 water jets surged forth, creating shockwaves that instantaneously cleared a section of the vapor, hurtling towards the still-standing Yakura. Bang! The buzzing water jets struck a fragment of wood, standing atop the tent. Yakura pointed her blade, the rising sun finally illuminating her back, enhancing her beauty. Kid, just who are you? Her melodious, yet menacing voice resonated, laced with palpable intent to kill. I suspected these injured ninjas would perish on the spot given their wounds. Yet they still had time to be brought to the medical unit for treatment. With his left hand in his pocket and his right hand mimicking a gun, Dojia pointed at Yakura atop the tent. I surmised it might be Suna probing for the medical unit's location, but I never anticipated you would dare to infiltrate Konoha's camp alone. Oh, little boy, you know the injuries of those ninjas were deliberately left by me? Dojia feigned ignorance initially, but while extracting the remnants of fire poison from a ninja, he sensed the poison's latent consciousness, leading him to deduce that someone was manipulating it. I intended to turn the tables on you, but I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Dojia wore a look of resignation. Oh, you extracted my fire poison? Little brother, it seems you play a significant role in Konoha's medical unit. It appears I can't let you go. Yakura nibbled her delicate lips, her gaze fixed on Dojia. Hey, sister, contrary to your intentions, little brother wishes to keep you here. No sooner had he spoken, several water jets swiftly coalesced before Dojia, ready to launch. Buzz. Chapter 64, The Attacker. Accompanied by roaring shockwaves, the 4 buzzing water jets sped towards Yakura. What an unlikable little brother. It seems I can only take your head back with me. Yakura rapidly formed seals. Remember my name, Yakura of Suna. Fire release. Overheated vapor kill. 5 basketball-sized orange fireballs materialized, swirling around Yakura. The buzzing water jets approached in an instant, and the fireballs swiftly positioned themselves before her. While Yakura evaded several water jets, one managed to break through. The surrounding vaporizing fireballs collided with the 4 buzzing jets, creating a billowing cloud of steam. A figure was sent hurtling backward from the collision. Sister, remember my name too, Okamoto Dojia, he declared as a long trail marked the ground. At the trail's end, Yakura leaned on her sword. A hint of blood at the corner of her mouth, quickly evaporated by the surrounding fireballs. One must not underestimate. I never expected that peculiar jutsu to possess such penetrative power. Even with a 5-layered fire shield, I could only withstand one before sustaining injury. Yakura sheathed her sword, forming seals with both hands. Fire release, lava flow river. The ground around them began to crack, a powerful chakra pulsating in the air. Under the influence of the wind release technique, Yekong's fire release jutsu transformed the surrounding earth into a torrent of molten lava. Okamoto Dojia found himself ensnared within this fiery embrace. Initially, Yekong had no intention of employing such a technique. However, The water release abilities of the young man before him posed a significant threat to his scorch release. The lava flow technique, which necessitated the simultaneous use of both wind and fire releases, was a substantial drain on chakra. Yet, the potential to eliminate this prodigious youth, who could undoubtedly be a future talent for Konoha, was too tempting to resist. The boy's age belied his prowess. Being capable of executing techniques such as the Grand Waterfall and that peculiar jutsu accompanied by a resounding buzz. Even if Yekon chose to disregard him, the boy would still be at risk of injury. With a swift motion, Yekon conjured a massive fist of lava, enveloped in wind-released chakra, and struck toward Okamoto Dojiya with astonishing speed. In response, Dojiya unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, forming a protective sphere around him. The collision between the molten fist and the water barrier generated a cloud of steam, obscuring the battlefield. As steam dispersed, Yekon unleashed a series of wind-release vacuum spheres that surged toward Dojiya, dispersing the vapor and colliding with his water barrier. While the lava fist had merely weakened the barrier, it had not affected Dojiya himself. Yekon's frustration grew. This young adversary was proving to be quite the challenge. Not to mention the enigmatic lower ninja accompanying him. With a flush of determination, Yekon formed hand seals and executed the scorch release, rock flow collapse. His slender hands pressed firmly against the ground, and with the amplification of wind release, the already ferocious flames intensified, converting the earth into molten rock. The lava surged, propelled skyward, forming a barrier. Unlike Dojiya's water barrier, which served as a protective shield, Yekon's molten barrier was intended to prevent Dojiya from escaping. Trapped amid the lava river, Dojiya observed the surrounding terrain gradually sinking under the relentless flow of molten rock. Yekon, standing beside the lava river, smiled at Dojiya's plight, thinking, "Let this be your grave." Within the confines of his watery sanctuary, Dojiya dispelled his hand seals. Water splashed onto the ground, meeting the lava and evaporating into steam, which quickly enveloped him. In that moment, Yekon caught a glimpse of Dojiya extending his index finger and smiling at her, a peculiar smile that sent shivers down her spine. Years of perilous missions had honed her instincts, prompting her to abruptly halt her jutsu. With a resounding crash, the half-formed lava barrier crumbled without chakra to sustain it, and the ground where Yekon had crouched moments before was pierced by a white energy column. How decisive, she thought. The sixth sense of these seasoned ninjas was indeed formidable. By the lava pool, Dojiya retained his finger in a gun-like gesture aimed at Yekon's previous position while brandishing an oddly shaped kunai in his left hand. The buzzing sound of his finger gun reached Yekon at last. She clutched her injured left arm, astonished as she regarded Dojiya, who stood at the edge of the lava pool. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her chin, evaporating before they hit the ground. The boy had somehow emerged from the encircling lava, and had she not dodged in time, her injury would have been far worse. As the two faced off, footsteps echoed in the distance, and a throng of Leaf Village ninjas began to converge upon them. Observing the increasing number of Konoha ninjas, Yekon spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm. It was imperative that she flee. If not for this boy, her ambush would have succeeded. She cast a fierce glance at Dojiya, clad in white medical attire. "You little brat, next time, you're finished." With that, she swiftly evaded a barrage of ground spikes, water jets, electric arcs, and wind blades that were unleashed at her. Caught off guard, Yekon was struck by the onslaught of jutsu. Rather than blood, an orange mist billowed from her wounds. "Don't approach," shouted a Hyuga clan member, veins bulging at his temples. Hearing the warning, several ninjas who had reached Yekon hesitated, helplessly watching as her form began to dissolve and expand. With a thunderous explosion, Yekon transformed into a fireball, consuming the nearby ninjas. As the flames dissipated, only charred remains remained. In the forest, a slender figure leapt from tree to tree, clutching her injured arm, as she heard the sounds of destruction behind her. Turning, she witnessed the massive explosion rising into the sky. "I hope this proves effective." Yekon performed the scorch release, shadow clone technique, creating an orange-hued doppelganger that took flight in another direction. At the Konoha camp, other ninjas pursued the direction in which Yekon had fled. Dojiya, feeling weak, stumbled backward. "Dojiya!" Ia's mommy rushed to his side, catching him just in time. "You're hurt." Shansong, Taiha, and others gathered around him. "I'm fine. I merely exhausted too much chakra," Dojiya assured them, gradually regaining his footing with Ia's support. Chapter 65. Report in the aftermath of the battle. Dojia had expended a significant amount of chakra using the Grand Waterfall technique to counter Yekong's Scorch Release. The chakra consumed while maintaining the water barrier against the Molten Fist was immense. Although his chakra reserves were nearly on par with the Jonin, he had yet to reach that level. As the weakness within him subsided, Dojia steeled himself to stand. Uncle Shansong, what is the casualty report from the medical department? Dojia's first concern was the aftermath of the battle, having had no time to consider anything else during the chaos. He had entrusted Shansong and Iace with the task of managing the crowd. Rest assured, Dojia, thanks to your timely intervention, Yekong did not inflict severe damage upon us. A few medical ninjas perished due to late evacuation during the initial assault, and we'll need to find a new location, Shansong replied. Dojia nodded. Has Lord Orochimaru returned? He should have by now, Shansong said, shaking his head, indicating uncertainty. Uncle Shansong, Aunt Iace, please assist in cleaning up the aftermath. I will report to Lord Orochimaru. Dojia surveyed the chaotic camp and the vast molten pool, entrusting the two with the task at hand. As one of the medical department's leaders, it was his duty to inform Orochimaru of the attack. Shansong Dahu and Iace Mami nodded in agreement. This recent battle allowed Okamoto Beansuke to gain a clearer understanding of his own capabilities, particularly against the renowned Suna ninja, Yakura, known as a hero among the Sand Village. Although Okamoto Beansuke held his ground in a confrontation with such a formidable figure, he was acutely aware of his limits. The encounter had nearly depleted his chakra reserves. Had the battle continued even slightly longer, he would have stood little chance. If not for the timely arrival of reinforcements from Konoha, Okamoto Beansuke would have found himself in grave danger. The final technique he executed, the six-hole buzzing penetrating spear, represented the pinnacle of his current mastery in terms of both penetration and speed. Yet, for a seasoned warrior like Yakura, honed through years of conflict in the ninja world, the instinct for danger was unparalleled. A jutsu that could not strike its target, no matter how potent, was ultimately futile. He needed to devise a strategy for improvement. As he walked, Okamoto Beansuke mentally simulated the earlier battle. After numerous iterations in his mind, he reluctantly concluded that, regardless of the circumstances, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to his defeat. However, he recognized that while he could be bested, killing him would prove exceedingly difficult. The presence of the Flying Thunder God technique afforded him an undeniable advantage. As long as he harbored the desire to flee, the likelihood of his demise was negligible. Yet, this assurance of escape diminished the pressure of fighting for his life. Compared to the already famed Yakura, Okamoto Beansuke felt somewhat inexperienced. Nevertheless, considering his age, managing to retreat unscathed after facing Yakura was indeed a commendable feat. Gathering his thoughts, Okamoto Beansuke approached the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Command Center. Upon arrival, he noticed Nara Shikaku emerging from behind the curtain with a stack of papers in hand. Beansuke approached, calling out, Uncle Shikaku. Shikaku looked up upon hearing his name. Beansuke. You've arrived. Is Lord Orochimaru present? I have matters to report, Okamoto Beansuke inquired. Yes, he is. You may go in. Nara Shikaku gestured towards the tent before departing. Okamoto Beansuke stepped to the entrance and announced, Lord Orochimaru, it is Okamoto Beansuke with a report. Ah, come in, came the distinct, raspy voice of Orochimaru from within the tent. Upon entering, Okamoto Beansuke found himself alone with Orochimaru, who sat at a desk. Dressed in the standard Jonin vest, his long hair restrained by a Konoha forehead protector, projecting an air of competence. Beansuke, what brings you here? Orochimaru asked, his demeanor inquisitive. I am here to report on the recent attack on the medical department, Okamoto Beansuke began. The medical unit sustained losses due to an assault by Yakura from the Sand Village. Before he could finish, Orochimaru raised a hand to halt his words. I have already gathered information regarding the reasons and circumstances of the attack from the captured members of the Sand team, he interjected, his voice carrying a hint of gravel. Your ability to withstand Yakura's assault has truly impressed me. This incident was a lapse in my judgment. I anticipated a Sand assault, but I did not foresee Yakura employing such tactics to locate the medical unit. Thanks to you, I have included this in the battle report, which will be forwarded to the third Hokage. With that, Orochimaru regarded Okamoto Beansuke with a mixture of curiosity and excitement. Beansuke, since our meeting in the Forest of Death, I didn't expect our paths to cross again under such circumstances. Beyond your medical achievements, you have surprised me once more. Even I, alongside your mentor Tsunade and that foolish white-haired man, were merely at the level of Chunin at your age. You are indeed a prodigy. Orochimaru's cold, golden serpent-like eyes fixated intently on Okamoto Beansuke. Thank you for your praise, Lord Orochimaru. I merely seized the opportunity, Okamoto Beansuke replied, feeling somewhat uneasy under Orochimaru's intense gaze. He worried that Orochimaru might harbor inappropriate interests in him. However, at this point in time, Orochimaru had not yet embarked on his notorious human experimentation and still held aspirations for the position of the fourth Hokage. Currently, within Konoha, aside from the late White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, only the legendary Sannin had the qualifications to aspire to the role of fourth Hokage. As for the legendary figure of the Konoha Shadow, as long as the third Hokage remained in power, he would never allow his successor to step into the spotlight. Among the Sannin, Jiraiya was often absent, only returning to the village for significant matters or under the compulsion of the third Hokage. Okamoto Beansuke's mentor, Tsunade, had established the medical ninja system, inspiring other great nations to follow suit. As the founder of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade's reputation was unparalleled. However, her personal traumas during the Second Great Ninja War, witnessing the deaths of her brother, Senju and her beloved, Dan Kato, had led her to develop hemophobia. This affliction made her presence in the ongoing conflict between Konoha and the Sand Village a necessity for Okamoto Beansuke. Thus, after careful consideration, Okamoto Beansuke deduced that the only remaining candidate for the position of fourth Hokage was Orochimaru. His status as a disciple of the third Hokage, coupled with his military prowess, demonstrated during the Second Great Ninja War against the Rain Ninja, validated his capabilities in commanding the entire operation against the Sand Village. As for his strength, it had garnered praise from Hanzo of the Salamander, known as a demigod in the ninja world. With the passage of time, his abilities had only grown more enigmatic. As these thoughts traversed Okamoto Beansuke's mind, his trepidation towards Orochimaru began to wane. At this point, Orochimaru had not yet descended into his frenzied human experimentation phase and was not yet fervently obsessed with forbidden texts. Beansuke-kun, could you share with me the reasons behind your remarkable growth and strength? Orochimaru inquired, his gaze probing. In that moment, Okamoto Beansuke felt as if he were being scrutinized by a cold-blooded creature, sending a shiver down his spine. Well, during my last outing with Master Jiraiya, I obtained a substance known as Hero's Water, he explained briefly, recounting the circumstances of acquiring the Hero's Water and his training in the Wetbone Forest. Upon hearing Okamoto Beansuke's account, Orochimaru fell into contemplation, arms crossed over his chest. So, the Hero's Water was merely a catalyst? The true essence lies in the natural energy? Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, Okamoto Beansuke confirmed succinctly. Natural energy. I believe I have heard the Sage of the White from the Dragon Cave mention it, Orochimaru murmured, lost in thought. Sage mode. As he observed Orochimaru deep in contemplation, a sudden realization jolted Okamoto Beansuke. Lord Orochimaru, I hope that your future research into cursed seals will not be influenced by my inadvertent comments. Lord Orochimaru, I wish to propose relocating the medical unit to a different campsite, as our current position has been compromised. I would prefer a more secure location, he suggested, slightly raising his voice as he saw Orochimaru lost in thought. Very well, Beansuke, you may discuss this matter with Rikuju. Orochimaru nodded, observing Beansuke still standing before the table. As he noticed Orochimaru lost in thought, Beansuke shook his head and exited the tent. Perhaps Orochimaru might indeed fall into a cursed seal. However, it was too early for such concerns. Upon leaving, he coincidentally encountered Nara Rikuju returning with a stack of documents. Uncle Rikuju, Beansuke called out, catching up to discuss the new location for the medical department. Beansuke, please return for now. I will conduct some research and notify you shortly. Understood, Uncle Rikuju. Thank you for your hard work. After speaking, Beansuke turned and left. Watching Beansuke depart, Nara Rikuju shook his pineapple-like hair, feeling overwhelmed by the endless matters at hand. He cast a resigned glance towards the command tent, pondering how things might be different if Tsunade were present. Just then, memories of Tsunade gathering people for gambling in the camp resurfaced in his mind. Well, it's manageable as long as Tsunade isn't around. Sighing, Nara Rikuju trudged toward the command tent. Upon returning to the medical department, Beansuke found Yamamatsu Taiga and Iace Mami busy directing the operations. Uncle Yamamatsu and Iace, I have reported to Lord Orochimaru that this camp is no longer safe. Please have our personnel prepare the necessary medical supplies. Once we receive word from Lord Orochimaru, we will relocate. No problem, Daisuke. I've already instructed everyone to prepare. Looking at the still chaotic camp and the moaning wounded, Daisuke fell silent. War, after all, claims lives. Daisuke, don't overthink it, Ia's mommy reassured. It's all right. I just feel we should help them. Daisuke never considered himself a good person, but when faced with the brutal reality of war, he found it difficult to let go. Sighing, he turned and walked towards his tent. Observing Daisuke's melancholic demeanor, Yamamatsu Taiga wished to say something, but Ia's mommy pulled him back, shaking her head. Once Daisuke had distanced himself, Ia's mommy spoke. Daisuke is still too young. We have all walked through the ravages of war. Some things can only be understood through personal experience. He is a good child, and moreover, an intelligent one. You need not worry. Taiga, do you remember our first time on the battlefield? Ia's mommy asked, her hands tucked into her pockets. Of course, I remember. We were both genin then. There was no distinction for medical ninjas, and we were with Lady Tsunade. I recall an incident where she protected us during an attack. A nostalgic glimmer appeared in Yamamatsu Taiga's eyes. Indeed, it was reminiscent of that time. Lady Tsunade urged us to retreat first. I initially wanted to protect Daisuke, but only now do I understand why she consistently recommended him for the front lines. Whether in medical ninjutsu or strength, Daisuke is pursuing the legacy of Lady Tsunade. Let us safeguard this child. Ia's mommy turned to look at Yamamatsu Taiga, who nodded gravely in response. Time passed swiftly, and the sun hung high in the sky. Yamamatsu Taiga hastened to Daisuke's tent. Daisuke, Uncle Rikuju has dispatched someone to inform us that the new camp has been arranged. Entering the tent, he discovered Daisuke experimenting with various vials of liquid. What are you doing? Taiga inquired, observing Daisuke's activities. Nothing serious, just a minor experiment. Since we received the notification, please inform everyone to proceed with the relocation. With that, Daisuke began to tidy up the bottles and jars within the tent. Meanwhile, Yakura was being relentlessly pursued by Konoha's tracking squad. Just as she felt she could no longer endure, she discovered the retreat signal from Sunagakure. This was a pre-arranged agreement with the high-ranking commanders of Sunagakure during her execution of this surprise attack. After the mission, regardless of its success or failure, there would be reinforcements. Following the signal, Yakura swiftly retreated. However, due to the presence of Byakugan and Inuzuka clan ninjas among her pursuers, she had yet to shake them off. Navigating through the forest while constantly changing direction, she was reported by a ninja with exposed veins at the temples. Tabaru, go? As soon as the command was issued, a large yellow dog dashed forward, pursuing the direction Yakura had taken. As the chasing squad advanced behind the large yellow dog, a series of sounds erupted from the surrounding woods. The foremost dog, unable to evade, was struck directly by a flying shuriken. A woo. The large yellow dog emitted a mournful cry before being pierced, resembling a hedgehog. Tabaru, came a heart-wrenching shout. Be careful, warned a ninja behind, preventing anyone from approaching the fallen dog. The pursuers were forced to halt. Thud. The struck dog fell heavily to the ground. Tabaru, a ninja with a face painted in war paint, shouted upon seeing the dog still with its eyes open. Why didn't you mention there was an ambush? He reproached a nearby ninja whose eyes were completely white. My Byakugan cannot be activated continuously, the Hyuga ninja retorted indignantly. Then is there any ambush now? Asked the leading ninja, clad in black with a Konoha headband tied around his arm. None. I see no one or any traps. The Hyuga ninja cautiously surveyed the surroundings before speaking. The ninja who attacked the camp must be ahead. Let us continue the pursuit, the leader commanded, gesturing for the chase to resume. Hearing that there were no ambushes nearby, the Inuzuka ninja sprinted to the side of the large yellow dog. Tears filled his eyes, spilling onto the dog's body as he gently stroked Tabaru's head. Seeing his master in distress, the yellow dog lay weakly on the ground, opening its mouth as if to lick his hand as it used to. But the dog's head merely twitched, unable to rise. It could no longer join its master as before. The Inuzuka ninja stepped forward and lifted the dog. The moment he did, a piece of paper beneath the dog ignited rapidly. Before he could comprehend the situation, boom. Tabaru and his master were engulfed in a shower of blood. Delayed explosion tag. What a clever design. The leader in black remarked. Let us go. Without the Inuzuka dog, relying solely on the Byakugan for long-distance pursuit is not feasible, especially with a local ninja proficient in traps. The black-clad leader assessed. Under normal circumstances, a straight line is the optimal escape route. No wonder Yakura constantly changed directions during her flight. She must have detected the signals for reinforcements long ago. In a situation where the enemy is concealed while we are exposed, continuing the pursuit is no longer viable. The responding personnel have evidently arrived, a seasoned puppeteer. To pursue blindly would only result in greater casualties on our side. Under the guidance of the black-clad ninja, a pursuit team of 8 or 9 began to retreat. Shortly after their withdrawal, Yi-Song and an elderly ninja appeared at the spot where Tuan had perished. Regrettably, they did not continue the chase, rendering my meticulous arrangements wasted. A frail voice echoed, "It is sufficient now. Alas, dear grandmother, could you not have intervened sooner? I was pursued like a mere hound." Yi-Song's thin, red lips expressed her grievances. "Enough, little Yi-Song, cease your complaints. My old bones move rather slowly. You must bear with it this time." Ha ha ha. I dare not complain, but I certainly did not anticipate that this responding party would trouble you, my dear elder. Upon hearing the elder's words, the typically brash Yi-Song adopted a more cautious demeanor. "Let us proceed." The elder extended his hands, revealing a dozen chakra threads emanating from his withered fingers. He deftly flicked his hands, sending the chakra threads flying to ensnare a kunai lodged in a nearby tree. With a gentle tug, the ensnared kunai was pulled free and returned to the elder's grasp. "Hee, grandmother, how frugal you are." Yi-Song's charming voice chimed once more as the elder, and she leapt onto the branches. Just then, Yi-Song felt an unexpected chill envelop her. The elder hurled the kunai he had just retrieved behind him. The two separated instantly, eyes fixed on their rear. Behind them, a black raven observed intently, its eyes a disturbing shade of crimson. Is this a summoned beast? Yi-Song drew her blade from behind her, positioning it defensively, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The elder, having thrown the kunai, held 2 scrolls, their ends unfurled, gazing intently at the raven. "Caw, caw," the raven called twice, gradually enlarging until, in the blink of an eye, a ninja clad in black, with a Konoha forehead protector tied around his arm, emerged. "Chio?" The ninja was none other than the leader of the earlier pursuit team. "Boy, are you one of the cursed clan?" Chio regarded the newcomer, her aged voice resonating powerfully. "Uchiha Fugaku, captain of the pursuit team." The 3 Tomo and Uchiha Fugaku's eyes began to rotate slowly. "Oh, do you wish to be buried here? You are quite overestimating your own capabilities." Chio exuded a palpable killing intent. Chio's son and daughter-in-law had fallen to the hands of Konoha's white fang, Hataki Sakumo, instilling in her a deep-seated animosity toward Konoha's ninjas. Furthermore, in this declaration of war against Konoha, Chio and her brother, Hozo, were pivotal figures in the pro-war faction. The nominal commander of this conflict was Raza. However, to avoid unforeseen circumstances, Raza did not appear on the battlefield. The true commanders remained Chio and a few other elderly figures. This war was primarily orchestrated to solidify Raza's position as the 4th Kazekage. A victorious campaign would enable Raza to ascend to the coveted seat, while in the event of failure, Chio and her brother, Hozo, would take over, allowing Raza to forge a new alliance with Konoha. The mysterious disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage had thrown the village into chaos, necessitating the urgent appointment of a new Kazekage to re-establish their standing in the shinobi world. In recent years, Tsunagekyu's position had been severely weakened, especially in comparison to the bloody mist policies of the Land of Water, prompting neighboring villages to stir with ambition. Uchiha Fugaku paid no heed to Chio's remarks, instead advancing resolutely toward her and Yi-Song. Observing Fugaku's peculiar behavior, Yi-Song retreated slightly, her blade entwined with dense wind chakra. Wind release, 1,000 blades of wind. With a series of swift slashes, the wind blades surged toward Uchiha Fugaku. Strangely, the wind blades passed right through his figure, leaving only marks on the trees behind him. "Grandmother, this fellow." Stunned by the extraordinary spectacle, Yi-Song stood in disbelief. Uchiha Fugaku seemed utterly unaffected by her prior assault, continuing his approach toward Chio and Yi-Song. As Fugaku neared, Yi-Song unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu, combining wind release and fire release in an unrelenting assault. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku remained impervious, unaffected even by the fierce winds and flames that failed to ruffle the hem of his garments. "Yi-Song, retreat." Chio bellowed, then charged at Uchiha Fugaku. Having just steadied herself after a quick retreat, Yi-Song watched in alarm as Chio rushed forward. "Grandmother." Previously, Yi-Song felt that the elders of the village were hindrances to its growth. However, at this moment, she realized that they were not merely clinging to their age. Silence. You wretch. Chiyo's voice, tinged with irritation, echoed back without a glance. Upon colliding with Uchiha Fugaku, the anticipated physical confrontation did not occur. Instead, they passed through one another. Chiyo moving through Fugaku's form as if it were a mere illusion. Indeed, Chiyo's head bowed, her somewhat rotund body surprisingly agile. With a swift motion, she retrieved a scroll from her satchel. Ninjutsu, Raging Waves. As the scroll's seal was unbound, a tremendous wave of chakra surged outward, causing Uchiha Fugaku to vanish before their eyes. Yi Tsang, who had just moments ago been filled with sorrow, now looked perplexedly at Chiyo and the spot where Fugaku had stood. Grandmother, what was that? Yi Tsang's voice trembled with uncertainty. You underestimated the forces pursuing you, Chiyo declared, launching a kunai from her hand. The kunai struck the shadowy recesses of a tree. Caw! A pitch-black raven emerged from behind the trunk, shedding a few feathers as it flapped its wings and took flight. Grandmother, what just happened? Yi Tsang sheathed her blade and approached Chiyo. We must move quickly. Konoha's pursuit team has likely retreated. Chiyo disregarded Yi Tsang, propelling herself forward toward the main body of Sunegakure's forces. That old woman. Yi Tsang stamped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth before hastening to follow. Whoosh whoosh. Through the dense woods, Yi Tsang caught up with Chiyo. Grandmother, what was that all about? Yi Tsang pressed once more. Chiyo rolled her eyes, casting a glance at Yi Tsang. Child, can't you deduce it for yourself? Oh, but it is you, dear grandmother. Please tell me, do you recall the eyes of the individual who pursued you earlier? Do you remember? Yes. Those eyes must belong to the famed Sharingan of the three great ocular techniques of the shinobi world. And did he not mention he was an Uchiha? With the pressure of pursuing enemies lifted, Yi Tsang's voice returned to its slightly languid, mature tone. Oh, grandmother, do you mean to say that we were both ensnared by an illusion just now? Indeed, the Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the legendary Rinnegan, said to belong solely to the Sage of Six Paths. These are the three great ocular techniques inherited in the world of ninjas. Among them, aside from the Rinnegan, which remains a legend, the other two techniques are unique to the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The Sharingan has always been passed down through the Uchiha clan, possessing incredible powers that significantly enhance one's abilities upon activation. The Sharingan is also known as the Eye of Illusion. Even in the absence of Uchiha Fugaku, it could ensnare us both in an illusion. Who would have thought that after so many years, another remarkable figure would emerge from the Uchiha clan? Hee. If I hadn't personally come to retrieve you, dear girl, you might have faced a dire fate. Chiyo tilted her head to glance at Yi Tsang. This child is a ninja of Sand-Hidden Village, rivaling the likes of Raza. The damage caused by your surprise attack must have been substantial for them to dispatch someone as formidable as Uchiha Fugaku to pursue you. The appearance of Uchiha Fugaku piqued Chiyo's curiosity about the extent of the damage Yi Tsang had inflicted upon the Konoha camp. Yi Tsang's Scorch Release is immensely powerful for causing widespread destruction, particularly against stationary targets like camps. Upon hearing Chiyo's inquiry, Yi Tsang fell momentarily silent. After a brief wait without a response, Chiyo turned to look at Yi Tsang. Sensing her gaze, Yi Tsang turned her head away. Chiyo understood. Yi Tsang's personality was typically straightforward, and if she had achieved something notable, she would certainly boast about it. Could it be that you encountered Orochimaru? If that were the case, it would be understandable that you couldn't gain the upper hand against him. Chiyo chuckled softly. There was essentially no loss of life at the Konoha camp, and I did not encounter Orochimaru. Oh, then who was it? Could it be that strong woman, Tsunade? Chiyo pondered, slightly confused, as the intelligence gathered indicated that Tsunade was still stationed at the Konoha hospital and had not come to the front lines. Was it possible that the intelligence from Sand-Hidden was outdated? Just as Chiyo was deep in thought, Yi Tsang interjected, Grandmother, it wasn't Tsunade, it was a child. Around 10 years old. It was that child who blocked my Scorch Release with water release techniques. The child may have been young, yet he wielded formidable water release techniques in the land of rivers. As Yi Tsang spoke, she recalled the first moment she laid eyes on Okamoto Beansuke, noting the white medical attire he wore. Moreover, that child is a medical ninja. I was even accidentally injured by that little brat. If only I had a little more time, I could have easily taken him down. A fierce glint of killing intent flashed in Yi Tsang's beautiful eyes. After hearing Yi Tsang's words, Chiyo's mood grew somber. The mere presence of Uchiha Fugaku had already stirred her thoughts, and now with Yi Tsang's revelation, another prodigy had emerged. Truly, Konoha is an enviable village. From the end of the Warring States period to the establishment of the ninja villages, Konoha has consistently produced powerful individuals and geniuses, solidifying its position as the strongest among the 5 great nations. Can Sand Hidden truly triumph in this conflict against Konoha? Chiyo's heart weighed heavily with concern. Chapter 69. Fugaku 2 that Kid Yi Tsang may have an opportunity to eliminate him in the future. Chiyo instructed in a hushed tone as she leapt through the forest. Understood, grandmother. The distance to the Sand Hidden camp grew increasingly shorter. Meanwhile, on the other side, the retreating pursuit team, led by Uchiha Fugaku, suddenly paused, momentarily taken aback. A ninja behind him inquired, "Captain, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Continue moving forward." From the information relayed by the summoned raven, he now knew that only the elder Chiyo had come to support them. However, returning to pursue Yi Tsang was no longer practical. Fortunately, Orochimaru had not issued any death orders for this pursuit. Yet, the loss of a ninja from the Inuzuka clan was something he needed to report back to Orochimaru. Without further conversation, the team gradually returned to the Konoha camp. Upon their return, Uchiha Fugaku disbanded the pursuit team and headed towards the command tent where Orochimaru was stationed. After reporting, Uchiha Fugaku entered the command tent. "You're back, Fugaku." Orochimaru was bent over his desk, writing fervently. "My apologies, Lord Orochimaru. The pursuit mission has failed," Uchiha Fugaku said, keeping his head bowed at the entrance. "Oh." Orochimaru paused his writing and lifted his head, his golden vertical pupils fixated on Uchiha Fugaku. "Tell me, what happened?" Orochimaru's crimson tongue flicked across his lips. Uchiha Fugaku recounted the events of the pursuit, yet he refrained from mentioning his encounter with Chiyo. "All right, I understand. You may return now. Fugaku, you've worked hard this time. I take my leave." Uchiha Fugaku stepped back, turned, and exited the tent, heading towards the Uchiha compound. Once Uchiha Fugaku was completely out of the tent, Orochimaru commanded, "Hato, go check in with the other members of the pursuit team." After speaking, a figure gradually emerged from one side of the tent and exited. The Uchiha clan was not particularly well regarded in the village. Even on the battlefield, they often fought in groups or were dispersed into smaller squads. Undeniably, the Uchiha clan's combat prowess is remarkable. Once their eyes are opened, their fighting ability receives a tremendous boost. The 3-tomo Sharingan can elevate an ordinary ninja to the level of a jonin. The Uchiha clan alone is capable of serving as the entire Konoha security force, which speaks volumes. Uchiha Fugaku returned to a tent adorned with fan motifs. Along the way, many greeted Fugaku, all sharing a common feature, a fan emblem on their arms or backs. Shortly after returning to the tent, several older clan members appeared inside. "Young clan leader, how did the mission go?" Uchiha Fugaku removed his jonin vest and tossed it onto the table. He sat down on the simple military cot and slowly shook his head without speaking. Seeing Fugaku's gesture, the elders exchanged glances, noting the weariness etched on his face. Without uttering a word, they turned and left the tent. Watching them exit, Uchiha Fugaku reclined fully on the cot, his arms resting behind his head, staring blankly at the tent's ceiling. After reporting to Orochimaru, his Sharingan distinctly caught sight of a figure dispersing into the surroundings as he left the tent. This mission was one Uchiha Fugaku had voluntarily requested in hopes of elevating his standing in Orochimaru's eyes. In Fugaku's mind, Orochimaru, the most likely candidate for the position of 4th Hokage, was the best person to mend relations between the village and the Uchiha clan. In order to swiftly integrate into the village, Uchiha Fugaku brought most of the conciliatory faction of his clan to the battlefield this time. However, it appears that this was not the case. Orochimaru did not hold much regard for their cursed lineage. As the young head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku felt deeply the growing rift between the village and his kin. While he pondered the familial relations within the village, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence, causing the pores on his arm to instantly contract. His black pupils transformed rapidly into the 3-tomo pattern, spinning with haste. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku dashed out of the tent. Just after he emerged, he noticed a nearby tent in disarray, with green liquid spilled all around. A portion of this green substance splattered onto the very spot he had just occupied. Utilizing his Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku discerned that the green liquid emanated a vast amount of chakra. Several Uchiha clan members who had come into contact with the liquid experienced chaotic disturbances within their chakra, their limbs beginning to soften as if corroded. While Uchiha Fugaku and the other Uchiha members were at a loss, a voice called out, "Make way." A figure enveloped in a pale blue membrane burst forth from the chaotic tent. In a few swift movements, the figure appeared before 3 Uchiha members contaminated by the green liquid, retrieving a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. "Stop." A few Uchiha Jonin instinctively attempted to hinder the figure upon seeing the kunai. "I am Okamoto Beansuke, the deputy head of the medical department. If you wish for them to survive, do not obstruct me," the figure stated without looking back. The Uchiha members paused, taken aback by his words. "Let him proceed," Uchiha Fugaku commanded, for through his Sharingan, he observed that as the figure approached the 3 injured Uchiha, their chaotic chakra began to gradually stabilize. While Uchiha Fugaku and the other Uchiha members formed a circle to observe Okamoto Beansuke, Orochimaru sauntered over from a distance. He had already been informed by Sasagawa Kaido about the specifics of this pursuit team. His presence aimed both to soothe the emotions of the Uchiha clan and to assess the situation of the medical department assigned to the new camp. As he arrived at the Uchiha territory, he noticed a group of people gathered, seemingly engaged in something, quickening his pace. The first sight that met his eyes was the industrious figure of Okamoto Beansuke. Not wanting to interrupt, he approached Uchiha Fugaku instead. "Fugaku, what has transpired?" Orochimaru's distinct voice invigorated Fugaku, who swiftly turned to face the pale visage of Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, several Uchiha clan members in the camp have been contaminated by that green liquid. Deputy head Okamoto Beansuke is currently attending to them," Uchiha Fugaku explained, pointing to the tent stained with the green substance. "What is that?" Upon seeing the green liquid, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils widened. "If I am not mistaken, that is natural energy." Orochimaru's nostrils flared, his serpentine intuition alerting him to the perilous nature of the substance. What on earth is happening? Why would such a dangerous element be present? He gazed down at the still busy Okamoto Beansuke. With his bangs casting shadows, Orochimaru's face grew increasingly pallid. The bright eyes in the shadows remained fixated on Daisuke's figure. "Tsunade, your disciple truly never ceases to amaze me." After a while, Okamoto Beansuke dissipated the pale blue membrane surrounding him. He lifted his head and was startled to find a circle of red-eyed individuals surrounding him. "Who is in charge here?" Okamoto Beansuke called out to the elderly ninjas. The older ninjas remained silent, while a young man directly in front of him spoke up. "I am Uchiha Fugaku, the young head of the Uchiha clan. Speak to me regarding any matters." Upon hearing this, Okamoto Beansuke regarded Fugaku with curiosity, scrutinizing him repeatedly. Internally, he mused, "Is this the man destined to become one half of the main protagonist? He seems rather ordinary. I could easily surpass him in looks." Uchiha Fugaku observed the man before him, clad in a white medical uniform, and noted his peculiar gaze. "I don't believe we've crossed paths before, yet why does he regard me so oddly? The injuries they sustained have been treated. They merely need to hydrate frequently from now on. I will periodically check on their condition, so rest assured." Okamoto Beansuke assured the surrounding Uchiha clan members, who looked at him with skepticism. The 3 injured Uchiha members lay on the ground with kunai still embedded in their arms. "Is it truly safe to say they are fine like this? Are we certain about this?" Uchiha Fugaku questioned hesitantly. "Everything will be fine, as long as you heed my advice. Just ensure they drink plenty of water and do not remove the kunai. I will return in a few days to tend to their wounds," Okamoto Beansuke declared before hastily retreating. Seizing the opportunity before the Uchiha members could react, he made a swift exit. Daisuke-kun. Unfortunately, his attempt to slip away was thwarted as Orochimaru called out to him directly. Stiffly turning around, Okamoto Beansuke stammered, "Lord Orochimaru." Uchiha Fugaku also lowered his head slightly, as did the other Uchiha members. Orochimaru turned to Fugaku, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You have done well, Fugaku." He then shifted his gaze to Okamoto Beansuke, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Daisuke, you should know that Fugaku went to confront the assailant who attacked your medical department. How did you manage to cause such a mess in his tent?" Okamoto Beansuke chuckled awkwardly. "So it was the young head who sought to defend my honor. That Yagura from Sunagakure is truly despicable. It is all for the village." Uchiha Fugaku interjected. "And your tent?" Okamoto Beansuke displayed an apologetic expression. "Oh, the tent. It's no big deal. It's nothing to worry about." Uchiha Fugaku, using his Sharingan, noted that the green liquid on the tent had turned transparent and ceased to emanate chakra. This was also due to the fact that the Uchiha members present at the battlefield were primarily pro-Konoha factions, had those with grievances against the village been involved. Okamoto Beansuke's actions that resulted in friendly casualties would certainly have been reported to the village. Young head, I truly appreciate your understanding. Okamoto Beansuke bowed slightly to Uchiha Fugaku. No need for formality. Just call me Fugaku, he replied with a bow of his own. Then thank you, brother Fugaku. With that, Okamoto Beansuke stood to the side, glancing at Orochimaru. He was eager to avoid being called back by Orochimaru the moment he took a step away. Observing the understanding reached between Okamoto Beansuke and Uchiha Fugaku, Orochimaru approached Beansuke and affectionately ruffled his hair. Come, let us see what you are up to. Fuya, please prepare yourselves. The injured should be treated according to what Doji suggested. As the deputy minister of the medical department, his experience is quite extensive. After speaking, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Okamoto Doji. Observing Orochimaru's retreating figure, Uchiha Fuya responded, Understood, Lord Orochimaru. With that, Uchiha Fuya directed his attention to the somewhat diminutive silhouette of Okamoto Doji. When Orochimaru called out to him, it seemed to address the matter of the tents. But in reality, it was a means of supporting Doji. Had Doji fled at the onset, the clansmen would have harbored unspoken grievances regarding the attack, despite their outward demeanor. Now that everything has been openly discussed, such concerns are alleviated. Furthermore, this incident has forged a connection between myself and this boy. Though I do not comprehend the reasons behind it, Orochimaru is indeed paving the way for Doji. This lad is a worthy acquaintance, irrespective of his personal attributes. He is Tsunade's disciple and has now garnered Orochimaru's strong endorsement. Meanwhile, Okamoto Doji tidied his disheveled bangs caused by Orochimaru's earlier interference, and together they proceeded towards his tent. Approaching Doji's tent, Orochimaru glimpsed the intricate array of seals within. Doji, what exactly are you doing? He inquired, his gaze fixed upon the young man. Doji remained silent, moving alongside to address the awaiting Yamamatsu Daika. Uncle Yamamatsu, I appreciate your efforts. Please assist me in preparing a larger tent. Prior to the explosion, Doji had requested that Yamamatsu Daika and Iace Mami, who had arrived promptly, help to safeguard and calm the startled medical team and the Konoha patrol squad. He himself had hurried to the Uchiha side to attend to those contaminated with the green liquid. Lord Orochimaru. Yamamatsu Daika first bowed to Orochimaru before nodding at Doji, signaling his understanding. After Yamamatsu departed, Doji stepped through the torn entrance of the tent, with Orochimaru closely following. Inside, Orochimaru realized that what he had seen previously was merely a fraction. The compact tent housed rows of shelves bearing numerous vials marked with various symbols. The ground was strewn with sealing techniques and chaotic wiring. Orochimaru turned to Doji, who was busy tidying up the remnants of the recent explosion. What is it that you are concocting, Doji-kun? Orochimaru scrutinized Doji, the patterns on his pale cheeks seeming to come alive, akin to a serpent poised to strike. Chapter 71, Healing Elixirs. As Doji organized the disorder resulting from the explosion, he elucidated to Orochimaru, during my training in the Wetbone Forest, I fortuitously discovered a type of pool water that can store a certain amount of chakra. Tsunade-sensei and I intend to preserve healing techniques within this special pool water to create a healing potion. After adjusting the proportions, I have developed a storage liquid that can temporarily retain chakra. Lord Orochimaru, the medical ninjas in Konoha are severely insufficient. If this healing potion can be successfully produced, it will significantly enhance the survival capabilities of our village's ninjas, giving us an advantage in war. Orochimaru carefully navigated around the wiring on the ground, reaching for a vial of pale green liquid from the shelf. Gently shaking it, dense bubbles began to rise from the bottom. Doji, does this potion contain natural energy? Orochimaru brought the vial to his nose, inhaling its scent. Lord Orochimaru, you are familiar with natural energy? Doji asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. According to the original timeline of the Hokage, Orochimaru should not have commenced his experiments with cursed seals and other forbidden techniques yet. There was once a fool who boasted about methods of absorbing natural energy in my presence. Moreover, since both the Dragon Cave and the Wetbone Forest are among the 3 great sacred lands, I am naturally well acquainted with them. Doji nodded, knowing who had flaunted their knowledge before Orochimaru. I have infused the potion with natural energy, which can autonomously absorb the energy that permeates the air. thereby significantly extending the storage time of healing techniques within the potion. Back in the village, I experimented with the ratio of natural energy in the healing potion to enhance the preservation time of the techniques. However, no matter how hard I try, the effective duration of this potion is limited to 1 hour. Beyond that, the healing techniques will dissipate into ordinary water. At this point, Dojia turned to Orochimaru, displaying a rather bittersweet smile. Everyone experiences frustration after repeated failures, I suppose. What was the natural energy that almost harmed Fuya today? This could affect the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru's voice was devoid of any personal sentiment, resembling that of a cold, unfeeling machine. Dojia pursed his lips, feeling unjustly accused. The Uchiha clan had already stated they would not pursue responsibility for the incident. Orochimaru merely sought to ascertain how Dojia extracted the natural energy. This natural energy was derived from the mucus secreted by the Slug clan, extracted through a process imparted to me by the great sage Slug. I am not entirely clear on the specifics of the extraction method. After organizing the materials on the ground, Dojia placed them on the table and casually pulled a stool from within the tent to sit down, waving his hand dismissively. The extraction liquid of natural energy was indeed bestowed upon Dojia by the great sage Slug. This liquid possesses a relatively mild natural energy, as it is derived from the slug's absorption of the ambient natural energy in the wetbone forest, refined through a specific method. Dojia had spent a considerable amount of time in the wetbone forest with Tsunade, studying the healing potion. Had it not been for the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, he likely would have continued his research there. Ah, I see. Orochimaru nodded, indicating his understanding. Dojia-kun, perhaps I can assist you. Orochimaru's raspy voice, fixated on Dojia, conveyed words that stirred excitement in both him and Dojia. As the foremost figure in technology among the Hokage, Orochimaru's suggestions could not be overlooked. If he truly offered his assistance, the healing potion might indeed succeed. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Dojia felt as though the man before him radiated an aura of divine light. Really? Lord Orochimaru? Dojia exclaimed, abruptly rising from his stool. Of course, I shall aid you. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 months had elapsed. The war between Konoha and Sunagakure had fully unfolded across the land of rivers. Daily, injured individuals were discreetly delivered to Konoha's medical department. Dojia diligently treated the wounds of the injured. Due to Sunagakure's extensive use of poison, many fatal injuries were beyond the capacity of Konoha's current medical ninjas to heal. In fact, if the poison was not of a common variety, the medical team, aside from Dojia, including Yamamatsu Daika and Iace Mami, could only watch helplessly as the wounded succumbed to their suffering. Dojia had witnessed an overwhelming number of deaths during this period. Each day, ninjas perished, many falling directly on the battlefield, as their wounds could not receive effective treatment, leading to their demise before they could reach the camp. During this time, Dojia accompanied the medical ninjas, coordinating with the troops on the battlefield. The war had plunged the villagers of the land of rivers into dire straits. Ordinary citizens struggled to secure even the most basic necessities of life. The battles between ninjas ought to spare innocent civilians. However, such words are merely superficial. When conflict erupts, distinguishing friend from foe becomes an impossible task in the chaos of extensive ninjutsu. Okamoto Dojo witnessed firsthand a trio from Sunagakure, cornered and unable to escape, detonating their own poison gas bombs. The surrounding village, home to over 1,000 souls, succumbed entirely to the poison, leaving no survivors, only a grim sea of corpses. Perched upon a high rock in the Konoha encampment, Dojia stood, his white medical attire billowing in the biting wind, producing a haunting sound. The pristine hood swayed in the gusts as he brushed aside the strands of hair obscuring his vision, his gaze fixed intently on the distant entrance of the camp. Dojia, it's time to return. A ninja clad in black, positioned slightly behind him, spoke with a hint of urgency. His crimson eyes, adorned with 3 spinning tomo, scanned the surroundings with meticulous care. Fugaku-nai, just a moment longer. I shall return shortly. Despite his youthful visage, Dojia's countenance bore an unsettling maturity, a stark contrast to his years. It was no wonder his teacher had developed a fear of blood, without the baptism of the battlefield. One could hardly grasp the brutal reality of this tumultuous era. In just 2 months, Dojia's psyche had undergone a profound transformation. Dojia, you're back. The voice of Uchiha Fugaku echoed behind him, brimming with excitement. At the sound, Dojiya clenched his fists. Quickly, Fugaku and I, let us descend to await their arrival. In an instant, Dojiya vanished from sight. Fugaku, observing Dojiya's sudden disappearance, smiled and followed suit, dissipating into the air. Chapter 72. Efficacy. Due to Dojiya's treatment of the 3 Uchiha clansmen afflicted by natural energy, he had recently frequented the Uchiha compound. The clansmen gradually grew accustomed to Dojiya, for no one wished to offend a medical ninja of exceptional prowess on the battlefield. With Fugaku's conscious efforts to foster contact, Dojiya's rapport with the Uchiha clan deepened, and he and Fugaku began to forge a rare friendship. Before long, Dojiya arrived at the entrance of the medical department, followed closely by Fugaku, who steadied himself behind him. Have you not already treated the injured with your potions? Why this demeanor? Upon hearing Fugaku's inquiry, Dojiya turned his head. It is different. When I administered the healing agents, it was within the relative safety of the encampment. In the midst of fierce combat, the availability of such remedies remains uncertain. Dojiya, the research on the healing agents has progressed. Do not burden yourself unduly, Fugaku replied cheerfully. In recent months, with the assistance of Orochimaru, Dojiya had made remarkable strides in developing the healing agents. He discovered that freshly concocted remedies yielded the most optimal results. However, if left to sit for too long, their efficacy diminished considerably. Moreover, these agents exhibited strong healing properties only on wounds, failing to address the presence of toxins. Orochimaru, indeed, was destined to become the foremost innovator in the ninja world. A few simple suggestions had extended the shelf life of the healing agents from mere hours to an impressive 3 days. Indeed, 3 days. Dojiya felt the familiar shape of a test tube nestled in his pocket, containing the latest formulation. Unlike the previous pale green agents, this one shimmered with a subtle white hue. He withdrew the slightly opaque vial, using his thumb to press against its stopper. A delicate chakra flowed from his fingertip, activating a seal upon the stopper, instantly infusing the entire test tube with a vibrant green hue. This was Orochimaru's solution, employing sealing techniques to embed the healing jutsu within the stopper. By activating it with chakra, one could access a healing agent. Initially, Dojiya had been perplexed by Orochimaru's suggestion. Why not simply seal the healing jutsu within a scroll? Yet, through experimentation, he realized that the healing jutsu, akin to sage techniques, relied on the continuous interaction of the caster's chakra with their cells to create healing chakra. The application of medical ninjutsu occurred when chakra was released, combined with yang-released chakra. Dojiya surmised that this yang-released chakra originated from the caster's cells during the extraction process, imbuing the chakra with the vitality of life. If the healing jutsu were merely sealed away, the chakra would not interact with the caster's cells, rendering it ineffective for healing. The natural energy from the harmonized water of the wet-bone forest could absorb ambient natural energy, making the slug clan particularly suited for medical ninjutsu. The fluids secreted by the slug clan also possessed yang-released chakra properties. Thus, activating the seal on the healing time bottle would produce healing chakra within the liquid, facilitating wound healing. However, since the seal was submerged in a liquid containing natural energy, this energy would gradually corrode the seal, leading to its eventual failure. The healing chakra would slowly leak away, a process that would take approximately 3 days. If not utilized within this time frame, the healing agent would become ineffective. Furthermore, once activated, the healing jutsu would disseminate through the liquid and could be ingested, effectively alleviating and treating injuries to internal organs. Standing behind Dojiya, Fugaku observed the test tube in the youth's hand, its pale green hue capturing his attention. His crimson Sharingan narrowed slightly. An extraordinary invention, Dojiya. You may very well revolutionize the ninja world. As Fugaku grew closer to Dojiya, he began to understand the circumstances surrounding that fateful day. Initially, he had dismissed Dojiya's claims regarding the healing agents, doubting the capabilities of a boy not yet 10 years of age. However, a few months later, when Dojiya excitedly rushed into his tent to unveil his findings, Fugaku realized the boy had indeed succeeded. In retrospect, he learned that Dojiya had initially tested the healing capabilities of his experimental agents on himself before progressing to treat the injured. Following the completion of these trials, the next step was to validate the preservation capabilities of the healing agents and their effectiveness on the battlefield. The 3 Uchiha who had been injured previously, under Fugaku's suggestion, willingly became subjects for Dojiya's experiments. Each carried varying dosages of the healing agents as they ventured into battle. eager to assess the performance of the healing agents amidst the tumult of war. Originally, Dojia intended to undertake this task personally. However, he was halted by the arriving Orochimaru. Currently, Okamoto Beansuke is akin to the spring water of the Konoha camp. Although this water lacks the power of resurrection, it significantly reduces the mortality rate among Konoha's ninjas. Generally, those who qualify for Beansuke's healing are predominantly Chunin or higher, which has earned him immense prestige within the ranks of Konoha's shinobi. As Beansuke traverses the Konoha camp, those he has saved affectionately refer to him as Beansuke-kun. Not only did Orochimaru prevent Beansuke from heading to the front lines, but he also ordered Uchiha Fugaku to safeguard him against potential mishaps. This is why Fugaku initially followed closely behind Beansuke. At this stage, Fugaku has already made a name for himself on the battlefield of Sunagakure, being known as Fugaku the Ferocious Eye. The fact that a renowned ninja from the Sunagakure battlefield is personally protecting Beansuke underscores Orochimaru's deep concern for him. Ultimately, under Fugaku's recommendation, 3 Uchiha ninjas undertook the experimental task of the healing potion. How did it go, Kotaro? Beansuke inquired anxiously upon seeing the returning Uchiha clan member. Chapter 73. Success? Beansuke-sama. We succeeded. We succeeded. Uchiha Kotaro exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He reached into his waist pouch and pulled out a sheet densely filled with data, presenting it to Beansuke. Beansuke-sama, this is the data we gathered during our outing. The healing effects are remarkably impressive, Kotaro declared loudly. Beansuke took the data, scrutinizing it line by line. Some figures were slightly flawed, yet overall, it was satisfactory. Fugaku and I shall inform Lord Orochimaru at once, Beansuke said, tightly gripping the data-filled sheet in his hand and turning to Fugaku. Without waiting for a response, he dashed towards the Konoha command tent. Waving back at Kotaro as he ran, Kotaro, I truly appreciate your efforts this time. Watching Beansuke rush away, Fugaku smiled faintly. Kotaro, you all have worked hard. Go rest now. He called back. Young clan leader, we toil for the village and the clan. Kotaro responded loudly. Fugaku turned and walked towards the tent, raising his right hand in a casual wave behind him. Meanwhile, Beansuke sprinted towards the command tent where Orochimaru was stationed. He flung open the tent flap. Lord Orochimaru. Inside, Orochimaru was engaged in discussions with Nara Shikaku and other advisors regarding the course of the ongoing war. Suddenly, the flap was lifted and Beansuke's voice rang out, drawing the collective gaze of the room towards him. Ah, everyone is here, Beansuke said, rubbing the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful under their scrutiny, and offering a shy smile. Fear not, Beansuke-kun, what brings you here? Orochimaru inquired, setting aside the pieces he had been using to strategize the battlefield. Noticing that the discussion had been interrupted due to his presence, Beansuke stepped past Shikaku and the others, directly approaching Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. This is the experimental data brought back by Uchiha Kotaro and the others. Beansuke composed himself and placed the crumpled report filled with experimental data before Orochimaru. Orochimaru accepted the document, studying it intently. Beansuke-kun, does this imply you have succeeded? His usually cold and hoarse voice now bore a hint of warmth. Beansuke nodded vigorously, acknowledging that while some data required refinement, the overall findings could be utilized for warfare. However, the current production capacity posed a challenge. At present, the healing potion could only be crafted by Beansuke himself, as the primary liquid for the potion required a level of chakra control that only he possessed at this stage. Orochimaru examined the data meticulously. Though he was not particularly adept in medical ninjutsu, his scientific acumen allowed him to comprehend the information with ease. Indeed, this can be employed as wartime supplies. After reviewing the document, he nodded approvingly. You must find a way to increase the production of this potion, Beansuke. I will report this matter to the village. Recently, Konoha has suffered considerable casualties from small-scale skirmishes with Sunagakure, largely due to the lack of timely medical treatment for the injured. If we have the potions provided by you, the casualties among our ninja will be significantly reduced, greatly improving our capacity to respond to unexpected situations with Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Then I shall take my leave, Beansuke said, bidding farewell to Orochimaru. Very well. Orochimaru replied with a nod. Once Beansuke departed, Nara Shikaku eagerly asked, Lord Orochimaru, what transpired? Shikaku appeared bewildered, as the matter of Beansuke's creation of the healing potion was known solely to Orochimaru and the higher-ups of Konoha's shinobi forces. Ignoring him, Orochimaru handed Shikaku the document, stating, "The situation on the battlefield has changed. Let today's meeting conclude here. Discuss the future course of the war among yourselves." With that, Orochimaru exited the command tent, heading towards his own quarters. A few days later, at the Hokage office within the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage sat at his desk with an unrolled scroll before him. He took a deep drag from his pipe, releasing a plume of smoke that enveloped him. Bang! "Old man, did you summon me here this early just to inhale your secondhand smoke?" Tsunade exclaimed, swatting away the smoke that billowed into her face and striking the third Hokage's desk with a fist. The items on the desk jumped from the impact of Tsunade's blow, and a transparent orb resting on a purple cushion tumbled off, rolling across the smooth surface of the desk. The third Hokage could only watch helplessly as the crystal ball fell. Crack! With a sharp sound, it met the same fate as its predecessors. The third Hokage silently regarded the shattered orb, saying nothing, as he picked up the scroll and a slightly crumpled piece of paper, handing them to her. "This is information from the front lines. It concerns you as well. Please take a look," he said with a mix of age and resignation in his voice. "What is this?" Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued. Is the situation at the front growing dire? Yet, with Orochimaru's capabilities, that shouldn't be the case. After a brief glance, Tsunade became captivated, seizing the crumpled paper. "Has that kid truly succeeded?" she exclaimed, scrutinizing every line of data. The image of Daisuke, tirelessly researching in the Konoha laboratory, surfaced in her mind. "It seems you were already aware of this," she remarked, realizing Daisuke's brilliance. "If this healing potion is genuine, our advantage on the battlefield could multiply." While the data was authentic, Orochimaru had also mentioned in the scroll that production capacity remained a significant constraint. Daisuke alone could not produce it on a large scale. "That is why I summoned you. I wish for you to see if you can resolve this issue. No one understands medical ninjutsu better than you in the village." The third Hokage gazed at Tsunade with earnest anticipation. "Let me give it a try." Tsunade hesitated for a moment before speaking uncertainly. "I believe in you, Tsunade." "All right. Old man, don't flatter me. I'm leaving," Tsunade declared, turning towards the door. Chapter 74. A glimmer of hope in the land of rivers, at the Konoha ninja camp. Okamoto Duji was diligently preparing medicinal potions within the camp. Suddenly, his hand trembled. Failed, he muttered, setting the test tube down. Okamoto Duji formed hand seals for a summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a palm-sized slug appeared. "Shaylin, what brings you here?" Duji inquired curiously, having sensed the summoning of the wet-boned forest slug, which had distracted him and caused his potion to fail. "Lord Duji, Lady Tsunade is looking for you. She wishes to discuss something in the wet-boned forest." Shaylin's childlike voice resonated in Duji's mind. Shaylin, though small, possessed remarkable speed and was used for conveying messages. She could transmit sound directly into a person's mind and relay voices to others within a certain range. "Teacher, did Lady Tsunade mention what it was about?" Duji asked, puzzled. "Well, I'm not quite sure. In any case, you should hurry to the wet-boned forest. Lady Tsunade is already waiting for you." With that, Shaylin transformed into smoke and returned to the wet-boned forest. It must be about the medicinal potions, Duji mused, aware that Orochimaru had sent reports back to the village regarding his experiments. After some contemplation, he concluded that this was likely the reason Tsunade sought him out. Ninjutsu, reverse summoning technique. With another puff of smoke, Duji vanished from his location. The wet-boned forest remained desolate and barren. Yet seeing the multitude of small slugs crawling around brought him a sense of peace. Upon landing, he spotted a slug named Chillying, who was spinning around in circles. "Chillying," he called out loudly. With a loud thud, Chillying collapsed to the ground, inadvertently squashing several small slugs that hadn't managed to escape. Fortunately, being soft-bodied creatures, the slugs survived. "Who is calling me?" Chillying exclaimed, her back facing Duji as she shouted in another direction. "This foolish creature," Duji thought, face-palming at Chillying's misdirection. With a flash of blue light beneath his feet, Duji leaped onto Chillying's head. "Chillying, do you know where Lady Tsunade is? Please take me to her." "Oh, it's you. Lord Duji, Lady Tsunade is with her grandmother. I will take you to them," Chillying replied, twisting her body and sliding forward. "Chillying, slow down," Duji cautioned, noticing Chillying's unsteady movements from her earlier spinning. Chillying rolled toward the location of the slug sage and Tsunade. Soon, still slightly dizzy, Chillying delivered Duji to the sage's presence before collapsing to the ground herself. Duji, who who had been riding on Chilling, felt as if he had just been on a wild roller coaster. After regaining his composure, he leaped off her back, vowing never to let her carry him in such a state again. "Oh, Chilling, you silly girl," the slug sage's ethereal voice echoed. Without any visible motion from the sage, Chilling was suddenly flung away. An array of squeals erupted in the air. "Little Duji, it's been a while." The slug sage's gentle voice resonated, soothing Duji's spirit. Hearing the sage's words, Duji felt a wave of comfort wash over him. "Sage, where is Lady Tsunade?" "Right behind you." Duji, having dismounted from Chilling too hastily, had overlooked Tsunade sitting on a lounge chair, swaying gently with a pot of hot tea beside her. Duji stared in astonishment. "Teacher, since when did you start drinking tea?" "Hey, you little rascal. What kind of expression is that?" "Can I enjoy tea?" Tsunade retorted, her brow slightly furrowed as she delivered a playful punch to Duji's head. "I was wrong, teacher. What brings you to me this time?" Duji asked, cradling his head. At Duji's question, Tsunade's demeanor shifted. "I've reviewed the reports from Orochimaru on the front lines. I never expected you to succeed in your research." Even the third was astonished. "You've truly made me proud." As she spoke, Tsunade's expression softened, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she laughed heartily, pulling Duji into a tight embrace. Still feeling lightheaded, Duji struggled for air, his vision blurring. "Teacher, teacher," he called out weakly, his arms drooping as he fell silent. "Little Tsunade, it seems Duji is about to faint," the sage exclaimed, observing the faint foam at the corners of Duji's mouth. An hour later, Tsunade watched as Duji rubbed his neck. "Enough already. I am a medical ninja. I can tell if you're injured." "All right, teacher, please go on," Duji replied, retracting his head at the sight of Tsunade preparing for another playful strike. "Duji, what is the current production rate of the medicinal potions? Can it be improved?" Tsunade inquired. "Teacher, we can currently produce about a dozen bottles daily. But they only last around 3 days, Duji confessed, a hint of frustration in his voice. "The sealing of the healing techniques can be completed by other medical ninjas, but I must handle the potions formulation myself. My maximum output is around 20 bottles a day. Oh, let me give it a try?" "We're in the wet bone forest, where materials are plentiful." Both experts in medical ninjutsu promptly began their task under the sage's watchful gaze. 2 hours later. "I give up. This is impossible," Tsunade exclaimed, staring at the array of test tubes before her. "This is far too challenging. I thought my medical skills would be sufficient for this. But reality has dealt me a harsh blow." She cast a profound glance at her disciple seated across from her. Given the complexity of chakra harmonization, if she struggled with it, it was clear that other medical ninjas in Konoha would find it even more daunting. It seemed that, aside from Okamoto Duji, the prospect of mass-producing the healing potions was bleak for others in the ninja world. As Tsunade fell into silence, Duji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He understood the challenges involved in the potion formulation. It appeared that the healing potions would only be suitable for elite ninjas, such as Jonin. Chapter 75. The healing potion. Okamoto Duji's initial motivation for developing the healing potions was to provide treatment for the common folk who could not afford medical care. After all, even in a village like Konoha, medical resources were limited, and the common people often lacked the means to hire medical ninjas for treatment. Before going to battle, Okamoto Beansuke postponed his research endeavors until the sudden ambush by the scorching escape of Tsunade. The words of Yamamatsu Daikawa resonated within him, making him acutely aware that the emergence of a healing potion could save countless lower-ranking shinobi, genin, and chunin, who might otherwise perish on the battlefield. The jonin, possessing superior skills, faced a lower mortality rate. Even when injured, they would be promptly attended to by medical ninjas in the camps. However, if the healing potions could not be mass-produced and were only available in limited quantities, they would primarily benefit the jonin, leaving little hope for the survival of the chunin and genin. Contemplating this, Okamoto Beansuke felt disheartened. He had initially believed that Tsunade might find alternative solutions, but it now appeared far more challenging than anticipated. Just as Tsunade and Okamoto Beansuke were about to concede the idea of mass-producing the healing potion, the colossal figure of the great sage of the slugs slowly turned towards them. "Are you troubled by the concoction of this liquid?" he inquired with an ethereal voice, glancing at the test tubes placed before them. "Oh, great sage, can you concoct it?" Okamoto Beansuke was the first to respond, remembering that it was the great sage who had prepared the hero's water during his training in Wet Bone Forest. Surely, the great sage could create the healing potion. This thought rejuvenated Okamoto Beansuke. With a determined exclamation, he stood and held up the test tube. Great Sage, could you see if you can create this liquid? Observing his actions and the Great Sage's inquiry, Tsunade quickly joined him beneath the Great Sage. Indeed, the Great Sage replied after sensing the healing potion in Okamoto Beansuke's hand, his voice resonating with excitement. Yay, Sensei, did you hear what the Great Sage said? I did. It truly is a case of finding light in the midst of darkness. The two, who had just moments ago felt utterly despondent, now brimmed with elation. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Tsunade joyfully embraced Okamoto Beansuke and spun around in delight. The Great Sage squinted, watching the exuberant display of the two. Great Sage, how much of this liquid can you produce in a day? Tsunade inquired, setting down the now dizzy Okamoto Beansuke. I'm not entirely sure, but it should suffice for your needs. The Great Sage's ethereal voice was music to Tsunade's ears. Truly remarkable for a sage who has lived for millennia. Tsunade marveled at the Great Sage's immense form. Following experiments, it became evident that the healing potion's efficacy was enhanced by the slug's secretions. The Great Sage became increasingly adept at producing the liquid, yielding large quantities each time. Tsunade estimated that there could be around 1,000 vials of the healing potion. With approximately 5,000 leaf shinobi deployed on the battlefield in Sunagakure, excluding logistical units, it was feasible for each to receive a vial. Gazing at the chakra concentrated potion before her, Tsunade was filled with enthusiasm. Sensei, now it's time for you to organize the leaf medical ninjas to create the seals for the healing techniques, Okamoto Beansuke stated earnestly. Amidst the heavy workload of treating the injured on the battlefield in the land of rivers, the chakra of medical ninjas was already stretched thin. Thus, the optimal solution for the sealing of healing techniques was for the medical ninjas of the Leaf Hospital to undertake it. Tsunade, with her ability to refine seals and develop the S-rank technique, 100 healings, found no difficulty in this task. As Tsunade attempted to create the healing potion S solution, Okamoto Beansuke shared the sealing techniques for the healing methods with her. The challenge of creating the healing potion had never been the sealing of the techniques, but rather achieving the precise proportions for the potion solution. Rest assured, Beansuke, Tsunade replied. Her spirits lifted now that the potion's blending issue had been resolved. She gave him a thumbs up, closed one eye, and flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth, exuding youthful vigor and charm. Sensei, I shall take my leave for now. If anything arises, have Charan notify me. With the potion dilemma resolved, Okamoto Beansuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without waiting for Tsunade to bid farewell, he dispelled the reverse summoning technique. Bang! He was transported back to the leaf encampment. With the healing potion matter resolved, it was now possible for each shinobi to have one. Okamoto Beansuke nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the urgency to inform Orochimaru, which would aid in formulating the next phase of their battle strategy. Chapter 76, Pre-Battle Beansuke, are you there? Just as he arrived back at the encampment, Okamoto Beansuke heard Yamamatsu Daikawa's voice from outside the tent. Is there something you need, Uncle Yamamatsu? Okamoto Beansuke asked, lifting the tent flap to step outside. The stout figure of Yamamatsu Daikawa stood before him, visibly relieved upon seeing Okamoto Beansuke emerge. Lord Narashikaku has sent word that a meeting will be held at 3 o'clock this afternoon. In truth, this was the 4th time Yamamatsu Daikawa had come to seek Beansuke, as he had previously received no response due to Beansuke's absence in Whetbone Forest. Narashikaku had sent the notification that morning, and with the meeting time approaching, Yamamatsu Daikawa would have had to send Iace Mami in his stead if Beansuke did not return. Okamoto Beansuke nodded, acknowledging the information. This served as a reminder that with the Great Sage's assistance in blending the potion, Whetbone Forest had become the production base for the healing potion. He would need to frequently visit Whetbone Forest to retrieve the completed potions. It was prudent to ensure a slug capable of notifying him remained in the tent. Then I'll leave this matter in your capable hands, Uncle Yamamatsu. After saying this, Okamoto Beansuke casually donned a uniform from within the tent and proceeded towards the command tent of the Leaf. Beansuke-kun, Beansuke-sama, Okamoto Beansuke. Along the way, numerous ninjas were making their way to the command tent, greeting him as they passed. It was reminiscent of the time when Okamoto Beansuke exited the Leaf Hospital hall. Except now those greeting him were qualified ninjas, primarily jonin captains. With a smile, he reciprocated their greetings, realizing that he was no longer the invisible figure he once was. Upon entering the tent, which was typically spacious, he found it filled to capacity with people. Orochimaru sat at the forefront of a sand table in the center of the tent, surrounded by department heads and deputy heads from the operations and unification divisions. Okamoto Beansuke promptly took a seat at the left side of the medical department. Though the tent was crowded, silence enveloped the room, for ninjas are disciplined by nature, especially in times of war. The ministers directed their attention toward Orochimaru. Everyone, we cannot delay any longer. In 2 days, I intend to launch a decisive assault against Sunagakure. Orochimaru declared, his voice gravelly, yet the words he spoke left the assembly in astonished silence. The war between Sunagakure and Konohagakure has persisted for over a month, inflicting substantial tolls on both villages. Additionally, according to information relayed by the third Hokage, the land of lightning and the land of earth are no longer peaceful. Kumogakure and Iwagakure are both poised for action. Sunagakure has discreetly initiated contact with Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Although Konohagakure boasts the strongest power among the 5 great nations, it cannot withstand a 3-front war. Thus, the conflict with Sunagakure must be resolved swiftly to free up resources to confront Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Subsequently, Orochimaru and Nara Shikaku strategized for the upcoming battles. Once their plans were nearly finalized, Orochimaru turned his attention to Okamoto Beansuke. Beansuke-kun, I hope your medical department can send some personnel to the front lines for this decisive battle. Understood, Lord Orochimaru, Beansuke replied promptly. Before Orochimaru could say anything further, Beansuke added, Lord Orochimaru, we have successfully completed the bulk production research for the healing potions. What? Are you certain? Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes widened momentarily. I am certain, Lord Orochimaru. The first batch of healing potions is currently being expedited under Lady Tsunade's guidance. Ha ha ha, this is the best news I've received in a long while. What is the current output? A rare smile graced Orochimaru's typically stoic face. We can produce about 1,000 units daily, but I'm uncertain if we can expedite further. Beansuke pondered briefly before providing an estimate. Upon hearing Beansuke's response, Orochimaru fell into contemplation and adjourned the meeting. As the attendees departed, he called out to Beansuke. Beansuke, is it feasible to produce a sufficient quantity of healing potions within 2 days? Orochimaru inquired intently. That may be challenging. We have not operated at full capacity before. Beansuke replied, unable to provide a precise figure. Understood. Prepare as much as you can. I will discuss the rest and notify you later. With that, Orochimaru and Nara Shikaku, leading the strategic team, began their discussions. Beansuke nodded and exited the tent. Upon returning to the medical camp, Beansuke summoned Chalen, penned a letter, and handed it to her for delivery to Tsunade. Lord Beansuke, I could relay the message verbally. Chalen's youthful voice chimed in, childlike and eager. Yes, yes. Chalen is the best, but it's more appropriate to inform Lady Tsunade in writing. Beansuke smiled, gently tapping her chin with the pen. Lord Beansuke, I am no longer a child. Chalen protested, twisting away from Beansuke's playful gesture. Although Chalen was said to be a teenager in age, her appearance remained that of a young slug, leading both Beansuke and Tsunade to treat her as an infantile creature. Straightening up, Chalen continued to protest Beansuke's earlier action. Suddenly, a letter was stuffed into her mouth, silencing her protests. My apologies, Chalen. It was my fault. I hope you won't be upset. Next time, I will prepare some treats for you. Beansuke clasped his hands together in a bow, his small eyes squinting with a smile. He gently patted her back, eliciting a series of chirping sounds from the little slug. Lord Beansuke is so gentle. Chalen beamed with joy. Nodding vigorously, she clamped down on the letter, which then vanished in a puff of smoke. Watching Chalen disappear, Beansuke's expression grew serious. The imminent battle loomed, and the medical department also required deployment. At least a portion must be sent to the battlefield. For medical ninjas, venturing to the front lines posed significant risks. Typically engaged in logistics, their self-defense capabilities were limited. They often relied on medical ninjutsu and rarely employed offensive techniques. Moreover, the consumption of chakra on the battlefield directly diminishes survival chances. Medical ninjas primarily serve to heal the injured, especially elite ninjas like Jonin who sustain wounds. To save lives necessitates the expenditure of chakra and precise techniques, leading to considerable strain on their energy reserves. Depleting chakra and energy on the battlefield is tantamount to courting death. Historically, the mortality rate of medical ninjas in war has been alarmingly high. The first targets for both sides are often medical ninjas, as eliminating their healing capabilities is a strategic priority. Even remaining in support roles is not entirely safe. A full-scale war would surely bring attackers to besiege the camp. Compared to comrades on the battlefield, the risks are somewhat mitigated. Daisuke stepped out of his tent, observing the medical personnel rushing past him, some clad in nurse uniforms, others in medical ninja attire. With a sigh, he entered the largest medical tent. Inside, injured ninjas lay on beds, groaning in agony. The medical staff, busy tending to the wounded, greeted Daisuke as he entered. Lord Daisuke. Daisuke. He nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Yamamatsu Daika, who was using healing techniques on a patient. Under the green light of the jutsu, the patient's wounds gradually healed, and their moans subsided. All done. The wounds have healed. They can be transferred to the light care ward now. Daika wiped the sweat from his brow and picked up a nearby alcohol swab to clean his hands. Then I entrust you both with this. Daisuke stood upright, bowing deeply to Daika and Iase, expressing both gratitude and trust for their recent efforts. Daika and Yamamatsu observed Daisuke's bow and saw a reflection of Tsunade from years past, a genius with the same confidence and youthful vigor. Afterward, the two left Daisuke's tent to compile the roster for the frontline personnel. Daisuke called Chaylin back. Chaylin, please wait for my return in my tent. If anyone comes looking for me, notify me, all right? Understood, Lord Daisuke. I promise to complete the task. Chaylin assured him in her childlike voice. Watching Chaylin, Daisuke mused that if she had hands, she might very well salute him. With Chaylin's assurance, Daisuke activated the reverse summoning technique, vanishing from the tent. Due to the news of Daisuke's healing potions, Orochimaru convened a pre-battle meeting the following day after a discussion with Narashikaku and the other strategists, postponing the decisive battle by 2 days. Thus, from yesterday, with the delay included, there were a total of 3 days remaining. As the days passed, both Konohagakure and Tsunagakure amassed a significant number of ninjas. Under Orochimaru's command, aside from the reconnaissance team, the remaining forces gathered at the Konohagakure camp, poised for battle. Under the diligent efforts of Tsunade and the medical ninjas of Konoha, the healing potion has finally been established as a strategic remedy, with each individual receiving a bottle. The list of medical ninjas assigned to the front lines has been compiled by Yamamoto Takahiro and Iase Mami, at the request of Okamoto Daisuke. All medical ninjas on the list volunteered to head to the battlefield. In the days leading up to the decisive battle, Okamoto Daisuke made daily trips to the Wetbone Forest to collect the prepared healing potions, dedicating the remainder of his time to maintaining his peak condition for the impending conflict. At last, the day of reckoning arrived. Narashikaku, you shall remain here to oversee the camp in my absence. The rest, follow me. Orochimaru coldly surveyed the surroundings before rising and striding towards the exit. The other captains and leaders followed suit, exiting the tent in succession. Gathered before the tent were the entire fighting force remaining in Konoha. Nearly 5,000 ninjas amassed in a formidable crowd. The captains and leaders who emerged with Orochimaru returned to their respective teams. Move out with me, Orochimaru gestured, leading the charge out of the Konoha camp towards the Sand Village's encampment. The remaining ninja forces commenced their organized departure. Before setting off, Okamoto Daisuke spotted Yamamoto Takahiro and Iase Mami approaching, signaling them with a reassuring gesture before joining the ranks. Once underway, he dispersed the medical ninjas among the troops. Given the size of the nearly 5,000-strong force, it was impractical to account for every individual. According to Okamoto Daisuke's arrangement, each medical ninja was tasked with overseeing a few squads, with every 3 forming a cohesive unit. These units would then combine into larger groups, ultimately led by Okamoto Daisuke and a small mobile team of 5 for timely support. As they marched, Okamoto Daisuke turned to the person beside him. Yukino, why did you insist on coming to the battlefield? Indeed, Yukino, as a newly qualified healer, had requested to join the front lines. Why shouldn't I? I am a qualified medical ninja now, she asserted, puffing out her chest. Having passed her medical ninja examination a year prior, she had become a physician at Konoha Hospital before the start of the Third Great Ninja War. Observing her determination, Okamoto Daisuke could only shake his head in resignation. Yukino was oblivious to the battlefield's harsh realities. Fortunately, as the head of the medical division, he could keep her close for protection. Yukino, you will assist me from my side during the battle, he instructed, doing his utmost to create a safe environment for someone who had once looked after him like an older sister. With her nearby, he felt assured that any potential danger could be managed. Okay, I understand. Yukino replied, her face brightening at his concern. In the ranks of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku spotted Okamoto Beansuke amidst the advancing troops, momentarily taken aback. What is this boy doing at the front lines? Given Okamoto Beansuke's demonstrated potential, even if he never attained the title of Hokage, he was destined for a significant role as a mentor or advisor. The impact of his healing potions alone had already surpassed that of many, including seasoned jonin. It baffled Fugaku that such a promising youth would be placed in such a perilous position before he had fully matured. However, should Okamoto Beansuke find himself in danger, Fugaku would undoubtedly intervene, not only to earn his favor, but also to potentially gain the goodwill of the legendary Sannin and the third Hokage. Meanwhile, hidden among the ranks of the ninja army, a pair of pale eyes were fixated on him with intense scrutiny. The pace of the ninja march was relatively steady. Large-scale mobilizations could not be concealed. As they prepared for war, the ninjas of Konoha maintained a deliberate speed to conserve energy and chakra, striving to remain in optimal condition for the battles ahead. The scouts of the Sand Village were already aware of Konoha's movements, while Konoha's reconnaissance teams kept a close watch on Sand's activities. Prior to the army's departure, Orochimaru sent an advance team to scout the path, ensuring the safety of the main contingent's route. In the face of such a large-scale conflict, the Sand Village could only respond defensively. If they retreated, it would not only dampen troop morale, but could also lead to significant losses during a hasty withdrawal under Konoha's pursuit. With Konoha's numerical superiority, they would press forward, leaving the Sand Village little choice but to engage. As Konoha's ninja forces gathered far across at the Sand Village's encampment, Chiyo and her brother Aizo received urgent reports from scouts. Orochimaru is truly preparing to strike. Chiyo's aged face bore an expression of grave concern. Sister, we must get ready. This battle is unavoidable. War was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 78, Sand Village, damn it. The third Raikage and that old fool Inoki promised us support, yet have yet to mobilize. Chiyo slammed her fist on the table. Sister, you know their situation well. They prefer to see Konoha and Sand weaken each other. Aizo replied with a hint of disappointment. That's exactly why I'm even more furious. Aizo, notify Yakumo and the others. We can't afford to waste time. Chiyo's eyes radiated determination. Konoha, do not think you will leave unscathed. After Aizo hurriedly exited the tent, Chiyo's mind drifted to memories of her son and daughter-in-law, both tragically pierced by a silvery blade on the battlefield. Shortly after, Aizo returned to Chiyo's tent, accompanied by a cadre of elite Sand troops. The latest intelligence indicates that Konoha has assembled their ninja army and is advancing towards our camp. Chiyo wasted no time, delivering a heavy blow to the table as the Sand elites murmured among themselves, the previously quiet tent erupting into a cacophony of debate. Some proposed confrontation, others suggested ambush, while a few even advocated retreat. Enough. Have you no shame? Before the battle has even begun, some are already talking of retreat? Yeko shouted, her blue-clad figure cutting an imposing presence. As she spoke, her golden locks swayed, her striking eyes glaring at those who had suggested retreat. Seeing Yeko's fierce gaze, the dissenters quickly lowered their heads. Once silence fell, Yeko turned to Chiyo. You must have a solid plan, right? I will follow your lead. With her words, the attention of the gathered Sand ninjas shifted to Chiyo. This battle must occur, Chiyo declared resolutely. With the third Kazekage's fate uncertain due to Konoha's actions, and having secured an alliance with Iwagakure and Kumogakure, they would mobilize their armies if necessary to combat Konoha together. Several high-ranking Sand officials nodded in agreement with Chiyo's proclamation. Hearing that Iwagakure and Kumogakure would also provide support, they collectively resolved that a decisive battle with Konoha was imperative. Time is of the essence. According to the reconnaissance reports, the forces of Konoha should be en route by now. We simply need to assemble our troops, gather our strength, and await their arrival. Once they arrive, we shall launch a full-scale assault to vanquish them. You must hasten to gather the forces. Chiyo swiftly outlined the next tasks. Soon after, the assembly of those from Sunagakure dispersed, each heading off to rally their subordinates. Yakura, Chiyo called out, as Yakura, who was on the verge of departing, turned back in confusion. Unlike others who had their own subordinates, Yakura was mostly unaccompanied, making her the last to leave. On the battlefield, I urge you to focus on eliminating Konoha's lower-ranked shinobi and chunin. Avoid entanglements with their elite, Chiyo instructed in a low voice. Typically, battles are fought between jounin, as their destructive power and wide-ranging ninjutsu capabilities far exceed those of lower-ranked ninjas. Without curtailing the enemy's jounin, our lower-ranked shinobi would suffer grievous losses. Yakura's unique Doton abilities, combined with her fiery poison, make her particularly effective against ninjas of lower ranks. In Chiyo's estimation, Yakura was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for dispatching Konoha's lower-tier shinobi. Currently, there were approximately 3,500 shinobi from Sunagakure on the battlefield, significantly outmatched by Konoha's forces. Chiyo held little hope for today's confrontation. The reinforcements from Iwagakure and Kumogakure would not intervene until Sunagakure had sustained significant losses in the conflict against Konoha. Thus, Chiyo could only devise methods to diminish Konoha's fighting strength as much as possible. Understood, Granny. Yakura replied, unable to refuse the expectant gaze of Chiyo. She then swiftly exited the tent. Thank you, Yakura, Chiyo murmured, watching her retreating figure. Each powerful individual possesses their own temperament and disposition. In battle, it is often a clash of titans, a contest of leaders. Preying upon the weak is beneath the dignity of the strong. They do not pursue the slaughter of the weak. However, Yakura's willingness to sacrifice for the greater good of her village truly moved Chiyo. Ebizo, let us depart. Just then, a messenger from Sunagakure entered to inform Chiyo that the troops had assembled. Chiyo stepped out of the tent first, gazing at the assembled shinobi at the entrance of the encampment. With a voice that bore both age and strength, she proclaimed, Konoha seeks to invade our village. Do you consent to this? No. Behind you stand your wives, husbands, parents, and children. Do you have the luxury of retreat? No. Do you remember the pain and calamity Konoha inflicted upon our village? Yes. Let us strike back fiercely and defeat Konoha. Strike back fiercely and defeat Konoha. The morale of Sunagakure's shinobi surged under Chiyo's rallying cry, igniting a fervent desire in each heart to eradicate Konoha's forces. Charge! With a thunderous roar, Sunagakure surged forth from their encampment like a torrent of river water. At that moment, Chiyo's frail form did not appear diminished. Time passed incrementally. A Konoha scout appeared beside Orochimaru at the forefront of their ranks. Ah, old Chiyo has come out to play, Orochimaru remarked, his bangs billowing in the gusty wind as his crimson tongue flicked out to moisten his lips. The swaying of his ear ornaments gradually steadied. Orochimaru deliberately slowed his pace, causing the nearly 5,000 Konoha shinobi to do the same. From the scout's words, Orochimaru had gleaned the state of Sunagakure and aimed to slow the advance, providing his team a moment to regroup. However, even the slowest pace would eventually lead to an encounter. In a vast plain of the land of rivers, Orochimaru came to a halt, and the Konoha forces gradually arrived. From a distance, thousands of Sunagakure shinobi stood poised, clearly having awaited Konoha's approach for some time. This desolate plain, with its open terrain, had long seen the villagers evacuate, making it an ideal battleground for the two great villages. Yet, it was the small villages of the land of rivers and the land of rain that bore the brunt of the war. This was the tragedy of the small villages. As the two sides faced each other, a diminutive figure emerged from the ranks of Sunagakure. Though stooped and in his 50s or 60s, this figure exuded an indescribable aura before the armies. The decisive battle begins. Ha ha ha. Has Konoha been bereft of strong leaders since the demise of the White Fang? Only you, Orochimaru, have shown up among the legendary Sannin. It appears that Sarutobi will soon lose his prized pupil. Chiyo scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain as she surveyed the throngs of Konoha ninjas. Rather than taking offense, Orochimaru chuckled softly. Old Chiyo, at your age, shouldn't you be resting in a coffin instead of flitting about? He taunted. Where's the Kazekage? Does he only hide behind a decrepit old woman? Oh, I forgot. Your Kazekage has gone missing. With that, Orochimaru's cold, golden serpent-like eyes scanned the ranks of Sunagakure's shinobi. As he pointed a finger at the struggling village across from him. What right does a lesser village have to require Konoha to deploy more powerful shinobi? One of me is sufficient. For the first time, Okamoto Beansuke witnessed the formidable presence of Orochimaru, whose frail form now seemed to tower like a mountain on the battlefield. Is this the power of a true warrior? Beansuke gazed at the confrontation between Orochimaru and Chiyo, yearning to stand atop the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Chiyo's gaze bore into Orochimaru, her murderous intent evident as she fixed him with a steely stare. After a few moments, she retorted, "A mere child dares to speak so boldly. I am most eager to witness Sarutobi's expression when Konoha faces defeat." Ha ha ha, old woman. Let us hope you don't perish before you witness the downfall of Sunagakure. Orochimaru replied dismissively. In unison, both Orochimaru and Chiyo raised their arms high, then brought them down with force. Kill. One voice was ancient, the other hoarse. Before the cry of battle could fade, the shinobi of Sunagakure and Konoha surged forward like two torrents colliding. The cacophony of their battle cries mingled in the air. On this plain today, nearly 10,000 shinobi from both Konoha and Sunagakure would ignite their spirits, unleashing the most resplendent display of their lives. Swish, 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 whoosh, 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 shuriken, kunai, and sunban rained down from both sides like a tempest, as no ninja calculated the loss of their weapons. They possessed only one objective, to slay their adversary. Even before the ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure could close the distance, casualties began to mount amidst the storm of projectiles. The nearly 10,000 shinobi appeared insignificant against the vast expanse of earth beneath their feet. Yet, these seemingly small figures would bring about a cataclysmic change to this land. Kill, kill, kill. The earth-shattering battle cries erupted as the ninjas roared, and the torrents of Konoha and Sunagakure crashed together. The fervor of battle surged within them, spurred on by the adrenaline coursing through their veins. At the onset of the battle, a staggering number of casualties emerged. The battlefield was littered with severed limbs and broken bodies, and the blood-soaked earth bore witness to the brutality of war. Each side engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, neither willing to yield an inch. The lower-ranked ninjas began to trade injuries, the sheer density of combatants overwhelming the scene. A shinobi clad in a tan vest from the Sand Village plunged a kunai into the neck of a Leaf Village ninja. He collapsed heavily to the ground, his body riddled with kunai and wounds. He was a chunin from the sand. In the recent skirmish, he had already slain 5 lower-ranked ninjas, making this his 6th kill. Despite his rank, he was besieged by more than just 6 Leaf ninjas. For the average chunin or jinin, their impact on the battlefield was minimal. As the fallen sand shinobi gazed at the Leaf ninja, blood trickling from his neck wound soaked the uniform. He thought it was worth it. A chunin and 5 genin were a fair trade, especially with this one being ambushed. Suddenly, the sand shinobi's eyes widened in shock. Before him, the wounded Leaf chunin stumbled back, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, he struggled to retrieve a pale potion from his tool pouch. His thumb pressing down on the stopper, chakra seeping through to activate the seal inscribed on it. The once pale liquid began to change to a faint green at an observable rate. The Leaf ninja, fighting against the dizziness from blood loss, grasped the kunai embedded in his neck, bracing himself. With a swift motion, blood erupted from the wound, and sensing the repercussions of removing the kunai, his breaths quickened. The fallen sand ninja, panting, looked on in confusion. He could not comprehend why the Leaf ninja would take such a perilous action, knowing the kunai was lodged in his artery. Had he left it in, he might have had a chance for medical aid, but now, pulling it out would only hasten his demise. The Leaf ninja, having extracted the kunai, quickly pressed his hand against the wound, though futilely, as blood continued to pour from the gaping injury. At this moment, the potion had fully transformed into a light green hue, bubbles rising within. With a soft pop, the stopper was thrust open by the gas escaping from the vial. This was Tsunade's latest innovation, allowing injured ninjas to utilize the potion more efficiently, even when severely wounded. The Leaf ninja poured the potion directly over his injury. Under the gaze of the fallen sand shinobi, the blood that had once gushed from the wound began to diminish. The Leaf ninja's previously frantic breaths gradually steadied. In the final moments of the sand shinobi's vision, he observed the Leaf chunin rummaging through the tool pouch of his deceased comrade, retrieving another vial of the same potion, repeating the earlier actions. The bleeding subsided, allowing the Leaf ninja to perform the task with increasing proficiency. In the last moments of his life, the sand shinobi beheld the healed wound on his opponent's neck. Now scarred, watching the Leaf ninja, he gasped his last breath, casually tossing a few military rations into his mouth to replenish lost blood and stamina. The Leaf chunin charged back into the fray. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly across the battlefield between the sand and Leaf ninjas. The sand shinobi noted that those Leaf ninjas who had been exchanging injuries with them were now consuming potions or applying a green liquid to their wounds, soon revitalized and ready for combat. In the heart of the battlefield, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of serpents, ensnaring Chiyo tighter and tighter. From the very beginning of the conflict, the two had been locked in combat. Chiyo, Today shall be your demise. Chapter 80. Chiyo and Orochimaru. Orochimaru expelled a serpent from his mouth, which launched a sharp sword towards Chiyo's vital points. You must always maintain respect for your seniors. Chiyo roared amidst the writhing serpents. As the serpents constricted around her right arm, a scroll slipped from her grasp. With a resounding clang, a massive tail forged from iron chains rose before her, intercepting Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. With a thunderous crash, a colossal steel shield erupted from beneath her, severing the serpents that had ensnared her, forming a dome-shaped defense. It enveloped Chiyo entirely. Countless serpent corpses, cleaved in two, littered the ground. The Kusanagi sword returned to Orochimaru empty-handed, retreating back into his mouth, transforming into his tongue. A defensive puppet, is it? Orochimaru observed the protective dome intently. Ninjutsu, shadow snake hands. Dozens of venomous snakes erupted from his hands, swiftly dispatching 3 sand ninjas attempting to ambush him from behind. Just as Orochimaru was preoccupied with eliminating the would-be assailants, a sharp tail suddenly struck from beneath him. The lower half of his body was cleaved apart, blood spilling everywhere. Orochimaru, can you still afford to be distracted at this moment? Chiyo's voice echoed from within the protective dome. As Orochimaru lay on the ground, his mouth slowly widening, a fully intact version of himself emerged from the severed body. You old hag, despite your age, you still cannot afford to be careless. Upon seeing the new Orochimaru rise from the remnants of his former self, the previously sharp tail struck swiftly towards him with a whoosh. Clang. The sound echoed as Orochimaru braced himself against the ground, using the Kusanagi sword to block the incoming tail, which was mere centimeters from his eyes, allowing him to see the deep purple poison smeared on the tip. In an instant, Orochimaru vanished from sight. Boom. Without the Kusanagi sword, Chiyo's tail slammed into the ground. Gradually maneuvering it back behind the dome, 2 metallic tails swayed. One heavy and the other sharp. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A ferocious wind howled towards Chiyo, accompanied by boulders colliding against her defensive puppet with deafening roars. Ah! Chiyo exclaimed as Orochimaru ceased the wind jutsu. The ground before him had been transformed into a gaping chasm by the violent winds. The 4 legs of the puppet, once deeply embedded in the earth, were now exposed. The 2 tails that had been swaying behind the circular puppet were also buried deep within the soil to prevent being swept away. That brat Orochimaru, despite utilizing only a C-rank ninjutsu, wields such remarkable power. Chiyo contemplated the situation, realizing the significant damage inflicted on her defensive puppet, the Urjiao turtle, which she commanded. This defensive puppet, once activated, could root itself firmly, providing formidable protection. The 2 tails behind the Urjiao turtle served one for defense and the other for offense. In conjunction with the inherent defensive capabilities of this puppet, one could assert that it is destined to remain invincible. This is the upgraded version of the Crimson Flow Amber, meticulously devised by Chiyo, inspired by her grandson, who bears the title of the Red Sand Scorpion. Following Orochimaru's recent use of wind release, there were no remaining ninja between him and Chiyo. It appears that to feast upon flesh, one must first shatter the shell. Ninjutsu, evil serpent slithers. As Orochimaru's voice faded, a colossal black serpent was summoned from beneath the 2-horned tortoise. The moment it emerged, it propelled Chiyo and her circular puppet high into the air. The tortoise, which had been intended to anchor itself with its 4 legs and 2 tails, proved utterly ineffective as it was thrust upwards. Ninjutsu, annihilation of the chaotic serpents. Once again, 3 massive serpents of varying hues were conjured, their powerful tails striking fiercely at the airborne tortoise. With a thunderous crash, the puppet, unable to relieve the pressure in midair, was dismantled amidst the attack of the serpents. Parts of the 2-horned tortoise rained down. Chiyo swiftly plummeted toward the ground. Finally, you've emerged, you old hag. Orochimaru revealed a bloodthirsty smirk, fixating intently on Chiyo, who was now devoid of any means to regain her footing in midair. Ninjutsu, exploding evil serpent arm. A gigantic summoned serpent soared into the sky, opening its gaping maw to swallow Chiyo whole. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the enormous serpent erupted. A rain of flesh and blood cascaded across the nearby battlefield. Orochimaru maintained an expression of grave seriousness, showing not a trace of relaxation. Despite his derisive words towards Chiyo throughout their encounter, he did not dare lower his guard against this enduring figure from Sunagakure. He could not fathom that a seasoned ninja of such repute would fall so easily. As Orochimaru searched for Chiyo's figure, a razor-sharp tail unexpectedly swept towards him from the side. He narrowly dodged the attack. Wind release, true vacuum blades. Several massive gusts of wind surged towards Orochimaru. A cold smile graced his lips. He welcomed her emergence. Body flicker technique. Orochimaru executed a series of swift movements backward. However, he was met with relentless wind release techniques from two directions, their speed and angles both rapid and treacherous, forcing him to change positions the moment he landed. Upon touching down, a crisp snap echoed. Orochimaru glanced down to see a circular defensive component from the two-horned tortoise transform into a trap, ensnaring his legs tightly. Got you. Turning around, Orochimaru saw a bloodied Chiyo, panting heavily, standing behind him. Her left hand extended 5 fingers, connected by chakra threads to various scattered parts on the ground, one of which ensnared Orochimaru. Her right hand controlled a new humanoid puppet, its mouth agape. The earlier wind release was a collaboration between Chiyo and this puppet. Chiyo's fingers twitched, and the puppet expelled a blank scroll. The puppet then retrieved another scroll from its back and inserted it into its head, guarding Chiyo's side. She executed the sealing technique, Lion's Roar. A beastly head resembling a tiger manifested from the binding mechanism that ensnared Orochimaru. Its mouth lined with jagged blades that gleamed under the sun. In an instant, the beast's head lunged toward Orochimaru. Oh no! The moment the beast's head appeared, Orochimaru's previously unchanging serpent eyes momentarily constricted. Snap! A tremendous sound of jaws clashing echoed, with blood spraying forth. Chapter 81. The Battlefield's Denizens, is it over? Chiyo gazed at the closing beast head, murmuring to herself while catching her breath. After all, she was advancing in years and engaging with a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber. Though seemingly brief, had drained her energy and chakra significantly. Lion's Roar. In the past, Chiyo would confine her enemies within the two-horned tortoise and then utilize Lion's Roar to obliterate them. This ninjutsu was a fusion of her sealing techniques, though it could only be inscribed at fixed locations, making it exceedingly difficult to hit an adversary. However, once it connected, it could temporarily seal an opponent's body flicker technique, which is why she had set her trap while the tortoise was dismantled by Orochimaru, ultimately forcing him into a specific position with her wind release. What are you so pleased about? A hoarse, icy voice echoed from the side. The puppet beside Chiyo quickly turned in that direction. A serpent over a meter long gaped its mouth wide, bending backward at a 180-degree angle. Orochimaru slithered out, as if devoid of bones. Are you some kind of monster? Chiyo's voice was low, tinged with unmistakable shock, her expression darkening. Puppet technique, 1,000 blades. A swarm of thousands of poisoned sunbon flew towards Orochimaru's position, their dull purple hue indicating their lethal nature. Boom. Orochimaru's location was engulfed by the barrage of sunbon, raising a cloud of dust. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind dispersed the swirling dust. Just as suspected, Chiyo observed that only a grotesque serpent, corroded by the toxin of the sunbon, lay before her. Looking up, she saw the unscathed Orochimaru standing across from her. Chiyo's heart sank. While the battle between Orochimaru and Chiyo remained fiercely contested, at a distance, the renowned hero of Sunagakure, Yakura, was mercilessly slaughtering lower-ranked ninjas. Lava release, Chiba dance. Clad in a form-fitting light blue outfit, Yakura expelled fiery orange sparks from her crimson lips, the delicate sparks cascading upon the Konoha ninjas. The Sand ninjas, having received prior intelligence, lagged half a body length behind Yakura. When the sparks struck them, the Konoha ninjas initially froze, only to realize they suffered no significant harm. Charge! Annihilate these sand dogs. Attack! The Konoha ninjas shouted as they charged at their foes. The Sand ninjas, unwilling to fall behind, roared in retaliation. Yakura observed the stalemate between the two factions. Lava release, Chiba dance. Unhurriedly, she continued to release waves of fiery orange sparks from the rear of her ranks. The airborne sparks, devoid of any lethal force, went unnoticed by the Konoha troops. Yet, they failed to realize that the drifting sparks landed precisely on each Konoha ninja, while the Sand ninjas remained untouched, as if the sparks deliberately avoided them. Yakura consistently unleashed her Chiba dance at intervals, an unending stream of sparks cascading forth. The continuous display of sparks caught the attention of the Konoha ninjas. Why do these orange sparks keep floating? I don't know, but they pose no threat to us. This must be a technique released by the sand ninjas, right? No harm. Why would they employ such ninjutsu? Is it an illusion? Amidst the chaos, many Konoha ninjas shouted as they fought. I don't feel entrapped in an illusion. That sand bastard cut me, and it hurt. A Konoha Chunin, clutching a gash on his chest, shouted loudly. Find that sand ninja who cast the technique. Though uncertain of their intentions, we cannot allow them to unleash ninjutsu with such impunity. A Konoha Jonin declared loudly. In the sand-hidden camp, Yetsong heard the shouts of the Konoha ninjas, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her rosy lips, revealing a glimpse of her pearly white teeth. Scorch release, dance of 1,000 leaves. A cascade of larger, more abundant sparks drifted towards the Konoha ninjas. Over here, it's the woman from the sand. A visibly youthful boy, appearing no older than his teens and dressed as a Konoha genin, had been close to Yetsong while she unleashed her technique, witnessing the spectacle firsthand. Konoha's ninjas turned their gazes toward the direction indicated by the boy. Is that Yetsong? The heroic scorch release user from the sand? Some ninjas from Konoha recognized her identity. Her black and yellow gradient hair making her quite distinctive. However, one hero's name is another's infamous target. Quick, stop her. A person's reputation casts a long shadow. Yetsong would not squander her chakra on inconsequential jutsu without reason. Despite the uncertainty of their intentions, she could not allow them to proceed unimpeded. Lightning release, lightning arrow. Earth release, earth-shattering collapse. Various techniques hurled towards Yetsong. Yet faster still was a Konoha Jonin, who, wielding a long sword, advanced in an instant. The Konoha Shadow Dance saw the sword flash with brilliance, a dazzling array of slashes merging into a shimmering spectacle. Under the sunlight, the distinction between reality and illusion blurred. A diagonal strike sliced through Yetsong's slender and graceful form, cleaving her from shoulder to waist. The Konoha Jonin hesitated, sensing no resistance of flesh against his blade. As Yetsong was struck, instead of blood, an orange gas emanated from her wound. It was a scorch release clone. The moment he perceived the gas, the Jonin leaped back in alarm. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Yetsong's scorch release clone detonated, claiming the lives of several unsuspecting Konoha ninjas caught in the blast. Scorch release, dance of 1,000 leaves. A fresh wave of vibrant sparks danced through the air, slowly merging into the bodies of the Konoha ninjas under their watchful gazes. There's something wrong with those sparks. A genin cried out in terror. His Chunin team leader shot him a glance. What are you stating the obvious for? Anyone can see that those sparks are problematic. At this juncture, if they could not neutralize Yetsong, her repeated releases of the dance of 1,000 leaves would severely undermine the morale of their forces. The Konoha ninjas began to hesitate, their engagement with the sand becoming increasingly constrained, reluctant to unleash their full potential in battle. No, sensei, I feel like my body is on fire, the genin exclaimed, stripping off his outer jacket to reveal an abnormal crimson hue on his left arm, blood seemingly threatening to burst forth from his flesh. In a decisive move, the Chunin instructor swiftly severed his student's left arm with a kunai, watching as it ignited the moment it hit the ground, reduced to charred remains in a fierce conflagration. Chapter 82, The Cruelty. This jutsu, Yetsong's technique, is truly malicious, the leading Chunin gasped in shock. Observing this scene, Yetsong's lips curled into a cold smile. Have you figured it out? Alas, it is too late. The dance of 1,000 leaves was a technique crafted by Yetsong, designed for large-scale combat, where the initial spark served as a marker. When she released sparks again, they would only seek out those marked ninjas. The true potency of the dance of 1,000 leaves lay in its ability to enhance the oxygen content in the blood of the afflicted, pushing it to the brink of spontaneous combustion. With each subsequent marking, the flammability of the target's blood increased, coursing through their bodies until, with a mere jutsu from Yetsong, they would ignite at an alarming rate. Typically, Yetsong refrained from employing this technique, as its effects were gradual and posed no immediate threat without adequate accumulation. Yet today, on the battlefield, the Konoha ninja's ignorance of the situation allowed her to catch them off guard. In this brief span, nearly 500 Konoha ninjas had been infiltrated by the dance of 1,000 leaves. Scorch release, dance of flowers. Witnessing Konoha ninjas afflicted by her technique, Yetsong decisively performed the dance of flowers. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the gathered Konoha ninjas, those deeply marked igniting spontaneously. while others exhibited varying degrees of combustion in different parts of their bodies. The Konoha ninja who had initially struck Yetsong now felt a searing heat emanating from his abdomen after severing his own arm. It's over. His face turned pale. Cold sweat trickling down his cheeks as he fumbled for a vial of pale white potion from his leg pouch. Activating his chakra, the potion transformed into a light green hue. He quickly drank it down, feeling the healing chakra rapidly saturate his internal organs. It works. Lord Daokai's healing potion is effective, the Konoha Jonin exclaimed. He hastily scavenged the ninja tools from the lifeless body nearby, activating and consuming another healing agent. Even witnessing the wound from his severed arm begin to mend. Other Konoha ninjas, seeing the efficacy of Daokai's potion, followed suit, activating or consuming their own remedies. From a distance, Yetsong observed the peculiar behavior of the Konoha ninjas. While she was uncertain of the specifics, she clearly heard the mention of Daokai. The image of the figure, drenched in water at the center of a lava lake, surfaced in her mind. The first time her attack was thwarted by that self-proclaimed genin. And now it was the same boy again. Yetsong gritted her teeth in frustration. That insufferable brat. Observing how her dance of flowers lost its lethal efficacy after the consumption of the strange potion, she sensed that what should have been hundreds nearing spontaneous combustion had dwindled to just a few. Crush them, realizing the diminishing effectiveness of her dance of flowers. Yetsong commanded the sand to attack the surviving Konoha ninjas who had narrowly escaped her technique. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of battle, Yetsong rummaged through the ninja tools of fallen Konoha warriors, procuring 7 healing potions to stow away in her own pack. Her slender fingers brushed over the healing agents, realizing that it was these very potions that had rendered her dance of flowers ineffective. Contemplating this, Yetsong unleashed a wide-ranging scorch release technique, targeting the Konoha ninjas. As the Konoha ninjas transitioned from their initial panic, they began to mount a defense alongside their jonin against the advancing sand. Just as the conflict between the sand and Konoha reached a fever pitch on the opposite end of the battlefield, a group of ninjas with bloodshot eyes engaged in fierce combat with the sand. Wind release, vacuum sphere, bang, bang, bang. A sand jonin inhaled deeply, unleashing a continuous barrage of air spheres into the fray. In the midst of battle with the Leaf Village ninjas, the shinobi from Sunagakure were unexpectedly struck by a barrage of air balls from behind. One by one, the sand ninjas fell, their bodies torn asunder, blood spilling across the ground. Kawazuchi, why did you attack your comrades? Kawazuchi-kun, what is happening? Kawazuchi, what are you doing? The surrounding ninjas of this Sunagakure jonin gazed at him in bewilderment, while his superiors vocally interrogated him about his actions. Instead of responding, Kawazuchi merely chuckled ominously. Swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, pressure damage, he exclaimed, expelling a high-density chakra airball that crashed into the sand's defensive formation. The once coherent defense erupted into chaos. Boom. The high-density airball struck the ground, creating a swirling vortex of wind that detonated violently, leaving a gaping hole in sand's defenses, allowing the Leaf ninjas to surge forward. Once more, Kawazuchi formed seals for wind release. Wind blade, unleashing a razor-sharp wind blade towards his own comrades. Kawazuchi, have you lost your mind? His reckless disregard for his own safety, coupled with the pressure from the Leaf ninjas and the vulnerability of his comrades, resulted in several jonin being injured and a dozen chunin and genin meeting their demise in an instant. Clang. A sharp sound echoed as a puppet wielding a blade intercepted Kawazuchi's attack. Crack, crack. 3 more puppets emerged around him, encircling him in a formation. Once the third puppet was shattered, Kawazuchi found his arms firmly restrained by the puppets. An elderly man donned in a long robe and a tall, striped hat approached him slowly. Kawazuchi, have you come to your senses? Sensei, I. The tomo in Kawazuchi's eyes began to fade, his crimson pupils returning to a mundane black. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he trembled, surveying the devastation around him, including the many lower-ranked ninjas he had just slain. He had been acutely aware of his actions, yet had been powerless to control his own body. Sensei. Kawazuchi gazed at the elderly man, unable to utter a single word. As he looked around at the fallen comrades, victims of the breach in their defenses, he sighed. Chapter 83, Medical Team. With a soft sound, Kawazuchi leaned directly into the puppet's claws. The sharp talons pierced his heart in an instant. Alas, watching Kawazuchi succumb, the elder's hand fell limply to his side. Kawazuchi had been his youngest and most talented student, and now the elder approached, gently brushing his fingers over Kawazuchi's lifeless, wide-open eyes. You truly did not have to go this far. With a slight motion of his fingers, the puppet withdrew its claws from Kawazuchi's body. Is this truly the end? The elder abruptly turned to see a figure clad in the Leaf's Jonin vest, a headband tied around their arm, standing atop a tree trunk, looking down upon the deceased Kawazuchi. Uchiha, I never expected to encounter you here, soon as Hiroko. From his elevated position, Uchiha Fugaku regarded the stationary elder. So it was you. No wonder my student fell under your control. The ferocious gaze of the Leaf, Uchiha Fugaku. The elder's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed his gaze upon Fugaku. If one were to trace the path Fugaku had taken to arrive, they would find the fallen sand ninjas strewn about, having turned against each other in a violent conflict. The ferocity of the Leaf was built upon a mountain of lives lost. Observing the elder's countenance, Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, the three tomos swirling ominously. On the battlefield, Okamoto Beansuke, accompanied by Kitsuna and a medical ninja, maintained a position towards the rear, diligently treating each injured Leaf ninja. If an injury was too severe, they would provide urgent care before transferring the injured to the logistical division for further treatment. In essence, Okamoto Beansuke and his team acted as an emergency medical service, ever present to assist every Leaf ninja in need. With the presence of healing potions, most ninjas could be saved unless they succumbed immediately on the battlefield. Before departing, Okamoto Beansuke had prepared hundreds of healing potions for his squad, prioritizing their use to conserve chakra while treating the wounded. With the support of Okamoto Beansuke's medical team and the healing potions, the Leaf ninjas were imbued with great confidence. Minor injuries could be treated, while severe injuries would be mitigated, allowing the injured to regain their strength. After receiving treatment from Okamoto Beansuke's team, the Leaf ninjas surged forward, continuously assaulting the Sand's ranks. Among Okamoto Beansuke's team were two ninjas from the Hyuga clan, assigned by Orochimaru. Their primary roles were to observe the Sand's large-scale movements and prevent any surprise attacks on their medical team. While Okamoto Beansuke focused on healing, he remained oblivious to the vigilant gaze of the two Hyuga ninjas, one of whom glared fiercely at his back. Beansuke, we have injured, Kitsuna exclaimed, landing beside a Leaf ninja covered in blood. Just as she was about to assist the unconscious ninja, a warning echoed from Hyuga Yuma, who was responsible for perimeter security. Watch out. With a piercing sound, a buzzing sunban grazed Kitsuna's ear. Startled, she turned to see Okamoto Beansuke, one hand gripping the medical kit, while the other extended in warning. Kitsuna, be cautious. Always ensure the area is secure before acting. Realizing the danger, Kitsuna noticed a sand ninja, wounded and crawling on the ground, armed with a kunai, mere steps away. However, the sand ninja bore a grievous wound to the temple. I understand, Beansuke. Kitsuna stuck out her tongue playfully. Okamoto Beansuke retrieved 2 healing potions from his medical kit and handed them to Kitsuna. She activated the sealing technique, applying the potion to the ninja's wound. Then, lifting the injured ninja's head, she administered the second potion. As the ninja's breathing steadied, Beansuke remarked, all right, let's send him to logistics for further treatment. Kitsuna looked up at Okamoto Beansuke, suggesting, yes, but his condition is critical, Sukawa. Could you please take him to the medical unit? After Daisuke's instruction, one of the lower-ranked medical ninjas stepped forward. Understood, Daisuke-san. Please be careful. Watching Tsukawa lift the injured ninja, Okamoto Beansuke cautioned, take care. I will, Daisuke-san. With that, the lower-ranked medical ninja sprinted back to the Leaf encampment. Realizing that those of lesser rank could not master the healing techniques, and it was better for them to contribute in any way they could. Dojijin. There are more than a dozen seriously injured ninjas on the battlefield. A ninja from the Hyuga clan, wearing a half-face mask, suddenly spoke up. Huh. Dojia looked at the ninja with confusion, then turned his gaze in the direction indicated. Indeed, several ninjas from Konoha were engaged in battle with Sunagakure. Dojia, let us hasten to their aid, Kitsuna exclaimed, seeing a few ninjas fall in the distance. But that area is already far from the main forces of Konoha, Dojia replied. Lives are at stake. With that, she charged ahead. Watching Kitsuna rush forward, Dojia shook his head and followed closely behind. As they advanced, Dojia cast another glance at the Hyuga ninja who had pointed out the direction. It was indeed a Byakugan user. Dojia recalled that Orochimaru had sent 2 Hyuga ninjas to assist him, primarily to conduct reconnaissance on enemy movements and prevent unexpected attacks from skilled Sunagekure ninjas. The Byakugan possessed the ability of X-ray vision, which could precisely aid Dojia and his companions in locating the injured. Moreover, there was an inexplicable familiarity about this Hyuga ninja that triggered an instinctive aversion in Dojia. However, since Ketsuna had already charged ahead, he had no choice but to follow. As Dojia trailed behind Ketsuna, the two Hyuga ninjas lagging slightly behind exchanged glances. "You haven't finished," the masked Hyuga ninja interrupted with a piercing look. Dojia, hearing a voice behind him, turned to face the two. "Is something amiss?" The masked ninja, veins bulging at his temples and his Byakugan wide open, spoke first. The ninjas over there seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing this, Dojia suppressed his growing unease, his feet glowing with blue light as he activated the water body technique, instantly increasing his speed. As they neared the battlefield, Dojia enveloped himself in a nearly transparent layer of water, aware that many of the enemies might not be completely dead. Sometimes, those who seemed lifeless could still deliver a fatal blow. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the gruesome sight of ninjas sprawled across the ground greeted them. Some lay unconscious, while others emitted faint groans. All shared a common trait. They bore the Konoha forehead protector and were missing limbs. Kitsuna gasped, covering her mouth in shock at the bloody scene before them. Dojia crouched beside a ninja who was still weakly groaning. He retrieved a healing potion from his medical kit, activated it, and gently pried open the ninja's mouth to pour in the pale green liquid. As the potion flowed into the injured ninja's mouth, it washed away the blood. Dojia's pupils contracted sharply at the sight within the ninja's mouth. "What's wrong, Dojia?" Ketsuna noticed his sudden change in expression. Hearing Ketsuna's words, Hyuga Yuma immediately assumed a gentle fist stance, activating his Byakugan to vigilantly survey their surroundings. After a thorough search, he found no signs of Sunagekure ninjas. "Dojia-kun, there are no enemies in sight," Yuma called out to Dojia. Dojia, setting down the still unconscious Konoha ninja, said solemnly, "This ninja's tongue has been severed. I suspect it is a deliberate ploy by Sunagekure to lure us here. Dojidano, these other ninjas also have their tongues cut off." The two remaining medical ninjas echoed, having discovered that the tongues of other groaning ninjas had also been intentionally severed. "We must leave immediately." Dojia stood up, ready to lead everyone away. Suddenly, a shuriken flew straight towards Dojia's back. A faint blue light flashed around him as the water membrane shifted to deflect the shuriken. Dojia swiftly drew his own shuriken and turned to face the direction from which the attack had originated. "Kitsuna, you and the others should leave first. The reconnaissance team will assess the enemy's position." Dojia briefly outlined the battle plan. Kitsuna and the other two lower-ranked ninjas would only hinder the effort in such circumstances and could not contribute effectively to the fight. "Be careful," Kitsuna called out as she took the two lower ninjas towards Konoha's position. While Dojia stood on high alert, he failed to notice the two Hyuga ninjas behind him. Yuma, still in a gentle fist stance, was staring in shock at the masked Hyuga ninja beside him. Through his Byakugan, he recognized that the shuriken aimed at Dojia had been fired by this very Hyuga ninja. "Why?" Yuma subtly gestured with his hands, using the secret sign language of the Hyuga clan. In Yuma's eyes, Dojia was a pivotal figure in this war, regardless of his exceptional healing skills or his character. Even though Dojia had never personally treated Yuma, he often heard praise for Dojia while at the Konoha camp. Not to mention, Dojia had developed a healing potion that could turn the tide of battle. "Don't forget, you're supposed to protect me. Your survival depends on safeguarding me." The masked Hyuga ninja glared menacingly at Yuma. "When I give the command, you will act, understood?" The masked Hyuga ninja ordered Yuma. Stunned, Yuma could only nod reluctantly, realizing he had no choice given the situation. Dojia and the two Hyuga ninjas remained vigilant. "Yuma, have you spotted any Sunagekure enemies?" Orochimaru had merely sent two ninjas to find Dojia. When they arrived, only Yuma introduced himself, while the other masked Hyuga ninja remained silent throughout. Thus, Dojia did not know the name of the other ninja. "No, Dojia-kun, was that shuriken set up by Sunagekure?" Yuma asked while scanning the surroundings. "I am uncertain, but it seems too coincidental. It appeared just as we were about to retreat. It feels more like a deliberate attempt to separate us." Enveloped in a layer of pale blue water, Dojia reflected on the recent shuriken attack. It seemed intended to isolate Ketsuna and the others from him. After all, the target of the assault was Dojia. As the prime target, he would be the focus of any lethal intent. Meanwhile, Ketsuna and the other medical ninjas, Possessing minimal combat capability would merely be a liability. Thus, allowing Ketsuna and the others to withdraw was the most prudent course of action. What could be said of such behavior? It appeared as though the intention was to facilitate Ketsuna and the others' departure from him. With Byakugan's X-ray capabilities, even if Sunagakure had set traps nearby, they would be visible. Yuma's assertion was indeed suspicious. In his world, a person of exceptional intellect once uttered a profound truth. Eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, is the truth. Dojia became acutely aware of his surroundings. Just as he became alert, another shuriken flew toward him. Soft fist technique, fierce air palm. The water membrane first defended against the attack of the kunai, and then a powerful gust of palm wind surged in. Bang! The water membrane surrounding Okamoto Dojia rippled intensely. Soft fist technique, 128 palms. Hyuga Yuma appeared beside Okamoto Dojia, stepping into the bagua stance. Bang, bang, bang. Under the sudden assault, Okamoto Dojia was sent flying. He gazed at the familiar faces of Hyuga Yuma and another Hyuga ninja with a look of bewilderment. Who are you? The dim water membrane on Okamoto Dojia, bolstered by chakra, deepened in color. The soft fist could not land a hit, and thankfully, the water membrane provided defense. Otherwise, Hyuga Yuma's earlier strike would have disrupted the flow of chakra within him. Who he? Dojia-kun, you truly are forgetful. The masked Hyuga ninja tore off his mask. It's you. Hyuga Uci? Okamoto Dojia recognized the familiar face before him. How dare you strike a fellow village ninja on the battlefield? Hee. Is it strange for a ninja from Konoha to die on the battlefield? Chapter 85, Hyuga. It's not strange. Ninjas die on the battlefield every day. Don't worry. Okamoto Dojia, a dead genius is no longer a genius. I believe Sunagakure would be more than willing to take the blame for me. After speaking, at Hyuga Uci's signal, Hyuga Yuma charged at Okamoto Dojia as well. Water release, water iron bullets. Rapidly shot chakra water balls flew towards Hyuga Uci and Hyuga Yuma. Body replacement technique. 2 wooden logs riddled with holes were left behind. Seizing the opportunity, Okamoto Dojia jumped away using the water instantaneous technique, while Hyuga Uci and the others dodged. He created distance between them. Hyuga Yuma, are you really going to follow him down this path? Attacking fellow village ninjas. Can your Hyuga clan bear the weight of such a crime? Okamoto Dojia fixed his gaze on Hyuga Uci's next move, calling out to Hyuga Yuma. As a jonin of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Yuma posed a significant close-range threat to him. Hearing Okamoto Dojia's accusation, Hyuga Yuma stammered, unable to articulate a response. Stop struggling. Do you know why a medical team is equipped with 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Uci snarled, gritting his teeth as he forced the words out. Upon hearing Hyuga Uci's response, Okamoto Dojia fell into a brief silence. When Orochimaru had brought the 2 Hyuga ninjas to him, he had been puzzled. Logically, dispatching even one Hyuga with Byakugan to his medical team was a remarkable honor. Orochimaru had sent 2. At that moment, Okamoto Dojia had felt a sense of pride. Had the village recognized his excellence? Were the 2 Hyuga with Byakugan there for double protection? Was it possible that Orochimaru also? Okamoto Dojia didn't finish his thought before being interrupted by Hyuga Uci. This matter is related to Orochimaru, yet it is not, he said, tearing off his forehead protector. To Okamoto Dojia's astonished gaze, Hyuga Uci's forehead bore no sign of the branch family's caged bird seal. Instead, it was smooth and unmarked. Are you surprised? The Hyuga clan has a distinction between the main family and the branch family. The main family are the heirs of the clan, while the branch family exists to protect the main family. Everything belongs to the main family. As for me, Hyuga Uci, though a member of the branch family, I bear no caged bird seal. This is the premise of my freedom, a fact my lineage has concealed at a tremendous cost. I, Hyuga Uci, am destined to overturn the Hyuga clan structure. I am of noble birth within the main family. Once the time comes, I shall undoubtedly rise to the position of head of the Hyuga clan. And you, how dare you injure the future head of the Hyuga clan? What right does a mere commoner have to be called a genius? You wretched fool. Hyuga Uci shouted, his voice filled with hysteria. Years of concealment, jealousy towards the main family, and envy for Okamoto Dojia's talent erupted at this moment, twisting his very being. What are you? How dare you injure me? And that Hyuga Hinata, what gives him the audacity to sit in the position of the Hyuga clan's young leader? That position is rightfully mine, Hyuga Uci. I am of the noble main family. Do you wish to know why Orochimaru would assign 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan to protect the medical team? The truth is, it was a deal made by the elders of my branch with Orochimaru, Hyuga UCI continued. Because by accompanying the medical team, even on the battlefield, they mostly operate behind the main forces and would not venture to the most dangerous front lines. Then Hyuga, you should not be used by your branch to protect your own safety? Okamoto Doji shifted his gaze to Hyuga. Indeed, you are correct. That is why I intentionally lured you to this battlefield position. How pitiful, a Jonin ninja, being commanded by a Chunin like me, such is fate. After all, I am the hope of our branch family, right? Hyuga UCI called out to Hyuga. Yes, young master, Hyuga nodded. Well then, you understand the situation. Let us proceed, Okamoto Doji. After saying this, Hyuga UCI signaled Hyuga to take action. I'm sorry, Doji-kun. For the glory of the branch family, please die. Hyuga nodded at Okamoto Doji and charged towards him. Seeing the two rushing at him once more, Okamoto Doji intended to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Suddenly, the ground beneath softened. Hyuga, though he reacted in time, was slightly slow. His right leg sank into the earth. With inertia, he fell face first to the ground. The softened soil solidified, rising in a spike-like formation. As Hyuga fell, he was met with the fate of being pierced by the sharp earth spike. Soft fist technique. Dance of the leaves. Hyuga's hands danced like butterflies, striking the ground. The chakra surge generated by the soft fist disrupted the internal chakra balance upon impact. Boom. Seizing the moment, Hyuga withdrew his right leg and quickly retreated. Steadying himself, he faced Okamoto Doji. Remarkable earth release ninjutsu, Doji-kun. Hyuga admired as he observed the sand returning to its level state. At that moment, Okamoto Doji looked in bewilderment at the retracting earth spikes. Were reinforcements arriving? Just as Okamoto Doji was lost in thought, he exclaimed, "What is this?" Hyuga repeatedly patted his body, realizing a thin layer of sand was creeping up from his feet to his upper body. His struggles seemed futile, yielding no meaningful change. In the blink of an eye, the sand covered Hyuga's neck. Hyuga's complexion turned crimson as he felt his breath becoming labored. His movements gradually ceased. Run. Hyuga glared at Hyuga UCI, blood seeping from his white eyes. The sand slowly enveloped Hyuga's head, transforming him into a sculpture of earth. A heavy voice resonated from above Okamoto Beansuke and Hyuga UCI. As Beansuke observed, the sand enveloping the petrified figure of Hinata Yuma began to constrict incessantly. With a resounding crash, Yuma's body was crushed into a sanguine pulp, splattering in every direction. Covered in blood, UCI gazed in horror at the spot where Yuma had met his demise. Beansuke abruptly looked up. Chapter 86. Rasha, a middle-aged man clad in a gray trench coat and black ninja attire, with short brown hair and a stern countenance, stood poised above a mound of golden sand, slowly descending from the air. To Beansuke's astonishment, the golden sand beneath the man's feet was ensnaring 3 medical ninjas. Yukino! Beansuke shouted. Despite the expectation that Yukino and the other 2 genin would be far from danger, they had inexplicably been recaptured. Judging by the man's demeanor and the golden grains at his feet, he was undoubtedly the future 4th Kazekage, Rasha. Upon seeing Rasha, Beansuke felt a weight settle in his heart. Beansuke, flee! Yukino, now awake, waved her arms vigorously at Beansuke below. Rasha paid no heed to Yukino's frantic cries. The golden sand continued its slow descent. What a magnificent performance! Rasha applauded, casting a condescending gaze upon Beansuke, who was striking a battle stance, and the stunned UCI. These leaf ninjas, lying in wait, were meant to lure out your medical team. I was worried you might not fall for it, but to my surprise, your ninja has provided me with such assistance. I never expected Leaf to harbor such individuals. Rasha sneered at UCI. Pointing his finger at the latter's flawless forehead, he added, "As a token of gratitude, I shall take your Byakugan." Watching Yukino in captivity, Beansuke found himself in a quandary. Confronting Rasha was tantamount to courting death. Yet, fleeing immediately would mean certain doom for Yukino. Are you not going to escape? Rasha smiled, observing Beansuke, who remained rooted in place. The pressure from the shadow-level adversary was suffocating. The murderous intent emanating from Rasha's smile enveloped Beansuke's every nerve. Meanwhile, UCI trembled, paralyzed with fear. Damn it! Yukino is still in their grasp. Oh, are you concerned for your companion? Rasha's gaze shifted towards Yukino, revealing a hint of amusement. Then catch this. With a flick of his hand, The golden sand beneath him flung Yukino and the other two ninjas into the air. As Yukino plummeted, she screamed in terror. Below her, the ground began to sprout long, sharp spikes, rapidly extending upwards to pierce her. Suddenly, a loud buzz echoed. A white shockwave surged forth, shattering the impending spikes destined for Yukino. A specially crafted kunai followed closely behind. In an instant, Dusuke appeared beneath Yukino, catching her in his arms. He swiftly returned to their previous position. Due to Rasha's sand manipulation technique, UCI also found it necessary to relocate closer to Dusuke. Standing on the golden sand, Rasha applauded Dusuke. Was that the flying thunder god technique? I never imagined that apart from the ninja named Namikaze Minato, there would be another genius in Leaf capable of such skills. Yukino, you're safe. Dusuke gently set her down. Dusuke, what's wrong? Yukino noticed Dusuke trembling, his lips pale. A quick inspection revealed a deep wound on his thigh, exposing bone and displaying a silvery hue. Dusuke, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Yukino stood helplessly, tears streaming down her cheeks. After a moment, she retrieved a kunai from her medical pack, tore away the fabric from Dusuke's thigh, and activated 2 healing potions from her kit. Sprinkling the potions over his wound, she gathered healing energy in her hands. After applying the potions, Dusuke's condition visibly improved. Dusuke, you've been poisoned. It's all my fault, I should die? Yukino looked at Dusuke, whose lips remained pale, and the wound still exhibited a silvery sheen. Overwhelmed with emotion, her lips trembled as she stared at him. This is metal poisoning. Due to the sand manipulation technique, I can freely extract metals from the earth. Injuries caused by my sand can result in varying degrees of metal poisoning, depending on the severity of the wound. Conventional antidotes will be ineffective. Rasha observed Dusuke with a twisted sense of delight. Witnessing the fall of a genius is truly a spectacle. Dusuke will not die, you vile fiend. Yukino glared fiercely at Rasha, tears in her eyes. Ignoring Rasha's malicious amusement, Dusuke retrieved 2 healing potions from his medical kit. Without activating the seals, he shattered the vials and gathered the liquid in his hands to form a water sphere. Ninjutsu, patient extraction technique. Under Dusuke's extraordinary chakra control, strands of silvery metal virus slowly extracted from his body, coalescing within the chakra water sphere. With Rasha's predatory gaze upon him, Dusuke hastened his pace. As the patient extraction technique accelerated, the intense pain caused beads of sweat to pour from Dusuke's body. Yet, the effort yielded results. His wound visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Removing the water sphere, Dusuke's palm glowed with a soft blue light of healing technique. The once grievous wound gradually mended, returning to its original state. His healing prowess rivaled that of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and combined with his swift water techniques and the earlier flying thunder god, it was evident that he posed a significant threat to sand. Dusuke, had you been born in sand, your talents would have warranted the village's utmost support to cultivate you as the next Kazekage. Alas, you are a leaf ninja. Your fate is sealed. With that, Rasha raised his hand. UCI shouted to Dusuke, hey, your wound is healed, right? Use that god technique of yours, the one that allows you to teleport. Let's get out of here. UCI instantaneously appeared beside Dusuke, grasping his arm. Chapter 87. Helpless quickly, take me away. I am the future leader of the Hyuga clan and destined for the Hokage position. I cannot die here. I cannot die here. Hurry, hurry, you fool, take me away. Hinata UCI shook Okamoto Beansuke vigorously. It's futile, don't you realize? Rasha retorted to Hinata UCI. Realize what? What is this? Hinata UCI asked in astonishment. Within the scope of his Byakugan, a towering golden wall encircled Okamoto Beansuke and Hinata UCI. He is a genius adept in the flying thunder god technique. How could I lack precautions? Rasha scoffed, finding the question amusing. Once, during an interrogation with the Sand Village's unit, I encountered a Jonin from Konoha who defeated our Jonin captain in an instant. Upon analyzing intelligence on this golden-haired man, I discovered that he employed the legendary ninjutsu, the flying thunder god technique. Thus, I have been conducting targeted analyses ever since. Finally, I uncovered a method known as dust release. Dust release is a bloodline limit I developed by combining the techniques of the second Kazekage, which, when paired with my unique physique, allows me to alter the magnetic fields of specific locations to some degree, thus influencing the spatial positioning of the flying thunder god technique. Impossible. I cannot die here. You, hurry and use your ninjutsu to send me away quickly. Hinata UCI shouted hoarsely, sweat covering his face, whether from fear or something else. It was unclear. How noisy. You have no demeanor befitting a member of a prominent clan. Pathetic. Rasha disdainfully glanced at Hinata UCI in midair. With a gesture, shimmering golden sand rapidly condensed into 3 sharp metallic spikes, each half a meter long. You despicable fiend, let Daisuke go. Ketsuna forcefully pried Hinata UCI's grip from Okamoto Daisuke's arm. The golden metallic spikes whistled through the air, hurtling toward Hinata UCI. The distance closed in an instant. Uft. Blood splattered as the 3 sharp spikes penetrated deeply into flesh. Okamoto Daisuke's once fair cheeks were spattered with warm blood. He stared blankly at Kitsuna, who was nearly impaled by the metallic spikes. Kitsuna looked down at the wounds piercing her heart and abdomen. Blood slowly soaked her pristine medical attire. Daisuke tried to speak, but a mouthful of blood was violently expelled from Kitsuna. She had just pried Hinata UCI's frantic grip from Daisuke, yet due to the angle, she had failed to notice the metallic spikes racing toward Hinata UCI from behind. Although Hinata UCI was in a state of hysteria, his Byakugan's 360-degree vision still allowed him to see the incoming spikes. He pulled Kitsuna in front of him, using her body to shield himself from the fatal blow. Ha ha ha. As I predicted, I am the future leader of the Hyuga clan. How could I die here? Hinata UCI bent down, looking at the blood on his hands, now drenched in Kitsuna's splattered blood, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. What a pity, this fellow didn't die. Rasha sneered, observing Hinata, who, although alive, was clearly on the brink of collapse under the pressure of life and death. As Rasha spoke, the metallic spikes embedded in Kitsuna slowly dissipated into golden sand. Okamoto Daisuke looked at Kitsuna, and as the spikes vanished, her grievous wounds were laid bare. From the hollow wound, the space where her heart should be was visible, now an empty cavity, with only half of her heart remaining. Kitsuna's body went limp, collapsing onto the sandy ground. Daisuke rushed forward, catching Kitsuna in his arms. Kitsuna, don't worry, I won't let you die. He gently laid her down. Light blue chakra emanated from his hands. One hand covered her abdominal wound, while the other rested over her heart. Typically meticulous about chakra efficiency, he now released chakra without restraint. For the first time, Daisuke felt his chakra insufficient. In the past, his exceptional control and precision allowed him to maximize efficiency with minimal expenditure. Tears streamed down Daisuke's face, tracing clear paths through the blood splatters on his cheeks. Finally, droplets fell from his chin, landing on Kitsuna's forehead. Under Daisuke's efforts, Kitsuna's abdominal wound rapidly healed, revealing her smooth, unblemished abdomen. He then placed both hands over her heart, using chakra to stimulate the remaining heart portion, allowing Kitsuna's half-functioning heart to survive. The intense chakra consumption caused his typically vibrant blue aura to fade. As tears dripped onto Kitsuna's forehead, she, having lost consciousness from blood loss, opened her eyes again. Gasping for breath, she looked at the tear-streaked Daisuke. She tried to raise her arm to touch him, but it fell limply due to her injuries. Kitsuna, don't move. Your actions will only strain your heart further. Daisuke choked out. Kitsuna, lying on the ground, gently shook her head. Daisuke, stop wasting chakra. I am also a capable medical ninja. It's all right. Kitsuna, trust me. My medical ninjutsu is formidable. Even Tsunade-sensei has said that my talent surpasses hers. Daisuke encouraged, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked at the weakening Kitsuna. Daisuke, do you remember the first time we met in the hospital? Yes. Daisuke nodded. His first visit to Konoha Hospital was when Tsunade brought him there, speaking briefly to the emergency doctor before leaving. Because Tsunade had brought him directly, and he was only about 5 years old, just a child, the other doctors were unsure of his situation and hesitant to instruct him. For several days, he sat alone at the hospital's reception desk, until one day, Kitsuna appeared before him with a smile, gently ruffling his hair. Little guy, come with your sister, I'll teach you how to help. Whenever she noticed Daisuke alone, Kitsuna would quietly approach him, patting his head and saying, little guy? From that moment on, Kitsuna consistently took Daisuke along to assist with nursing duties. It was only after he demonstrated his healing abilities during a treatment that he gradually transitioned to a physician's role, and through his efforts, his medical ninjutsu flourished, making him the top under Tsunade. Later, he joined a reconnaissance team, and with Tsunade's support from the third Hokage, the medical division in Konoha expanded. Kitsuna, during that time, diligently studied, rising from a nurse to a competent medical ninja. First, I had you doing small tasks, but I didn't expect your growth to be so rapid. In less than half a year, it was you guiding me in consultations. Kitsuna's eyes glimmered with nostalgia for the past. Once, I endeavored to keep pace with you. But only today did I realize that it was not due to my lack of effort, but rather your dazzling brilliance. No, Kitsuno, you have always been the greatest. Okamoto Dokai knelt upon the ground, the palm technique in his hands continuously healing. The relentless output of potent chakra gradually dwindled, leading Okamoto Dokai to resent his rebirth for the first time, lamenting the absence of legendary traits like the whirlpool or the thousand-handed. Kitsuno gazed up at the clear sky. If it weren't for me, Dokai would have escaped long ago. With a space-time ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God, fleeing should have been effortless for you. And you wouldn't be trapped here. Kitsuno's speech suddenly returned to normal. It wouldn't be so, with Rasha's experience. He would certainly be on guard upon witnessing my Flying Thunder God technique. Okamoto Dokai cried. You exposed yourself to save me, after all. Thank you, Dokai. Please help me sit up. Dokai, I implore you. Kitsuno turned to Okamoto Dokai. Nodding, Okamoto Dokai continued to channel chakra through his palm technique with one hand, while using the other to support Kitsuno, allowing her to lean against him. Dokai, you needn't expend more chakra. Kitsuno raised her hand, suddenly exerting force to push away Okamoto Dokai's healing hand. Then, in the astonished gaze of Okamoto Dokai, she lifted her right hand and gently stroked his head, wiping away his tears as she had during their first meeting. Such remarkable willpower. Even when her heart no longer beats, she can perform such an act. Rasha marveled at Kitsuno's actions. Little one, where there is shadow, there is light. Just as the Hyuga clan has its villains, there are also heroes. Your former teammate, the young lady of the Hyuga clan, was indeed a wonderful person. A smile crept upon Kitsuno's lips. Dokai, in the end, I could not keep up with you. Escape. Dokai, believe that one day you will shine with your own brilliance. With that, Kitsuno's hand, which had been caressing Dokai's head, fell heavily to the ground. Under the blazing sun, Okamoto Dokai felt no warmth, only a stark chill. Kitsuno lay there quietly, dead in his embrace. He felt utterly powerless. It was all that guy's fault. Okamoto Dokai cast a cold glance at Hinata Yuji. Hey, what do you mean with that look? Why are you staring at me? This commoner sacrificed her worthless life to protect the future leader of the Hyuga clan, the Hokage. Her death holds value. If I survive, I will compensate her family. Hinata Yuji mocked with a derisive laugh, having become reckless. Moments ago, Rasha had used his sand gold technique to pierce through Hinata Yuji's limbs, pinning him in place. Okamoto Dokai gently laid Kitsuno down. He had made up his mind. Even if he were to die here, Hinata Yuji must perish. That guy is not yours. You cannot kill him yet. I need to extract his Byakugan while it is still fresh. Observing Okamoto Dokai's gaze and actions, Rasha discerned his ensuing thoughts. Ignoring Rasha's intentions, Okamoto Dokai strode directly towards Hinata Yuji. I had hoped to persuade you to join our Sunagakure camp. Since you refused to listen, I shall have no choice but to obliterate this Konoha genius. Rasha grinned. Whoosh. Several massive triangular prisms erupted from the ground. Earth release, sand gold triangular prism. 7 or 8 enormous triangular prisms hurtled towards Okamoto Dokai at breakneck speed. The blue light beneath Dokai's feet flickered incessantly. Water release, body flicker technique, leaving a trail of faint blue footprints behind. Okamoto Dokai continuously shifted his position, piercing Thunderfinger for holes. Unable to evade, he would confront it head-on with his finger technique. Earth release, sand gold barrier. In the area where Okamoto Dokai stood, sharp metallic spikes erupted from the ground. Earth release, sand gold cube. The cubes spread towards Okamoto Dokai, while massive cubes descended from the sky, crashing down heavily. With no means of escape in sight, whoosh. Okamoto Dokai suddenly vanished from his position. Boom. The colossal cube crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. Okamoto Dokai reappeared nearby, his eyes locked onto Rasha in midair. Then glancing at the ceiling kunai in front of Hinata Yuji. What he said was indeed true, although I can still use the Flying Thunder God technique. Both the chakra consumption and the interference with the positioning kunai have been significantly affected. Earth release indeed has a profound impact on the Flying Thunder God. No wonder he is a shadow-level powerhouse. Without first-hand experience, he had already devised a countermeasure against the Flying Thunder God. Okamoto Dokai gasped for breath, acutely aware of the nearly depleted chakra within him. This was the chakra he had regained after swallowing the food pill during the previous battle. He might truly die here. Thus, this guy must not be allowed to live. Okamoto Dokai's gaze was fixed on Hinata Yuji in the distance. Boom. Rasha suddenly turned towards the Konoha camp. Sensing that his sand gold walls were being attacked from the outside, he must swiftly deal with this brat. Earth release, sand gold sphere. Adult-sized sand gold spheres shot towards Okamoto Dokai at an alarming speed. Feeling the meager chakra remaining within him, Okamoto Dokai surveyed the dense swarm of sand gold spheres. He inhaled quietly, having resolved not to defend any longer. Water release, piercing thunder finger, 9 holes. Chapter 89, Rescue. Watching the approaching metallic spheres, Okamoto Dokai displayed no signs of concern. For him, the healing of Ketsuno had, in reality, transpired in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, to sustain Ketsuno's shattered heart, his chakra had been exhausted in mere seconds. Ketsuno understood this well, which is why she advised Okamoto Dokai against futile healing efforts. Just as Okamoto Dokai was about to unleash his water-release ninjutsu, a flurry of chattering sounds erupted from behind him. A small figure dashed rapidly to his front. The splattering lightning carved a long trench in the sand. Chidori. A crisp sound rang in Okamoto Dokai's ears. A flash of refreshing silver short hair zipped by. The furious, flickering electric light shattered the oncoming sand gold spheres one by one. In midair, upon sensing the breach in his killing wall, Rasha shifted his gaze to the shattered location. In his line of sight, a small boy, releasing a powerful lightning ninjutsu, charged forward, trailing sparks. The genius of Konoha, truly relentless. Before Rasha could regain his composure, he heard the howling wind rush past his side. The imminent sense of danger made his hair stand on end. The golden sand beneath him propelled him upward. Just as Rasha ascended, a flash of golden hair darted past. A golden-haired man appeared before Okamoto Dokai in an instant. Though lengthy, the preceding series of attacks transpired in a mere heartbeat. The beeping finger gun of Okamoto Dojiya is poised and ready to strike. The beeping finger gun, with its 9 holes. Dojiya stop. Upon landing, the golden-haired Namikaze Minato immediately noticed that Okamoto Dojiya's ninjutsu was aimed at a ninja with distinctly white eyes. Before Minato could finish his sentence, a powerful shockwave suddenly appeared, striking Hinata Yusuke, who was bound at all 4 limbs. In an instant, Hinata Yusuke was pierced through the torso by the immense penetrating force. The violently spinning, beeping finger gun tore apart the lower half of his body, and he was deprived of life before he even had a chance to utter a word. With half of his body taken away, Hinata Yusuke fell lifeless to the ground. Kakashi, who had just intercepted the sand gold ball, swiftly returned to Minato's side along with Okamoto Dojiya. He had witnessed Dojiya's earlier attack. Although he did not understand why Dojiya would target a fellow villager, he trusted that Dojiya had his own reasons. We must leave. In midair, Rasha realized that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan would likely slip away from him as Minato launched his assault. Had Yusuke not perished, Rasha could have taken him and slowly extracted that healthy eye. But now, with Yusuke reduced to a mere third of his former self, he was irrevocably dead. Even if Rasha wished to seize the Byakugan, it would not be an easy task. Defeating Minato and then obtaining the Byakugan would take too long, rendering it ineffective. After a moment of contemplation, Rasha formed hand seals. Sand release, gold dust burial. The battlefield erupted with swirling sand and dirt. A massive amount of golden sand surged upward, crashing towards Okamoto Dojiya and the others like a wave of gold. The flowing golden sand engulfed the severed limbs on the battlefield. The remaining third of Hinata Yusuke was pulled to the ground by the torrent of sand. However, no one present, including Rasha and Minato, noticed that a shadow flitted away as the incomplete Hinata Yusuke was swallowed by the golden sand. The figure that should have been dragged into the earth vanished without a trace. Kakashi, take Dojiya and retreat, Minato shouted, observing Dojiya nearly slipping away. Understood, sensei, Kakashi replied, preparing to lead Okamoto Dojiya away from the scene. Trying to escape? Rasha glared at the silver-haired Kakashi as he fled with Dojiya. Sand release, gold dust cuboid. Above Kakashi and the others, a dark cuboid slowly took shape before plummeting down at great speed. Swish! A specially crafted kunai flew through the air. Minato instantly appeared above the golden cuboid, performing a graceful flip to land atop it. Swish! Minato and the golden cuboid vanished together. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as the golden cuboid landed heavily nearby. Has the magnetic field returned to normal due to the destruction of the golden sand wall? Rasha pondered, gazing at the shattered sand wall in the distance. Watching Dojia being taken away, Rasha regretted not having eliminated this troublesome adversary sooner. If he were to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly become an enemy on the level of the legendary Sannin. Yet, that thought was quickly dismissed from Rasha's mind. Even if given another chance, he would not have acted with such decisiveness. Initially, Rasha had hovered above the ground on a sand cushion, observing the betrayal of his fellow ninjas, Uchi and Yume Hyuga. Medical ninjas were indeed rare talents, and Sunagakure was particularly in need of them. Ever since the previous attack by Yakura on the Konoha camp was thwarted by the self-proclaimed Jinin, Okamoto Dojia, Rasha had placed Dojia on his watch list. Moments ago in battle, he had seen a Konoha ninja utilizing a light green potion, and from their brief exchanges, he learned that it was developed by Dojia. Now, encountering the betrayal of a fellow villager, Rasha clung to a glimmer of hope. His initial intention was to capture Okamoto Dojia alive and brainwash him. Under the betrayal of the village's ninja, there was a significant chance of success. He aimed to draw Dojia into the ranks of Sunagakure. Even if Dojia could not be swayed, acquiring the method for producing that potion would still be worthwhile. However, things did not go as planned, for various reasons. Before his scheme could commence, reinforcements from Konoha arrived, and the Byakugan that he thought would be easily obtained slipped away. Under Rasha's control, the already damaged golden sand wall began to slowly repair itself. It was worth noting that the initial construction of this expansive golden sand barrier had taken significant preparation. With Rasha's chakra, the restoration accelerated. He had already realized that Minato's Flying Thunder God technique was more refined and precise than Doji's. Chapter 90. Predicament. Defeating Minato was not difficult. The challenge lay in how to restrict his escape. Thus, Rasha had to expend chakra to repair the golden sand wall to limit Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. What brings you here? Kakashi, who was leading Dojia away, asked. After personally killing Hinata Uchi, Dojia's rationality began to return slightly. When fleeing moments ago, Dojia did not take the corpse of Kitsuna with him. It was impractical. This was a matter of survival, not a leisurely trip. Bringing Kitsuna's corpse would only hinder both him and Kakashi. As the torrent of golden sand surged, Dojia had taken a hairpin from Kitsuna's corpse. It was an ordinary wooden hairpin. He needed to survive. Only by living could he eliminate Rasha. Two individuals were responsible for Kitsuna's death. He had already killed one. The other was Rasha, who hovered in the air, unleashing golden sand to attack Minato. My teacher, Minato, and I received orders from the third Hokage to lead nearly 200 ninjas to the battlefield to assist you, Kakashi stated without turning back. Focused on dodging the falling golden sandballs, cuboids, and pyramids. Dojia, you just killed a fellow villager. Why? Kakashi finally turned his head to look at his former classmate. The current Okamoto Dojia lacked his usual calm demeanor. Under the bloodstains on his face, his once handsome features took on a menacing aspect. Dojia remained silent. Observing Dojia's silence, Kakashi sighed. The teacher cannot shield you. You must be prepared. Kakashi, let us prioritize our survival before considering anything else. All right. With that, Kakashi and Dojia continued their escape towards the exit. Minato persistently hurled kunai marked for the Flying Thunder God towards Rasha, and then attacked him in midair using the technique. Minato, suspended in the air, looked at Rasha, who was also hovering nearby. As I sensed the location of the recent teleportation and simulated it in my mind, I discovered that the teleportation point had indeed been displaced. Moreover, the consumption of chakra had intensified. What could it be? It was that golden wall. The ever-watchful Minato Namikaze, suspended in midair, immediately spotted the gradually repairing sand-gold barrier. Had Doji refrained from using the Flying Thunder God technique to escape precisely because of this wall? Lightly, Minato descended to the ground. Realizing the situation was dire, it was exceedingly difficult to strike the airborne enemy. Gazing at the persistent and elusive Rasha in the air, Minato felt a wave of frustration. With a swift motion, he unleashed the wind release, wind blade technique. Numerous swirling wind blades hurtled towards Rasha in the sky. A cascade of golden sand surged forth, shielding Rasha from the onslaught of wind blades, which merely shaved off a layer of the sand. Yet, the surrounding sand continued to converge endlessly, repelling the incoming wind blades. As Minato prepared to form seals to release his jutsu, a glimmering strand of sand adhered to his ninja boots, visibly advancing to envelop his body. "I've got you." Rasha smirked from above. At that moment, Minato found himself ensnared, tightly bound by the golden sand, rendering him immobile. Under Rasha's command, the surrounding sand incessantly accumulated around Minato. Earth release, glass shatter. The sand clinging to Minato's form contracted under the pressure of the earth release. A thunderous explosion resonated as the sand-covered Minato was violently compressed. However, not a single drop of blood emerged. Rasha stared in astonishment at the spot where Minato had just been crushed, only to find no trace of him. Minato's figure reappeared not far away, next to a uniquely shaped kunai embedded in the sandy ground. Had he utilized the flying thunder god to escape? Rasha pondered, gazing at the peculiar kunai below. Before Rasha could delve deeper into his thoughts, Minato's assault commenced. With both hands forming different jutsu seals, he unleashed the wind release. Gale. A spiraling vortex descended from above, ensnaring Rasha in its embrace. Following that, the wind release. Mountain Crusher manifested, launching a high-density chakra sphere at an uncanny angle, bypassing Rasha's self-defensive sand, striking the sand mat beneath Rasha's feet. For the first time, Rasha found himself firmly planted on the ground amidst the onslaught of the Gale and Mountain Crusher. Is this the strength of the new generation from Konoha? Rasha marveled, at a loss for how many times he had expressed his astonishment at the prowess of Konoha's budding talents. At that moment, the repair of the sand-gold wall was finally complete, and the disruptive magnetic field reformed. This sensation made the mark of the flying thunder god increasingly indistinct. The instant the sand-gold wall was restored, Minato realized that his sensory perception of the mark had become exceedingly ambiguous. Kakashi and Okamoto Beansuke, having fled, finally reached the spot from which they had entered. "What is this? I clearly came in through here," Kakashi exclaimed, staring at the immaculate sand-gold wall before him, momentarily dumbfounded. If it weren't for the trench he had carved with Chidori upon his arrival, he would hardly believe it. Rasha must have repaired the wall. This sand-gold barrier, combined with Rasha's earth release, creates a unique magnetic field within the wall's confines, thus interfering with the use of the flying thunder god technique. As Beansuke darted toward the sand-gold wall, a blue light flickered beneath his feet. He prepared to scale the wall like a tree. "Beansuke, get down," Kakashi called out, watching Beansuke stick to the wall. "What's wrong?" Beansuke asked, a hint of confusion in his tone, only to feel an icy chill beneath his feet. With a swift leap, he jumped down from the wall, just as a sharp metallic spike retracted into the barrier. "When I arrived with Minato-sensei, I noticed that whenever chakra makes contact with this wall, it instinctively retaliates. Thus, climbing is not an option," Kakashi explained, glancing at Beansuke. "In the end, it was the sensei who shattered the wall with a jutsu." "Well then, Kakashi, do you think you can break it now?" Beansuke inquired, eyeing Kakashi, who stood frozen in place. "I'm not certain, but we must try." "Do you have any ideas?" Kakashi replied. "If I had sufficient chakra, I could give it a shot, but right now, I'm nearly drained," Beansuke lamented, waving his hand in resignation. Chapter 91. Shatter. Unbeknownst to Beansuke and Kakashi, outside the sand-gold wall stood a boy wearing wind goggles and a girl with purple markings on her cheeks, both staring in trepidation at the towering barrier before them. "Wow, such a high wall. How did Kakashi and the teacher get in?" Uchiha Obito exclaimed, gazing upward at the imposing sand-gold wall. "That loud noise earlier might have been Minato-sensei breaking the wall," Lin Noera remarked, her brow furrowed. Earlier, Obito and she had encountered the same dilemma as Kakashi and Beansuke. The moment chakra touched the sand-gold wall, metallic spikes emerged from within it. Lin's shoulder, wrapped in bandages and seeping blood, served as a testament to this danger. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito formed seals and expelled a massive fireball from his mouth. Bang! The fireball dissipated, revealing the impeccably smooth metallic surface of the wall. "There's no way, Lin. My jutsu lacks the necessary power," Obito admitted, staring helplessly at the unscathed wall. "Obito, let's use explosive tags," Lin suggested, retrieving a thick stack of explosive tags from her ninja tool pouch. These tags had been distributed by Minato-sensei during their support mission from Konoha to the Land of Rivers, showcasing his diligence in protecting his students. Kakashi had previously handed all the explosive tags to Lin, citing his own strength as sufficient. There exists a profound adage: all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Without hesitation, Obito and Lin swiftly tied the explosive tags to the tails of kunai. The reason they did not directly affix the explosive tags to the sand-gold wall was that Obito had already attempted that, Any direct contact would trigger the metallic spikes, launching the explosive tags away. Before long, Lin and Obito had prepared a multitude of kunai, each with explosive tags affixed to their tails. Lin stepped back. I'm about to begin, Obito instructed, positioning himself before the kunai, addressing Lin. The Uchiha clan is renowned not only for their Sharingan, but also for their formidable fire techniques and their unpredictable prowess in throwing concealed weapons. Every Uchiha ninja is a skilled master of such techniques. In subjects outside of ninjutsu, Obito had often fallen short in school, yet he excelled in throwing kunai and shuriken. Swish. Secret technique. Dance of threads. One kunai after another soared through the air, manipulated by a thread as thin as a hair, colliding in midair and gaining speed. Thud. 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 The kunai lodged themselves a third of the way into the sand-gold wall, and the explosive tags attached to their tails ignited with a fierce blaze. Inside the wall of golden sand, Kakashi observed Okamoto Beansuke, who was gesticulating with both hands. I'll give it a try, but success is not guaranteed. After saying this, Kakashi retreated a short distance. He believed that the combination of Okamoto Beansuke's buzzing finger gun and his own Chidori would be sufficient to shatter the golden sand barrier. Chidori. At Kakashi's command, a tempestuous surge of lightning chakra coalesced in his right hand, radiating a blinding white light. Kakashi charged fiercely towards the golden wall. Meanwhile, the explosive tags affixed to the wall by Uchiha Obito were nearing their final moments. Boom, 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 hiss. Kakashi plunged into the golden wall, akin to a searing steel blade slicing through butter. His entire arm was engulfed. Is it merely about piercing power? Okamoto Beansuke watched as Kakashi's arm disappeared into the golden wall. Boom. Before he could finish his thought, a tremendous roar echoed around them. Kakashi, now pressed against the wall, felt as though his entire world had been shrouded in darkness. Is Chidori's power truly this immense? Okamoto Beansuke found himself grappling with confusion. While Kakashi had mastered Chidori, the intensity of the explosion was perplexing. There was no time for further contemplation as he witnessed the golden wall shatter and urged, "We must flee." Yet, it was evident that Kakashi remained dazed from the recent explosion, ignoring Beansuke's calls. Beansuke rushed over, grasped Kakashi's arm, and pulled him outward. Meanwhile, the battle-worn Namikaze Minato, entangled with Raza, felt the clarity of his flying thunder god kunai's positioning sharpen with the deafening noise. Ninjutsu, shadow clone of shuriken. Minato extracted shuriken from his equipment pouch, launching them towards Raza, along with specially crafted flying thunder god kunai. After flinging them, he swiftly formed hand seals. The shuriken multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 16. Raza glanced at the swarm of shuriken soaring towards him, and then at the vast cloud of dust rising from the collapsed golden wall. Damn it. This time it was a miscalculation. Earth release, sand gold domain. Countless grains of sand rapidly congealed before Raza, forming a vast curtain to shield him from the oncoming shuriken and the specialized kunai. As the shattered golden wall crumbled, Okamoto Beansuke, gripping Kakashi's arm, leaped out, squinting against the dust to spot Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin rushing towards them. Obito, Rin, Beansuke called out urgently. Hearing the shout, the masked Uchiha Obito was the first to see Beansuke and the dazed Kakashi. Haha, Kakashi, you charged in so recklessly at first to save others. But look at you now, he teased, only to be interrupted as a cloud of sand dust filled his mouth. Beansuke, what are you doing here? Noara Rin asked, shielding her eyes from the dust. Concerned about being detected by the Sand Village scouts, Minato had led over 200 ninjas from Konoha, departing just this morning for the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Upon arrival, he promptly organized the ninjas to support their comrades engaged in battle. After coordinating their assistance, Minato's gaze fell upon the area encircled by Raza's golden wall. It's Raza of the Sand Village, Minato noted, observing the black speck hovering in midair. He then set off with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin towards the encircled position. Due to Obito and Rin's slower pace, Minato instructed them to proceed gradually while he and Kakashi hastened on. No need to rush. Only my brother Minato and Raza remain inside, Beansuke remarked as he handed a still recovering Kakashi to Rin. Chapter 92. Entanglement. Let me present Raza with a gift. Okamoto Beansuke retrieved a kunai from his equipment pouch, a specially crafted flying thunder god kunai. This was not his own, but belonged to Minato, given to them during their escort mission to return Fu to the hidden waterfall village. Since the situation had been resolved peacefully, The kunai had remained unused until now. Allow this insignificant person to surprise you. Daisuke fixed his icy gaze upon Raza. From the very beginning, Raza had deemed Daisuke, Hinata Yusho, and Hinata Yuma inconsequential. Maintaining a lofty demeanor, Minato, in his battle against Raza, felt increasingly frustrated. Raza's ability to utilize earth release and sand techniques allowed him to evade most attacks by floating in midair. Previously, he had even used the Golden Wall to disrupt the magnetic field of space-time ninjutsu. Although the wall had now crumbled, and the Flying Thunder God technique was regaining normalcy, Raza remained vigilant against Minato and Daisuke's kunai. Any kunai that approached him was deftly intercepted by Raza's earth release. Unable to use the Flying Thunder God to close the distance, Minato found his close-range techniques, like Rasengan and Big Ball Rasengan, ineffective against Raza. With no means to approach, he resorted to wind-release ninjutsu, engaging Raza with long-range attacks. While battling, Minato silently resolved to improve the Flying Thunder God technique upon his return. Meanwhile, Raza, troubled by Minato's agility akin to a monkey, struggled to keep up. Whenever he gathered a mass of sand to attack, Minato would vanish using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving Raza to defend passively. Standing atop the shattered golden wall, Okamoto Daisuke watched as Minato clashed with Raza. He raised his right hand, pointing at Raza, buzzing finger gun. For holes, a spiral-shaped water lance enveloped Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai, hurtling towards Raza at breakneck speed. The four-hole buzzing finger gun represented Daisuke's utmost control. He could perfectly maneuver its trajectory in midair. The moment he launched the finger gun, Minato sensed a Flying Thunder God mark rapidly approaching from afar. As he looked up, he spotted the swift, buzzing technique hurtling towards him. Wind release, air cannon. He expelled concentrated air blasts from his mouth. Raza, seeing the thick golden pillar manifest before him, braced himself. Thud, thud, thud. The oppressive sounds echoed as Minato's air cannons were thoroughly thwarted by the golden pillar. Whoosh. The rapidly darting finger gun executed a sharp maneuver in midair. Bang. Despite Raza's desperate evasion, he was struck squarely in the abdomen by the buzzing finger gun. The abdomen bore an array of fractured pieces resembling a jigsaw puzzle, with cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. Crack, crack, crack. Gradually, the sand gold from Rasha's abdomen began to flake away. The once invincible penetrating power of the pointed spear merely shattered Rasha's sand gold armor, inflicting no harm upon him. As the spinning spear was obstructed, it slowly began to dissipate. At that moment, Rasha suddenly noticed a peculiar kunai emerging from the water cone. Upon sighting this unusual weapon, Rasha's eyes widened in alarm. The sand mat beneath him prepared to launch him into the air. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden-haired Minato Namikaze appeared before Rasha, grasping the strange kunai firmly. This was their first encounter at such close proximity. Minato could even see the sand gold swirling around Rasha. Rasha could observe the veins in Minato's hand bulging as he gripped the kunai tightly. Rasengan, a chakra sphere the size of a basketball, abruptly materialized in Minato's previously empty right hand. In Rasha's panic, Minato forcefully smashed the colossal Rasengan into Rasha's abdomen. Despite Rasha's quick attempt to form a small defensive layer of sand gold, it rapidly disintegrated under the violent rotation of the Rasengan. Boom! Rasha was sent flying by the force of the attack, crashing to the ground. Observing this, Minato hurled the Flying Thunder God kunai towards Rasha's trajectory. Swish! Minato vanished from sight, only to reappear once more, this time wielding another Rasengan. Bang! Rasha was struck again, and Minato materialized beside him once more. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Flying Thunder God technique. Once given an opportunity, the opponent is left with little chance to retaliate. Alternatively, one could restrict the use of spatial ninjutsu, as Rasha had attempted initially. If I do not counterattack soon, I shall be worn down. Blood trickled from the corner of Rasha's mouth as he floated midair, his protective sand gold armor nearly depleted. As Minato prepared to strike, a sudden chill enveloped him. Swish! Hiss! Just as Minato vanished, Rasha's position became inundated with sharp sand gold spikes. This fellow seeks to perish with me, does he? Minato regarded the space filled with sand iron, his expression grave. Truly remarkable, to have me cornered to this extent. Amidst the dense sand iron spikes, Rasha's voice echoed. While coughing blood, he pushed outward, and the surrounding sharp sand iron transformed into new sand gold armor, adhering to his body. observing the converted sand-iron spikes. It seemed that the earlier metallic projectiles had inflicted no injury upon him. Is close-quarters combat fraught with peril? Minato scrutinized Rasha intently. While I may not be able to seize you, I can certainly render the surroundings perilous. A sand mat emerged beneath Rasha, lifting him anew. Rasha pointed with 2 fingers to one of his eyes. Magnet release, third eye. A sand gold orb materialized above Rasha. Gradually, the surrounding sand gold enveloped him in a spherical cocoon. Magnet release, sand gold waterfall. The terrain within the confines of the sand gold barrier trembled, and massive waves of sand surged skyward. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Boom. A great cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing Minato atop a colossal green toad. Lord Minato. The enormous green toad had yet to finish speaking when it was propelled backward by the surging sand gold waves. Your magnet release is quite troublesome. I appreciate your efforts. The toad, Gamabunta, found Minato hovering above, offering a slightly apologetic tone. No worries, Lord Minato. I shall engage in battle. Please prepare yourself. With a clang, Gamabunta unsheathed 2 massive short swords from behind. Whoosh! The strong, muscular legs of the toad propelled it into the air. Toad dual blade style, double twist. Holding the double swords high, Gamabunta aimed for the spherical figure of Rasha. Bang! A massive sand hand seized Gamabunta's double swords tightly. Magnet release, sand gold heavy fist. Boom! A colossal sand gold fist struck Gamabunta's green abdomen with tremendous force, sending the hefty toad crashing against the sand gold barrier. Hiss! The sand gold barrier extended metallic spikes, but they were blocked by the sheaths of the double swords on Gamabunta's back. What a formidable opponent! The toad noticed abrasions on its webbed hands, a result of holding onto the short swords too tightly. As the sand gold hand slowly dispersed, the 2 enormous short swords clattered to the ground. The shifting sands, under Rasha's command, began to consume the massive blades. Swish! Minato vanished from atop Gamabunta, only to reappear once more above the toad. Catch, Gamabunta! Huh! Before Gamabunta could fully comprehend, the 2 massive short swords began to descend from the sky. Without a moment to spare, the toad leaped up, catching the falling blades midair. Lord Minato, use that technique. Their defense is too robust. Understood. Toad dual blade style, swallowing dragon. Wind release, 1,000 blades. Gamabunta swung the massive double swords, his powerful muscles surging with strength. The speed of his strikes increased exponentially. Minato, positioned above Gamabunta, channeled chakra from within, exhaling a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades. Under Minato's guidance, the wind blades rapidly enveloped the toad's short swords. As the dense wind blades encased the sword blades, Gamabunta unleashed a pair of colossal blade arcs. 2 dragon-like currents of blade energy emerged, the tightly packed wind blades resembling scales, propelling the blade energy dragons toward the encased Rasha. It was as if 2 dragons were playfully vying for a pearl. Yet, this pearl was on the verge of being engulfed by the dragons. Magnet release. Sand gold iron technique. The sand gold sphere began to spin rapidly, drawing the surrounding sand gold into a whirlwind. The whirling sand gold gradually formed sharp sand gold triangular prisms, resembling a spiked tornado. The dragon currents and the sand gold tornado collided with a resounding crash, reverberating throughout the battlefield. Having distanced themselves from the clash between Minato and Rasha, Okamoto Beansuke, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin gazed in astonishment at the spectacular scene unfolding before them. Goodness, this green-skinned frog is truly impressive. If only I had such a summoning beast, Obito mused, adjusting his goggles. Upon hearing Obito's remark, Okamoto Beansuke shot him a knowing glance, recalling that according to the original storyline, his future summoning beast would far surpass this green toad. Has Rasha also been ensnared? Chiyo, her face etched with fatigue, gazed at the enormous sand gold tornado in the distance, alongside the fierce confrontation with the blade-spirited dragon. Old man, do you ever find a moment to distract others? Orochimaru's elongated tongue licked a wound on his cheek. Compared to the state she was in before the battle commenced, Chiyo now appeared exceedingly weakened, her body marred with injuries, and in her right hand, she clutched a severed piece of her left arm, cut off at the elbow. Just a little more effort, and I can eliminate this detestable old man. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes reflected Chiyo's silhouette. Boom. In the nearby battlefield, 4 or 5 massive summoning serpents emerged, immediately launching an assault on the surrounding sand-hidden ninjas. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the sand ninjas, who found themselves utterly defenseless against such enormous summoning beasts. The mere size of these serpents was beyond the capabilities of ordinary ninjas to contend with. These serpents had been summoned by the Leaf Ninja forces using Orochimaru's blood, inscribing summoning arrays upon the ground. This was a significant straw that could break the back of the Sand-Hidden forces. Yakura and Izo were both drawn to the tumultuous chaos. Has even Rozuna been pushed to this extent? Who was the opponent? Yakura's slightly parted. Rosy lips revealed a hint of her surprised pink tongue. The foundational strength of the leaf must ultimately surpass that of the sand. Izo remained steadfast, guarding several puppets. His body riddled with numerous wounds, not the handiwork of Uchiha Fugaku, but rather his own, to stave off the insidious effects of Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan Jinjutsu. Izo resorted to inflicting pain upon himself at intervals. While this method was inefficient and imprecise, he had no better alternatives at that moment. Gazing at the youthful Uchiha clan leader before him, Izo knew that this war was likely a lost cause for the sand. Finally, the blade-spirited dragon in the distance gradually faded, and the rapidly revolving sand-iron barrier technique ceased its movement. Crash! The massive body of Gamabunta slammed heavily onto the sandy ground. Lord Minato, the enemy is indeed formidable. After speaking, Gamabunta felt his surroundings darken and looked up to see four enormous hands rising ominously above him, poised to crush him into the earth. As he attempted to leap, he discovered that the sand had ensnared his legs. Lord Minato, I must return to Mount Myaboku. Gamabunta croaked to Minato above him. Such an attack, if unavoidable, would be too much for him to bear. He had never been known for his defensive prowess. Thank you for your hard work, Gamabunta. With a swift motion, Minato vanished from his position. Boom! A colossal cloud of smoke erupted. Bang! The four titanic sand-gold hands came crashing down. High above, Rozuna safeguarded his sand-gold sphere, which shimmered magnificently in the sunlight. It was evident that Rozuna's creation had been infused with other metals, allowing it to withstand the combined techniques of Gamabunta and Minato. Yet, at that moment, the once formidable sand-gold sphere was now riddled with cracks. Crack! Crack! The sound of splintering grew from sparse to dense, creating a symphony of shattering noises. The sand-gold sphere began to fracture from the outside in. Chunks of shattered sand-gold plummeted from the sky. Gradually, Rozuna re-emerged amidst the chaos. His body was now covered in countless small wounds. Although the blade-spirited dragon had not severely injured him, the omnipresent blades had still inflicted considerable damage. Minato, too, began to descend slowly. Rozuna lifted his arm, and as he did so, the disintegration of the sand-gold sphere accelerated. He reached into his thigh pouch, retrieving two slightly luminescent vials. What is this? Minato paused, taken aback by Rozuna's actions and the vials he had withdrawn, mimicking the Leaf Ninjas. He pressed his thumb against the vial's stopper, channeling chakra to activate the sealing technique. The pale liquid gradually transformed into a soft green hue. Rozuna sprinkled the potion onto several of his deeper wounds before consuming the remaining half of the vial. With Rozuna's actions, his condition visibly improved at an astonishing rate. Far better than when the sand-gold sphere had just disintegrated. What a remarkable invention. Alas, that boy still managed to escape. Rozuna sighed, casually tossing the empty vial aside. The vial, falling from the heights, did not shatter but rather rolled to Minato's feet, propelled by the gusting wind. After this battle, Duji, you are in grave danger. Minato gazed at the vial, momentarily stunned, before exhaling deeply. Observing Rozuna's restored state, he resumed a combat-ready stance. Just as Rozuna prepared to continue the fight, a tremendous noise reverberated across the battlefield. Rozuna looked up to see the summoned colossal serpents wreaking havoc among the sand-hidden ranks. The serpents rampaged through their ranks, leaving devastation in their wake. Ah, help! There are snakes. Run! The sand ninjas screamed in terror. A slender figure darted swiftly amongst the giant serpents. This is ineffective. Yakura lamented as she observed the minor scratches on the summoning giant serpent's skins. Scorch release, lava eruption. The slender form erupted with a force surpassing ordinary limits. As the serpents advanced, the sand beneath them turned crimson, golden grains igniting with red flames. Ah! Yakura shouted. Another gust of wind-infused ninjutsu merged with the fire release technique. The golden sand transformed into molten lava under the intense heat, radiating a searing aura. It's done, Yakura exclaimed, her face flushed and glistening with sweat. A towering lava giant, standing over 10 meters tall, rose from the ground. Scorch Release lacked wide-area offensive techniques, so Yakura combined Fire Release with Wind Release. Using wind to enhance fire, melting the earth into lava, and employing wind ninjutsu to shape the giant's body. The flowing lava, coursing down the giant's surface, was propelled back to its head by the wind, creating a continuous cycle. Due to the lava's fluidity, the resulting lava giant was not stiff, but rather incredibly agile. Coupled with the wind's internal support, this was Yakura's unique ninjutsu, developed from her own wind and earth affinities. Unlike the cumbersome lava release giants, her lava giant's speed was unmatched. It's Lord Yakura, the hero of the sand. The fleeing sand forces cheered as they beheld the towering lava giant. Their spirits lifted. Yakura, already a beauty of the sand, possessed formidable strength and the title of hero, and the emergence of the lava giant garnered her immense acclaim. The giant's features were obscured, but under Yakura's control, its massive hands elongated and softened, forming a long blade engulfed in fierce flames. The speed of the magma giant, enhanced by the wind release, appeared remarkably agile and nimble. A flash of blade light cut through the air, and at the point of contact between the rock giant and the summoning giant serpent, a mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat wafted through. As the sharp blade light of the magma giant emerged, the two colossal serpents let out incessant roars, struggling in vain. Fear glinted in the eyes of the serpents, and before they could retreat to their lair, the magma giant cleaved them in two. The explosive flames engulfed the two serpents, now severed into 4 segments. The violent thrashing of the serpents as they faced their demise sent magma splattering everywhere. The vicinity of the battle between the giant serpents and the magma giant radiated intense heat and the rich scent of grilled meat. Meanwhile, as he fought against Minato Namikaze, Rasha cast a deep glance at the ladder below, swiftly flying towards the direction of the serpents, propelled by a sand mat. Upon reaching the serpents, Rasha observed as they wantonly devoured the sand-hidden ninjas. Fury surged within him, and he could not help but roar, "You seek death." Enormous sand golds surged from the ground, swiftly encasing the serpent that was consuming the sand hidden. Rasha levitated at the level of the serpent's eyes, his gaze fiercely fixed upon it, his right hand outstretched, tightly clenched into a fist. The sand gold enveloping the serpent thickened continuously under the application of earth release. The summoning serpent emitted a tremendous roar of anguish. With a resounding pop, under the immense pressure of earth release, the entire serpent was reduced to a pool of blood and viscera beneath Rasha's ninjutsu. As Rasha dispelled his technique, the sand gold, now stained crimson, exuded a strong metallic scent. The remaining summoning serpents, now under Rasha's control, were gradually swallowed by the sand gold on the ground. Earth release, sand gold burial. Rasha landed, placing his palms flat on the ground, and the sand gold trembled under the influence of his chakra. Blood slowly seeped from the earth. These summoning serpents were bound by a death contract with Orochimaru, and only upon the victory of war could they return to their lair. After dealing with these serpents, Rasha rose to his feet. Although Yakura remained strikingly alluring, her tight combat attire bore several wounds, revealing patches of pale skin. Meanwhile, Chiyo, engaged in battle with Orochimaru, was momentarily distracted by the appearance of the summoning serpents and the ensuing casualties among the sand hidden, allowing Orochimaru to seize the opportunity and strike her with a giant serpent, sending her flying. Just as Yakura finished dispatching the magma giant, she witnessed Chiyo being flung away by Orochimaru. "Grandma!" Yakura exclaimed in alarm. With a few leaps, she caught Chiyo, who had been sent soaring by the force of the blow. "Grandma, are you all right?" Yakura gently shook the unconscious Chiyo. She then swiftly retrieved 2 healing potions from her ninja tool pouch, activated them in one fluid motion, and poured the pale green liquid into Chiyo's mouth. Observing Chiyo's breathing gradually stabilize, Yakura let out a sigh of relief. She then noticed a metallic canister hanging from Chiyo's waist, even as she lay unconscious. Peering through the canister's gap, Yakura spotted a severed hand soaking in the potion. "Grandma!" Yakura softly called out, then turned to glare fiercely at Orochimaru as she retreated towards the sand-hidden camp. The camp resounded with the sounds of retreat. As the wailing began, the sand-hidden's defeat accelerated. Rasha landed beside Yakura, regarding the woman who held immense prestige in the sand-hidden, before glancing at the unconscious Chiyo on her back. "Let us retreat. We have lost this war." Indeed, Konoha remains the foremost ninja village of this era. The bloodied Hozo also approached Yakura's side, gazing with a complex expression at the unconscious Chiyo. Chapter 95. The Halted War. Let us go. Hozo's voice was particularly somber, reflecting utter exhaustion. Rasha turned to observe the panicked retreat of the Sand Hidden and the relentless attacks from the Konoha ninjas trailing behind. You all retreat first. I will stay behind to cover our escape. Before Hozo and the others could object, a sand mat coalesced beneath Rasha's feet, gently lifting him into the air. Go. Hozo shouted to the eager Yakura. Understood. Yakura, seeing Hozo's battered form and Chiyo unconscious on her back, nodded reluctantly. The group hurried towards the Sand Hidden camp. In midair, Rasha slowly flew ahead of the Sand Hidden, observing the Konoha ninjas swarming the battlefield. He raised both hands high and bellowed, Earth release, golden sand barrier. On the ground, Konoha ninjas pursued fleeing Sand Hidden ninjas. Brothers, quickly. Do not let these sand dogs escape this land. Kill them. Annihilate all these Sand Hidden. Charge. Do not spare them. Ah, I'm injured. Let me take them down. Injured Konoha ninjas were forced to halt for treatment, yet continued to curse vehemently. The eyes of the Konoha ninjas burned with rage as they fixated on the fleeing figures of the Sand Hidden, hurling shurikens and kunai in pursuit. Lacking projectiles, some resorted to picking up used weapons from the ground, while others extracted weapons from fallen comrades. The Sand Hidden ninjas fought back as they fled, occasionally struck by ninjutsu and projectiles, letting out cries of despair before falling lifeless. Suddenly, the pursuing Konoha ninjas felt the ground tremble beneath them. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? The quaking earth caused everyone to pause. Look up. There's someone in the sky. Some Konoha ninjas raised their heads to discover Rasha floating above. There really is someone, they exclaimed in unison, witnessing a truly spectacular scene. The earth shattered, and vast amounts of sand gold surged from the soil, rising higher and higher. Some Konoha ninjas, unable to evade in time, fell into the gaping chasms. Run. Retreat. The Konoha ninjas on the battlefield could no longer pursue the Sand Hidden. They had no chance to continue their chase, as Rasha's ninjutsu formed a massive sand gold curtain between Konoha and the Sand Hidden. The Konoha ninjas scattered in every direction. Watching the Konoha ninjas flee like ants on the ground, Rasha revealed a cruel smile. Repent. He brought his raised hands crashing down. The towering sand gold, heavy as the heavens, fell violently to the earth. Boom. Even gentle water would carry tremendous energy and impact when falling from such a height, let alone the weighty sand gold. The Konoha ninjas struck by the sand gold had no time to scream before being submerged beneath the crushing weight. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Bang. A massive cloud of smoke erupted. A gigantic serpent adorned with purple stripes, sporting 2 long and 2 short horns on either side of its head, manifested on the battlefield. Orochimaru, at a time like this, your summoning requires double the sacrifices. The great serpent, Manda, flicked its tongue and fixed its emerald gaze upon Orochimaru, who spoke with determination. I understand. I shall compensate for the sacrifice later. I need you to halt the spread of this desert. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru agreed to Manda's terms. He was acutely aware of the formidable temperament of his summoning beast. Upon hearing Orochimaru's promise, Manda's colossal head swayed slightly in acknowledgement. Then let us commence, Orochimaru. Your offerings are indeed quite difficult to procure. With that, Manda surged forth towards the expanding desert, positioning its massive body across the path of the sands. Manda attempted to obstruct the relentless onslaught. Yet, the overwhelming force of the desert was not something Manda could easily resist. Though it slowed the advance of the sand, Manda's great form was still inexorably pushed towards the direction of the Leaf Village's ninjas. Secret technique, summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru, the esteemed commander of the Leaf's forces, stood atop the head of the immense Manda, forming hand seals. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding echoes reverberated across the battlefield as 3 gigantic gates emerged. The first gate absorbed the assault, the second diminished its power, and the third dispersed the force. Each of these 3 gates, with their distinct functions, significantly reduced the strength of the attacks by the time they reached the caster. The ancient tiles of the gates, adorned with formidable spikes, showcased the exceptional nature of the Rashomon. The central visage of a fearsome demon graced the gates, surrounded by a lingering miasma that instilled an indescribable dread, causing those who beheld it for the first time to tremble in fear. The demon's gaping maw was a call to absorb all attacks, representing Orochimaru's ultimate physical defense technique by summoning 3 such gates simultaneously. As the triple Rashomon was invoked, the rapidly advancing sand was gradually obstructed by Manda's body and the gates. Observing the halted sands, Orochimaru formed hand seals, conjuring a small serpent. He expelled a scroll from his mouth, dry and unassuming despite its origin. Please deliver this scroll to Nara Shikaku at the camp. The summoned serpent nodded, swallowing the scroll whole before vanishing with a soft pop. Orochimaru, with the crisis averted, I must take my leave. Manda spoke leisurely. Do not forget your sacrifice. Double it. As Orochimaru descended from Manda's head, the serpent turned its sinuous body, its green eyes locking onto Orochimaru's pale visage. I understand. I shall not forget. You may return. Orochimaru waved dismissively. With a resounding puff of smoke, Manda vanished from sight. Orochimaru swiftly teleported to the edge of the Rashomon, calmly observing the fleeing forces of the Sand Village. Suddenly, a golden-haired youth, whose vibrant presence contrasted sharply with the ominous aura of the Rashomon, appeared beside him. Lord Orochimaru, exclaimed Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash, as he greeted Orochimaru with enthusiasm. Ah, I did not expect the 3rd Hokage would send you. I thought it would be that foolish white-haired one. Orochimaru remarked coldly, casting a glance at Minato. The miasma swirling around him gave him an air akin to a reaper of the Pure Lands. Hee. The teacher is currently away from Konoha. He had been there until recently, Minato explained, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. But suddenly, he mentioned he needed to visit Mount Myaboku. Oh, those meddlesome toads again. That fool actually believes their words. Orochimaru's tone dripped with disdain. A summoning beast is merely a tool for a ninja. Only a fool would befriend such tools. Minato chuckled awkwardly, choosing silence in response. The retreat horns echoed through the Leafs camp. We have won this war. Return to the camp. Orochimaru's hoarse voice rang out from the Rashomon. The surviving Leaf ninjas on the battlefield erupted into cheers upon hearing Orochimaru's words. Hooray! We have won. The jubilant cries filled the air, and even Orochimaru's usually stern face cracked a slight smile at the sight. This decisive battle against the sand had been a hard-fought victory for the ninjas, and the war had finally reached its conclusion. A wave of relief washed over everyone. Upon returning to the camp, the atmosphere was notably more relaxed. In the past, the medical department would be inundated with work after a battle. However, with the existence of healing potions, the burden on the medical ninjas had significantly lightened. Many lightly injured ninjas received healing potions from the medical team and treated themselves. Upon arriving back at the Leafs camp, Ogawa Daisuke and Kakashi fell silent as they retreated to their tents. That Daisuke fellow is truly inconsiderate. We risked our lives to rescue him from that terrifying individual, yet he won't even invite us to his tent. Uchiha Obito began, his tone filled with indignation, gradually shifting to one of wistfulness as he mused about the rumored treasures in Daisuke's tent, given his position as the deputy head of the medical department. Enough of your rambling. Look at Rin, she is silent. Kakashi admonished, placing a hand on Obito's shoulder before casting a concerned glance at the despondent Ogawa Daisuke. Obito and Rin had not witnessed Daisuke's lethal actions against the Hyuga ninja. The fact that Daisuke, typically gentle and kind, had resorted to killing indicated he must have faced something significant. Daisuke's demeanor closely resembled that of Kakashi's during the time of his father's death. Only he and Minato had witnessed the incident, and as long as they chose not to speak of it, the Sand Village would likely remain unaware. Even if the Sand's Raza lowered his status, as long as Daisuke did not acknowledge it, and Minato and Kakashi remained silent, the matter would lack corroboration. As Hyuga Yushin had mentioned, it was quite normal for 1 or 2 lives to be lost on the battlefield. Has Daisuke been affected by something? Rin inquired anxiously, her eyes fixed on Daisuke's retreating figure. Kakashi shook his head, uncertain. Do not worry. Daisuke is surely just shaken by the teacher and that individual from the sand. Obito, having bounced back from Kakashi's reprimand, exclaimed, Did you see that green-skinned frog? It was truly impressive. I want to get a formidable summoning beast for myself. And think about it. Does this count as having fought against that sand ninja? That sand ninja is named Raza, and he is currently the acting 4th Kazekage. Post-war, he may ascend to the position, Kakashi explained with a stoic expression, recalling the previous lesson learned during Obito's encounter with the Mist Yagura. Indeed, formidable indeed. Have I not crossed swords with the Wind Shadow? The wind shadow is on par with the fire shadow. By this reckoning, does it not imply that I am equivalent to the fire shadow? No wonder. I, Uchiha Obito, am indeed a natural-born fire shadow. Ha ha. Kakashi gazed at Obito, who was lost in a fit of wild laughter, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I hope this guy hasn't gone insane. Rin, let us find the teacher. With that, Kakashi strode toward the central command tent, while Noara Rin glanced at the still chortling Obito, and then followed after Kakashi. Hey, you two. Wait for me. Once Obito ceased his laughter, he realized that Kakashi and Rin had already gone far ahead and hurried after them. Upon returning to his tent, Okamoto Beansuke was greeted by nods of acknowledgement from the medical department ninjas along the way, which he ignored as he made his way back. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a bittersweet atmosphere over the lively Konoha camp. While victory brought joy to many, others mourned the loss of dear friends, lovers, and even family. Once inside his tent, Beansuke plopped down on the edge of his bed and subsequently lay back, enveloped in darkness. His eyes vacant as they fixated on the tent's ceiling. Beansuke, came the voice of Iace Mami from outside the tent. Come in, he replied weakly, exchanging glances. Iace Mami and Yamamatsu Daiga entered the tent. They were greeted by the sight of Beansuke lying like a corpse. Beansuke, we have compiled the casualty statistics. Iace Mami handed Beansuke a list filled with the names of deceased and injured medical ninjas from this war. Hearing her words, Beansuke quietly sat up and accepted the list from her hand. I understand, Aunt Mami, he replied in an exceedingly somber tone. Beansuke, Yamamatsu Daiga bent down, wanting to say more, but was halted by Iace Mami's grip on his arm. Beansuke, you need to rest properly. Uncle Yamamatsu and I will step outside. With that, Iace Mami dragged Yamamatsu out of Beansuke's tent. Why are you pulling me? Didn't you see how down Beansuke is? Once outside, Yamamatsu forcefully shook off Iace Mami's grasp and shot her an irritated glance. You fool, if you know Beansuke is hurting, you should give him some time to adjust. Chapter 97. New developments. Rest assured, Beansuke is not as fragile as you imagine. Iace Mami rolled her eyes at Yamamatsu Daiga. On this day, following Konoha's victorious return, Yamamatsu Daiga and Iace Mami began tallying the casualties in the medical department. While compiling the data, Iace Mami came across the name of Kazina, and following it back, she discovered the words "Ki" in blood red ink. In that moment, both she and Yamamatsu Daiga understood why Beansuke had retreated into his tent upon returning. This explained the earlier scene. Listening to the chatter of the two outside, Beansuke managed a self-deprecating smile, tossing the statistics list onto the table before lying back down, once again staring silently at the ceiling. Before he knew it, time had slipped into the next day. The sun rose high in the sky. Aunt Mami, are you there? He called out as Iace Mami approached Beansuke's tent. I'm here, Beansuke. As he lifted the tent flap, he allowed Iace Mami to enter. Once inside, she placed a food box on Beansuke's desk, arranging the meal neatly. Beansuke, have you not rested all night? Seeing Beansuke's weary demeanor, Iace Mami couldn't help but frown. I know there were many unexpected incidents on the battlefield, but you must eat and drink. I believe they wouldn't wish for you to neglect yourself. Iace Mami gently urged. Thank you, Aunt Mami, I'm fine. Beansuke replied, sitting at his desk and beginning to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast that Iace Mami had brought. Observing Beansuke's hearty appetite, Iace Mami let out a sigh of relief. To her, it seemed he had come to terms with things. Take your time eating. Also, today Lord Orochimaru has summoned all departments to the command tent for a meeting. With that, she exited Beansuke's tent. As Beansuke contemplated his thoughts, he quickly finished his breakfast, took the statistics list from the day prior, and gathered his spirits to head toward the command tent at the center of the Konoha camp. Beansuke, hearing someone call his name, he turned to see Uchiha Fugaku. Are you going to the meeting too? Shall we go together? No problem. The two walked side by side toward the command tent, chatting amiably. Just outside the tent, a youth with short golden hair emerged. Catching sight of Beansuke walking alongside Uchiha Fugaku, he did not approach, but instead trailed behind them toward the command tent. Upon entering, Beansuke found his seat and sat down directly. Due to their recent victory, many captains and leaders were present, although most bore injuries. It did not diminish the excitement in their eyes. The tent buzzed with the lively chatter of numerous ninjas, resembling a bustling marketplace. Ahem. Once everyone was present, Orochimaru cleared his throat twice. The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed on Orochimaru, who sat at the head of the table. Thank you all for your hard work during this decisive battle with Sunagakure. Orochimaru stood, expressing his gratitude. Now, let us begin by reporting the casualty figures from each division. His voice was gravely serious. First Division, originally 100, with 30 injured and 25 deaths. Second Division, originally 300, with 70 injured and 85 deaths. Third Division, originally 500, with 270 injured and 180 deaths. Fourth Division, Fifth Division. Following this, several smaller teams reported their losses. Many department heads and squad leaders presented their casualty statistics. After hearing the reports, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Dukiai. Dukiai, how about your department? What is the situation in the medical division? He inquired with concern. In the frontline medical team, 170 personnel, no injuries, 120 deaths. In the camp, 40 injured, none deceased. Dukiai gently placed the statistics list in front of Orochimaru. The casualty rate among the frontline medical ninjas is alarmingly high. Thank you for your efforts. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback by the death toll, but finally managed to utter these words. He then scanned the assembled crowd. The victory in this war is a testament to everyone's dedication. I will ensure to commend you all in the intelligence report until we receive a surrender from Sunagakure. I hope you will continue to persevere. After discussing several important matters, Orochimaru concluded the meeting. Dukiai exited the tent along with the crowd. Dukiai, Minister. A resonant voice called out from behind him. As Okamoto Doji prepared to return to the medical department, he paused momentarily, unable to fathom who would address him in such a manner. With a hint of curiosity, he turned around, only to be rendered speechless. A middle-aged man clad in a flowing white satin robe stood a few meters away, his eyes devoid of black pupils, which ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within Doji. Doji, may we have a conversation? The man from the Hyuga clan beckoned. Apologies, Lord Hyuga, but I believe there is nothing of significance to discuss with your family. Doji firmly rejected the ninja's proposition. Perhaps we could converse about Hyuga Hinata? The man remarked with a smirk that was neither entirely friendly nor hostile. If you dare to harm her in any way, I swear I will make your existence a living hell. Doji glared fiercely at the Hyuga ninja. Just as the man was about to respond, a gentle voice emerged from beside Doji. Doji, there you are. I've been searching for you. The short-haired figure of Minato Namikaze, with his golden locks, greeted Doji warmly. Sir, would you mind if I spoke with Doji first? Minato asked with a friendly smile directed at the Hyuga ninja. Not at all. I too have some minor inquiries for Minister Doji. The Hyuga ninja replied nonchalantly. I have no rush. I will find Minister Doji later. With a gesture of dismissal, he turned and departed without any lingering hesitation. As the Hyuga ninja walked away, Minato turned his attention to Doji. Doji, would you care to talk? Silently, Doji nodded in response. The two of them walked side by side towards the edge of the camp. Chapter 98. Reactions. The two strolled through the forest surrounding the camp, with Minato leading the way. Doji, though this may unearth old wounds. Could you recount the circumstances of that time? Minato inquired, glancing back at Doji, who remained silent, lost in thought. Doji, you must understand that evasion will not resolve your issues. I trust that you would not kill without reason. Minato paused, standing still. Have you considered why that Hyuga ninja sought you out? You know that even if your actions were justified, I cannot shield you from the truth. I wish to hear the genuine account from you. Doji gazed at Minato's exposed back and unexpectedly posed a question. Minato-senpai, as a ninja, do we truly fight for the village? The betrayal by Hyuga Yu, driven by jealousy, led to the demise of his comrade and friend, Ketsuna. This left him questioning whether the so-called will of fire truly served the village or merely favored a select few at the expense of the many. The village belongs to all. Have you observed the ninjas battling on the front lines? What drives them? Are they merely pursuing their own interests? Minato did not answer Doji's inquiry, but instead, with an unperturbed expression, posed a question of his own. I don't know. My heart is in turmoil, Doji admitted, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Ketsuna was gone, and his singular focus now was vengeance. The war between Konoha and Sunagakure had seemingly reached a conclusion. Yet the third great ninja war had only just begun. Remaining in Konoha was undoubtedly the safest option for him, offering a relatively secure and nurturing environment for his continued growth. Minato and Kakashi had witnessed Doji slay Hyuga Yu on the battlefield, while Kakashi would remain tight-lipped. Minato's temperament and method of operation suggested that he would not overlook such an incident. Minato was a worthy bearer of the will of fire, even a staunch advocate. Unlike Dojiya, whose talents were displayed to garner the attention of Konoha's higher-ups during his matches with Kakashi, his subsequent efforts to build a reputation among the common folk, develop healing potions, and train relentlessly in the Shikatsu forest were all aimed at one goal: survival in the harsh and unforgiving world of the ninja. In earlier times, Dojiya never truly considered himself a member of Konoha until Kitsune's death made him acutely aware that the figures he had previously viewed as mere characters in anime were indeed flesh-and-blood individuals. Therefore, when Dojiya killed Hyuga in the presence of Minato and Kakashi, it underscored that he too was a living being, capable of anger and impulsiveness. For the sake of the will of fire, Minato would lay down his life. In the original narrative of the Ninetales Rampage, he also sacrificed his life to uphold his convictions. The news of Dojiya's actions in eliminating Hyuga would undoubtedly reach the third Hokage, who might already be aware of the incident. Minato-senpai, if you wish to know, I will recount everything from the beginning. Dojiya then shared the details of how he encountered Hyuga Hinata during their mission, the ensuing conflict with Hyuga, and the circumstances that led him to take a life on the battlefield. Minato-senpai, that is the entire story. I have nothing to conceal. I take full responsibility for my actions and do not expect you to plead for me or cover up the truth. Simply report it as it is. Whatever punishment the village deems fit, I shall accept. With that, Dojiya turned and walked away. After hearing Dojiya's account, Minato watched his departing figure. A deep concern etched across his face. The following morning at the Hokage Tower in Konoha, the third Hokage received information from Orochimaru regarding the situation at the Sunagakure front. The news of Sunaгаkure's defeat brightened his spirits as he arrived at the office. Accompanying the reports from the front lines was a thick scroll of commendations, which he had yet to peruse in detail. He would need to discuss the names listed with Tsunade and Mito, among others, before determining the appropriate rewards. Settling into his chair, the third Hokage lifted a steaming cup of tea with one hand while spreading the scroll across his desk with the other, preparing to savor the tea and meticulously examine the names on the list. Suddenly, he was drawn to a movement on the windowsill. A small, exquisitely crafted toad, adorned with a shimmering pearl necklace around its neck, perched there. The centerpiece of the necklace was a large pearl engraved with the word oil. The toad pressed its belly against the glass, the necklace creating a soft, buzzing sound as it wedged between the glass and its abdomen. The third Hokage rose and opened the window. The toad, sporting the necklace, leaped into the room. Lord Minato has intelligence for you. Upon concluding its speech, the frog gently tapped the intricately inscribed pearl adorning its neck. With a resounding pop, a palm-sized scroll materialized upon its webbed hand. It deftly leaped onto the desk of the third Hokage, carefully placing the scroll down. Farewell, Lord Third. With that, the frog vanished in a puff of smoke. The third Hokage, upon receiving this intelligence, felt a flicker of doubt. Was there a pressing situation at the front lines that necessitated Minato's use of his summoning beast? Could it be that the intelligence system of Konohagakure was not worthy of his trust? The third Hokage grasped the delicate scroll, slowly unfurling it and reading each word with meticulous attention. As he finished, his brow furrowed deeply. The divisions within the Hyuga clan, both the main and branch families, were a cause for concern. One faction represented the prestigious Hyuga clan, while the other was a candidate he had once regarded as the embodiment of the will of fire. Yet now, it appeared that this bearer of the will of fire had deviated from the path. Alas, the news of the great victory at the Sunagakure front had been somewhat overshadowed by the intelligence conveyed by Minato. Someone, come here. Chapter 99, Tsunade's reaction. Someone. The third Hokage wrapped his fingers on the desk. An Umbu ninja, adorned with a cat mask, materialized in the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee. Lord Hokage, fetch Tsunade and ask her to come here. Yes. The Umbu swiftly vanished from the office. The third Hokage then hastened to the advisor's room on the same floor, placing the request for merit sent by Orochimaru on the desk of Shizune. Shizune, what is this? She inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. This is a request for merit from Orochimaru. Please discuss with Mito and see how to reward him, then send it back to me. Understood. Shizune replied with a beaming smile, recognizing it as yet another opportunity to affirm their advisor's significance. In the Konoha hospital, Tsunade was orchestrating a team of medical ninjas, tirelessly applying sealing techniques to an endless array of potion vials. Tsunade-sama, how much longer must we continue like this? A young, Short-haired medical ninja grumbled while sealing, her frustration palpable. Other medical ninjas echoed her sentiments, having labored without respite for nearly a week. They could only produce seals as long as their chakra remained replenished, far more grueling than any corporate labor. With tensions rising across the nations and pressure mounting at the front. You must endure a little longer. Tsunade reassured her weary comrades. Think of our comrades on the front lines. Their lives may depend on the efficacy of your healing potions. Keep pushing. With a clenched fist, Tsunade struck the low wall beside her with considerable force. The wall crumbled into a cascade of small concrete fragments. Observing her display of strength, the medical ninjas felt a renewed vigor. They weren't afraid, merely eager to contribute more to the village. Suddenly, a cat-masked Umbu appeared before Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, the third Hokage requests your presence. Oh, did that old man mention why he needs me? This subordinate is unaware. Very well. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Turning to her team, she said, continue your excellent work. I hope to return to a delightful surprise. Of course, Tsunade-sama. They replied in unison. With a smile for her team, Tsunade exited the hospital, moving towards the Hokage building. As she strode along the bustling streets of Konoha, she observed the vibrancy of life around her, with villagers haggling with shopkeepers, a testament to the sacrifices made by the ninjas on the front lines. Each time Okamoto Duji retrieved healing potions from the wetbone forest, he would have Charin relay messages urging her to expedite the production. The thought of her fellow medical ninjas, startled by her earlier display of strength, brought a smile to her face. As she approached the Hokage building, Tsunade immediately spotted the figure of the Hokage, adorned with his straw hat, standing atop the building. With a mischievous grin, she vanished in an instant. Boom! Dust swirled around the rooftop. Tsunade brushed off the dust from her attire. Old man, what is it? I must inform you that the medical ninjas in Konoha are nearly exhausted, and the production of healing potions has reached its maximum capacity. She spoke casually, devoid of any seriousness. The third Hokage turned to her, still brushing off the remnants of dust. He extended a small scroll towards her. This is intelligence from the front lines. Relayed by Minato. Please take a look. After speaking, he took a deep drag from his pipe, the tobacco glowing brightly before dimming. With a puff, he exhaled a cloud of smoke that drifted towards Tsunade. What use is Minato's intelligence to me? Tsunade remarked disdainfully, accepting the delicate scroll from the third Hokage. Old man, frequent smoking is detrimental to your health. It could lead to an early demise. Unfurling the scroll, she scanned its contents. Her expression shifted from indifference to seriousness, and then gradually morphed into a fierce demeanor, exuding an aura of menace. Those Hyuga scoundrels dared to openly assault Duji. They are courting death. Tsunade's brow furrowed, a palpable tension surrounding her. She meticulously read through the intelligence sent by Minato, taking nearly half an hour to digest the few hundred words. The report detailed the events leading up to the confrontation, emphasizing that the initial aggression had come from Hyuga Yushin and Hyuga Yuma at the battlefield in Sunagakure. Are you finished? The third Hokage inquired, observing Tsunade's intense focus on the scroll. Yes, the Hyuga clan has gone too far. I will demand justice from them, Tsunade declared, preparing to storm off. Tsunade, I urge you to remain calm. Duji has, after all, killed a fellow ninja from our village. At this, Tsunade whirled around. Old man, did you not read Minato's report? It was born of Yushin's jealousy that he struck Duji first. The Hyuga clan initiated this conflict. Tsunade let out a furious growl, her anger surging even in the presence of her mentor. If the third Hokage had no intention of dealing with Okamoto Dokai, there was no need for him to inform her of the situation at all. Since the third Hokage had spoken to her, it signaled his intent to impose some form of punishment on Dokai. Hence, he had chosen to inform Dokai's teacher, her, Tsunade. Old man, you cannot truly be considering punishment for Dokai, she thought, though her astonishment at the third Hokage's demeanor was palpable. Chapter 100. The reunion of master and apprentice. The third Hokage observed Tsunade's shocked expression in silence. What do you intend to do about Dokai? Tsunade bit her lush lips tightly, her fists clenched at her sides. Tsunade, I understand your indignation, but the request for severe punishment against Dokai comes from the elder of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga are a prominent family, and even now, despite Konoha's victory over Sunagakure, we must remain vigilant against the prying eyes of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Konoha requires the strength of the Hyuga now more than ever. The third Hokage's voice, though aged, resonated with calm authority. So you wish to compromise with the Hyuga? This matter is not Dokai's fault. Refrain from speaking further. I do not consent to any punishment for him, Tsunade declared vehemently, tossing a small scroll towards the third Hokage. Sensei, I have always believed that our village embodies the will of fire, not a flickering flame. This village has disappointed me greatly. Without waiting for a response, she leapt from the rooftop of the Hokage building. Upon landing, Tsunade sprinted towards Konoha Hospital. Upon reaching her office, she quickly formed hand seals. With a sharp crack, a small slug appeared before her. Chikurin, you must summon Dokai to the Shibakuzen immediately. I mean right now? Do you understand? Understood, Chikurin replied, wobbling slightly as it had just appeared, still appearing somewhat drowsy. As it looked up, it spotted Tsunade's towering figure obscuring her face. Just as Chikurin was about to greet her, Tsunade's furious shout startled it completely. With a sudden pop, Chikurin vanished from Tsunade's office, and simultaneously, she too disappeared from the room. In the land of rivers, at the Konoha campsite, within the medical tent of Okamoto Dokai, he lay despondently on his bed, unmoving, still lost in the echoes of battle. Suddenly, a small slug appeared atop Dokai. Slowly, Chikurin climbed up to his chest and gently nudged his chin with its tiny feelers. Dokai, you need to hurry and get to the Shibakuzen right now. Tsunade's roar jolted Dokai from his stupor. Startled, he shot up from his prone position. Ouch! Chikurin tumbled off him and onto the floor. Chikurin, why didn't you call for me when you arrived? Dokai finally noticed the small creature on the ground. My lord Dokai, Lady Tsunade is furious. Chikurin exclaimed, its feelers quivering. She wants you to get to the Shibakuzen immediately. It stood upright, trying to sound more convincing. All right, I understand, Dokai replied, having an inkling of what Tsunade needed from him. In response to Chikurin's urging gaze, he formed hand seals and vanished from the spot. At the Shibakuzen, Tsunade paced with her arms crossed, surrounded by a group of slugs busily distributing vials of healing potions. Moments later, a slug arrived carrying Dokai from a distance. My lord Dokai, you have arrived, Chikurin called, awakening Dokai from his reverie. Thank you, Dokai said as he jumped off the slug, immediately locking eyes with Tsunade, who was still pacing. The movement caused her ample bosom to sway enticingly, capturing his attention despite his lingering battle fatigue. Tsunade-sensei, Dokai waved from his spot. Hearing his call, she abruptly halted and turned to see him waving. With a powerful stomp, she crushed the rocks beneath her high heels and, with a whoosh, appeared before Dokai. With a resounding thud, her fist connected with Dokai's abdomen. Although she refrained from using her full strength, the blow was still formidable. The sharp pain caused Dokai to curl up like a cooked shrimp. Does it hurt? Tsunade asked. Observing his contorted form, Dokai nodded silently. After a moment, he cautiously looked up at her. Sensei. Tsunade raised her hand toward him, but Dokai instinctively recoiled. However, she grasped him firmly and gently ruffled his hair. Still in pain, Dokai shook his head. You foolish boy, why did you not inform me about such a significant matter? Tsunade scolded, grabbing a slug over a meter long to assist Dokai in sitting down. The slug instinctively wanted to squirm, but Tsunade's fierce gaze made it comply. As Dokai sat on the soft, cool body of the slug, he discovered an unexpected comfort. Fortunately, he had not had much of an appetite lately. Otherwise, Tsunade's earlier punch might have expelled his last meal. Sensei, I was worried about dragging you into this. Dokai had braced himself for the worst outcome, defection from Konoha. Killing a fellow ninja from one's own village was a grave taboo. Regardless of the circumstances, such an act was intolerable to any shinobi village. Thus, when Orochimaru was discovered conducting human experiments using the village's ninjas, he promptly defected. Itachi Uchiha, wagering the lives of his entire clan, also became a rogue ninja. Tsunade embraced Dokai tightly. You fool, it is precisely because you feared implicating me that you should have explained the true circumstances to me. That old man, the third Hokage, knew about this before I did. Do you have any idea how that made me feel? I do not know, Sensei, Dokai replied, struggling to free himself from her embrace. Almost succumbing to betrayal on the battlefield, he then found himself nearly suffocated in his teacher's arms. Now, tell me everything that transpired in detail. Tsunade released Dokai, allowing him to recount the events. Chapter 101. Secrets. After quietly listening to Okamoto Beansuke recount the events, a thunderous sound erupted. Tsunade furrowed her brows and struck the ground with her fist. Okamoto Beansuke looked down in shock at the earth shattered by his teacher's blow. It was indeed impressive that Jiraiya could withstand Tsunade's relentless onslaught over the years. Those Hyuga scoundrels deserve to be punished, Tsunade said with a frown. Turning to see Okamoto Dosuke's astonished expression, she softened her demeanor. Do not worry, Dosuke, your teacher is quite gentle. I shall confront the old man about this. Rest assured. With that, Tsunade rose, brushing off non-existent dust from her hands. Dosuke, if there's any news, have Chalen inform me at the earliest opportunity, understood? Understood, teacher. Okamoto Dosuke replied, standing upright at attention. Tsunade nodded, forming hand seals before vanishing into the wet-bone forest. Dosuke gazed at the spot where she had disappeared, sighing deeply. Little Dosuke, do you harbor any concerns? A resonant voice echoed from above. Dosuke looked up. Elder Slug, what brings you here? I arrived some time ago, but I did not wish to interrupt your conversation with little Tsunade. Besides, your teacher's punch seemed to frighten my younger kin. Elder Slug smiled as he pointed with his tentacle at the slug that had been squished beneath them. Ah, this one. Dosuke chuckled awkwardly, shaking the slug that had been beneath them. Noticing it remained still, he bent down to inspect it, realizing that Tsunade's punch had likely knocked it unconscious. No harm done. Dosuke, let her sleep here. Elder Slug observed Dosuke's actions with a smile. With that, Elder Slug began to slither away. Elder Slug, Dosuke called out, halting the departing elder. Is there something else, little Dosuke? Came the gentle reply. Elder Slug, you have lived for eons. Do you believe that those who perish in the ninja world are reincarnated or return to the Pure Land? Dosuke gazed at Elder Slug with eager anticipation. That is a puzzling question. Like you said, my life is long, yet I am unsure of when my consciousness first emerged. As for the fate following death, I cannot say. Elder Slug shook her head, acknowledging her inability to answer Dosuke's query. Slightly disheartened, Dosuke pressed on. If I were to betray Konoha, would the slug still assist me? Noticing Dosuke's weary demeanor, Elder Slug spoke softly. Little Dosuke, fear not. The wet-bone forest slugs are not merely allies bound by a summoning contract. We are comrades, not subjects of any nation in the ninja world. As long as you sign the contract on the summoning scroll and pass the trials of the wet-bone forest, you become our friend and most cherished ally. We slugs fight solely for our friends. Regardless of what transpires, we remain steadfast companions. Although Elder Slug's eyes were unseen, Dosuke could sense her smile. Thank you, Elder Slug. Dosuke bowed earnestly. Elder Slug nodded. Observing her gesture, Dosuke formed hand seals and vanished from the wet-bone forest. Konoha. Tsunade returned to her office at Konoha Hospital. Steadying herself, she strode purposefully out of the office. In an instant, she activated her technique, darting across the rooftops of Konoha, her azure coat billowing and golden twin tails fluttering behind her. Shortly after, Tsunade arrived at the rooftop of the Konoha building. The hidden Umbu, upon witnessing her arrival, offered no resistance. A cat-faced Umbu appeared in the office of the third Hokage. Lord Third, Lady Tsunade has arrived. The third Hokage waved his hand, signifying his acknowledgement. Moments later, the sound of clicking high heels echoed through the corridor. The door to the Hokage's office creaked open. Teacher. Tsunade stood poised at the threshold. Oh, Tsunade. Your calm demeanor is quite unexpected. The third Hokage, with his back to the door, gazed out the window, lost in thought as he admired the Hokage rock towering over Konoha. Teacher, Hinata UCI is a crucial pawn in the Hyuga branch family's plot to fracture the main family. As long as UCI lives, Konoha will face turmoil from within. The third Hokage exhaled a large puff of smoke, still staring into the distance, seemingly oblivious to her concerns. Teacher, the main family has only one line, yet the branch family comprises several. In some respects, the branch family represents Konoha's outward strength. The third Hokage turned slowly to face Tsunade, explaining, and this is the crux of the matter. Indeed, the branch family's elder has already laid bare the situation to the main family. The branch's hopes have dwindled to nothing, leaving only the trapped birds in their cage. Yet, the main family cannot execute all members of the branch. Impossible. How could the main family possibly know of this? Tsunade exclaimed angrily. The Hyuga possess a secret technique known as the Byakugan Tintern. Are you aware of it? Byakugan Tintern? Tsunade paused, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head. The Byakugan of the Hyuga differs from the Uchiha Sharingan. The latter can only be awakened by certain members of the Uchiha clan, making it a rarity, even if transplanted. The Sharingan exerts a corrosive influence on the host. However, The Byakugan is different. Any Hyuga ninja who trains diligently has nearly 100% chance of awakening it. The Byakugan possesses abilities of X-ray vision and insight, making it an indispensable ocular technique for identifying traps on the battlefield. For a village, the power of the Byakugan is immensely valuable. Historically, the Hyuga clan's ninjas were targets of attacks from various villages, prompting successive generations to strive for the protection of the Byakugan, thus leading to the distinct duties of the main and branch families. It resembles the relationship between a queen ant and worker ants, where the main family safeguards the clan's secret techniques, while the branch family fights for the main family. Chapter 102. Secrets to Ahem. To prevent the branch family from being targeted for their eyes during battles, the main family developed the caged bird seal. Observing Tsunade's contemplative expression, the third Hokage cleared his throat and continued. The caged bird seal was initially created to protect the branch family's eyes. Yet over time it evolved into a means for the main family to dominate the branch family, resulting in growing dissatisfaction among the latter. This long-standing conflict between the two families is now at a pivotal moment, as the elder of the branch family has bowed to the main family, potentially easing tensions between them. For the future stability of the branch family, the main family has decided to include Hinata Usui among their ranks. The third Hokage slowly approached his desk and sat down. Outside, the stars twinkled, and the silvery moonlight streamed into the dark Hokage office. The pallor of the third Hokage's silhouette was particularly stark. Under the moonlight, Tsunade's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. Death on the battlefield was an ordinary occurrence. How could the Hyuga clan ascertain that Doka had slain Hyuga Usui? With her lips parting, Tsunade voiced her inner doubts. The third Hokage reignited his pipe, releasing a soothing plume of smoke. This was the secret technique of the Hyuga clan that I referred to earlier, the Byakugan Tenku. Originally developed to safeguard the eyes of the Hyuga family, many secret techniques were created, including one that could transmit the last image seen by a dying Hyuga ninja back to the clan's shrine when their eyes were gouged out or upon their demise. Every Hyuga ninja would undergo the Byakugan Tenku technique at birth. However, once the branch family bore the caged bird seal, all abilities of the Byakugan would be sealed at the moment of their death, meaning only the main family could relay information to the shrine. The Byakugan Tenku was this method of transmitting information, and it was through examining the shrine's records that the main family discovered that Hyuga Usui had not been marked with the caged bird seal, and that his cause of death was due to Okamoto Doka's ninjutsu. The Byakugan Tenku technique was the final jutsu employed by every Hyuga family ninja. Observing the silent Tsunade, the third Hokage refrained from further comment. In the dimly lit Hokage office, only the glow from his pipe punctuated the shadows. Sensei, I can guarantee with my life that Doka will never find himself in such a predicament again, Tsunade declared resolutely. Sensei, I could seek out the main branch of the Hyuga to explain the situation. Doka is truly an exceptional child. I hope you can assist him. Tsunade's eyes brimmed with tears, threatening to spill over. The third Hokage tapped gently on the desk with his fingers. Tsunade, I too hold a fondness for Doka. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect him. Thank you, Sensei. Tsunade bowed deeply to the third Hokage. With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, the third Hokage let out a deep sigh. He rose and stood by the window, silently gazing at the distant Hokage rock. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Tsunade found herself uncertain of her own emotions. It felt as though she had returned to the moment when Kato Dan perished before her eyes. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her anew. She could not fathom the source of her feelings. She simply felt an overwhelming chill. Unconsciously, Tsunade made her way back to the Konoha hospital. Recently, due to the preparation of medicinal concoctions, she had been resting at the hospital. Gently, she opened the office door. The soft glow of the lights suddenly illuminated Tsunade. She looked around in surprise at the tidy and clean room. The bedroom door swung open, revealing Shizune in her pristine medical attire, holding a cloth as she stepped out. Tsunade-sensei, I've tidied up the room for you, Shizune said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Thank you, Shizune, Tsunade exclaimed, embracing her at the threshold of the bedroom. Oh, old teacher. Shizune gasped as the cloth slipped from her hand onto the floor. Well then, I shall take my leave, she said after Tsunade released her. Shizune, why not stay and sleep with me tonight? Tsunade suggested impulsively, glancing at Shizune, who still appeared somewhat bashful, though unsure of the circumstances. Shizune felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing the tear stains on Tsunade's cheeks. In the room of the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Daikei and Hyuga Hayashi sat opposite one another. Daikei's wife, Hayashi's mother, served 2 cups of tea, gently placing them before the men. Daikei nodded slightly to his wife. "Thank you for your hard work, my dear mother." Hayashi expressed his gratitude with a bow. The steam from the hot tea rose slowly between them. Hayashi. "Yes, father." Hayashi replied with his head bowed. The branch family's willingness to bow is solely due to their loss of hope. They almost attempted to sever ties with the main family. Daikei admonished, "You must never show leniency when dealing with the branch family. Do you understand?" "Yes, father." Hayashi nodded in agreement. "Do you know why I included Hyuga Usui in the main family? Is it because of the branch family's conditions?" Hayashi inquired, slightly confused. "That is partly true. Only by including Usui in the main family can those old fogies from the branch family apply pressure on the 3rd Hokage with legitimacy. Moreover, this serves as an opportunity to mend our relationship with them, a chance to regain control over the branch family." "But, father, will such pressure on the Hokage be detrimental to our Hyuga clan in the future?" Hayashi asked, his brow furrowed with concern. "Rest assured, with the Uchiha clan within our ranks, who were founders of this village alongside the 1st Hokage, they have yet to receive their due recognition. They have long been viewed with suspicion and caution by the village's upper echelons. Externally, we face threats from other ninja nations, with Sunagakure currently at odds with us, and rumors of Kumogakure and Iwagakure also plotting against Konoha. This situation presents an opportunity to demonstrate our Hyuga clan's status, strength, and presence within the village," Daikei asserted, his ambition evident. However, Okamoto Doka is not only Tsunade's disciple among the legendary 3 ninjas, he is also rumored to have a close relationship with Jiraiya. Currently, the commander of Sunagakure, Orochimaru, holds a favorable impression of him, and he enjoys considerable prestige among both civilians and ninja alike. Chapter 103. A New Prophecy? Humph. He is merely a genius among commoners. Can a mere talent possibly outweigh the support of my illustrious Hyuga clan for the Hokage? Let it be known that it is not only the Hokage who requires us. There is also a hidden figure beneath the surface who is constantly seeking to win us over." Daikei remarked nonchalantly. "What we require now is the Hokage's stance. As for the individual you mentioned, he is but a dispensable pawn." Daikei lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves before savoring a sip. Wasn't the legendary Konoha White Fang also a casualty of the village's political maneuvering? And what of a mere boy yet to mature? Daikei set down the cup, folding his arms with a contemplative expression. "Hayashi, remember this. When a person's power can no longer sway events, it is time for them to bow their heads. Our Hyuga clan joined the village established by the 1st Hokage to safeguard our eyes. If we lack value, we too may fall from nobility to mere common clans." "I understand, father." Hayashi bowed deeply to Daikei. "As long as we continue to demonstrate our worth, our clan will endure through the ages. All right, you may leave now." Daikei, eyes closed in contemplation, gestured for Hayashi to exit. "Yes, father." Hayashi glanced at his father, who was lost in thought, and quietly stepped outside the door. "The wind is rising," Daikei murmured, sensing Hayashi's departure, uttering a phrase that left one pondering its meaning. In Konoha village, a stumbling figure walked along the street. Clad in a deep blue coat and long, pleated skirt, Tsunade held a flask in her hand, taking a swig as she walked. Suddenly, a man with white hair appeared beside her. "How can you drink so much?" Jiraiya frowned, catching the scent of alcohol wafting from Tsunade and glancing at the flask she clutched. "Oh, it's you. You fool, Jiraiya. Come, let us have a drink together." Tsunade yanked Jiraiya by his collar with such force that he nearly toppled to the ground. Observing her inebriated state, Jiraiya struggled to pry her fingers away. He turned to face her, crouched down, and gathered her long hair from the back of her head, bringing it forward to rest on her chest. He let Tsunade lean on his back, using his strength to support her ample thighs, which were usually to be admired but not touched. However, in that moment, Jiraiya had no ulterior thoughts. He adjusted his grip, lifting her slightly to ensure she was more comfortable as she dozed off, her head tilted against his shoulder. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened to her since their last encounter. Recalling the last time she drowned her sorrows in alcohol was after the death of Senju Rope Tree. Back then, she had her beloved, Kato Dan, by her side. But now Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade's flushed face as he resolutely continued walking. Morning light streamed into the room, blindingly bright. Ugh, so glaring. "Did you pull the curtains open again, Shizun?" Tsunade lay in bed, shielding her eyes with one arm, her tone impatient. The exposed arm revealed a strikingly fair complexion. After a prolonged silence from Shizune, Tsunade forced her eyes open, staring at the unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar ceiling above her. Blinking twice, she confirmed that nothing had changed. Realization struck her. She hadn't returned home or to the office the previous day. Tsunade abruptly sat up, the thin blanket slipping from her shoulders to rest on her chest. A quick scan of her surroundings revealed her coat and pleated skirt discarded on a chair. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a furry leg draped over the sofa. The figure wore a red vest, obscuring their face, but the garish garment betrayed a lecherous character. "Hey, what have you brought me to?" Tsunade leaped from the bed, placing a foot on the chest of the still sleeping man on the sofa. Adopting a stance, she pressed down, her gaze fixed on the slumbering figure. In his dreams, Jiraiya felt as if he were being suffocated under the weight of Gamabunta. Snatching off his red vest, he opened his eyes. The first sight greeting him was the sight of Tsunade's ample bosom, straining against his body. Looking down, he saw her plump, fair thighs resting on his chest. Despite wearing shorts, Tsunade's figure was impossible to conceal. "It's me, Tsunade," Jiraiya exclaimed. A trickle of blood seeping from his nose as he gazed at her, his expression dazed. The intensity of his stare sent a shiver down Tsunade's spine. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt a sharp pain in his waist, his vision rising toward the ceiling before crashing down heavily. "Ah, Tsunade, what are you doing?" he shouted, noticing her right hand coiling for another strike. With a resounding punch, Tsunade's fist connected with Jiraiya's face, causing his already bleeding nose to gush blood anew. Half an hour later, Tsunade sat leisurely at the dining table, munching on bread. Jiraiya, bearing the marks of their earlier encounter, sat across from her. "Jiraiya, I've already apologized. I offered to help you heal, but you refused," Tsunade said, bread in her mouth as she spread her hands, indicating her innocence. "Yes, it's my fault. How was I to know I would wake up to a beating? I should have just let you sleep on the street," Jiraiya grumbled. "Tsunade, what happened? Why did you drink so much?" he asked with genuine concern, though his disheveled appearance rendered his worry somewhat comical. "It's nothing. Orochimaru won a victory on the front lines, and I'm just happy for an old friend. By the way, did you bring back any new insights from Myaboka Mountain?" Tsunade asked, her heart warming at Jiraiya's comical appearance. "I received a crucial piece of information from the great sage Toad," Jiraiya announced excitedly. "Oh, do tell." Tsunade's interest piqued at his enthusiasm. The great sage Toad foretold that the ninja world would undergo tremendous changes following this war, though it remains uncertain whether these changes will be for better or worse. However, the prophecy also mentioned that the child of destiny would be born in Konoha. Jiraiya revealed mysteriously, "Is that it? I thought it was something significant. So, you're not pursuing this so-called child of destiny anymore," Tsunade quipped, finishing the last of her bread. The great sage Toad hinted at a new development in the prophecy, but he fell asleep before finishing. Jiraiya explained. The great sage Toad's exact words were, little Jiraiya, has the deep-rooted Jiraiya arrived yet?" To which the deep-rooted sage replied, "The great sage Toad Jiraiya is already here, right beneath your feet." The great sage Toad continued, "Oh, little Jiraiya, listen well. The prophecy has changed. A star not of this world is about to overturn the order of this world, much like the one that came here long ago." Before he could elaborate, he fell asleep again. "I need to head to Konoha Hospital," Tsunade declared, dismissing Jiraiya's storytelling. She donned her coat from the table. The previous day, Jiraiya had carried her home, only to find himself unable to locate her house key, so he had taken her back to his own home instead. Unfortunately, she had ended up being sick all over herself. What a predicament for the illustrious sage of Myaboku and the legendary Jiraiya, who had returned from Myaboku Mountain without accomplishing his tasks, only to spend the day washing Tsunade's clothes. "And thank you for washing my clothes yesterday. I'll return the favor someday." Tsunade laughed heartily, perhaps feeling the ridiculousness of the situation. With a creak, the door opened as Tsunade stepped out of Jiraiya's home. Looking at her freshly laundered clothes, she thought, that fool. Although the incident with Okamoto Beansuke had caused some disturbance, the situation in Konoha was precarious. The Konoha ninja forces were still at a standoff with Sunagakure, with a significant possibility of their surrender, yet no news of peace talks had been received, leaving everyone on edge. According to Orochimaru's battlefield reports, Sunagakure had approximately 3,000 ninja, with over 2,000 casualties, leaving fewer than 1,000 holed up in their encampment. On the other hand, Konoha's forces had suffered only around 1,000 casualties. Thanks to Okamoto Beansuke's medicinal treatments and the medical teams on the front lines, a stark contrast to Tsunagekyu's losses. Okamoto Beansuke's name was circulating among the high-ranking officials of various nations, and the medicinal treatments seen on the battlefield had already reached the ears of the higher-ups in Tsunagekure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure, as well as the reclusive Kirigakure. With Kumogakure and Iwagakure stirring against Konoha, Tsunade steeled herself for work at Konoha Hospital. Jiraiya, clad in a mesh bodysuit, leaned against the doorframe, watching Tsunade's somewhat frail silhouette under the sunlight. His lips moved slightly, but ultimately, he said nothing and turned back inside. In the Hidden Leaf Village, chaos reigned as the battlefield in the Land of Rivers unfolded. In the Sand Village encampment, Raza sat at the center of the command tent, incessantly reviewing the incoming intelligence reports. It had been over a day since the decisive battle between the Sand and Leaf Villages. The elder of the Sand, Elder Chiyo, was swathed in bandages, seated not far from Raza. Is Chiyo-sensei still unconscious? Raza inquired, glancing at Elder Chiyo. No, after all, she is of advanced age. Fortunately, Yakumo managed to use a special medicine from the leaf to aid in her treatment. Elder Chiyo replied, his voice betraying an undeniable weariness. Indeed, the casualties on the leaf side were nearly half of those sustained by their own forces during this war. Raza sighed at the mention of the ninja casualties. He had only received the casualty statistics from the Sand this morning due to the massive losses. The toll on both low-ranking and high-ranking ninjas was devastating. Should the fighting persist, the Sand might find itself relegated from the ranks of the 5 great nations. With a wave of his hand, a Sand ninja appeared before Raza, kneeling on one knee. Take Chiyo-sensei back to the village and find the best medical ninjas to treat her. The conditions at the front lines are too harsh for her injuries. After issuing the command, Raza glanced at Elder Chiyo for confirmation. Elder Chiyo nodded almost imperceptibly, and upon receiving his consent, Raza gestured towards the kneeling ninja. Yes, the ninja exclaimed, swiftly departing. Chiyo was Raza's supporter. Her awakening would undoubtedly facilitate his ascension to the position of the 4th Kazekage. As the ninja exited, Raza surveyed the elite ninjas gathered within the tent. Esteemed colleagues, the casualty figures for our Sand Village in this conflict are as follows. Over 500 genin, more than 600 chunin, and over 100 jonin have perished. Raza recited the statistics succinctly. What thoughts do you all have? He looked around, seeking their opinions. One by one, the gazes of the Sand ninjas fell to the ground. The Sand Village, situated in a desert, traditionally faced scarcity of resources, fostering a rough and simple demeanor among its people. Should they achieve victory in this war, their sentiments would undoubtedly align in favor of aggressive action. Yet, Raza had already acknowledged that their own losses were substantial. Continuing the fight could lead to dire consequences for the Sand. In stark contrast, the Leaf offered a plethora of formidable ninjas, not to mention the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, and the exceptional talents revealed during this conflict, such as the Uchiha clan's young heir, Uchiha Fugaku, and the disciple of Jiraiya, a striking young man with golden hair who single-handedly managed to hold Raza at bay, inflicting significant injury despite his own lack of wounds. Additionally, there was the young ninja whose actions indirectly influenced the outcome of the battlefield. Raza's thoughts drifted to a medical ninja clad in white, equally extraordinary, possessing the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Given time, this individual could undoubtedly rise to become another powerhouse on par with the Sannin. Alas, they had failed to capture him alive. Obtaining the formula for the healing medicine from him could have significantly enhanced the Sand's combat capabilities. Conversely, their own forces consisted largely of the previous generation's elders, Chiyo, Elder Chiyo, and other advisors. Given their ages, they were no longer suited for the battlefield. Yet, they had no choice but to fight for the sake of the Sand. The younger generation, apart from Raza, included only Yakumo as a noteworthy talent. Thinking of Yakumo caused Raza a dull ache in his head. She was better suited for solo missions. Large-scale combat on the battlefield was a burden for her. Furthermore, Yakumo was a proponent of aggressive tactics and would never agree to a truce. Her influence in the village was significant. The remaining young generation included Chiyo's grandson, known as Sasori of the Red Sand, who had inexplicably vanished, resulting in the loss of a genius for the Sand. Additionally, the once-named Sasori's counterpart, a skilled puppet master, had met an untimely demise during a reconnaissance mission. Currently, The sand faced a pressing generational gap. If the fighting were to continue, Raza dared not envision the outcome. He could not lead the sand into a descent into hell. With that thought, Raza scanned the other ninjas in the tent. Sighing softly, Elder Chio observed the situation before rising. Drawing the attention of both the sand and Raza, he inhaled deeply and declared, "I propose that we surrender to the leaf and seek peace." As soon as Elder Chio's words left his lips, the assembly of sand ninjas erupted in fervor, shouting in vehement protest. "How can we surrender? We are willing to fight to the last man. My 7th squad will battle for the sand until our final breath. Our puppet brigade is equally prepared to shed the last drop of blood for the sand." Witnessing the uproar, Raza bellowed, "Silence. We are discussing the future of the war, not engaging in a quarrel." The fervor of the sand ninjas diminished in the face of Raza's anger. Turning to Elder Chio, he asked, "Advisor, please elaborate on your reasoning. We have sustained tremendous losses in this war and lack the strength to wage another conflict," Elder Chio explained. "At this juncture, our most pressing priority must be to recuperate. My sister, Chio-sensei, once forged a secret alliance with the Earth and Cloud villages, and together we aim to confront the Leaf. However, it has become evident that we have merely become a pawn in the Leaf strategy. The betrayal of the Cloud and Earth villages has rendered us the primary target of the Leaf's assault, resulting in our grievous casualties. If we continue to fight, we risk becoming expendable to the Cloud and Earth, or worse, being overtaken by them. Therefore, we must preserve the remaining strength of our village to prepare for any potential eventualities." Having concluded his statement, Elder Chio resumed his seat. "Elder Chio, what are your thoughts?" Raza inquired of the assembled ninjas. Anyone with differing opinions is welcome to voice them. The sand ninjas remained silent, recognizing the validity of Elder Chio's proposal, which was indeed the most suitable course of action for the sand at this moment. "Very well, since there are no objections, we shall proceed according to Elder Chio's recommendation," Raza declared, decisively making his choice. "Wait, I wish to speak," Raza interjected just as Elder Chio stood again. "What further suggestions do you have, Elder Chio?" Raza asked, his confusion evident. Elder Chio turned to face Raza. "Lord Raza, I implore you to assume the mantle of the 4th Kazekage and, in that capacity, extend a request for peace to the 3rd Hokage." Elder Chio continued, "The village's leadership is present, and the situation is urgent. I suggest we conduct a vote today." During the reign of the 3rd Kazekage, Elder Chio and Chio held significant sway within the Sand Village. Following the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, the village's affairs were managed by Chio and Elder Chio. Now, with Chio gravely ill, only Elder Chio remained. However, the appointment of Rasha as the 4th Kazekage had long been predetermined by Chio and him. The only difference now was the advancement of time. Moreover, Rasha had already been referred to as the acting Kazekage 6 months prior. Given Rasha's capabilities, he was indeed worthy of the title. The only one who could rival Rasha, Yakura, due to his solitary nature, lacked the support from the village that Rasha enjoyed. Thus, in the history of the 5 great nations, the swiftest election of a village leader was born. Rasha, at the camp of Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers, successfully ascended to the position of 4th Kazekage through the approval of the Suna's Jonin Council. The decree for his appointment was dispatched with haste to the daimyo of the Land of Wind, who personally affixed the seal of the Wind Country. The sealing process was merely a formality. The remainder lay with the daimyo's office, which would issue a notification to the other great nations, namely, the Land of Fire, Earth, Water, and Lightning, announcing the new Kazekage's assumption of office to the shinobi world. Time passed swiftly. In the Konoha camp, Okamoto Beansuke sat cross-legged on his bed, continuously extracting chakra. Since experiencing a surge of chakra after encountering the hero's water in the Wetbone Forest, he had not drawn upon his chakra for quite some time. This upcoming battlefield venture ignited a sense of urgency within him. Firstly, he required time to acclimate his body to the heightened chakra levels. More critically, the time he had devoted to researching healing potions had consumed most of his focus. In the days following the conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha, both sides had peacefully coexisted for various reasons. After days of recuperation, the ninjas of Konoha, under the diligent care of the medical department, were now entirely prepared to engage in battle once more. Consequently, the atmosphere within the Konoha camp was notably relaxed. One could even say that meals were being consumed in greater quantities than usual. Even Uchiha Fugaku often visited during his spare time, perhaps due to Uchiha Fugaku's presence. Uchiha Obito's visits to Daisuke had diminished. As Daisuke continued to extract chakra, a voice resonated from outside the tent. Daisuke, Daisuke, are you in there? It was Yamamatsu Takahiro, calling out at the entrance. I'm here, Uncle Yamamatsu. Upon hearing the call, Daisuke rose and approached the tent entrance, opening it to allow Takahiro inside. Chapter 106. News of returning to the village. What brings you here? Daisuke inquired, observing the beads of sweat glistening on Takahiro's forehead. Well, it seems that Lord Orochimaru has sent someone to notify me that you are to report to him. I'm not sure why it was communicated to me. Given that it concerns you, Takahiro replied, a look of confusion etched across his face. Upon hearing this, Daisuke's heart sank momentarily. I understand, Uncle Yamamatsu. I shall go find Lord Orochimaru at once. Do you have any idea what this is about? Takahiro asked, bewildered. Of course I do. I usually attend the meetings. Daisuke reassured him. With that, he gently ushered Takahiro out of his tent. As Takahiro watched Daisuke stride away toward Orochimaru's command tent, an inexplicable feeling washed over him. He was aware that Daisuke had concealed something from him and Iace Mami, yet he remained oblivious to the specifics. Ever since they learned of Yuki's demise on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, they had sensed something amiss with Daisuke. Now, it seemed that this matter had garnered the attention of Lord Orochimaru. Although both he and Iace Mami felt powerless, Daisuke's teacher was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Orochimaru. With that thought, Takahiro set aside his concerns. As Daisuke navigated through the bustling Konoha camp, the ninjas exchanged greetings and laughter, needing to alleviate their anxieties. The internal mindset of the Konoha ninjas had relaxed significantly. In the distance, Tsunagekyu's camp was under constant surveillance by scouts, while patrol teams composed of clans with ocular abilities, such as the Hyuga and Uchiha, monitored the area. Hidden in the shadows were various alert systems established by the Inuzuka and Oil Girl clans, adept at utilizing animals. Upon nearing Orochimaru's tent, the surroundings grew devoid of idle ninjas. The sentinels guarding Orochimaru's tent recognized Daisuke and resumed their duties without further ado. Lord Orochimaru, Daisuke announced from outside the tent. Come in, Daisuke-kun. Orochimaru's distinct, raspy voice beckoned from within. Daisuke parted the tent flaps and entered. The interior appeared unchanged. Aside from Orochimaru, the ever-present Nara Shikaku was notably absent. Daisuke positioned himself a short distance from Orochimaru's table, observing the Sannin diligently sorting through intelligence reports. Daisuke-kun, why has the third Hokage suddenly summoned you back? Orochimaru posed a question that struck like a thunderbolt. Daisuke stood frozen, rendered speechless. It matters not what you have done. In my eyes, you are a hero of Konoha. Daisuke detected a glimmer of warmth in Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes. Whether you wish to speak or remain silent is entirely up to you. Orochimaru set down the reports, stepping around the table to approach Daisuke. He regarded the boy, whose height barely reached his chest, with a smile. Lord Orochimaru. Daisuke felt an overwhelming urge to pour out his heart to the Sannin. Yet a sense of foreboding crept in. Sensing this emotion, he realized the precariousness of the situation. Daisuke discreetly channeled chakra within himself to create a counterbalance. A surge of chakra pulsed through him, momentarily disrupting the flow of chakra within his body. In Orochimaru's view, Daisuke shuddered. No one anticipated that Daisuke had just accomplished a self-check of his Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu can cloud a person's senses, including their cognition. However, if someone could inject chakra from the outside, it could disrupt the internal chakra flow, liberating a person from Jinjutsu. This method was ideal when companions were present. When alone, one had to rely on sheer willpower or intense pain to escape. On the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, Ebizo had employed this technique to avoid falling victim to Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan Jinjutsu. Daisuke's extraordinary control over chakra allowed him to artificially manipulate its flow to counteract Jinjutsu. He had previously tested this with Uchiha Fugaku, finding he could typically dispel ordinary Jinjutsu through this method, even against particularly potent Jinjutsu. Not even Fugaku's Sharingan could ensnare him silently. Following the recent chakra counterbalance, Daisuke discovered his desire to confide in Orochimaru had not diminished in the slightest. This revelation left him astounded. Was it not a Jinjutsu? What, then, was this? Could it be the legendary charisma of the Snake Sage? Observing Daisuke's reticence to speak, Orochimaru refrained from offering further commentary. Dojiya, you are an exceptional medical ninja. But do you understand why human life is so fleeting and fragile? Orochimaru unexpectedly posed a question that had no relevance to Dojia's return to Konoha. Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Dojia shook his head and replied, "I apologize, Lord Orochimaru. I am not certain. Life is inherently short. Each individual must live for themselves and strive to survive by any means necessary. I hope to receive your assistance in the future." After finishing his statement, Orochimaru smiled broadly at him. Dojia, taken aback by Orochimaru's eager gaze, found himself at a loss for words. "In essence, we are kindred spirits, and I hope we can collaborate in the future." Orochimaru's long tongue flicked out, gliding gently across his chin. I do not comprehend your words, Lord Orochimaru," Dojia exclaimed, stepping back in alarm as Orochimaru's gaze met his. "You shall depart the camp tomorrow. Upon your return, ensure you hand over the medical department's affairs to Ia's Mami." Orochimaru observed Dojia's trepidation without taking any further aggressive action. Instead, he began discussing the notice issued by the third Hokage. "Though I am unaware of the specifics, it would be prudent to inform your mentor, Tsunade." With that, Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling Dojia to leave. "Understood, Lord Orochimaru," Dojia replied, taking from Orochimaru the blue document permitting his departure from the camp, as well as a red document for his return to the village. This return document arrived alongside the notice from the third Hokage. Without the proof of leaving the Konoha camp and the return document, he would not be allowed entry into the village during wartime, as a measure to prevent incursions by rogue ninjas. Chapter 107. The Unstable War. There is one more thing, Orochimaru called out to Dojia, who was about to exit the tent. This morning, Raza of Sunagakure officially assumed the position of the fourth Kazekage. Currently, it is nearly certain that Sunagakure is on the verge of capitulation. The news of Raza's official appointment as the fourth Kazekage has spread across the 5 great nations and their respective villages. The reactions from the various ninja villages have varied widely. In the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the third Raikage, with his dark complexion, stood abruptly upon reading the missive sent by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. His smooth, light blonde hair swayed gently as he slammed his right hand onto the desk, making his tattoo of the character for lightning on his shoulder stand out prominently amidst his vigorous movements. That rascal Raza has assumed the fourth Kazekage position at such a time? The third Raikage gently stroked his long beard with his left hand. "I must confer with Inoki." Raza's assumption of the fourth Kazekage title signifies that Sunagakure can no longer withstand the pressure and is preparing to compromise with Konoha. With that, the third Raikage strode purposefully out of the office. In Iwagakure, within the Tsuchikage's office, a diminutive figure garbed in a red wrap on the upper body and an independent green vest on the lower half, clad in a suit of armored ninja attire, was perusing the missive sent by the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Surprisingly, this small figure, if judged solely by height, would not surpass the height of the towering desk. However, astonishingly, the Tsuchikage's upper body was above the desk surface. If one were to view from another angle, they would witness a remarkable sight. This diminutive figure was levitating in midair, and this airborne figure was none other than Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, who held the title of Two-Ton Inoki in the ninja world. "Sunagakure has lost," Inoki remarked gravely as he gazed at Raza's declaration of appointment. Sunagakure is not prepared to engage in a relentless conflict with Konoha and is set to surrender. This was unexpected for both Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Ultimately, it was unforeseen by both the Tsuchikage and the Raikage that Sunagakure, as one of the 5 great nations, would crumble so easily. It is truly disheartening that our side has not even commenced its endeavors. Initially, Sunagakure instigated the war under the pretext of the third Kazekage being covertly harmed by Konoha. Now, with the fourth Kazekage's ascension, it serves both to mitigate the impact of the third Kazekage's disappearance and to pave the way for Raza's assumption of power. Presently, both objectives have been achieved, and Sunagakure has declared its existence to the ninja world, instilling a sense of trepidation in smaller villages considering encroachment upon the 5 great nations. However, Sunagakure's actions do not align with the interests of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. In their view, a fierce battle between Sunagakure and Konoha would best serve their interests, which is precisely why Iwagakure and Kumogakure readily agreed to alliance when Chiyo initially approached them. "It appears I must consult with that troublesome A. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Konoha cannot confront this alone." Inoki reflected momentarily before waving his hand, and leisurely exiting the Tsuchikage's office. As for the land of water among the 5 great nations, its blood mist policy has resulted in a weakened national power. Although the ninjas of Kirigakure are elite, their numbers are insufficient. Furthermore, the land of water is surrounded by water, rendering it of little value to the other nations. Consequently, throughout the history of great ninja wars, the land of water has found itself in an exceedingly awkward position. They struggle to engage others in battle, and even if they succeed, Kirigakure lacks the population and ninja force to occupy. Other major ninja villages have little interest in the land of water, as only the villagers who have spent their entire lives there can adapt to its aquatic environment. The geopolitical tensions among the great nations of the ninja world are escalating. Meanwhile, Dojia quietly stowed the blue and red documents into the ninja tool pouch at his waist before exiting Orochimaru's tent. Contemplating the challenges that lay ahead, Dojia felt a surge of anxiety. Tsunade had already informed him about Hinata UCI being incorporated into the main family, as well as the pressure exerted by the head of the main family, Hinata Daikei, on the 3rd Hokage. Dojia was confident that, given his demonstrated abilities, particularly with the successful healing potions, which had proven invaluable on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, the 3rd Hokage would not hastily forsake him to placate the Hinata clan's wrath. Yet, he understood that punishment was inevitable. The ascension of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, signified a clear signal, a signal of Tsunagekyure's impending surrender. The 3rd Hokage's decision to send Dojia back to Konoha early was, in itself, a form of punishment, stripping him of the recognition he would have earned during the war. Although this action could not entirely erase the contributions he had made, it would significantly diminish his impact in the conflict and reduce his standing among the civilians of Konoha. Had Dojia returned alongside the victorious forces, his efforts during the war would surely have placed him second only to the commander, Orochimaru, in terms of commendation. Following his return to the village, his reputation would have experienced a profound elevation. Moreover, Dojia had contemplated the notion of defection, but with his current strength, he knew that escaping would render him unable to survive in the ninja world. His exceptional research and development capabilities demonstrated during the war in the Land of Rivers, along with the successful application of healing potions, would not serve as a means of preserving his life after his defection. Rather, they would become a death warrant. Okamoto Dojia firmly believed that no nation could withstand a potion capable of significantly reducing casualties among their own village's ninjas. At that moment, he would be faced with an unceasing pursuit by the great powers. If captured, the most favorable outcome he could hope for would be a life sentence. Spending his days in darkness, assisting this ninja village in the production of healing potions. Should he refuse to cooperate, he would likely face memory extraction, a capability possessed by every village. When Okamoto Dojia had first embarked on a mission with Hinata, they had returned with the head of Chingsho Yujin because Konoha could extract certain information from the brains of the deceased, provided their death had not occurred beyond a specific time frame. Shaking his head, Okamoto Dojia cast aside thoughts of his defection. With his abilities and Tsunade's protection, his life would not be in jeopardy. The most likely scenario would involve him being kept in seclusion until the storm had passed, after which he could re-emerge into the public eye. Chapter 108. Friends lost in thought. Okamoto Dojia returned to the medical camp. On the way, he encountered a medical ninja passing by, and he called out to him. Upon seeing Okamoto Dojia, the ninja immediately stood at attention with a look of reverence. Lord Dojia, how may I assist you? During this war, Okamoto Dojia had played a significant role. The emergence of the healing potions had greatly alleviated the pressure on the medical department and the medical ninjas. Okamoto Dojia, with a gentle tone, requested, "Please inform Vice Minister Iase and Vice Minister Yamamatsu that I need them to come over." Understood, Lord Dojia. I will notify the 2 vice ministers at once. With that, the medical ninja hurried away. Wow, such authority. Lord Dojia? A sarcastic voice came from beside Okamoto Dojia's tent. He looked up to see Uchiha Obito, wearing yellow goggles, leaning against the entrance of his tent, sporting a teasing expression. Beside him stood Kakashi, arms crossed, while Noara Rin was softly urging Obito to speak more normally. What brings you here? Okamoto Dojia approached his former classmates. He formed hand seals to undo the seal on the tent. Wow, Dojia, you can perform sealing techniques? Such advanced skills? Obito exclaimed in surprise at Okamoto Dojia's actions, while Kakashi and Rin looked on with astonished expressions. Currently, Okamoto Dojia frequently summoned a slug within the tent. If he did not summon it, he would employ a sealing technique to secure the entrance. This seal was innocuous, primarily serving to alert him to any entries or exits from his tent. Just a little trick. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Okamoto Doji replied, glancing back at the animated Obito. Forget it. You know I can't decipher those strange symbols. Obito promptly declined. Previously, when Okamoto Doji had traveled to Takigakure with Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, he had studied the basic sealing techniques taught to him by Minato in order to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito had been curious to see the book, only to discover he could not understand a single word. Okamoto Doji chuckled lightly, lifting the tent flap to let Obito, Kakashi, and Rin inside. What brings you here? He inquired once more. After Obito's antics, neither Kakashi nor Rin responded to Okamoto Doji's question. It was Lord Minato who suggested that we come and keep you company, as he sensed you might be feeling down, Rin said with a warm smile. Her cheeks adorned with 2 streaks of purple paint, making her appear particularly lively. Thank you all, and please extend my gratitude to Brother Minato. Okamoto Doji felt his earlier melancholy lift considerably due to Rin's smile and Obito's playful demeanor. Humans are inherently social creatures, and friends are indeed indispensable. Doji, where have you been? We've been waiting for you forever, Obito exclaimed, fiddling with various bottles on Okamoto Doji's table, examining this and that. Orochimaru sought me out. Wow. Cool. Now you're mingling with the prominent figures of the ninja world. Before Okamoto Doji could finish, Obito began to chatter excitedly. To the lower-ranked ninjas, figures like Orochimaru, who had already made a name for themselves, were undeniably idolized. Did Lord Orochimaru assign you any tasks? Are we interrupting you? Rin's concern shifted away from Orochimaru, focusing instead on her seated classmate. No worries. I'll just be returning to the village tomorrow. Okamoto Doji waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was not a problem. Returning to the village? Both Obito and Rin exclaimed in unison. Why is it that you get to go back early? This is a fantastic opportunity for glory. Obito gazed at Okamoto Doji with envy. Among the 3, only Kakashi regarded Okamoto Doji with a worried expression. At this juncture, returning to the village likely indicated that the village had reached a decision regarding Okamoto Doji's situation. Is everything all right? Kakashi unfolded his arms. The first time he had spoken to Okamoto Doji since entering the tent. What could possibly be wrong? Haven't you heard? Everyone in the camp is singing Lord Doji's praises. Obito interrupted with a grin. I suspect Doji is returning to receive some secret reward. Ignoring Obito's antics, Okamoto Doji cast a surprised glance at Kakashi. Taken aback by Kakashi's newfound concern for his comrades, a significant change from his character in the original narrative. There's nothing to worry about, trust me. As Okamoto Doji was about to explain further, the voice of Yamamatsu echoed from outside the tent. Someone is looking for you. We should take our leave. Hearing someone call for Okamoto Doji, Kakashi immediately thought of the medical department's vice ministers he had seen earlier. Yes, all right. Okamoto Doji nodded. Recognizing that now was not the time for reminiscing, he needed to arrange matters following his departure. Okamoto Doji stood to see Kakashi, Obito, and Rin out of the tent. Kakashi, walking at the rear, suddenly turned to Okamoto Doji and said, If you hear anything, remember to let us know. Okamoto Doji nodded solemnly in response, giving him an okay hand gesture. Doji, what did Lord Orochimaru want with you? As Okamoto Doji bid farewell to his friends, Yamamatsu eagerly inquired. It was Yamamatsu who had informed Okamoto Doji that Orochimaru sought him, and now, with Okamoto Doji returning, he had promptly notified both Dei and Iase, indicating that there must be new directives for the medical department. Observing the expressions of Yamamatsu and Iase, Okamoto Doji smiled gently. Uncle Dei and Iase, let us discuss this inside the tent. Upon concluding the conversation, Okamoto Daisuke was the first to step into the tent. Yamamatsu Takahiro and Iase Mami followed closely behind. Inside the tent, Daisuke observed the 2 individuals searching for a place to sit. I am preparing to return to the village tomorrow. Chapter 109, The Journey Home. Daisuke remarked. After I leave, Uncle Yamamatsu will oversee the various matters of the medical department. He then looked at Yamamatsu Takahiro. Daisuke, the war is not yet over. Will you be returning to the village alone this time? Iase Mami inquired, her gaze fixed on Daisuke. Aunt Mami, there is no need for concern. Lord Orochimaru has indicated that there are other matters to attend to upon my return. I will go back alone. I have recommended Uncle Yamamatsu to Lord Orochimaru for the medical department's affairs, Daisuke replied with a calm demeanor. When do you plan to leave for the village? Yamamatsu Takahiro asked, looking at the boy who was of similar height. Though uncertain of the circumstances, he believed in the boy's capability to handle everything. I shall depart early tomorrow morning. Daisuke retrieved 2 permits, one red and one blue, from his ninja tool pouch, signifying his entry into the village and exit from the camp. Subsequently, he entrusted the necessary documents he usually handled to Yamamatsu Takahiro. Finally, he presented a sealed scroll. Uncle Yamamatsu, this contains 500 healing potions. Daisuke solemnly handed over the scroll containing the healing potions. These potions were the latest production, developed by Daisuke himself, and thus Orochimaru had never questioned the distribution of them. The allocation of healing potions had always been managed by the medical department, or more specifically, by Daisuke alone. As most of the injured at the Konoha camp had already been discharged after treatment, and considering the potions had a storage life of only 3 days, the production speed had gradually slowed down under Daisuke's instructions to the slugs of the wet-bone forest. Once he departed, it remained uncertain who would be responsible for the transportation of the healing potions. Utilizing summoning beasts for transportation would impose the weight upon the summoned creatures. And even with sealed scrolls, it would require a significant amount of chakra. However, these were no longer his concerns. After meticulously explaining all matters regarding the medical department to Yamamatsu Takahiro, Daisuke bid them farewell. Returning to the now empty tent, Daisuke sighed and began to gather his personal belongings. He summoned Chalin and instructed him to convey his impending return to the village to Tsunade. Since this return was a mission, while it was not a secret, it was prudent that as few people as possible were aware of it. Therefore, aside from Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and a few others who happened to be present, Daisuke did not widely announce his plans. The following day, just as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, the mist in the forest lingered. With a gentle pull, Daisuke opened the tent flap and stepped outside cautiously. To his surprise, he encountered Ia's mommy holding a food box. "Aunt Mommy, what is this?" Daisuke inquired, noticing her thoughtful demeanor. "I knew you would prepare to leave early." Mommy smiled, opening the box to reveal it filled with rice balls, still steaming. "These are rice balls I made for you. Though they may not be the best, please take them with you on your journey." "Thank you, Aunt Mommy," Daisuke replied, not wishing to refuse her kindness. Recognizing that the rice balls were freshly made, he was touched by her effort. Without further ado, he packed the warm rice balls into his backpack. "What do you have to thank me for? Just remember to stay safe on your journey." Mommy adjusted Daisuke's coat, her words laced with care. After bidding her a heartfelt farewell multiple times, Daisuke made his way to the entrance of the Konoha camp. After verifying the authenticity of his exit permit, the guarding ninja allowed him to pass. Once outside the camp, Daisuke finally shed the white medical attire he had worn frequently. He donned a light blue jacket with an orange short-sleeved shirt underneath, gray long pants, blue ninja boots, and carried a purple backpack. He moved swiftly through the forest, his figure darting gracefully between the trees. The blue light beneath his feet flickered as he executed the water body technique to its fullest extent. If anyone had been present, they would have found it nearly impossible to track Daisuke's movements. One moment he was in the trees, and the next, he appeared below them. The seemingly impossible feats of the water body technique were employed with remarkable finesse. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Daisuke had traversed the rear camp of the Konoha ninja army and crossed the border into the land of fire. Feeling the chakra within him, Daisuke slowed his pace. "I shall return this way," he thought, pulling a vial from his backpack, uncorking it, and taking a few small sips. This was a concoction he had created, designed to quickly restore stamina, quench thirst, and expedite chakra recovery. After consuming the potion, he returned the vial to his backpack. Ninja from the Hyuga clan sought to engage him in conversation, but since their last encounter had been interrupted by Namake's Minato, they had not spoken since. The Hyuga clan members greeted him as if nothing were amiss. This state of affairs left Daisuke somewhat bewildered, yet he knew that clarity would only come once he returned to the village. More than that, he was eager to know how Hinata Rika was faring. The thought of the radiant girl brought a stir to his heart. Setting aside his distractions, Daisuke positioned his hands behind him in a classic Naruto running stance, propelling himself towards Konoha village. The sun gradually shifted its position in the sky as he munched on the rice balls prepared by Ia's mommy, making his way toward Konoha. As he drew nearer to the village, the number of passers-by increased, along with merchants transporting goods via horse-drawn carts. It was as if the distant war in the land of rivers had no bearing on Konoha. One could not help but admire the resilience of a great nation. The villagers of Konoha remained as they had in times of peace, while the inhabitants of the land of rivers faced turmoil. Displaced and unable to return home or tend to their fields. The streets were filled with wandering children and adults alike. This stark contrast in ways of life struck Daisuke profoundly. It was all the fault of war. War knows no right or wrong, only differing stances. Chapter 110, Meeting the Hokage. At last, in the direct sunlight, the towering walls of Konoha came into view. Standing once again at the entrance of Konoha, Daisuke gazed up at the imposing gates that rose to 3/4 of the wall's height, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. From his first mission, where he and Hinata Rika narrowly escaped the clutches of Sunagakure, to returning safely with Namikaze Minato and Kakashi, and now being summoned back by the third Hokage. The journey had been profound. Each time Okamoto Beansuke returns, he gazes at the emblem of Konoha nestled between the two characters for ninja at the entrance, and a peculiar sensation washes over him. Lost in his thoughts, he fails to notice the long queue that has formed behind him, with an irritable elder rolling up his sleeves, prepared to confront him. What are you doing? Are you entering or not? The gatekeeper, observing Okamoto Beansuke's dazed expression, bellows. As the line of waiting individuals grows. Hello, this is my return certificate, Beansuke replies, startled by the gatekeeper's inquiry, as he retrieves the document from his backpack. After a thorough verification, the gatekeeper gestures for him to proceed into the village. With purposeful strides, he crosses the threshold of Konoha's gates. A few steps ahead, near a stone bench just outside the gates, a familiar figure awaits him. Beansuke spots Tsunade, clad in a light green coat, her arms crossed, her figure strikingly accentuated. Teacher. Upon seeing Tsunade, Beansuke's heart inexplicably settles into calmness. You rascal. Just like before, Tsunade strides forward and envelopes Beansuke in a warm embrace. Teacher, how did you know I would return at this moment? Have you been waiting here all along? Beansuke inquires as he extricates himself from her embrace. Because it's my doing. A tiny slug, no larger than a palm, emerges from Tsunade's chest, peering curiously. Initially perched on her shoulder, it slips down into the deep crease of her coat due to her embrace. Tsunade scrutinizes Beansuke closely, a smile spreading across her face. You've grown taller and seem to be doing well, truly worthy of being my disciple. Hearing her praise, Beansuke scratches his head, grinning sheepishly. Teacher, I will go find the third Hokage now. He does not linger on pleasantries, but expresses his intent to meet the third Hokage first. Yes, the sooner you resolve your matters, the better. I will accompany you, she declares, taking hold of his arm and striding towards the Hokage tower. Inside the Hokage's office, Beansuke stands upright before the desk, his expression serious as he gazes at the third Hokage seated behind it. Tsunade stands beside him. The third Hokage puffs on his pipe intermittently. Old man, what exactly do you want? Tsunade, unable to contain herself, poses the question first. Since entering the office, she and Beansuke have exchanged silent glances with the third Hokage for a full half hour. The Hokage remains silent, leaving them both uncertain of what to say. Beansuke simply does not know how to respond. Don't be so serious, Tsunade, let Beansuke sit. The third Hokage speaks gently, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Teacher, do you think I can sit? Beansuke asks. What are your thoughts on Beansuke? Tsunade looks at the third Hokage impatiently. Beansuke, in that moment, resembles a student awaiting the verdict from a teacher after a dismal exam. Beansuke, I believe you are a good child. I wish to ask you, if given another chance, would you be willing to spare Hyuga Uchi? The third Hokage inquires solemnly, eyeing Beansuke. Absolutely not, Lord Third Hokage. His actions directly jeopardize the unity of the village and the safety of my comrades. Beansuke responds without hesitation. The third Hokage's expression remains inscrutable, while Tsunade interjects anxiously. Old man, what Beansuke means is that if Hyuga Uchi harbors no hostility toward him, he would certainly refrain from striking. The Hokage gestures for Tsunade to be quiet, and upon seeing his signal, she slowly closes her mouth. Then Beansuke, how do you perceive this situation? Lord Hokage, regarding this matter, I do not believe I am at fault. Firstly, I did not initiate the conflict. If I had not retaliated, I would have been killed by Hyuga Uchi and Hyuga Yuma. I cannot sacrifice my life without reason. Secondly, Hyuga Uchi, in a bid for his own survival, harmed our comrade, the medical ninja Ketsune. If such behavior were emulated by other ninjas in the village, we would lose our comrades on the battlefield in the future. Thus, even if Hyuga Uchi survives, I will report his actions to Lord Orochimaru for punishment. Lord Hokage, the ninjas in our village have always upheld and practiced the will of fire. Where the leaves flutter, there the fire endures. Without the sacrifices of the leaves, there can be no flames. When the village requires my life, I shall willingly be the first to ignite the flames of Konoha. Dosuke fervently articulates his rationale. The third Hokage pauses, taking a moment to reassess Dosuke. Leaning back in his chair, which creaks under the weight, he inquires, Dosuke, what is your perspective on the relationship between the village and the noble clans? The third Hokage contemplates for a moment, gazing at the young man before him, then suddenly poses this question. Undoubtedly, in the third's eyes, Dosuke embodies the spirit of the will of fire, representing the future of Konoha. Yet, the Hyuga clan presents a pressing dilemma for the third Hokage. The noble clans. The current Konoha cannot do without their support. The village is my home where I have grown. I will fight to protect it. Dosuke asserts resolutely. Dosuke, are you aware of the Hyuga clan's stance on this matter? The third Hokage continues to question. I am aware, but Lord Hokage, I believe that Konoha's status as the strongest nation in the ninja world is not attributable to a single person or clan. Rather, it is the collective effort of countless villagers and ninjas who have fought valiantly to safeguard it. This is the true foundation of Konoha's supremacy. The will of fire embodies a selfless spirit. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was a pivotal proponent of this ideology. The original will of fire aspired for harmony among the various clans in the village, advocating for collective effort. Each clan member should sacrifice not solely for their kin, but for the greater good, treating all villagers as family, free from hierarchies based on clan strength. This is why the first Hokage disbanded the vast Senju clan, preserving only the original lineage, and dispersing the other branches to become villagers of Konoha, relieving them of the burdens of Senju glory and enmity. However, the first Hokage's noble actions were not recognized by the villagers, especially by the Uchiha clan, who prided themselves on being Konoha's foremost clan. Under Uchiha Madara's leadership, they vehemently opposed the first's policies, resulting in the enduring prevalence of noble clans in Konoha today. The ongoing development of Konoha remains intertwined with the support of these clans, a reality that even the third Hokage must acknowledge. In this precarious moment for the Hidden Leaf Village, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Daisuke, speculated on the current dire situation surrounding Konoha to exert pressure on the third Hokage. Indeed, Daisuke, you speak the truth. The rise of Konoha is attributed to the selfless dedication of its villagers and ninjas. However, I now require an explanation from the Hyuga clan. And I hope you can comprehend that, the third Hokage said, slowly rising from his seat, leaning forward with his hands resting on the desk. Daisuke, I trust you will understand me. The third Hokage fixed his gaze upon Okamoto Daisuke. I understand, Lord Hokage. Okamoto Daisuke replied solemnly, recognizing that the third Hokage had already made his decision. Unbeknownst to him, the third Hokage still intended to deal with him. Daisuke's heart raced as he thought he could sway the third Hokage with his impassioned loyalty, only to realize he had underestimated the situation. The third Hokage chuckled at Daisuke's serious demeanor as he moved away from the desk, approaching a brown cabinet against the wall, forming hand seals. A faint glow emanated from the cabinet's seal. He retrieved a brown envelope sealed with white wax. Upon witnessing this, Daisuke's mind involuntarily recalled the future hero of the ninja world, Uzumaki Naruto, who effortlessly pilfered the scroll of seals and mastered the art of shadow clones. It was evident that Naruto's growth bore the hallmarks of the third Hokage's guidance. Despite the tension of the moment, Daisuke felt surprisingly composed, allowing his thoughts to wander elsewhere. He stole a glance at Tsunade, whose fair hands hung at her sides, tightly clenched, betraying her inner turmoil. Returning to his desk, the third Hokage, still holding the wax-sealed letter, addressed Okamoto Daisuke. There is a significant mission for you in the village. I wonder if you can fulfill it? Gently opening the letter, he extracted another missive, which he held delicately between his fingers, swaying it gently as he inquired of Daisuke. Lord Hokage, you can rest assured. I am confident in my ability to tackle any task assigned by the village, Daisuke proclaimed loudly. Take a look at this first. The third Hokage smiled subtly at the upright Daisuke before handing him the letter. Daisuke quickly stepped forward, accepting the letter with both hands and gently opening it. He discovered it to be an invitation, adorned with an elaborate display of nearly 1,000 words. Upon reading, Daisuke comprehended the essence of the message. Dear Lord Hokage, our nation cordially invites you to attend our annual festival. We sincerely hope you can grace us with your presence or send an envoy. The letter was signed by Kazahana Seiyuki. Initially, Daisuke perceived nothing amiss, as the prominence of Konoha often attracted invitations from smaller nations eager to showcase their significance in the ninja world. Yet, as he reached the signature, his pupils constricted in shock, and he froze in place. Kazahana Seiyuki, if memory served him right, this individual was a tragic victim, slain by his own brother. This was a tale that had inspired an entire movie. In the original story, the mission had begun as a task assigned to Kakashi during his time in the Umbu. But now it had been delegated to him by the third Hokage. This realization sent a chill down Daisuke's spine. The ripple of a butterfly's wings could indeed spark a tempest thousands of kilometers away. This was the essence of the butterfly effect. The mission once belonging to Kakashi had now become Daisuke's, indicating a shift in the very fabric of this world compared to the one he once knew. As a traveler in this realm, his intimate familiarity with the plot had been his greatest asset for survival. It was precisely this knowledge that drove him to showcase his talents before the impending Third War, striving to align himself with powerful allies. Understanding Tsunade's temperament, Daisuke had sought an opportunity to become her disciple. Yet, it was precisely because he had become her student that his first mission would see him partnered with Hinata Riku. Their burgeoning feelings incited the jealousy and wrath of Hyuga Yushing, ultimately leading to a conflict on the battlefield that resulted in the tragic loss of Ketsuno and Daisuke's embrace. Now, he found himself stepping into Kakashi's shoes, propelling the course of history forward. Chapter 112. The mission. With this realization, Daisuke abruptly lifted his gaze towards the towering Hokage rock, adorned with the visages of past Hokages. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become part of the ninja world. From the moment he regained consciousness, he had intertwined with the legacy of the Hokage. The impending mission to the Land of Snow served as the most compelling evidence of this truth. This indicated that the memories of the Hokage that once resided in Daisuke's mind were no longer immutable. The futures he had once believed in were now more akin to mere references than certainties destined to unfold. Daisuke realized with dismay that the significant advantage of being a plot-savvy traveler was gradually slipping away from him. As these thoughts coursed through him, a tremor began to take hold of his body. Tsunade, who had just relaxed upon witnessing the third Hokage's smile, felt her heart leap once more upon seeing Daisuke trembling after reading the letter. Could my teacher have assigned Daisuke a fatal mission? She pondered, casting a fierce glare at the third Hokage. How could this be? Tsunade swiftly snatched the letter from Daisuke's grasp. As she unfolded it, scrutinizing its contents, her suspicions heightened. She examined the letter meticulously, turning it in the light, yet found no discrepancies. What is the meaning of this? Is this letter encoded with some secret language? She demanded, pointing an accusatory finger at the third Hokage. No. The third Hokage replied with a wry smile, shaking his head insistently, assuring her of the letter's ordinary nature. Is it truly so? Tsunade regarded him skeptically. Indeed, it is merely an invitation from the Land of Snow. The third Hokage replied, exasperatedly gesturing with his hands. Old man, if this is troublesome, let us switch to another mission, Tsunade suggested, eyeing the still trembling Daisuke. Teacher, there's no need for that. I can handle this mission, Daisuke asserted, nodding vigorously at Tsunade, determined to convey his readiness to the third Hokage. Daisuke, do not overexert yourself. Tsunade gently comforted Okamoto Daisuke by wrapping her arm around his shoulders. No, sensei, I truly have confidence in completing this mission. In the original work, Kakashi seemingly undertook this task with the prowess of a special jonin. Given his current abilities, completing the escort mission should not pose a challenge. Moreover, the situation in the Land of Snow is not yet overly complicated. The daimyo, Kazahana Yukagetsu, should still retain control over a portion of the nation's governance. Daisuke, have you made up your mind? This mission is unlike the usual assignments. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe. A thick cloud of smoke billowed from his mouth. Daisuke, do you understand that the ninja village does not interfere in the power struggles between nations? The third Hokage observed Okamoto Daisuke, who appeared attentive and smiled. I understand. Lord Hokage. Daisuke nodded, acknowledging his awareness of this situation. The ninja village serves as the military arm of the nation, yet the two entities are distinct. Smaller villages are led by a chief, while larger ninja villages are governed by a leader known as the Kage. The 5 great Kage recognized throughout the ninja world not only symbolize the pinnacle of strength, but also represent their standing within their respective villages. The governance of the ninja village is dictated by its Kage. Ninjas constitute the village, serving as a military force to protect the nation from invasion. The daimyo of each country holds no command over the ninja village, only advisory power. The relationship between the nation and the ninja village is akin to that of employer and employee. Ninjas do not involve themselves in the high-level politics of great nations, a principle acknowledged by all countries. However, there exist a few nations where both the ninja village and the state are governed by the daimyo. Such nations are referred to as ninja countries. In these lands, the village is synonymous with the nation, and ninjas are an indispensable part of the state. The Land of Snow exemplifies such a country, where the daimyo is both the leader of the ninja village and the state itself. To become the daimyo of a ninja country like the Land of Snow, one must be formidable. Yet the current daimyo, Kazahana Yukijetsu, is preparing to execute a plan that could potentially influence the entire nation. His brother, Kazahana Nada, is dissatisfied with his brother's actions and is currently plotting to usurp him. Kazahana Yukijetsu cannot openly seek assistance from the outside world, as it pertains to the internal affairs of the Land of Snow. Fortunately, Yukijetsu had previously fostered a close relationship with the Fire Country and its daimyo. This time, the daimyo of the Fire Country has entrusted the 3rd Hokage with the request to dispatch a skilled individual to protect Yukijetsu's daughter, Kazahana Koyuki. Should Yukijetsu fail, the mission would involve ensuring Koyuki's safe passage to the Fire Country. Therefore, the 3rd Hokage paused, observing the earnest expressions of Okamoto Beansuke and Tsunade before continuing. Beansuke, when you proceed to the Land of Snow for this mission, you must not do so under the identity of a Konoha ninja. Not under the identity of a Konoha ninja? Tsunade furrowed her elegant brows and glanced at Okamoto Beansuke. I understand, Lord Third. With that, Okamoto Beansuke removed the Konoha forehead protector from his right arm and handed it to Tsunade. Sensei, please keep this safe for me. He smiled, revealing his small, white canines. Lord Third, please allow me to undertake this mission. Okamoto Beansuke had made up his mind, since he had become a part of this world. Why not start by transforming himself and the ninja world through the task in the Land of Snow? After all, who can predict the future? If one does nothing, merely passing through would not be the outcome he desired. Very well, Beansuke, go with confidence. I will be waiting for your return. At which point I shall personally return this forehead protector to you. Tsunade nodded at the determined Okamoto Beansuke. This is a letter of introduction from the Fire Country. The 3rd Hokage retrieved an envelope from the drawer of his desk. You will present yourself as an envoy from the Fire Country and join their procession to the Land of Snow's annual festival. He entrusted the letter to Okamoto Beansuke, emphasizing, remember, do not reveal your identity as a Konoha ninja. Chapter 113. Before departure, I understand, Lord Third. Okamoto Beansuke accepted the letter, nodding. The departure is in 3 days. Use this time to prepare. The 3rd Hokage concluded, raising his hand to dismiss him. Okamoto Beansuke said nothing but exchanged a glance with Tsunade. Tsunade, relieved by the resolution of the incident involving the Hyuga clan, was in a much brighter mood as she pulled Okamoto Beansuke by the arm, leading him outside. Goodbye, old man, she called over her shoulder as they reached the door, making a heart gesture towards the 3rd Hokage. The moment Okamoto Beansuke and Tsunade stepped out of the Hokage building, they felt invigorated. Beansuke looked up at the azure sky, marveling at how beautifully untainted it was. What are you looking at, Beansuke? Tsunade inquired curiously, glancing at the sky. Nothing much, sensei, just admiring how truly blue the sky is. He replied, gazing skyward, where only white clouds intermingled with the blue expanse. Tsunade rolled her eyes in response. You little rascal, playing coy with your teacher. Tsunade scolded, playfully tugging at Okamoto Beansuke's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sensei, be gentle. Beansuke tilted his head towards Tsunade, bending his knees slightly in a half squat, pleading for mercy. Let's go. To celebrate your return, I'll treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat? Tsunade declared generously. How about Ippudo ramen? Okamoto Beansuke said, rubbing his now red ear. Excellent, let's set off. With that, Tsunade and Okamoto Beansuke strode forward confidently. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage stood by the window, watching the playful duo outside the Hokage building, a smile gracing his lips. Sarutobi, is this what you call punishment? A middle-aged man. leaning on a cane and dressed in a gray inner robe beneath a black cloak, emerged from a hidden door in the Hokage office. Immediately calling out to the third Hokage, the sound of the cane tapping against the floor echoed through the room. This man fixed a piercing gaze upon the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you truly believe that the Hyuga clan will accept your so-called punishment? Do you regard a noble clan of Konoha as less significant than a mere 10-year-old child? The newly arrived figure seemed poised to continue speaking. Enough, Shimura. I am the Hokage. Here in Konoha, I am the third Hokage. The third Hokage slammed his pipe down onto the desk. He met Shimura Danzo's unwavering gaze with a solemn expression. Danzo observed the third Hokage's demeanor, his grip on the cane tightening and loosening repeatedly. Sarutobi, you have changed. Shimura, I have remained unchanged. It is you who has transformed. The third Hokage continued to stare steadfastly at Danzo. Sarutobi, your actions will not satisfy the Hyuga clan. Shimura, that child has already sacrificed enough. Summoning Okamoto Beansuke back from the battlefield of the Land of Rivers in advance has, in a way, deprived him of his accomplishments in this war. Under a rather deliberate arrangement, the villagers of Konoha remained ambiguous about the birth of the healing potion, merely aware that it was a strategic concoction produced by the Konoha hospital. The contributions of Okamoto Beansuke had been repeatedly downplayed. Humph, Sarutobi, you shall regret your decision today, Tsunade remarked, while Shimura Danzo was instructed to focus solely on his own duties. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am the third Hokage. The third Hokage declared solemnly to Danzo. I understand. Hokage-sama, Danzo responded, turning to exit without a backward glance, striking the floor heavily with his cane as he departed. The sound echoed in the office, reverberating through the air. The third Hokage sighed heavily as he watched Danzo's retreating figure. Picking up the discarded pipe from his desk, he took a deep drag, only to realize that the tobacco had long since extinguished. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Okamoto Beansuke entered the Ichiraku ramen shop. Ichiraku, I would like a bowl of your deluxe ramen. Any flavor will do. Beansuke exclaimed loudly as he lifted the shop's curtain. A slender figure was seen standing by the stove, while Ichiraku Tuchi was not present. Upon noticing a customer, the petite figure quickly approached the counter. Hello, sir and pretty lady. My father has gone out for deliveries. If you wish to order, you will need to wait a moment. The young girl, with an exceptionally delicate appearance, introduced herself. Who are you? Beansuke inquired. I am Ichiraku I am. The girl cheerfully replied. Oh ho ho ho. Young lady, your judgment of people is quite astute. Tsunade chuckled, her shoulders shaking with laughter, drawing attention to her ample bosom. Reminiscent of an avalanche. Was this the little girl who would later fall for Kakashi after their first meeting? Beansuke pondered. As he was lost in thought, a deep voice resonated